Chapter 2. The Man and the Wolf. The sudden sound of splashing water caught Jean off guard, causing her to swallow a mouthful of river water. She coughed violently, and before she could gather her thoughts, she felt a firm grip around her waist, lifting her swiftly towards the shore. The strong arms of the man behind her were defined with muscular detail, rendering her unable to escape his hold as he dragged her out of the water and laid her on the ground. Gasping for breath, she struggled to expel the water from her lungs. Fortunately, she had not ingested too much, sparing her from severe harm. Once her breathing stabilized, she propped herself up and looked at the unfamiliar man before her. Who is this man? When did he appear? An instinctive unease washed over her. She had no desire to entangle herself with anyone of dubious origin. Just as she was about to speak, her voice was abruptly overshadowed by an icy, harsh tone. Are you out of your mind? This river is several meters deep. Jumping in is nothing short of a death wish. The man glared at her, his expression a mix of anger and concern. His features were strikingly handsome, with tightly pressed lips and sharply defined facial contours. His short, silvery hair flowed gracefully, contrasting sharply with her own disheveled locks. Remarkably, atop his head were a pair of white ears resembling plush toys, dampened by the water, drooping delicately over his silvery strands, evoking an irresistible urge to touch them. His tall, athletic frame exuded a wild, alluring primal energy, droplets of water cascading down his taut muscles, leaving a damp patch on the ground. Behind him, a silvery tail hung limply, also soaked. Ears. A tail. The man did not grant Jean a moment to react. He took 2 strides forward, seizing her arm in an attempt to carry her away. Jean deliberately resisted, struggling and retreating. His emerald eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of impatience and anger. His demeanor towards the burdensome presence before him was neither hostile nor particularly friendly. If you do not wish to be carried away, then follow me. But should you continue this unreasonable tantrum, you shall bear the consequences. Jean remained silent, her feet firmly planted. Follow him? Preposterous. She did not even know who this man was. Why should she acquiesce to him? Seizing a moment of distraction, she turned and dashed into the dense underbrush. Yet, she had scarcely taken 2 steps when a white obstacle loomed before her. A wolf. A silver wolf. A familiar silver wolf. The silver wolf's luminous green eyes regarded her with an icy stare, its sharp claws reminiscent of razor blades, and the irritation in its gaze seemed poised to erupt. Jean was taken aback, retreating several steps, but soon, an even more bewildering occurrence unfolded. The silver wolf approached her with an elegant gait, and a radiant light enveloped its form. Before her eyes, its body elongated and transformed, and in the blink of an eye, a strikingly handsome man adorned in a fur skirt emerged into her view. The familiar wolf. The familiar silver-haired man. The convergence of the two struck her mind like a nuclear bomb, awakening her completely. Jean, he urged, hurry and follow me. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to locate the tribe's party after nightfall. The last vestiges of his patience were about to fray. Though he is the foremost warrior of the tribe, he has always been solitary and aloof, preferring not to engage in excessive conversation. Today, however, he has reached his limit. Had it not been for the fact that Jean is a rare female in the tribe, he would have departed long ago. He is unwilling to squander time. And upon noticing the frail, dark female standing motionless as if in a daze, he decisively seizes her hand with a grip more forceful than one would typically use on a woman. With a swift motion, he lifts her onto his broad shoulders and, without hesitation, bursts forth from the forest edge. A flicker of fire ignites, casting an uneasy light beyond the trees as the mountain breeze stirs the dark foliage. Chapter 3. Venom. This tribe is situated on the plains, devoid of mountains, with wide and lengthy rivers coursing through it. To the north, it connects to the sea, and as far as the eye can see, one can only observe clusters of thatched huts huddled closely together. Ling Hong, carrying the frail and weary female, strides with long legs, parting the animal skin curtain to enter the sole earthen dwelling. The interior is spacious, spanning several hundred square meters, constructed from a sturdy mix of stone and earth. Various artifacts, including cow horns, tiger skins, and sharp fangs, hang chaotically on the walls, signifying the owner's status. Atop the highest stone seat sits a mature man, his face adorned with a mane of hair, surveying the gathering with a commanding gaze. Jean can discern that this man is likely the leader of the tribe. Ling Hong, you truly deserve the title of our tribe's foremost warrior. I always knew you would succeed. To emerge unscathed from an encounter with that 5th-tier venomous serpent beast man is a feat far superior to my own accomplishments in my time. The man's words were infused with admiration and appreciation, and his hearty laughter bestowed upon him an air of dignified integrity. He clapped his hands enthusiastically, sparing no praise. Ling Hong set Jean down on the ground, his cold, indifferent gaze devoid of any joy. In response to the man's compliments, he merely uttered a faint acknowledgement, for he was determined to fulfill the chieftain's command. Upon hearing this, the man's smile deepened. Indeed, Ling Hong was a compliant and valiant warrior, well supported by all. Moreover, Ling Hong's strength was nearly surpassing my own. What a remarkable lad. Given time, that position of chieftain shall undoubtedly be yours. Despite the chieftain's words dripping with recognition and praise, Jean perceptibly detected an unusual undertone. After speaking, Ling Hong turned and walked away, his stature tall and imposing, exuding the steadiness and resolve befitting a warrior. The chieftain observed his retreating form, his smile growing more profound, yet he remained silent. Jin's keen observational skills were always astute. Though Ling Hong had departed in haste, his steps remained steady, and at first glance, there seemed to be no flaw. However, the darkening wound that inadvertently peeked from his arm caught her attention. She promptly followed him out. The chieftain's golden eyes darkened ominously, starkly contrasting with his earlier affable demeanor. If Ling Hong continued to grow at such an extraordinary pace, it would not be long before he usurped the chieftain's position. This potential threat within his tribe could not be allowed to linger. Beside him, an orc with a sinister grin remarked, "The chieftain need not worry. You must have seen the wounds on Ling Hong when he just departed. Ling Hong has usurped the position of the tribe's foremost warrior." The orc's eyes blazed with malice and envy, wishing nothing more than for his rival's demise. The venom from the fifth-tier serpent beast was left behind, a poison that no one could remedy, and it was likely that in a matter of days, this man would cease to exist. Chapter 4. The antidote. The dwelling was a mudstone structure, akin to that of the chieftain, moderately sturdy, yet slightly smaller. Given the level of civilization in this world, it could be deemed a mansion. However, as he turned to enter the house, his expression shifted dramatically. Beads of cold sweat began to pour from his forehead, and his complexion turned ashen and feeble. Ling Hong gasped for breath, bending over, his back against the unyielding wall, his long legs folded upon a soft, withered pile of grass. The serpent's poison surged from the wound, coursing through his veins, and the dark, purplish marks on his arm began to spread ominously. Ling Hong understood all too well that if he allowed the toxin to continue its advance, he risked losing the use of his arm, or worse, his very life. He retrieved a sharp stone tool, intending to excise the necrotic flesh from the wound directly. He could sacrifice a hand, but he would not permit himself to succumb to such trivial serpent venom. Just as the stone blade was about to descend, a voice interrupted, "Wait, I have a solution." A gust of wind swept through, and before him appeared a slender, dark figure. The small being grasped the sharp stone tool firmly, leaving red marks on its palm. Ling Hong furrowed his brow at the sight of this familiar female. "Get away." His voice was frigid, as if imbued with ice. Though the female was rare, she was merely one person, hardly worth the perilous rescue efforts of the tribe's foremost warrior accompanied by a multitude. Moreover, this female had been feeble-minded since childhood, frail and plagued by illness. Whether she could bear offspring was debatable, and the mere fact that she had survived to adulthood was already a stroke of fortune. For such a wretched individual, to sustain injuries of this magnitude was an immense humiliation for him. With a forceful shove, Ling Hong pushed the female away, sending Jean crashing against the wall, her head reeling from the impact. "Damn it, that hurts." Jean staggered to her feet, cradling her head. Seizing an opportune moment when Ling Hong was unprepared, she gritted her teeth and lunged at him, resembling the deranged madwoman the rumors depicted. She clamped her teeth onto his flesh with a ferocity that made Ling Hong grunt in pain, desperately grasping her tangled dark hair in an attempt to dislodge her from his person. Yet her bite was alarmingly sharp, each tug tearing at his skin. Like a wild beast, the female clung to him with reckless abandon. Beneath her disheveled hair, her clear, composed eyes belied the image of a lunatic, while the man struggled futilely to free himself. Her slender, emaciated fingers groped the ground, retrieving a sharp stone that had fallen. In a swift motion, she evaded his advances and slashed his pale arm, drawing blood in a precise cut, the wound marking the onset of venom's spread. "Don't move, I need to extract the poison," she stated with a calm and resolute voice that brooked no argument. Ling Hong was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps she had truly intimidated him, for he stood utterly still, He observed the dark crimson blood flowing from his arm, each drop splattering onto the ground, while the darkness around his wrist gradually receded. Was he truly detoxifying? He was taken aback. At that moment, the girl tore her dress, using a remarkably resilient strip of beast hide to bind the wound where the man had been bitten. Without hesitation, Jean leaned forward. Ling Hong, in a state of complete stupor, showed no resistance to her proximity. She wasted no time. Cradling his arm and pressing her lips against the wound, sucking out the snake venom and spitting it out one mouthful at a time. Rinsing her mouth with water from a nearby stone basin. Under such rudimentary conditions, the absence of a suction device rendered oral extraction the least prudent method, necessitating immediate cleansing of the mouth. If you wish to exit this room unscathed, heed my words. It is best not to move recklessly. I will assist in your recovery. And Jean rose, wiping the remnants of blood from her lips. Despite her appearance resembling that of a frail, emaciated beggar, the brilliance and confidence in her eyes left no room for doubt. She picked up a stone mortar and made her way outside. Tend to your wound. I shall gather some herbs for you. During this time, do not move, lest the remaining toxins spread. As her words faded, her slight figure vanished from the doorway. In truth, given Jin's disposition, she would typically refrain from meddling in others' affairs. The man's fate was of no concern to her. However, upon absorbing the original owner's memories, she discovered that the original owner was indeed rather foolish, having been deceived by the serpent beast into forming a bond, which subsequently entangled Ling Hong in her plight. Having inherited this body, she decided to repay some debts while living in it for a short while. Unbeknownst to her, the astonishment reflected in the green eyes of the person behind her was profound. Chapter 5. The unfamiliar mechanical voice in Ling Hong's 20 years of experience. Individuals afflicted by poison or severe injury faced only two outcomes: death or self-amputation. There was no third possibility for healing. However, the words and actions of this female today struck him with a certain force. It was a method of treatment he had never witnessed in any tribe throughout his 2 decades of life as a beast. The most inconspicuous and sallow female in this tribe had always been a subject of ridicule. From a young age, she had been frail and prone to illness. Despite being a precious female, the tribe did not revere her. Rather, they treated her as if she were a venomous creature, wishing to cast her aside. After all, a person so devoid of survival skills and with exceedingly low reproductive capability was nothing but a burden to any tribe. To be frank, Ling Hong harbored doubts that such an ineffectual female could truly heal him. Leaning against the stone wall, he inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to muster the strength to rise. Yet, with his left arm injured and blood loss sapping his vitality, the upper half of his body began to grow numb. In his usually resolute green eyes, a hint of helplessness emerged. As the sun dipped low in the dusk sky, a slender female wove her way through the lush foliage, occasionally bending down to delve into the dark, rich soil. Her bare feet pattered across the grass, and in no time, they became smeared with mud. And Jean traversed the safe periphery of the tribe, seeking herbs with the potential to counteract poison. However, the flora of this world differed significantly from that of her previous one, and the original owner's memories provided no guidance. As a newcomer to this realm, she found herself unfamiliar with these strange plants, necessitating a fresh analysis. After reaching the pinnacle of her scientific achievements in her former life, a sense of ennui compelled her to acquire a multitude of skills, among which was the identification of herbs. Bending down, Jean plucked a couple of herbs, bringing them to her nose for a brief inspection before discarding them. She continued her search, extracting 2 more herbs, snapping their stems, and tasting a small piece, only to shake her head in disapproval. Such a methodical approach to identification was woefully inefficient. By the time she gathered a sufficient variety of herbs, the orc might succumb to the lingering effects of the poison, leaving no hope for salvation. At that moment, a robotic, neutral voice resonated in her mind. The fruit of the snakeberry is bright red, with a white, fleshy interior adorned with numerous tiny red specks. Its properties include heat clearing, detoxification, invigorating blood circulation, alleviating bruising, and stopping bleeding. It can treat snake bites and festering sores. At that instant, she realized she was holding a cluster of small, red berries in her hand. A flicker of inspiration ignited within her, prompting her to discreetly raise her gaze and scan her surroundings. The vast clearing was devoid of any other presence. A bold notion surged forth in her mind. She took a few more steps, reaching for another herb, when the voice echoed once more, delivering a systematic explanation of this herb's properties. Click. As the sound of the wooden door echoed, Ling Hong lifted his gaze towards the entrance, his head heavy and feverish, his eyelids barely managing to rise halfway. A small, indistinct figure came into view, and Jean, cradling a stone bowl, extended it towards him. Instantly, the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese herbs surged into his nostrils, prompting a fit of coughs. Due to the accumulation of residual toxins, his lips were cracked and purplish, as if he were on the brink of death. Yet, he fixated on the concoction before him, finding it difficult to swallow. The unpleasant scent was one reason, but more so, he lacked faith in the woman standing before him. Although Jean had no motive to harm him, he was acutely aware that she possessed no knowledge of herbal principles. The ineffectiveness of the medicine would be fortunate. What if it were inadvertently laced with poison? Ultimately, he harbored a deep-seated distrust of her. Ling Hong turned his head slightly, his elegantly arched brows furrowing in defiance against her offering. The girl raised an eyebrow, and then something unexpected occurred. She tilted her head back and took a sip directly from the stone bowl. Gulping down the herbal brew, Ling Hong was momentarily taken aback. He observed the girl wipe her lips, her dark eyes coldly fixed on him, slightly annoyed as she said, "See? No poison. Why would I go through all this trouble to harm you? Hurry and drink. Otherwise, time will truly run out." Chapter 6. The warm wolf. A wooden spoon was brought to his lips, and Ling Hong resisted, but upon noticing that she exhibited no symptoms of poisoning, he reluctantly opened his mouth to accept it. As he swallowed, the fishy and bitter taste exploded on his palate, and he endured immense discomfort to refrain from expelling it. After the first sip, he quickly followed with the second and third, and before long, the remaining half bowl of medicinal soup was entirely consumed. And Jean observed his obedient demeanor, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. Once she had administered the medicine, she rose to fetch the stone bowl and spoon to clean by the small river outside. Ling Hong's condition had improved significantly, yet he still required several days for further observation and recovery. During this time, she would assist him in gathering and brewing the medicinal herbs. Once his injuries were fully healed, she could finally withdraw. As dusk approached, and Jean placed the stone bowl on the stone table, contemplating that since she belonged to this tribe, she must have a place of her own. Delving into the remnants of the original owner's memories, and Jean learned that this medium-sized tribe, comprising 200 individuals, had fewer than 20 females. All the females were confined within the large central dwelling for protection. While it could be termed protection, in harsher terms, it was akin to captivity. More bluntly, they were reduced to breeding instruments. Aside from the 10 or so who had already secured partners and were taken away by their protective mates, fewer than 10 females remained in that large house. The perimeter was guarded by dozens of robust male sentinels, and apart from mating seasons and outings, females without strong partners were forbidden from leaving that dwelling. This situation was untenable. She had no desire to be shackled by constraints. Being subjected to such governance would severely hinder her understanding of this world. The slender, petite female clutched her head, her disheveled hair obscuring half of her brows and eyes. Her frail figure swayed unsteadily as her delicate hand struggled to grasp the wall, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Upon hearing a sound, the silver-haired man raised his gaze, looking at her in confusion. Dizziness? Wasn't she just fine moments ago? The strength she exhibited while biting him was astonishing. It turned out that the serpent creature had abducted her, and in her struggle, she had accidentally collided with a stone. It seemed she had forgotten certain things. With a blush yet a steady heart, she fabricated an elaborate tale, her performance reminiscent of an accomplished actress, leaving no room for doubt. She seamlessly led the conversation forward, feigning forgetfulness about the location of her residence. "Could you kindly point me in the right direction?" she inquired. The man raised his hand, his long, elegant fingers displaying clear, flowing veins. He casually indicated a direction and then, with words worth their weight in gold, provided a few terse instructions about where to turn, before losing interest in her entirely. "I cannot find my way," she murmured, lowering her gaze and twisting her fingers as though she were a child who had erred. The darkness enveloping her felt oppressive. She could not find her path. "May I stay the night?" she asked, her voice laced with extreme shyness. Her eyes fixed on her toes, radiating an air of anxiety and uncertainty, as if fearing rejection from him. Originally, Ling Hong intended to decline her request. However, upon contemplating her plight, his gaze softened slightly. "Very well, just for one night." With that succinct response, he turned his attention away from her, transforming into a graceful, elongated silver wolf, resting atop a soft pile of grass. his left paw tucked beneath him, and his beautiful, snow-white head resting upon it as he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The petite female lay beside the soft haystack, curling her slender form into a small space. The night air carried a slight chill, prompting her instinctively to rest against the warm, fluffy silver wolf, and she soon drifted into slumber. The night was enveloped in a tranquil darkness, and the sudden breeze swept through the unguarded window, wandering freely within the room. The little female turned over, curling up even more tightly, her tattered beast-skin skirt covering her as she shivered from the cold. Yet, Ling Hong languidly opened his eyes, his beautiful green orbs glinting with an ambiguous depth. He cast a heavy glance at the newcomer beside him. This night, he found himself unable to sleep, for it was the first time an outsider had intruded upon his space, especially a female. Though he harbored no particular thoughts about her, the sensation of having someone beside him rendered him profoundly uneasy, and throughout the night, his heightened mental focus left him restless. In contrast, she sank deeper into her dreams. The harshness of the beast world and its staggering temperature fluctuations made it evident that the frail, thin female's face was turning slightly purple from the cold as she curled up, exhaling wisps of white mist. The silver wolf hesitated for a moment, contemplating that she was the one who had saved him, and so he bent his forepaw, drawing her half-frozen form into his embrace before resuming his slumber. Chapter 7. How dare you bite me? Once or twice might be forgivable, but repeated instances inevitably arouse suspicion. Just then, someone discovered the little black figure that darted about daily. It was the same simple-minded female whom Ling Hong had rescued a few days prior. The onlookers were astonished. Wasn't Lord Ling Hong known for despising uninvited intrusions into his chamber? Especially when the intruder was a female. Though somewhat foolish, unattractive, and a bit frail, she is undeniably a female. Furthermore, it has come to the attention of others that Jean not only frequents Ling Hong's residence during the day, but also appears to remain in his room throughout the night. Many females have experienced heartbreak over this situation. Typically, only a partner is granted free access to a male's quarters. So how could this be? The more people pondered, the more perplexed they became, with some even discreetly reporting the matter to the clan leader. Meanwhile, Jean remained blissfully unaware of the gossip surrounding her. In recent days, she had devoted herself tirelessly to aiding Ling Hong's recovery, spending the majority of her time outdoors foraging for medicinal herbs. The mechanical voice in her mind persisted, automatically providing explanations whenever she encountered unfamiliar matters. Although Jean found this phenomenon peculiar, she could not deny the significant assistance the voice rendered, and she was determined to uncover its origin. During these days, through her persistent persuasion and various justifications related to his healing, she finally secured Ling Hong's consent to stay in his room until his recovery was complete. After gathering today's herbs, and on her way back, a sudden gust of wind swept past her, accompanied by the unwelcome weight of a large hand resting carelessly on her slender shoulder. The beastman's sharp, black fingertips gripped her shoulder threateningly. A sinister voice emerged from behind her, evoking a sense of aversion. You are headed to Ling Hong's house, aren't you? What is that you are holding? Herbs? A tall and robust male stepped before her, obstructing her path, his gaze contemptuously fixed on the assortment of herbs in her grasp. He laughed uproariously, his derision palpable, infused with mockery and disdain. You wouldn't possibly wish to rescue Ling Hong, would you? Not with this pitiful handful of weeds. Jean furrowed her brow and took a couple of steps back, a vague sense of familiarity washing over her as she scrutinized the male before her. Wasn't he the very orc she had seen by the chieftain's side just days prior? This male was a fourth-tier orc, the mightiest warrior after the chieftain and Ling Hong. In the original owner's recollections, this orc harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ling Hong, resenting him for always besting him and seeking an opportunity to eliminate this rival. Yet here he stood, confronting her. Being of the same clan, Jean considered extending a polite greeting, but before she could utter a word, he sneered coldly, threateningly. Given that you are a female, I advise you to keep your distance from him. He is on the brink of death, and you would do well to refrain from complicating matters for yourself. Do not bother gathering useless herbs for him in the future. Do you understand? His visage twisted with malice, revealing sharp fangs, as if to say that any act of defiance could result in her swift demise. Jean remained outwardly composed, though her mind raced with questions. How could this man possibly know of Ling Hong's injury? It seemed Ling Hong had failed to conceal his condition effectively. The individual before me seemed to share a remarkably close relationship with the clan leader. Given his awareness of the situation, it is likely that the leader is also informed. However, he has offered no care or relief supplies to Ling Hong, the tribe's foremost warrior. The bond between the two does not appear as harmonious as it seems on the surface. Jin's mind raced with thoughts, yet she maintained a facade of obedience. Her head bowed as she stammered, "Sir, Lord Ling Hong once saved me. I am merely following his instructions to gather some herbs. Lord Ling Hong sustained a minor injury a few days ago. It is not as grave as you suggest. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Before Jin could take a step, she was violently yanked by her hair, stumbling backward. "Throw all those herbs away. No. This is a task entrusted to me by Lord Ling Hong. Please, do not take my belongings." In a fit of desperation, Jin bit down on his outstretched arm, her sharp fangs slicing through his flesh. "Ah!" the man screamed, his eyes blazing with fury, turning crimson with rage. "You dare to bite me? Worthless trash. Do not presume that your status as a female makes you immune to my wrath." His gaze, cold as a serpent, was filled with a dark and terrifying malice, bloodshot and seething with anger. In a fit of exasperation, the man seized the frail female by the neck and, in a desolate area far from the tribe, forcefully plunged her into the river, again and again, relentlessly submerging her. Chapter 8. The merfolk Ling Hong was afflicted by serpent venom, a predicament witnessed by both him and the chieftain. The venom, derived from a fifth-tier beast-man, was beyond the healing capabilities of even the most skilled shamans in their tribe. It was only a matter of days before Ling Hong would succumb to his fate. Yet, remarkably, over the past 2 days, he remained remarkably stable, with no news of his demise surfacing. In fact, numerous beastmen had even encountered him. Surely, something amiss lay beneath the surface. This unassuming female had become the prime suspect, although he doubted her ability to heal Ling Hong. Her evident concern for the herbs in her possession led him to conclude that Ling Hong's recovery must be linked to those very plants. He had to eliminate Ling Hong, destroy all obstacles in his path to ascendancy. With rage and years of suppressed ambition clouding his judgment, the man's eyes blazed crimson. He launched a sudden assault, transforming his palm into a claw, and his black-furred talons lunged towards her, toppling her to the ground. Nearby flowed a river, wide and imposing. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the frail female by her hair, dragging her inexorably closer. With formidable strength, he pressed her head down against the water's edge. Once. Twice. Water surged into her mouth and nostrils, droplets splattering as the sensation of suffocation ushered in an unprecedented awareness of mortality. As time wore on, the female's struggles grew feebler, gradually fading into stillness. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he callously discarded her like refuse into the river, watching her sink slowly, disappearing into the depths. Only then did he feel assured enough to walk away. "Ling Hong, I am curious to see how you will manage without that foolish female running errands for you until the day your wounds heal." Cough, cough. Jin found it difficult to open her eyes as the powerful current filled her mouth and nostrils, and the buzzing in her ears gradually subsided. Jin was adept at navigating water, yet she had been forcibly inundated with a considerable amount by this male, and the water in her lungs had reached a critical point. The frigid water coursed over her body, and she began to sink deeper, powerless to resist. Having spent so long in her previous life, she had never anticipated the treachery of this world. Its civilization was primitive and brutal. The beastmen here held no reverence for life, nor did they possess any moral compass regarding murder. As she approached the brink of death, she lamented that there were no laws to protect life, no respect accorded to existence. To offend someone could very well lead to one's demise. Her body continued to descend, and the remnants of her consciousness began to fade. In the serene, crystal-clear waters of the river, a fish's tail silently swept through, stirring up a fine layer of silt, causing small fish to flee in panic, scattering in disarray. A pair of arms, as white and translucent as lotus roots, glided through the swaying water plants, navigating the anxious currents to secure the slowly sinking figure. Cool, slippery hands enveloped her with a delicate touch, cradling her gently, while a sea-blue fish tail swayed gracefully along the sandy bottom, untouched by any filth. Amidst the shifting waters, the ethereal blue figure tenderly offered a luminous pearl, prying open her tightly sealed lips to place the gem within. Seeing that she had yet to awaken, the slender, jade-like fingertips gently prodded her face, imbued with a blend of curiosity and anxiety, while his azure, exquisite eyes reflected a flicker of confusion and distress. Chapter 9. The shy merman suddenly. He recalled that terrestrial beings are incapable of surviving in water. With this realization, the little merman felt a surge of vexation and embarrassment. He swiftly encircled the waist of the person in his arms, securing her within his embrace. Once assured of her safety, he leapt forcefully, causing the swift currents to transform into a whirlpool, propelling the blue shadow directly to the surface. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the warm orange light illuminated the brilliant azure tail, which shimmered with resplendence. His elongated tail instinctively splashed against the rocks by the riverbank, exuding a hint of mischief and childlike innocence. The crystalline surface of the water sparkled, sending ripples dancing in response to the merman's movements, while the droplets refracted the sunlight, creating a dreamlike and enchanting spectacle. At present, Cece was unable to fully assume a human form. Thus, she could only flit about on the water's surface. Helpless, he placed the delicate figure at the water's edge. The merman's pearl possessed innate healing abilities. He nestled it within her, confident that she would soon awaken. As he waited, the moonlight began to cast its gentle glow, and the night breeze caressed the skin. The water's surface gradually settled into tranquility, with occasional waves caressing his tail, sending forth blossoms of ripples that unfurled like flowers around him. The luminous and gentle moonlight caressed his exquisitely clear cheek. Beneath the elegantly curled lashes lay mesmerizing sapphire-like eyes, fluttering delicately like the wings of a butterfly. He propped his refined chin on his hand, tilting his head in bewilderment as he gazed at the unconscious figure before him, azure locks cascading languidly over his fair neck. His beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze, swirling with allure and depth, resembled a jewel lost to time. How could this diminutive male be injured and submerged in water? Had he not fortuitously taken refuge in this aquatic realm, the frail creature would surely have perished. And Jin's current state was one of severe underdevelopment. Merely surviving was a feat in itself, let alone diverting precious nourishment to nurture the superfluous flesh that a female would possess. Thus, in appearance, Jin resembled a malnourished boy of merely 12 or 13 years. She was not particularly sensitive to the scent of terrestrial beings, so it was no wonder he misidentified the creature before him. Just as he remained transfixed on the small male, the latter's lashes finally quivered. Awakening. After expelling a significant amount of water from his lungs, Jin finally regained consciousness. The first figure he beheld was the half-human, half-fish entity before him. Upon inheriting the original host's memories, he realized that this being was a merman. Oh, it appeared that a merman had rescued him. May the virtuous live long, and indeed, such goodness must not be extinguished. Wait, hold on. A merman? How could it possibly be a merman? If her memory served her right, the merman was a creature that dwelled in the depths of the ocean, several thousand meters beneath the surface. How could it possibly appear in a small river on this vast, flat plain? It was utterly inconceivable, and Jean cast an uneasy glance at the merman beside her. Merfolk, renowned for their beauty, were regarded as the most exquisite race in the beastly realm. The merman before her equally embodied this esteemed lineage, his appearance and demeanor flawless and refined, beyond reproach. His long, blue hair floated atop the water, shimmering with moisture, creating an alluring haze. His slender tail submerged gracefully, while his exposed upper body was both elegant and statuesque, his trim waist embodying a harmonious blend of strength and grace. Perfectly balanced and entirely harmonious. However, the smile that graced Chi's lips suddenly turned cold. Throughout his life, he had despised the way others gazed at him with such infatuation, particularly the male gaze, as if he were nothing more than a flawless artifact, subjected to the lewd and intrusive scrutiny of others. His expression hardened, and he instinctively retreated a few steps from the water's surface, feeling a surge of distaste at Jin's excessive appraisal. Mermaid pearl? Jean was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching her chest. No wonder she had felt a persistent heaviness in that area. It was the mermaid pearl. For merfolk, the pearl was akin to a second heart, possessing unparalleled power and regarded as a rare treasure sought after by many. Jean understood that the merman had saved her with the pearl, a debt of gratitude that would be difficult to repay. Yet, there was something peculiar about his words. Jean sought clarification. What did you just call me? Observing Jin's prolonged hesitation and inaction, she became both apprehensive and indignant. Believing that the terrestrial male was reneging on their agreement, he exclaimed with vexation, "Male, I implore you to return it to me. I employed it to save you, and you mustn't act dishonorably and selfishly appropriate it." Male? Jin's lips twitched involuntarily. Utterly certain of her current corporeal form, she retorted speechlessly, "I am not a male. I am a female." His gaze swept over her with incredulity, even venturing to approach and inhale her scent. Ultimately, upon verifying her identity beyond any doubt, his face flushed crimson. Why didn't you disclose this sooner?" His demeanor underwent an instantaneous and complete reversal. He transformed into a bashful, demure maiden, coyly beckoning with his fingers, his head perpetually lowered. Unable to meet her gaze, from the lobes of his ears to his cheeks, his face burned with an abnormal redness, a manifestation of either nervousness or elation. His tongue seemed to stumble over itself. In a voice that was awkwardly phrased yet subtly imbued with sweetness, he murmured, You are so vexing. Why didn't you inform me earlier? Had I known sooner?" His excitement rendered him nearly incoherent. The tips of his ears and his cheeks were now as red as if they were bleeding. The extremity of his tail was also rapidly suffused with a delicate, pale pink hue. As he spoke, he appeared to be overcome by his emotions, the entirety of his piscine form becoming as scarlet as a braised fish, on the verge of emitting steam. Before he could complete his utterance, he impulsively leaped into the water. The fish vanished, and Jean was dumbfounded. What manner of plot development was this? She was utterly perplexed. Did he not desire the return of his? Chapter 10. The unfamiliar space, the tranquil surface of the water bore no bubbles. Would this fish succumb to drowning? If she lingered any longer, darkness would envelop the surroundings, and with it, the lurking beasts would emerge to forage, posing a dire threat. Her petite frame would hardly suffice as a morsel for those ravenous creatures. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly reverberated, startling and Jean. Host body exhibiting signs of damage. It is advisable to enter the space for treatment. Before she could process this information, a blinding light flashed, and she was swept away by a powerful force. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an entirely different realm. This world was flat, primitive, and orderly. It resembled the uncharted plains in a pixelated game, untouched and undeveloped. The loose, arid yellow earth crunched beneath her feet as Jean hesitantly took a few steps, leaving faint imprints in the soil. A delicate layer of half-yellow, half-green water-resistant grass clung to the ground, indicative of the barren soil typical of semi-arid regions. Gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, she forced herself to remain calm for 3 seconds. Since she had arrived in this world after hearing the mechanical voice in her mind, it was evident that the existence of this realm was intertwined with that very voice. Confusion swirled in her mind, creating a tumultuous haze. Tentatively, she called out, "Is anyone there?" The ethereal echo of her voice lingered momentarily before the wind whisked it away, leaving no trace. And Jean, anxious to escape, pivoted abruptly. Thud! Her nose collided sharply with a solid object, causing her to stumble and fall. How painful! Oh no, it seems my nose is bleeding. And Jean hurriedly raised her hand to pinch her nose and, at that moment, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an object before her, the very source of her distress. A peculiar entity, towering at 2 meters, framed in metal with a glass-like interior, resembled a large mirror. The machine's voice resonated once more, requesting the host to confirm the activation of the system. What? Please place your fingerprint on the circular area at the lower left to confirm activation. And Jin's brows furrowed as she beheld the meticulously arranged circular frame at the lower left of the seemingly black screen mirror. Hesitant yet intrigued, she placed her fingerprint upon it. Ding! Host has confirmed activation. Advanced intelligence has officially commenced. At that instant, a blinding white light flashed before her, nearly leaving her momentarily sightless. Before Jean could even open her eyes, a piercing voice erupted. "Aw, so ugly." A shrill voice screamed in utter agony. "Surely this grotesque little figure is not my master." Tears of humiliation streamed down as the voice lamented, "Wah, master, you are so ugly. No way. The mirror must change its master." The cacophony of despair exploded around her, akin to thousands of flies buzzing in her ears. And Jin's scalp prickled as the deafening shout of 80 decibels compelled her to open her eyes, only to find that the towering mirror had transformed from a black screen to a stark white display. Upon the white surface, there stared a pair of overwhelmingly shocked, large eyes reminiscent of early 21st century anime from a certain island nation. And Jean, she must have seen a ghost. Before her stood an artificial intelligence with large, captivating eyes resembling those of a cartoon character from a bygone era. Its expression was one of profound discontent, with its gaze fixed intently upon her. as if the pale pink irises, filled with fear, had constricted dramatically. They stared at each other for a moment, and then, unexpectedly, a small cherry-red mouth appeared beneath those big eyes on the screen, which promptly spewed blood. Woe is me, how unseemly. My master is so unattractive. My eyes are going blind. I request a change of master. I, mirror, request a more fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged master. Before it could finish, Jean smacked its main screen with her palm, insisting it quiet down. It was unbearable. Woe is me. You are being so fierce. I want to change my master. You, with your wickedness and ugliness. And Jean furrowed her brow and raised her hand once more. In an instant, it fell silent, too frightened to utter another word. Chapter 11. The growth task system activates. This tale begins with Jin's previous life. On Earth, in the 23rd century. Wherein Jean resided, technology had reached unprecedented heights. Space and intelligent technologies flourished like never before. Among these advancements, the research team led by Jean was at the pinnacle of spatial dimensional studies. However, a minor parameter error led to dimensional expansion, resulting in an explosion. Jean believed the experiment had failed. Yet, unbeknownst to her, it had succeeded in part, although it did not yield the anticipated success. It serendipitously gave rise to another temporal dimension, which is the very space she now inhabits. Regrettably, due to experimental errors, this space failed to nurture life. Retaining only the most fundamental elements, soil, sunlight, and air, those primordial conditions. This small realm traversed alongside Jean during the cataclysmic explosion, attaching itself to her in an inconspicuous manner, lying dormant in anticipation of discovery. The entity, self-identified as Mirror, well, to be frank, it remains oblivious to its origins and the reason for its existence within this space. Upon activation by the main system, it simply manifested in its current form, with the interface designated specifically for Jean. Contemplating this, Mirror gazed sorrowfully and indignantly at Jean before it. It beheld the unattractive figure of its master, tears streaming down its visage. What has become of artificial intelligence? Even intelligence possesses thoughts and aesthetic sensibilities. Forcing it to confront an unsightly master day after day would surely shatter its very essence. Yet, the bond with its master is irrevocable. Only death could alter this fate. After a prolonged internal struggle, Mirror ultimately resigned to its lamentable destiny. Perhaps if it learned to find beauty in what it sees, the unattractiveness would fade. Master, Mirror is an intelligent growth system designed to assist you in surviving within the harsh world of beastmen. My mission is to enhance your survival capabilities and facilitate your rapid development. Now, please, Master, select your growth objective. Ding. The growth system is activated. Please make your primary life choice. The main screen displayed 5 or 6 lines of text. After a moment of contemplation, Jean found the concept quite intriguing and unhesitatingly opted for option 1. Mirror, taken aback, pondered whether its master was of sound mind. How could her choice diverge so starkly from its expectations? Surely, a typical young woman would lean towards option 2. The toil and grime of farming were hardly appealing. To be surrounded by handsome men and ascend to the pinnacle of life, wasn't that the cherished dream of every girl? Could it be that the master deemed herself too unattractive to pursue such aspirations, thus compelled to select option 1? Upon closer inspection of her troubled visage, it seemed plausible. Jean shared a mental connection with her artificial intelligence companion, and upon grasping its unspoken thoughts, her lips twitched, veins subtly protruding from her forehead. She stifled the urge to shatter the device, exclaiming, Men, do you think every woman's mind revolves solely around men? Building a future is far more rewarding than chasing after fleeting romances. The pursuit of wealth is the true path to success. Observing her master's rising frustration, Mirror carefully considered the impracticality of replacing its main screen and quickly adopted a submissive demeanor, sincerely acknowledging its misjudgment. A series of notifications echoed in response. The host has chosen plan. Selection successful. The life plan is established to focus primarily on agriculture with a secondary emphasis on strategy, while hidden tasks await discovery. Commencing task distribution. Based on the host's selection, tasks will be randomly assigned. The host is required to complete these tasks within specified conditions to receive mysterious rewards. Main task, novice difficulty in the real world, cultivate 1 acre of wasteland. Time, 3 months. Conditions, none. Reward, unknown. Side task, successfully treat the snake venom afflicting the wolf, Ling Hong. Time, 7 days. Reward, unknown. The higher the completion rate of the host's tasks, the faster the system level will increase, leading to the development of territory modes and more gameplay options. Stay tuned. Chapter 12, Affection Level. The space will automatically repair the body of the bound host. After spending some time within, and Jean fully restored to her original state. The flow of time within the space can be freely adjusted as needed, with the initial parameter set at 1, 1. Thus, after spending half a day in this space, the outside world has just transitioned from night to dawn. As morning breaks, all things awaken. The first rays of sunlight pierce through the clouds, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds heralding the earth's revival. Ling Hong's dwelling is located at the edge of the tribe, easily visible upon entering. This solitary wolf typically exhibits a cold and reclusive demeanor, preferring to establish its den in a secluded area, which is quite convenient for the directionally challenged Jean. Creak. The rudimentary wooden door swings open, and a small figure steps out against the light. Before fully entering, a faint, delicate voice is heard. I apologize, Ling Hong, but I inadvertently misplaced the herbs you required along the way. Who ambushed you? Who ambushed you? And Jean was taken aback, her form momentarily frozen as she raised her gaze in astonishment. How could he possibly know? The man reclined upon the haystack, and upon hearing the sound of the door, he swiftly lifted his head. His strikingly handsome brows and eyes casually swept over her neck, her wrist, and then descended to her waist. Each area bore distinct marks of crimson. The female's hair, half wet and half dry, cascaded upon her frail shoulders, and her leather skirt remained damp, clearly soaked through. Who could have done this? Ling Hong suppressed the inexplicable tumult within, his eyes darkening, a fierce glint flashing in their depths, his voice low and gravelly, tinged with danger. A male beast man, from our tribe, though I am unaware of his identity. Given that she had been discovered, there was no longer any need for concealment. Initially, she had sought to avoid unnecessary complications, fully aware that their shallow acquaintance rendered human sentiments rather frigid, and that Ling Hong would not advocate on her behalf. However, since he inquired, she felt no need to hide the truth, and Jean took a couple of steps forward, crouching down to untie the leather bandage from his wrist, examining whether the wound had become inflamed. Her nimble fingers danced over the bandage as Ling Hong lowered his gaze upon her. From this angle, the prominent red mark upon her neck was distinctly visible, striking and painful to behold. Have you encountered that man before? And Jean paused momentarily, nodding her head. During her last visit to the chieftain, she encountered that orc beside him. She was perplexed by his actions towards her. He had snatched the herbs from her hands and pushed her into the water. And Jin's empathy was profound, and as she recounted the incident, her eyes reddened with genuine grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. In truth, she could surmise the orc's motives for targeting her, largely due to Ling Hong. As if on cue, the moment she finished speaking, she distinctly sensed the man beside her stiffen, followed by a palpable wave of murderous intent emanating from Ling Hong. Though fleeting, it was chilling and formidable, sending shivers down her spine. Apologies. After a brief silence, she was taken aback when Ling Hong's first words were these two simple syllables, and Jean blinked in surprise, feeling somewhat flattered. I'm sorry for my actions. If you hadn't helped me, you wouldn't have been injured. It was the first time in her life she had uttered those words, feeling awkward and dry in her delivery. Yet the man's voice resonated with authority, imbued with the commanding presence of a soldier. The young female kept her gaze lowered, remaining silent as she diligently tended to his wounds. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. It's quite all right, Lord Ling Hong. You have saved me. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude. Moreover, you are the tribe's foremost warrior, and you must not sustain injuries. My actions are for the benefit of the tribe. She was adept at following the script when necessary. She spoke with her head lowered, oblivious to the way Ling Hong's gaze deepened with confusion as a warm sensation enveloped her neck. Suddenly, the little female raised her head. A handsome and resolute face bore a hint of melancholy. Did that hurt when I touched you just now? His assumption that her exaggerated reaction stemmed from pain was misguided. In truth, Jean was merely startled. Since childhood, she had always disliked being touched by others, let alone having a large man lay hands upon her. However, Ling Hong seemed oblivious to any impropriety. In a primitive society, openness and warmth were the norm, and there existed no awareness of the need for discretion between the sexes prior to courtship. Observing her wide-eyed expression, radiating intense anger and resistance, Ling Hong suddenly cleared his throat, quickly averting his gaze, stifling the amused smile tugging at his lips, while his face tightened as though someone owed him a fortune. and Jean feared she had angered him. Yet, in the next moment, ding. Ling Hong's favorability increased by 5, now at 5. And Jean thought, Chapter 13, underrated her. Goodness. Could he be a stoic with hidden depths? The sharp wolf ears atop his head stood erect, presenting a facade of cold indifference. Yet beneath lay an enigmatic mind brimming with schemes. The term Siberian Husky popped into Jin's head. By midday, after laboring for hours, drenched in sweat and parched, the crude stone structures of the beastly world rendered the interior unbearably hot. Her small belly protested, and at last, Jean realized she was hungry. In the past few days, I have been residing in Ling Hong's dwelling, subsisting on boiled wild boar and a handful of unrefined fruits. The wild fruits here, untouched by cultivation, possess a peculiar flavor profile that combines sweetness with bitterness and astringency, rendering them nearly inedible. The boiled meat consists solely of wild boar simmered in water. With a coarse texture and a distinctly fishy and salty aroma, one bite is sufficient to deter any further attempts at consumption. Yet, I observe Ling Hong relishing his meal with fervor, devouring it with unrestrained enthusiasm, while I crouch in a corner, clutching a stone bowl, questioning my existence. Having recently arrived in this place, and with the original owner of this body holding a lowly status, I refrained from voicing much opinion regarding our meager sustenance. However, after enduring the torment of inadequate nourishment for 2 or 3 days, I find myself utterly unable to continue this way. If I persist in consuming this fare, I may very well bring myself to the brink of collapse. Ling Hong, do you have any provisions left? I inquire, aware that food variety in this primitive society is rather limited. Perhaps he might possess some basic staples, such as rice or flour, or even simple salt and seasonings. What are seasonings? Ling Hong's expression shifts to one of confusion as he processes these strange concepts, his eyes clouding momentarily. Rice and flour? These refer to grains like rice and wheat, ground into powder and subjected to various processes. Rice? Wheat? As Ling Hong's attractive brows furrow in perplexity, a chill runs through me. This is disastrous. Judging by his reaction, he is entirely unaware of what rice or wheat even is. I had assumed that the level of civilization in this world was relatively low, but never did I anticipate it to be this absurdly primitive. The frail female, engulfed in despair, pressed her hand against her heart, stifling the urge to vomit blood. Is there anything edible in our home? As she instinctively uttered the words our home, Ling Hong's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of confusion, yet he refrained from denying it. Noticing the man's momentary daze, Jean tilted her head and waved her small hand before him. It's all right. He shook his head, lifting his verdant gaze to gesture towards the door. There was indeed some stored food, but not the white flour she mentioned, only a few of the game he had hunted. Jean nodded. Game would suffice. Although the meat lacked the quality of what she was accustomed to in her previous world, it was lean and thus a decent choice. The food of the beastmen was kept in a small thatched hut near the bedroom. As Jean approached the door, a foul, rotten odor wafted out, causing her to pause. Quickly, she covered her mouth and nose, enduring the discomfort brought on by the stench as she leaned in to peer inside, only to be taken aback. It was summer, and the dry weather made food preservation difficult. They had no refrigerators, and sealing the animal carcasses within the hut had led to rapid decay. Many of the bodies inside had already begun to rot. A wave of nausea surged within her stomach. Trembling, Jean fought against the dizziness and wretched sensation as she reached out to rummage through the deceased game. Among the remains, she discovered 1 or 2 wild chickens, seemingly hunted just a couple of days prior, still relatively intact and suitable for consumption. Grasping a wild chicken, she dashed towards her mouth, eager to satisfy her hunger. She raced to the entrance, the foul stench clinging to her like maggots finally dissipated by the wind. Jean suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the people of this world. The average lifespan of these orcs was merely 40 or 50 years. She couldn't help but suspect that their short lives were significantly influenced by their consumption of spoiled and decaying products. Upon entering the dwelling, a young female rushed over, panting heavily, and inquired, Ling Hong, we must have salt here. Indeed, he replied. Their tribe was relatively close to the sea, frequently trading with coastal tribes. So coarse sea salt, a precious commodity, was not in short supply. As the tribe's foremost warrior, he led the hunting team and made substantial contributions to the tribe, often receiving generous portions of coarse salt. A sense of comfort washed over Jean as she approached the stone table, placing a wooden board upon it. With a sharp bone knife in hand, she began to clean the wild chicken. From now on, We shouldn't place the hunted game directly into storage. We can first cure it and then seal it for preservation. This way, it will be less prone to rot. Really? Food spoilage had long been a significant issue for them, and over the years, no one had devised a solution. Ling Hong couldn't help but feel skeptical. How do you know this? I heard it from others when I was young, and Jean casually deflected, unaware of the sharp glint that flickered in Ling Hong's gaze. Turning suddenly piercing. Heard it from others? Each word gradually grew colder, his voice deepening as if interrogating. Who are others? I can't recall many details after hitting my head. It seems to have been an elder from our tribe who taught us when I was a child. Ling Hong was skeptical. The nonchalant demeanor of the female before him was clearly dismissive. Having lived nearly 2 decades, no one had ever informed him that salting could preserve food, not only him. But the other beastmen around had also never heard such a notion. How could she possibly have learned it from others? Leaning against the wall, the man lowered his head, his bony fingers inadvertently brushing over his nearly healed wound, a spark of contemplation igniting in his emerald eyes. Perhaps he had always underestimated this female. Chapter 14. Image destruction in the past. The beastmen of the tribe believed that this female was frail, introverted, and foolish. Ling Hong had never paid her much attention and had thus accepted these rumors as truth. Suddenly, he rose and approached her, stating that his injury had nearly healed. In the center of the room stood a smooth slab of marble, upon which Jean placed the wild chicken, determining the optimal spot for disembowelment. Just as she was about to proceed, a long, bony hand appeared before her. The stone blade she held was snatched away. My injury has healed, so you need not gather herbs any longer. I can handle these rough tasks. Without giving her a chance to respond, the man lifted the petite female aside. Once he had asserted control, he sat cross-legged beside the marble slab, deftly wielding the knife to skillfully eviscerate the wild chicken, its innards and tainted blood spilling forth. The entire process was fluid and decisive, executed with remarkable precision. And Jean watched quietly for a time, her expression initially filled with concern. But once she confirmed that his wound had completely healed, she felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but applaud his exquisite knife skills. However, as idleness prevailed, and Jean couldn't resist rising to her feet after a brief respite, proceeding to transport several stones from outside, arranging them in a pile at the corner of the wall. Distracted, Ling Hong glanced at her askance, a hint of perplexity surfacing in his verdant eyes. What was her purpose in amassing these stones? While tending to the pheasant's plumage, Ling Hong couldn't help but steal glances at her every minute or so, concerned that the petite female might inadvertently injure herself while handling the heavy stones. He observed as the little female, panting slightly, carried 4 or 5 sizable marble stones, depositing them in a heap at the corner of the wall, leaving a substantial gap between the stones. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she beamed with delight. Ling Hong, is there any firewood in the house? Yes, Ling Hong responded promptly. His wolf ears perked up at the sound of his name. There is a reserve of oil firewood that I felled some days ago in the warehouse. Initially, Ling Hong found Jin's actions rather perplexing, but as he observed, he noticed her placing the oil firewood in the crevices between the stones. It was then that he belatedly realized her intention to cook. But why start a fire to cook chicken? Was she planning to boil it? Did chicken meat even require boiling? In their tribe, only tougher meats like wild boar and beef, which were difficult to chew, were boiled to make them easier to swallow. Pheasant meat, being tender, was traditionally roasted, even though the resulting flavor was often dry and astringent. Some in the tribe had attempted to boil chicken meat, but they were unable to control the heat and duration, resulting in the meat disintegrating and being discarded. As food was highly valued in the tribe, the practice of boiling chicken, which was seen as wasteful of energy, unrewarding, and wasteful of food, had been abandoned. Ling Hong thought she might be unaware and thus decided to remind her. However, the young female merely blinked her dark, glossy eyes and broke into a radiant smile, confidently patting her chest and assuring him, "Trust me, the chicken soup I make will surely satisfy you." Her words were earnest and heartfelt. Ling Hong, after a moment's contemplation, decided to let it go. After all, it was merely a wild chicken. In any case, he was healed and could set out for hunting the following day. And Jean, oblivious to his inner thoughts, interpreted his silence as faith in her abilities, prompting her to beam with joy, and her enthusiasm soared. Her petite frame swayed as she filled a pot-sized stone basin with water and placed it atop the stone stove. The water bubbled and splashed, and Jean took the prepared wild chicken from Ling Hong's hands, but unexpectedly did not toss it directly into the pot. Instead, she rinsed the chicken again with clean water, confirming it was clean before laying it on a smooth marble surface. She drained the excess water and, using a stone blade, awkwardly chopped it into pieces to blanch away the blood. Subsequently, she added some small red fruits, about the size of her finger, into the boiling pot. Ling Hong recognized those crimson little fruits, common in the forest, yet rumored to be poisonous. He rushed over, alarmed, intending to discard the pot of soup. And Jean quickly stopped him, exclaiming, "These are red dates. Why can't we eat them?" "Red dates?" Ling Hong was taken aback, his fluffy wolf ears standing erect in caution. Yet his gaze betrayed a hint of confusion. What exactly were red dates? "Ah, this red fruit, which I have previously tasted, is quite delectable and poses no danger. I whimsically named it red date due to its vibrant hue." Ling Hong, though somewhat skeptical, hesitated to intervene, but observing her confident demeanor, perhaps it was indeed harmless. In truth, the rumor of the red date being toxic is unfounded, lacking any genuine basis. Nevertheless, in the beastly realm, numerous poisonous entities exist, fostering a general wariness that discourages the consumption of such vividly colored fruits. After placing the red dates into a stone bowl, and Jean added finely chopped chicken and water, accompanied by several large, thick leaves reminiscent of banana foliage. The wood, rich in oil, ignited readily, and the flames swiftly enveloped the base of the stone bowl. Approximately half an hour later, the young female ventured out to procure a few slender, clean twigs, carefully pushing aside the leaves to insert them into the tender, golden chicken stew. Ling Hong reclined nearby, his wolf ears perked up, captivated by the scene, his typically aloof gaze now sparkling with incredulity. Indeed, the moment Jean lifted the leaves, the enticing aroma of the meat wafted through the stone dwelling, awakening the instincts of the carnivorous creature. His voice betrayed a hint of impatience. "Is it ready?" Ling Hong, poised beside the stone pot, maintained an upright posture akin to bamboo, yet his eyes shone with excitement, and he frequently leaned in, eager to savor the scent. Truly, the image of the aloof wolf brother had disintegrated into the cosmos, increasingly resembling a playful husky. And Jean clandestinely cast a glance at the swaying wolf tail of a certain man, seemingly oblivious to it, maintaining an air of aloofness and stoicism, coldly and diligently wagging his tail. Ah, how amusing. Chapter 15. What a delightful fragrance. Not yet, just a moment. It was at this juncture that Ling Hong attempted to seize the opportunity, reaching out to grab it, but Jean, with remarkable agility, pulled a large leaf to cover the stone bowl, casting a reproachful glance his way. "Warning, you've burned off the fur from your claws. Don't blame me." After spending several days together, Jean had thoroughly discerned the truth about Ling Hong. This wolf, though he appeared to be impeccably cool and aloof, as stern and unapproachable as a soldier, was, in fact, quite the opposite, blunt and straightforward, his inner self starkly contrasting with his outer facade. Ling Hong sat beside her, his tall frame straightened, intently observing the movements of the little female, his eyes unblinking, resembling a diligent student engrossed in class. And Jean scooped a bit of coarse salt from the jar, spread it over the leaf, crushed it, and then sprinkled it into the stone bowl. After covering it with leaves, they awaited 10 minutes before unveiling it again. The aroma was simply intoxicating. The rich fragrance surged forth, enveloping their senses, stirring their very souls, evoking an insatiable desire to indulge immediately. The golden-hued chicken broth shimmered, tantalizing the eye. The pristine white soup was adorned with fragrant oil, with a few delicate bubbles floating atop, instantly igniting their appetite. A glimmer of excitement shone in both of their eyes. Ling Hong had never encountered such a method of preparing chicken and was astonished by the unexpectedly enticing result. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swallowed hard, tilting his head to gaze longingly at the small female. The silvery white tail of the wolf wagged with increasing enthusiasm. "I am so hungry." And Jing was instantly reminded of the little border collie she once raised, who would look at her with the same pitiful eyes when it desired food. Cough. The topic had strayed. She fetched 2 stone bowls, filled one to the brim, and handed it to the man. "Ah, be careful, it's hot." Just as the words left her lips, it was too late. The man, unable to contain his eagerness, reached out to grab the chicken leg. The bone was exposed, and as soon as his fingers touched it, he brought it to his mouth, his eyes lighting up in delight. The scorching heat initially caused his tongue to recoil, but the subsequent wave of flavor flooded his senses. Once the heat subsided, He scraped every morsel of meat from the bone, the exquisite taste and shocking sensation reverberating within him. He looked at Jing in disbelief. Never in his life had he imagined he would have the opportunity to savor such delectable food. Even more astonishing was the realization that this culinary delight had come from the hands of the unassuming female before him. Jing, noticing his dazed stare, wondered if he was rendered foolish by the deliciousness. She picked up 2 clean twigs, opting not to grasp the food directly as Ling Hong did, but rather skillfully used the chopsticks to lift a small piece of meat to her mouth. Immediately, a satisfied sigh escaped her lips. It was incredibly fragrant, truly deserving of her efforts. The wild chicken, thriving in its natural habitat, boasts more robust breast and leg muscles, resulting in a meat that is notably firmer and more flavorful. The perfect mastery of cooking time and ingredients exquisitely coaxes forth the essence of chicken. And with a mere taste, a shiver runs through one's body. The warmth of this delectable dish envelopes the heart. An ineffable aroma lingers between the lips and teeth, refusing to dissipate. The broth, akin to fine wine, is consumed in a single gulp, while the tongue, unwilling to relent, lingers at the corners of the mouth, ensuring not a morsel of flavor escapes. This bowl of chicken soup represents, for Jing, a true culinary experience since arriving in this world. Sated, he emits a contented burp and sprawls beside a haystack, succumbing to the urge to sleep. The wild fauna here are notably robust, with wild chickens nearly twice the size of their domesticated counterparts. Jing, having eaten sparingly, finds himself full after just 1 bowl. The remainder of the chicken soup, however, finds its way into Ling Hong's belly. Ling Hong, though he feels a hint of fullness, is still enticed by the lingering aroma, leaving him yearning for more. After this meal, he is struck by the realization that his first 20 years felt squandered, and he regrets the inferior fare he previously consumed. Now, the thought of returning to his former diet seems unbearable. He gazes at the little female, stretching lazily on the haystack, her eyelids growing heavy, and his curiosity deepens. Medical skills? Preservation techniques? And this enchanting culinary prowess? He no longer perceives her as simple-minded. Rather, she is enveloped in an aura of mystery that beckons him to explore further. How does she create such exquisite food? Ling Hong's expression becomes serious and earnest. Jing, feeling drowsy and somewhat fatigued, turned over and placed her hand over her ear. As I recall from my childhood, I am quite sleepy now. Please do not inquire further. Ling Hong, relentless in his pursuit, pressed on, asking, "Who is that person?" "An old senior," she replied, her frustration mounting at his insistence. Fearing his continued questioning, she suppressed her irritation, executed a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water, seized 2 stone bowls, and dashed outside. "I'm going to wash the bowls. Do not follow me." With that, she sprinted away, leaving no trace behind. Ling Hong, concerned for her safety, hesitated as he was bound by a special order not to follow her. The wolf clan is known for their rigid and straightforward nature, often described as having a singular focus. System, submit task. Task completed. Heal the wolf beast. Reward, 10 gold coins. Gold coins. What purpose do they serve? A voice echoed in her mind. Dear Master, gold coins are the direct currency within the system's marketplace, which can be used to purchase unlockable items and cultivate land. You can acquire them through tasks or by selling items. Jing arrived at a nearby riverbank, crouching down to wash the bowls. The crystal-clear water flowed over her small hands, its icy coolness providing delightful relief on a sweltering summer day. Suddenly, she noticed ripples on the water's surface as a long, elegant blue figure swiftly emerged from beneath. A chill enveloped her palm as she looked up in surprise, only to find her small hand grasped by another's, pale, slick, and unfamiliar. The frigid touch of the strange skin felt like exquisite jade against her own. A captivating aroma permeated the air. With a gentle splash, a pair of exquisitely beautiful blue eyes emerged from the water's surface, limpid and radiant, shimmering with the river's ethereal glow. Azure tresses, akin to aquatic flora, swayed gracefully with the undulating ripples. Chapter 16. Do not forget, Cece. Jing had not anticipated encountering the merman once more. The last time she beheld him, he was acting erratically, his entire being seemingly ablaze, as if he were being braised. With a sudden plunge, he vanished beneath the riverbank, leaving not a trace of disturbance upon the water's surface. Jing had almost begun to suspect that the creature had drowned. Withdrawing her hand, she turned her gaze upon the newly emerged merman and stated calmly, "Your mermaid pearl remains in my possession. You should retrieve it without delay." I'll retrieve it without delay. The merman's eyes clouded over, his limpid blue orbs tinged with anxiety and discomposure. He inquired timidly and apprehensively, "Are you displeased? Do you not cherish it?" And Jean placed the stone bowl upon the lawn. A warm sensation emanated from her chest, near her heart, where the mermaid pearl resided. Instinctively, she covered her chest with her hand. "Are you implying that you deliberately left the pearl in my care?" The pearl seemed to fluctuate in accordance with its master's emotions. And Jean glanced at the merman and observed that his countenance was indeed filled with sorrow and heartbreak. Tears, akin to shimmering pearls, welled up in his eyes, as if on the verge of cascading down his cheeks. The sight of such a beautiful creature in distress was truly heartrending. "Please, do not weep," and Jean exclaimed in a fluster, as if she were a faithless paramour in a melodramatic tale. "Why are you crying? I hold it in high regard. But the mermaid pearl is your most prized possession, far too precious to remain in my keeping. That is why I urged you to reclaim it. Is it true?" The mermaid looked pitiful, and Jean nodded eagerly. Instantly, the mermaid's tears were retracted, her crimson lips curving upwards slightly, and a glimmer of mischief sparkled in her blue eyes. Why did she feel an inkling of being deceived? "I am of age now. The pearl holds no value for me, so you may take it. I bestow it upon you." "Bestow it upon me?" And Jean was taken aback. She was not well versed in the properties of the pearl, but it seemed to be of little assistance to a mature mermaid. However, such a precious item should typically be gifted by a male mermaid to a female in an attempt to win her favor. To offer it so casually seemed rather unreasonable. And Jean recalled their first encounter. He appeared as bashful as a fish in a sweet soy sauce. Yet upon realizing she was female, an audacious thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this mermaid was acting this way solely because she was female? Yet, that notion felt amiss. She understood that females were rare in this world, but surely not to such an extent that merely seeing one would provoke such nervousness and embarrassment. And Jean had critically assessed her own appearance in this life, deeming it woeful and lamentable, hardly worthy of admiration. Moreover, given the mermaid's known vanity regarding beauty and her fervent pursuit of it, it was unthinkable that even Ling Hong had overlooked her. She found it hard to believe that a beauty-loving mermaid would suddenly be infatuated with her. "Are you truly certain about this gift? Do you have no regrets?" The young mermaid nodded joyfully, her eyes sparkling. "And Jean, I shall not act as your partner." The mermaid's expression fell, her head hung low. Indeed, he truly harbored such intentions. The young merman was indeed pleasing in appearance, yet regrettably, there seemed to be a significant flaw in his aesthetic sensibilities. He initially presumed that she would share similar sentiments. In the beast realm, females were a rarity, leaving behind a multitude of unattached males. However, nearly every male merman could find a partner, which was nothing short of astonishing compared to other species within the beast realm. This was primarily due to two reasons. Firstly, the male mers were not only beautiful but also gentle in demeanor, characterized by amiable dispositions and pleasing appearances. Secondly, there was the matter of the precious mermaid pearl. The male mers, having nurtured these pearls with their heart's blood from a young age, did so to endear themselves to potential mates. Indeed, after she finished her statement, and Jin's gaze transformed. Goodness, what a delightful offering. A bountiful gift right from the outset. She would not let such an opportunity slip away. If he presented it to her, she could hardly be blamed. "I can trade you something else. Is there anything in particular you desire?" she inquired, contingent upon her possession of such items. The young merman swam closer to her bowl, the lingering fragrance wafting tantalizingly through the air. It was this alluring scent that had drawn him near. "Could you craft a fish specifically for me? I have a fondness for fish, yet I have never savored one as delectable as this," he replied. And Jean promptly responded, "Certainly. Preparing a fish is a simple task." The next moment, the young merman dove into the river and vanished from sight. However, after a brief interval, the tranquil lake surface was once again disturbed by ripples, and a blue head emerged from the water. His azure hair, resembling silk, cascaded half damp and half dry over his fair shoulders, droplets trickling down his form. Clamped in his mouth was a medium-sized fish, which he gracefully swam towards the female, releasing it to fall precisely at her feet. As twilight descended, Anjin glanced at the darkening sky and suggested, "It appears we are out of time today. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a fish for you and deliver it, if that is agreeable." The little merman obediently nodded. "Then let this fish serve as your dinner, in exchange for which, might you share your name with me?" His voice was a soft murmur, and his slender, azure fins drooped slightly, the tips blushing a delicate crimson, while his gossamer tail fin shimmered with a hint of pink. Onjin found this curious, yet did not ponder deeply. After revealing her name, she witnessed a DJ view moment as the little merman leaped excitedly toward the surface. Vanishing from sight, Onjin exclaimed, "What?" The splash from his tail sent a torrent of water cascading over her, leaving her speechless as she wiped the moisture from her face. Unbeknownst to her, there existed a peculiar custom in this world. When a male inquires about a stranger's name, it signifies his interest. Should the female reciprocate her affections, she would divulge her name, while a disinterest would result in silence. Onjin's self-introduction had caused Shishin's heart to blossom, mistakenly believing that she too harbored feelings for him. Emerging from the depths of the water, only his blue head surfaced, revealing a pair of damp, azure eyes. The merman shyly hesitant to advance. "I am called Shi," he proclaimed from a distance. "Do not forget Shi." With that, his excitement propelled him back into the depths, leaving no trace. Onjin, on the other hand, contemplated, "I must craft a pair of shoes." She quietly plotted her next move. The forest paths were composed of earth and stone, riddled with small pebbles and insects, making it perilous for bare feet, especially for someone without the thick hide of a male orc. She was delighted to discover an abundance of decaying wood nearby. The dampness of the area fostered numerous decaying logs, likely saturated from recent heavy rains, which in turn had sprouted a variety of fungi. Several resembled the button mushrooms and black fungus she recognized. With the system's assistance, she adeptly avoided the more vividly colored, poisonous varieties and selected those suitable for consumption, placing them in her stone bowl. Arriving at a tree, she sorted through her harvest. The variety was substantial, with the flora of both worlds sharing similarities. She identified shiitake, wood ear, straw mushrooms, and enoki, among others. Some were unfamiliar, yet she sensed they would lend a delightful flavor to soups. The sight of these fungi caused her mouth to water, and a bold idea began to take shape. The land, teeming with lush vegetation, indicated fertile soil, ideal for cultivation. Its proximity to a water source ensured easy access for irrigation. Furthermore, its location not far from their tribe made frequent trips convenient. The system's primary task was to cultivate a plot of land, and this location seemed an excellent choice. Her claws, sharpened to a razor's edge, gleamed like deadly weapons, their cold, sharp light reflecting in her pupils. Startled, she nearly dropped the stone bowl. "Ling Hong, what are you doing? Sharpening your claws?" And Jean closed the door, dimming the light within the room. Ling Hong let out a soft hum, not lifting his gaze, as he continued to focus on sharpening his claws. "My injury has healed, and tomorrow I shall partake in the tribe's hunt." Ling Hong is the mightiest warrior in the tribe, the captain of the hunting team. During his days of incapacitation, the hunting team lacked a leader, resulting in a significant decline in both the quantity and quality of their catches. The males can endure a few days of hunger, but the tribe's limited 20 or so females, accustomed to a life of luxury, have been wailing and lamenting at home, suffering greatly. And Jean nodded. The thought of his departure tomorrow, embarking on a challenging life in the wild for many days, compelled her to take charge of tonight's dinner. "You have worked so hard. Let me cook tonight, and you should rest well." The female squinted her dark eyes, revealing a small smile that showcased her delicate teeth. Ling Hong found himself momentarily entranced, an inexplicable warmth blooming in his heart. In truth, he felt a twinge of shame. And Jin's attentive care over these past few days had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. The corners of his lips twitched, as if he wished to say something, but the lingering taste of her exquisite cooking from the last meal silenced him. After that culinary experience, he was painfully aware of how unpalatable his own cooking was, and he longed for the flavors crafted by her skilled hands. What should he do? It seemed he had grown somewhat dependent on her. In this world, females are exceedingly rare and precious. Thus, any female with a partner is often indulged beyond measure by her companion. When the household is devoid of food, the males venture out to hunt. The female, feeling hunger, observed as the male began to kindle a fire for cooking. When the female found herself without garments, the male took up beast bones to fashion clothing. As the dwelling became somewhat untidy, the male would instinctively rise to tidy up. Though this may be seen as indulgence, it also bordered on excessive pampering. In this world, most females are accustomed to a life of ease and extravagance, often taking for granted the sacrifices made by males, even when they suffer injuries on their behalf. Ling Hong, having grown up with numerous wounds, had previously rescued several females from the clutches of feral beasts. Yet, It was the first time in his life that he had been cared for so tenderly by a female, especially during his time of injury. This situation, initially perceived as a humiliation, unexpectedly stirred within him notions of desire. Ling Hong possessed the virtue of absolute obedience. Earlier, Jean had mentioned that cured meat could prevent food from spoiling, and by the next day, the household boasted a modest supply of salted meat. He then proceeded to clean the fish meticulously, removing the dark membrane from its belly and ensuring the gills were spotless, even extracting the scales surrounding them. After a flurry of activity, the raw materials were nearly prepared. Regrettably, they lacked oil and aromatic herbs, yet even sprinkled with salt, the result was commendable. While it may have seemed ordinary to her, in Ling Hong's eyes, it was a culinary delight. After finishing dinner, Ling Hong transformed contentedly into his wolf form, lazily lying atop a haystack to recuperate during the final night. Just as Jean was about to rest, he suddenly opened his eyes, his wolfish gaze glinting with a chilling intensity, aware that tomorrow would bring yet another hunt. Another hunt, she thought, recognizing it was the same male who had injured him previously. And Jean's body tensed, her eyes widening in shock, her fingertips growing inexplicably cold. Ling Hong gazed at the suddenly pale face of the young female, his wolf-like eyes flashing with a fleeting sharpness and tenderness, yet he refrained from saying much. His 1-meter-long wolf tail swayed gently, inadvertently brushing against her leg, surprisingly soft and warm. In a low, husky tone, he reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall handle it." She responded with a soft As a habitual night owl, Jean initially intended to stay up late to design a land reclamation plan and perhaps fashion herself a pair of leather shoes. However, regrettably, the beastly realm had yet to invent such sophisticated contraptions as light bulbs. Faced with the enveloping darkness of the night, where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, Jean had no choice but to embrace the wolf's tail and sleep. Oh, this tail is indeed soft. She seized the opportunity while Ling Hong slumbered to sneak in a gentle caress. In the stillness of the night, the emerald-green wolf eyes snapped open, its body tensed as it raised its silvery head, staring in astonishment at the young female who had ensnared its tail with her legs and clung to it tenaciously. A low growl of discomfort rumbled in its throat. What manner of sleeping position was this? It sought to extricate its tail, but found it impossible, only to provoke the sleeping female to instinctively rub against it with her legs. The wolf's body became even tenser, frozen in place. Chapter 18. Serpent Pattern. The following day, he spoke, lowering himself to meet Jin's gaze directly, his handsome features serious and austere. "You shall remain in my room for the next few days. It is best that you do not venture outside. There are stored provisions outside the house, and should they prove insufficient, you may request more from the clan leader. Remember, never recklessly venture out of the tribe. The dangers beyond are manifold. A moment of carelessness could lead to unforeseen perils, and I would be unable to rescue you. Then how reminiscent of a nagging mother. Is this truly the aloof wolf brother she knows? Alas, the facade has crumbled. What is it?" Ling Hong inquired directly. "Please bring me a few wild chickens." "Wild chickens? On the ones we had for our last meal, Right, yes. Those wild grass birds. Very well, that shall not pose a problem. Merely wild grass birds, a trivial task for him." And Jean hastily added, "I require them alive. Please ensure they do not perish. I still have use for the living ones." Ling Hong paused, finding himself in a dilemma. While wild grass birds are not as adept in flight as other avian species, they are notably restless and irritable. If he could not simply subdue them, they would easily escape. Yet, he was determined to fulfill Jin's earnest request. Ultimately, he acquiesced, asking, "What do you need the live wild grass birds for?" "I wish to rear a few. The more, the better. However, as this is my first attempt, it would be prudent to limit the number to 10. If I can keep them alive, it would alleviate a portion of our food supply." And Jin's eyes sparkled with delight as she envisioned a promising future, while Ling Hong, listening intently, furrowed his brow ever more deeply. Rearing wild grass birds. It seems the tribe had attempted this before, yet there had never been a successful example. Ling Hong had initially intended to dissuade her, but upon seeing her joyfully lost in her beautiful daydreams, he found himself reluctant to intrude. "Never mind. Perhaps I shall assist her in capturing a few. At worst, they may perish, and she will learn a valuable lesson from this folly. Never to entertain such absurd thoughts again." As spring gracefully transitions into summer, the approach of the rainy season becomes increasingly palpable, with precipitation steadily intensifying. Shortly after Ling Hong's departure, a dense blanket of dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, and the rain began to pour with greater ferocity. Water cascaded down the bent leaves of the banana plants, and the eaves of the house commenced their descent into torrents. The windows, mere decorative features of the Orkmay dwelling, allowed the rain to splash incessantly indoors. And Jean hastily draped a large beast hide over the window, plunging the interior into an immediate darkness. The rain continued unabated until midday, when it finally showed signs of relenting. As the sun emerged after the downpour, and Jean opened the door to be greeted by blinding rays piercing through the clouds. She recalled her promise to Shi and tidied herself before heading towards the riverbank. Although Ling Hong had cautioned her against venturing outside indiscriminately, the path she chose was quite close to the tribe, one she had traversed many times before without incident. After such a heavy rainfall, the damp earth had turned even muddier and more treacherous. She resolved to make herself a pair of shoes in the coming days. Before reaching the riverbank, she spotted a graceful blue figure languorously lying on the shore, idly flicking its tail and waiting for a female companion. Upon hearing footsteps, Shi's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly lifted her head to gaze in that direction. The moment she caught sight of Jean, her azure eyes sparkled with delight. "Ah, Jean, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time," she exclaimed, her melodious voice resonating with the enchanting charm characteristic of the merfolk. If one listened closely, they might detect a hint of unspoken grievance woven into her words. As Jean approached, she held a few stone bowls in her hands, which seemed to pique Shi's curiosity, as she had never encountered such items before and began to examine them with interest. The crystal-clear river water gently flowed through her fingers, occasionally accompanied by small fish darting past her fingertips, brushing against her skin. She playfully swam nearby, frolicking like a cheerful puppy. The beautiful azure tail of the fish would inadvertently graze her skin, as though it remained oblivious, turning to swim away only to return and touch her again. Suddenly, she ceased swimming, as if he had caught sight of something loathsome, the previously bright and lively atmosphere instantly turning somber and melancholic. "Jean, what is that mark on the inside of your arm?" "A serpent's pattern." The merfolk's exquisitely gentle visage turned cold as frost in the depths of winter. Icy blue light flashing through his eyes, laden with palpable hostility. Chapter 19. The Sinister Serpent Man. "Is there a problem?" And Jean followed Shi's gaze to her arm's inner side. Indeed, there was a faint, serpentine red mark, subtle and blurry, resembling a small snake upon closer inspection. She had noticed it long ago, but had not paid it much heed. Initially, she thought it was merely a birthmark from the original owner of this body. But judging by Shi's demeanor, it seemed far more complex. Shi, disheartened, appeared to have lost his usual vigor, lowering his head in silence. "This is a mark left by a male beast man on a female, signifying that." His voice faltered as she noticed Jin's pupils constricting in alarm. Reluctantly, he continued, "It signifies they have mated, and that male beast man will become the female's partner." Jean, seeing her complexion pale, she hurriedly leaned in to support her. He instantly regretted revealing the truth, wishing he could silence his own words. Had he known that Jean would be so heartbroken, he would have refrained from speaking. And Jean was indeed overwhelmed with sorrow, yet the source of her grief diverged significantly from that of Shi. The serpent beasts were notoriously ruthless and cold-blooded creatures. She surmised that her despair stemmed from having a vagabond beast as a companion. However, Jean lamented the revelation that she had transitioned from a girl into a woman following some profound, harmonious experience of life. The crux of her distress lay in her utter ignorance of the time, place, and individuals involved in this transformative event. What if it were discovered that she was an impostor? The serpent beasts, with their brutal and sanguinary nature, might very well eliminate her in a fit of rage. A chill coursed through Jean's heart, while she, consumed by guilt, felt tears welling up, his sorrow palpable and even more profound than her own. The tears of a certain fish had already begun to fall in advance, glistening like pearls as they splashed into the water, creating ripples. She, filled with remorse, poked at his fingers as he swam beside her, his exquisitely sculpted upper body emerging gracefully from the water. His exquisitely beautiful visage wore a melancholic expression, gently brushing against the calves of the female resting by the riverbank, reminiscent of a cat seeking solace. Shi's sorrow seemed rather absurd, nonetheless, witnessing his despondency, and Jean did not resist his affectionate gestures. After another nuzzle, she suddenly seemed to be struck by a revelation, his tail flicking with unexpected vigor as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Jean, are you in heat?" "In heat?" and Jin's lips twitched slightly. Struck by a thunderous epiphany, she began to comprehend this new terminology from the perspective of a local, essentially questioning if she had begun her menstrual cycle. In light of the original owner's memories, she now appears to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, having yet to reach adulthood or experience menstruation. And Jean shook her head, feeling somewhat awkward. No, there's nothing. Is there a problem? At that moment, Shilan's azure eyes sparkled with excitement, and a joyful smile graced her lips, as if she were about to take flight. Ah, Jean, there exists another possibility. If you have not yet entered your first heat, male beastmen will refrain from mating with underage females. They are incapable of marking you with a partner's imprint. Thus, the mark upon your hand must be a mere pre-partner imprint. The so-called pre-partner imprint represents a covenant established by male beastmen with their designated underage companions for life, much like a partner's imprint. A male beastman can forge only one such bond throughout his existence. Upon the female's coming of age, should she choose to accept him, he may then seamlessly become her partner, and the pre-partner imprint will transform into an official partner's imprint. However, should the female decline his advances, he will be unable to pursue any other females, destined to live a solitary life, bereft of companionship and offspring, gradually fading away in the secluded corners of the wilderness. And Jean pondered deeply. Since she was the sole partner this unfamiliar serpent beast had encountered in his life, he would undoubtedly not relinquish her easily. To be candid, she harbored no desire for entanglements of the heart in this world. Moreover, this serpent beast was a vagabond, known for his capricious temperament, bloodthirsty nature, and cruelty, making the prospect of becoming his partner an ill-advised choice. And Jean sought to inquire if there existed a means of release. Yet before she could utter a word, she had already grasped her arm with urgency. He plunged into the river, retrieving an object resembling a needle from an unknown source, intent on piercing the serpent mark upon her arm. Jean, are you truly certain you do not wish to rid yourself of this serpent beast? His tone, though seemingly inquisitive, betrayed an unmistakable urgency. Relenting to her inner turmoil, and Jean, despite her reluctance, nodded in acquiescence. The moment the sharp object broke her skin, and Jin's complexion turned ashen, a searing pain akin to fire coursed through her arm, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in the depths of a cavern shrouded in darkness, two crimson eyes abruptly flickered to life, emanating a bloodthirsty gleam akin to icy blades, piercing the distance. The hissing of the blood-red eyes narrowed, unleashing an oppressive aura, their sanguine light pulsing with a perilous energy. The sound of a serpentine tail brushing against the earth resonated from the cavern, leaving faint, elongated trails upon the ground. In an instant, the beasts of the jungle perked up their ears, their bodies tensing in fear as they cast a terrified glance toward the cave before fleeing into the shadows. The scorching light seared the lurking crimson figure within the darkness. Gradually, a naked man emerged from the cavern, his skin an unnaturally pale hue, his upper body sculpted and athletic, while his lower half was a serpentine form extending over 10 meters, gliding sinuously. He paused at the cave's entrance. Enveloped in a silence akin to the night, his knife-like scarlet eyes narrowed, coldly surveying the source of the distant sound. The inky tresses cascaded like a waterfall around his slender waist, straight and long. The man stood with his back to the sun, casting a vast shadow reminiscent of a serpent. His visage remained obscured, rendering his expression a mystery. Only that elongated silhouette exuded a hint of eerie malevolence. Ah, so you wish to rid yourself of me so easily? The deep, melodious voice that should have been enchanting instead bore an unsettling, spine-chilling laughter. He rested a hand upon his chest, where pale skin was stained with a touch of crimson. Deeper still lay the heart, marked by the singular bond of a mate. Surely, such thoughts are overly simplistic. Chapter 20. Crafting leather shoes. The female winced in pain, her face paling to a ghostly hue, tears threatening to spill. Startled, she quickly released her grip and cast the sharp object into the river. His azure eyes, veiled in mist, held a look of compassion as he grasped her hand, gently blowing upon the wound. Jean, do not cry, just a gentle breath, and the pain shall fade. The serpent-like pattern that had once been faint now glowed with an even more vivid crimson after absorbing her blood, almost as if it possessed a certain sentience. Tightening its grip with an insistent fervor, he had acted recklessly. Previously, he had witnessed the tribe's females severing their mate bonds in such a manner. In a moment of impatience, he resorted to this extreme measure. A wave of guilt and regret flooded his mind as he beheld the pained expression on her delicate face, nearly bringing him to tears. Females are inherently fragile, unable to bear even a modicum of pain or grievance. Would his rashness today lead Ajin to despise him? I am fine. And Jin's lips turned pale as she bit down, pausing for a moment before shaking her head and gently brushing his hand away. It's truly fine now. I will prepare the fish I owe you from yesterday. However, she shook his head, swiftly interjecting as he plunged into the river. Retrieving a piece of delicate gauze from beneath the water, he carefully wrapped it around her wound, tying a gentle knot. The fish scale gauze was breathable and cool to the touch, making it ideal for dressing injuries. As Jean gazed at the bow-shaped bandage on her wound, her unease intensified. Eventually, she sighed and turned to gather a few stones from beneath a tree, intending to build a fire by the riverside. She kept a vigilant eye on her injury and promptly exclaimed, "Let me handle it. Jean, how can you, being the female, do such laborious tasks?" With a flick of his tail, he soon emerged from the water, struggling to carry several heavy stones to the shore, his small face flushed with exhaustion. The stones were damp and dripping, their surfaces clinging with moss. And Jean massaged her temples, realizing that starting a fire with these stones would likely be a futile endeavor. Once she had constructed the fire pit, she had caught 2 plump, succulent fish, taking note of the female's actions. Together, they efficiently cleaned the fish. The anticipation of waiting was always lengthy, and as the fish's aroma had yet to waft through the air, and Jean retrieved a somewhat dull beast bone needle and a piece of hide from behind her. Sitting by the riverbank, she began to sew with utmost seriousness. The hide was rough and tough. With her petite arms lacking strength, she struggled for quite a while, managing to pierce only a few holes. "Allow me to assist you." Jean, with a proactive spirit, plunged into the river and emerged with a sharp, slender fishbone. Receiving the hard animal hide handed over by Jean, he held it aloft, examining it under the light. "Jean, what do you envision creating with this? Do share your thoughts." And Jean expressed her skepticism, doubting whether the delicate-looking young merman could truly undertake such laborious tasks. Yet, he wore a playful smile, his lips curving gently, and with a languid hum escaping his nostrils. He insisted, "Do not underestimate she." He placed the hide upon the rocky shore, wasting no time. With deft fingers, he grasped a bone needle and, pulling a strand of his long blue hair, commenced stitching. As she listened to Jin's descriptions, his mind swiftly processed and absorbed the information. And Jean aspired to craft a pair of shoes unlike any in this world. Initially apprehensive that she might not comprehend, she was pleasantly surprised to see the animal hide gradually taking the shape she had envisioned. Quickly, she handed him 2 flattened corners, with holes punched along the edges, resembling the thin wooden boards intended for the soles. In a matter of moments, she skillfully joined the 2 together, transforming them into a pair of exquisite leather shoes. And Jean was overjoyed, squatting by the water's edge, gazing up with her youthful face towards the surface. Beneath the dappled sunlight, the breathtaking merman, with his enchanting blue hair cascading like seaweed over his alabaster upper body, appeared almost ethereal. His waist flowed gracefully, and below, his elongated, beautifully finned tail shimmered with scales that sparkled like ice upon the cerulean sea, creating a mesmerizing, dreamlike vision. The exquisite profile of the mermaid reflected in her eyes resembled an unparalleled ink painting submerged in water, captivating one to the point of indulgence. Her alabaster face, nearly translucent, blushed under the warm sunlight. The unabashed gaze of the petite female stirred a mixture of anxiety and delight within she, causing her hands to move with increasing urgency. The blue ear fins drooped softly, tinged with a gradual blush that crept towards their tips. Ding. Random character, mermaid she. Affection level 5, total affection value unknown. Affection level 5? What did she do? Before Jean could voice her skepticism regarding the system's calculation accuracy, the system's notifications bombarded her mind once more. Ding. Random character, she. Affection level 3, total affection value unknown. Ding. Random character, she. Affection level 1, total affection value unknown. Ding. Random character, she. Affection level 2, total affection value unknown. Ding ding ding. And Jean, perplexed, questioned, "System, am I not in farming mode? What is happening? This is too bizarre." She hesitated to look at she, fearing that prolonged gazes might propel her affection level to 100. After a brief moment, the voice of the mirror chimed in, "Master, I have checked, and there are no issues within the system. Are you trying to deceive me again?" And Jean silently scoffed. If you can't even determine she's total affection value, how can you claim there are no problems? Master, this is unrelated, murmured Jingjing. This is because when you initially chose the growth task, you opted for the construction route, so you are unable to see the affection levels of random characters. If you wish to view them, the only way is to accumulate a certain level of affection through interactions with them, after which it will become apparent. After finishing her explanation, Jingjing sighed softly, appearing quite regretful. If you had chosen the strategy route back then, this situation would not have arisen. As Xi's subordinates were nearing the completion of their task, he sighed in relief once the final stitch was secured, casting a glance towards the shore. He noticed a young female squatting by the water's edge, her expression clouded with worry, mumbling nervously to herself, alternating between despair and shock. She appeared rather foolish, prompting a chuckle from him. Once he confirmed that she was oblivious to his gaze, she felt a brief pang of disappointment, but he quickly regained his spirits. It was the perfect opportunity to secretly execute his long-planned scheme and surprise Jane. Chapter 22. What is oil? Although she was unaware of what shoes were, he could infer from the description that Jean intended to wear them as a form of protection. However, it seemed that Jean had no understanding of the coarse and inferior quality of animal hide. While it might suffice for a male, who could wear anything due to their robust nature, how could such poorly made, rigid animal hide be suitable for a delicate and lovely female? As a pang of pain struck Cece, a thought crossed her mind. Had Jean endured a lifetime clad in such coarse garments? These brutish males of the land seemed utterly incapable of cherishing the delicate females. The inner layer of this animal hide inflicted considerable abrasion upon the skin, which explained Jin's rough complexion. When such hide enveloped the tender, delicate feet of a charming female, it hardly offered protection. Rather, it would exacerbate the wounds on her feet. The more Cece pondered, the more she felt a sense of injustice for Jean. If these careless and foolish land males could not care for Jean, then let the attentive and gentle Cece take on that responsibility. The females of their merfolk tribe adorned themselves in the world's most precious shark silk, basking in the affection of their entire clan, each possessing an exquisitely fair complexion and unparalleled adoration. Whatever other females had, Jean must possess as well. Taking advantage of Jin's momentary distraction, Cece delicately tugged at the gossamer layer of shark silk draped over her form, measuring it with precision before unhesitatingly slicing it into 2 pieces. Armed with needle and thread, she meticulously began to sew it onto the inner lining of the animal hide, each stitch executed with utmost care. This was her first gift for Jean, and it had to be perfect. There could be no room for error. Cece swam to the shore, presenting the finished leather shoes to Jean. Her gaze fixated nervously on her beautiful fishtail, while her peripheral vision anxiously stole glances at Jin's face. Would she find it pleasing? Did Jean like it? Cece's body tensed, her heart plummeting as she prepared to utter a dry response. But unexpectedly, Jean gasped in realization, exclaiming, "It's truly beautiful." Cece's eyes sparkled with delight, and Jean could hardly believe her eyes. The pair of shoes in Xi's hands was exquisitely crafted, precisely meeting her specifications. Overwhelmed with excitement, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Xi, I cannot thank you enough." He froze momentarily, his tail stiffening as his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, stammering, "No need to thank me." With an awkward demeanor, Xi shyly submerged himself in the water, gradually allowing his upper body, arms, neck, and lips to be enveloped by the liquid. Just as his eyes were nearly obscured by the surface, he flicked his tail and resurfaced. This was a task that she was meant to undertake, the bashful yet sweet little merman. He was utterly taken aback by Jing's fervent response, which nearly overwhelmed him. At Xi's urging, Jing crouched down on the grass, intending to reach for the nearby animal skin shoes. However, she was surprised to find that she had anticipated her move, cradling the shoes in his hands. "Jing, allow me to assist you in putting them on." Noting her bewilderment, she suppressed his hidden thoughts and maintained a serious demeanor. "This will facilitate my measurements. The shoes, having been roughly made, may not fit perfectly. Any discomfort from improper fitting should be rectified." He scrutinized the delicate size of her petite feet, marking down the dimensions before removing the shoes to make minor adjustments to the animal skin. This was the first time he had observed a female's dainty feet up close, and he found them to be remarkably exquisite, though the hue of the small feet was somewhat dark and the skin appeared slightly coarse. With traces of mud clinging to them, in his eyes, they resembled an artwork veiled in dust, far more aesthetically pleasing than his own useless fishtail. Enhanced by a tenfold beauty filter, and Jin's delicate little feet looked extraordinarily fragile and charming, stirring within him a deep desire to cherish them tenderly. Suddenly, she found himself immobilized, gazing at those tiny feet, his eyes fixated. He set aside his shoes and earnestly addressed Jin. Noting that her feet were somewhat dirty and in need of cleansing, otherwise they would soil the newly crafted shoes, a flawlessly logical rationale. After swiftly washing her feet clean, she finally felt satisfied and lifted the meticulously adjusted leather shoes to adorn her feet. They fit perfectly, considering that the female was still in her developmental stage. The shoes were thoughtfully designed with a slight gap to prevent discomfort in the future. She and Jin take a few steps to try them on. If they feel uncomfortable, let me know, and I shall make further adjustments. As a merman, he possessed an innate talent for weaving and sewing, his craftsmanship exquisite and flawless. When she ran, the shoes felt even more comfortable than the renowned sneakers of her past life. Where did you procure the needle for sewing the leather? She inquired with curiosity. In our tribe, the males usually use well-worn animal bones for mending leather, and yours seems quite different. I used a fishbone, she replied with a smile, inwardly mocking how foolish the land-dwelling males were compared to his cleverness. Only they would clumsily rely on those worn-out animal bones for their leather work. Being needed brings great joy to she. Just as she dove underwater to retrieve something, a sudden thought struck her. She swiftly resurfaced, exclaiming, "Ah, Jin, you need not concern yourself with this. Sewing garments is the responsibility of our males. How could I allow you to undertake such a task? Please assist me just this once. I have other capabilities." Reluctantly, she acquiesced. This fishbone, with its remarkably hard texture and sharp tip, appeared entirely different from the usual fishbones. It resembled a slender needle of jade, sharp and fine, tapering to an exceedingly pointed end. With a mere scratch, it could pierce flesh, akin to a modern sewing needle. Even a delicate female like Jin, with her slender limbs and little strength, could wield it effortlessly. This bone was a vertebra from a large fish. Although effective, it could dull with excessive use. Thus, an ample supply had been prepared, offered like a treasure from a merman. If this is insufficient, Jin, you may request more from me. I have plenty to spare. Catching a glimpse of the female's curiosity as she reached to touch the needle's tip, she was alarmed. She quickly clasped the young one's hand within her own, altering her tone urgently. Jin, the tip of this fishbone is exceedingly sharp. Do not touch it carelessly, or you shall injure yourself. Here, the forest bordered the water, and the air was quite humid. The oilwood that Jin had brought did not burn as fiercely as usual. Instead, it smoldered gently, allowing the fish to stew for a considerable time before releasing its delectable aroma. Jin lifted the lid, estimating that the time was nearly right. She took a sip from the stone spoon. It was quite acceptable, albeit somewhat mild. The wild fish contained very little fat, and the only shortcoming was that the flavor of the oil was insufficient. She, already drawn by the enticing aroma, felt his appetite stir within him. He knew that Jin's cooking was delightful, but he never anticipated it could be so irresistible. Were all the females on land such adept cooks? Hearing Jin's muttering, she instinctively looked up and asked, "Oil? What is that?" Chapter 23. The exploratory factor of inquisitive females. It is biological oil, Jin explained. When simmered in soup, it is particularly delectable and enhances one's appetite. Oil. Jin's multitude of new terms left she bewildered, his blue eyes filled with confusion. What exactly was oil? How could she explain it? Surely, it couldn't just be referred to as biological fat. She's curiosity piqued. He pressed for clarity. After a moment of contemplation, Jin managed to articulate, there are many types of oil. The one I mentioned is common cooking oil, resembling golden-hued liquid, yet more viscous. It is not water and is insoluble in it. If it falls onto the surface of water, it will float, being incompatible. The surface of the oil reflects various colors under sunlight. She's heart raced with excitement as he exclaimed, "I think I have seen that before. Wait a moment. Jin, I will find it for you right away. You can see if it is the same thing you described." With that, he leaped into the water and vanished from sight. Every time she searches for something, he plunges into the water, causing Jin to increasingly suspect that he might secretly be collecting a treasure trove within the river. However, moments later, ripples dance across the water's surface, and a slender figure emerges, its dazzling blue tail shimmering under the gentle rays of the sun. Yet, upon seeing the item in his grasp, Jin's face fell. The moment she spotted the large fruit shell, reminiscent of a coconut, cradled in his hands, a sense of betrayal washed over her. She swam to the shore, placing the shell upon a smooth rock, then delicately scraped a quarter of it away with his sharp nails, revealing its contents. To her astonishment, the shell was filled with a flowing, golden liquid. Ding! Edible oil discovered. Exploration coefficient 1. Oh my, it truly is oil. Anjin was taken aback, realizing that one must not apply past reasoning to the wonders of this extraordinary world. She stepped forward, scooping a small spoonful to taste. This oil bore little resemblance to the heavily processed varieties she was accustomed to, instead exuding a refreshing fruity aroma. The oil content was modest, neither greasy nor overwhelming, making it perfect for sauté ing or crafting soups. Where did this oil and fruit originate? Anjin suppressed her overwhelming joy. The greatest obstacle had been resolved: oil, heralding the commencement of her culinary journey. It was a fruit born from the trees. As she blinked, observing the little female's radiant smile, his spirits soared in unison. The exquisite features of her face were graced with joy. This fruit often fell into the river, where an abundance lay beneath. If Agene still desired some, I could. He paused, yet a shadow of melancholy crossed his brow. However, many had already rotted away. Agene, the one you hold in your hand took me quite some time to locate, and it is fortunate that I found one that remains relatively intact. It seems there are no good ones left in the river. If Agene wishes for more, we must seek out its tree. The tree should be in the vicinity, as it is currently bearing fruit, but she's knowledge of terrestrial plants was regrettably scant, rendering him unable to identify it, and thus unable to assist Agene. The little merman, feeling a pang of self-reproach, poked his fingers together, silently resolving to diligently study the knowledge of the land in the future. Agene had struggled to inquire about certain matters, and he felt he had failed to present himself adequately. After bidding farewell to she, Agene turned and entered the space. Jingjing initially brimmed with joy, but upon seeing her countenance, it instantly transformed into a visage of dismay. Master, we haven't seen each other for several days, yet you still look so unappealing. Agene, if you cannot speak, it would be best to say less. Jingjing perked up, activating NPC explanation mode. Since this world was an uncharted territory for the newly arrived master, our system has thoughtfully introduced the special unlocking task of exploration coefficient. When the exploration coefficient accumulates to a certain value, it will unlock the lottery system gameplay. The acquisition of the exploration coefficient arises from the serendipitous encounters of daily life. In this world, where civilization remains rudimentary, the degree of exploration is significantly low, and the majority of resources lie untapped. The endeavors of the protagonist to unearth unknown resources within the region contribute to the exploration coefficient. The greater the degree of development, the higher the exploration coefficient becomes. To elucidate this, let us consider the example of edible oil. Jingjing observed Anjine's confusion and kindly continued with the analogy. This nut tree, to the indigenous people of this land, is merely an ordinary fruit-bearing species, offering no substantial aid to their existence, thus classified as an unexploited resource. However, the recent discovery by the protagonist has altered this paradigm, prompting the system to reward a certain amount of exploration coefficient. The little system encourages, asserting that for greater rewards, the protagonist must diligently strive to unlock the duck, promising to accompany them throughout the journey. Upon emerging from the spatial realm, Anjine wandered by the riverside and eventually located the nut tree species. 2 days elapsed, and the provisions at home had dwindled to a mere remnant. Although Anjine was not particularly favored by the tribe, as a female, she still received certain special entitlements. Lacking a partner, she was entitled to only a single share of food. The chieftain presented her with a wooden token, crafted from a common material, inscribed with several beastly characters, reminiscent of a totem and presumably serving a marking purpose. Recalling her memory, Anjine held the token as she approached a large grass hut at the center of the tribe. This hut served as the sanctuary for the protection of the tribe's females. Beside the large grass hut stands another modest dwelling, serving as a repository for the tribe's provisions. An elderly orc named Ani resides there, overseeing the distribution of food to those who seek it, as indicated by a wooden sign. Ani, are you there? Anjine called out tentatively. No sooner had the words left her lips than the decrepit door creaked open, revealing a frail old orc. His voice was raspy and laden with age. Are you here for food? Come inside. The elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. Though in the realm of orcs, age is a tenuous measure, as most live only 50 or 60 years. Nonetheless, this aged orc certainly bore the marks of time. His skin was a withered yellow-black, speckled with age spots, and his frail, stooped frame was topped with sparse white hair, reminiscent of a dying branch. Despite his appearance, the elder's demeanor was kind. He rubbed his head, where a nest of unkempt grass had long gone unattended. Upon discerning Anjin's presence, he sighed softly. "Give me the wooden sign. Come in and collect your food." Anjin promptly nodded, handing over the sign and following the elder into the grass hut. The exterior of this small dwelling seemed unassuming, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious and well-lit. Inside, the furnishings were rather basic: a wooden bed, a few animal hides, and the majority of the space occupied by the tribe's stored provisions. This grass hut was intentionally situated near the female living quarters, primarily to assist those without hunting capabilities. Most of the food stored within was allocated for the females and their partners. The elderly orc provided Anjin with some commonly seen wild boar meat, fresh fruits, and a few dry vegetable cakes. The raw meat, fresh fruits, and vegetable cakes were wrapped in a piece of beast hide, and though the quantity was modest, it was somewhat unsatisfactory. However, given the scarcity of resources in the beast world, where numerous orcs perish daily on the brink of starvation, the ability to distribute such food indicates the tribe's commendable capacity. As Anjin gathered the provisions and was about to step outside, a sharp and piercing voice rang out, and she was forcefully shoved. The wild fruits and pork nearly tumbled to the ground. "Hey, that's my food. Put it down. Can you hear me?" The distinctive shrillness of the female voice penetrated her ears like thunder, leaving her head buzzing, an irritating and uncomfortable sensation. Chapter 24. Revoke your courtship qualification. The intruder was an unrefined little female, with a flat face, elongated eyes, and a pallid, waxy complexion. Her limbs were short and somewhat plump. Those narrow eyes glared at Anjin with a menacing intensity, as if they aimed to pierce her with their gaze. Anjin had always believed herself to be hideously unattractive, yet she realized that everyone bore equal flaws. This thought brought her a sense of comfort. Bending down, she picked up the fallen fruit from the ground and cradled it in her arms, brushing off her beast hide skirt. Subsequently, she chose to disregard the aggressive female and intended to leave. In a tribe where food was so scarce, most provisions were allocated to partners who were more fertile. Even she struggled for enough to eat. Why should she share with this seemingly useless female? Anjin was seized by her, a surge of anger igniting within her. "This is my food. Why should I give it to you?" "Humph, what food of yours? I asked Anine for it days ago, but last time it was unavailable. Anine told me to wait 2 days to collect it. I had already arranged this in advance, so the food in your possession should rightfully belong to me." Shauna extended her chubby little yellow hand, raising her head with the poise of a swan, her slender eyes radiating disdain, inciting ire in those who beheld her. Noticing that Anjin did not even spare her a glance, Shauna's anger intensified. As the most beautiful female in the tribe, when had she ever been subjected to such indignity? Why was there no response? Was she in the wrong? "I advise you not to be ungrateful, otherwise I will inform my admirers, and you shall suffer the consequences." Shauna's voice carried a hint of pride, although she had no mate. Her unwavering affection for Ling Hong had only heightened the admiration of the young males in the tribe. Coupled with her striking beauty, she was surrounded by suitors. A mere wave of her hand would summon a throng eager to defend her honor, willing to brave any peril for her. There were hardly any females in the tribe foolish enough to provoke her. The old orc attempted to mediate. "Shauna, do not throw a tantrum. There is still plenty of food. I can fetch you some more." Shauna vehemently declared, glaring at the old orc. "No, I want hers. It rightfully belongs to me. Why should she deny me?" A matter that could have been resolved with ease was now entangled in Shauna's stubbornness. She simply could not tolerate this female. Her appearance was dark and unattractive, her body frail and lacking the ability to bear offspring. Not a single male in the tribe would desire her. Her existence seemed to be nothing but a waste of the tribe's food and resources. Recently, she had even heard rumors that this unseemly female had been shamelessly lingering in Ling Hong's dwelling, which infuriated her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With her slender eyes ablaze, she rushed over to seize the female by the hair, intent on delivering a harsh lesson. However, unaccustomed to hardship and raised in luxury, her movements were sluggish, akin to that of a 200-pound behemoth. As she clumsily swung her arms, Anjin effortlessly sidestepped her. With a sharp cry, Shauna lost her balance and fell to the ground, her mouth filled with dirt. Spitting and sputtering, she clambered awkwardly to her feet, rubbing her bruised knee, her eyes welling with tears from the pain. She had never endured such humiliation before. Infuriated, she resolved to retaliate. How dare this female evade her? The anger was almost overwhelming. Tears and snot streamed down her face, rendering her visage a pitiful sight, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Suddenly, a sleek, black wolf figure burst through the door. As the black wolf landed, it transformed into a striking young man with dark hair. He took a few swift strides and bent down to urgently embrace Sha Na's round waist, lifting her effortlessly. "Sha Na, how did you get hurt? I shall take you to see the shaman." His heart ached at the sight of the wounds marring her face and knee. Originally, Zwami had been strolling through the tribe, but upon catching the scent of Sha Na, he hurried over, only to be met with the sound of her anguished cries. As Zwami comforted the female he had long admired, he gently wiped away the tears and mucus from Sha Na's face, showing no disdain for her current disheveled state. His ebony eyes brimmed with compassion and affection. Sha Na, feeling wronged, playfully pounded her fist against his chest, pointing an accusing finger at Injin, her lips pouting in a petulant display. In the embrace of the wolf beast, she whined, "I am so hungry, and she stole my food. If you don't punish her on my behalf, I won't allow you to pursue me any longer." Upon hearing the last part of her plea, Zwami's expression transformed into one of sheer horror, as if facing the apocalypse. Despair washed over him. "No, please, don't abandon me. I have always heeded your words." He then cast a fierce glare at Injin, his eyes filled with loathing and fury. Clenching his fists as if they were claws, he appeared ready to unleash his wrath at any moment. Sha Na couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although Zwami lacked the formidable charm of Ling Hong, he still possessed above-average strength among the young beast men, making him a desirable choice for a mate. Years ago, when she casually offered him water to quench his thirst, she had no idea it would lead to him becoming her most fervent admirer, utterly devoted. Even now, Sha Na vividly recalled the ecstatic and infatuated gleam in his dark eyes when she had simply handed him that drink. However, contrary to expectation, Zwami clenched his fist, hesitated for a long while, then turned his head towards her, sighing softly with a grievance. "Nana, males are forbidden from harming females. This is a tribal ordinance." Sha Na, unable to contain her fury, glared daggers at Zwami, scratching several nail marks onto his body in vexation. "I'm injured, and you're telling me about tribal rules? Is this little mud sprite even considered a female? No male desires her. Can she even be deemed a female?" Sha Na erupted in a tirade, making no attempt to conceal her loathing. Injin was momentarily stunned, belatedly realizing that she was the little mud sprite being referred to. Having lost her parents at a young age, no one knew her real name. Timid and cowardly by nature, someone had given her the nickname Little Dark Girl, which suited her small and dark appearance. Gradually, everyone called her that, but over time, it evolved into the derisive little mud sprite. Chapter 25. The food is clean, not dirty. Sha Na cast a disdainful glance at Injin, huffing coldly. "Everyone used to say you were foolish, and I believed it. Huh. I never expected you to be so cunning, daring to presumptuously seduce my Ling Hong." The large hand around her waist tightened abruptly, causing Sha Na discomfort. She immediately lashed out at the wolf beast in anger. "What are you doing? If you don't want to hold me, then put me down. You don't need to see me anymore, either." Zwami panicked, hastily apologizing in a low voice, concealing the deep sense of grievance and defeat in his eyes. Not daring to let her perceive it, Zwami had always been aware that Sha Na's affections did not lie with him. However, why does the heart always ache with a sense of indignation every time he hears of a male more formidable than himself spoken of by the female he admires? "These provisions are for you. I shall procure another portion for myself." Injin carefully weighed the stakes. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. And rather than engage in a futile confrontation, it would be wiser to adopt a more conciliatory approach. Otherwise, it could potentially lead to complications for Ling Hong, a scenario she wished to avoid. Yet, Injin was unaware that Sha Na was seething with rage, already regarding her as a rival, her disdain palpable. In a fit of anger, she struck out, sending the food crashing to the ground. "For me? What a joke. Do you truly think I need anything from you? If you genuinely wish to offer it, why did you not do so sooner?" Sha Na, cherished as a precious gem by the tribe since childhood, had grown accustomed to pampering, gradually transforming from the once sweet and kind girl into a tempestuous and unruly woman. Now she could only lament that her slap had not landed on the face of this shameless female before her. The precious food lay scattered on the ground, tainted with dirt. The elder staggered a few steps, suppressing his anger, yet found it difficult to unleash it. Zwami looked on with sorrow, his chest heaving. He cast a reproachful glance at Sha Na, yet feared inciting her further wrath and refrained from speaking out. Having pursued Sha Na for many years, he was acutely aware of her temperament. He surmised that this commotion was likely instigated by Sha Na herself, with little connection to the female in front of her. However, his profound love for her compelled him to stand by her side. Shana, let us first consult the shaman. We can discuss this matter afterward, shall we? Zwami's voice was gentle and persuasive, even providing her with a way to retreat gracefully, for otherwise, the wound might worsen and leave a scar. However, Shana failed to grasp his kind intentions, barking like a rabid dog. What? Do you disdain me? Everything you once professed was mere pretense, wasn't it? And Jean could no longer tolerate the scene, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap Shana into clarity. While she could understand a girl's occasional petulance, such unruliness crossed the line to a degree that was intolerable, even for her. I have already provided you with food. You chose to reject it and even spilled it upon the ground. You are wasting the fruits of our labor. If I were to disclose this to others, how do you think they would perceive you? And Jean expended the last vestiges of her patience, suppressing her anger. I can compensate for the injury on your face, but this is my final boundary. Despite her delicate and diminutive frame, the force of her eruption caused Shana to instinctively recoil. Shana was momentarily taken aback, but her fury only intensified as she fiercely tugged at Zwami's hair, her voice trembling with a blend of bravado and insecurity. You stand idly by while she insults me? You are utterly useless. Do you truly no longer wish to be my partner? Even as strands of hair were forcefully yanked from his scalp, Zwami remained steadfast, like a robust and resolute warrior. His skin twitched momentarily as he cast a penetrating gaze at Jean, realizing that this female felt altogether different from the one he had known before. If this continues, only Shana will suffer. Such wasteful behavior with food will be condemned by all. Nana, your injuries are serious. Shana struck fiercely at his robust chest. While Zwami remained silent, his voice somewhat hoarse. It was then that Shana recalled her own wounds and hurriedly touched her face, discovering traces of blood from scratches. Prompting a sharp gasp, I want to be disfigured, will I? Zwami, you must take me to see the shaman, quickly. Hurry. Her voice trembled with emotion. Oh, if I truly become disfigured, I will never forgive that little black mud. How will I find Linghong then? Zwami's body stiffened imperceptibly, but the acute reflexes of the wolf beast quickly brought him back to normal, unnoticed. I would never despise you, Zwami murmured softly. Despise me? You wish to despise me. You truly want me to be disfigured, don't you? Zwami quickly lowered his head in apology. He believed his heartfelt words would please the female, only to face her scorn instead. Wolves are often straightforward and lack the ability to utter sweet words. Realizing his mistake, he tightened his lips, afraid to speak further. Despite being a female who had done nothing wrong, no one stood up for her. She could only rely on herself. And Jean crouched down, wrapping the wild fruits and vegetables rolling on the ground back into the animal's skin, securing them tightly. The old beastman stopped her, stating that it was already dirty and that a female should not consume contaminated food. I'm fine, it's not dirty. The young female smiled, revealing a row of small, white teeth. The soil and river water here were pristine and unpolluted, making the fruits and meats easy to cleanse. The old beastman sighed, lamenting the charming little female, regrettably unable to bear offspring. After departing, Jean gazed at the food in her hands, the previously feigned smile fading into a cold desolation once more. In the beastly realm, food was scarce. In the 23rd century on Blue Star, food was similarly in short supply. The former scarcity arose from technological advancements, while the latter was also a consequence of technology. The excessive development of technology in the severely polluted environment had driven many species to the brink of extinction. Such pure, natural, organically grown food had long vanished from Blue Star in the 23rd century. The world was destined to revert to a desert age, prompting that era's inhabitants to fervently pursue advancements in space technology, striving to carve out new living spaces for humanity. Chapter 26. The delicate touch of skin in the beastly realm. The fire-starting tool was a unique energy crystal known as the fire source stone. When two translucent flame stones collided, a gentle strike would produce sparks that danced upon the dry kindling, quickly igniting it. A small fire smoldered, warming the stone pot, and Jean coated the interior of the pot with a layer of fruit oil, from which a delightful aroma of oil intermingled with that of fruit soon wafted through the air. The oil at the bottom of the pot bubbled enticingly, and Jean personally wielded the knife, meticulously cleaning a portion of the selected wild boar meat before slicing it into evenly sized pieces, which she arranged neatly upon the leaves. She carefully retrieved the food items she had foraged over the past 2 days from her leather pouch, meticulously combining them and adding them to the pot. Among these were familiar ingredients such as Sichuan peppercorns and garlic chives. At present, she had only identified a few well-known components, while the pouch contained several others whose names eluded her. However, after systematic evaluation, it was confirmed that they were non-toxic and belonged to undiscovered gatherable resources. Exploration Coefficient 3. The oil in the pot sizzled and danced, the spices popping as if they were about to leap forth and splatter against her face. And Jean quickly stepped back and chopped the garlic chives finely, sprinkling them into the pot. With a resounding burst of fragrance, she hastily grabbed a wooden spatula and stirred the ingredients at the bottom. Once the aroma of the chives was released, she added the pre-sliced meat into the stone pot. The slices, cut to a moderate thickness, rolled in the oil until both sides turned a golden hue, after which she sprinkled coarse salt over them. Inhaling their enticing aroma infused with garlic and chives. After hours of effort, having successfully fried approximately 10 slices of meat, and Jean only indulged in 2 or 3. The simplicity of the pan-fried meat, when bitten into, released a cascade of savory grease that filled her mouth, leaving her unable to suppress a moan of satisfaction. Taking a bite of fruit, she rubbed her slightly swollen belly, feeling a vague sense of fullness that suggested further consumption would lead to discomfort. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, and Jean placed the remaining slices of fried meat into 2 additional stone bowls, sprinkling them with salt to extend their preservation period. The low table made it difficult to store items. Fortunately, a protrusion on the uneven wall of the stone house provided a suitable spot, and Jean moved a stone stool to step upon it and placed one of the bowls atop the raised stone, to prevent the mischievous little beasts, drawn by enticing scents, from sneaking in. I should send another stone bowl to the little merman in the afternoon when time permits, especially since I have taken several of his fish without compensation. After satisfying my hunger, I intended to rest for a while, but a sudden gust of wind wafted in from the window, and I was instantly reminded of the foul odor emanating from my own body, a scent as terrifying as a biochemical weapon. Since arriving in this beastly realm, I have been overwhelmed with various tasks and have not had the opportunity to take a proper bath. Without hesitation, I rolled up my sleeves and hurried to boil several pots of water, uncertain if Ling Hong had a bathing tub, as the inhabitants of this world seem quite liberated, often opting to bathe in the river. Holding on to a glimmer of hope, I scoured both the interior and exterior of the house, and fortune smiled upon me as I discovered a large wooden tub, perfectly suited for bathing. As I lay in the tub filled with warm water, infused with some cleansing soapwort, the steam enveloped my weary body, and gradually, my consciousness began to blur. Before long, I fell into a deep slumber. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, and the sun at the center of the azure sky began its descent towards the west. The daylight faded. The scorching sun quietly withdrew, and the entire sky was bathed in a golden hue of twilight. My body, once resting against the wooden tub, began to slip uncontrollably into the water. Eventually, only my eyes remained above the surface, and just as my nose was about to submerge, I was suddenly jolted awake by a mouthful of water. I instinctively expelled the liquid from my mouth and nose, causing my tear ducts to activate involuntarily, and I gasped for air, coughing several times. What a predicament! Everyone was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, a layer of charred, gelatinous black sludge floated atop the water in the wooden barrel, with some adhering to the sides, creating a most repugnant sight. Could she have possibly caused this? How mortifying! She needed to rectify the situation immediately. Without delay, Jean swiftly dried herself with a piece of animal hide, then exerted considerable effort to pour the water from the barrel into the nearby thicket. She proceeded to the riverbank to scrub the barrel meticulously, ensuring there were no traces of her alleged misdeeds before finally exhaling in relief. By chance, she caught a glimpse in the reflection of the river, a small female diligently cleaning the barrel, her skin now transformed to a healthy wheat tone. Her cheeks bore a faint blush of vitality, and her skin appeared significantly smoother and more refined than before. Although the female's appearance remained unremarkable and her petite stature elicited a sense of pity, she looked far more pleasing after her bath, with refreshing strands of hair that contrasted sharply with her previous state. And Jean nodded approvingly at her reflection. Fully aware that a single wash could not yield such remarkable results, it must be the effect of the mermaid pearl within her body. After all, She had mentioned that the pearl possessed the ability to enhance one's allure. She had not anticipated such striking effects would manifest in just a few short days. The sky was a deep azure, and the lush, verdant jungle swayed like an emerald sea in the breeze, accompanied by the melodious calls of birds and the resonant roars of beasts. At the heart of the jungle flowed a winding river. The river flowed gently over the rocks, its crystalline waters revealing the vibrant aquatic flora and stones adorning the riverbed. Countless small fish and shrimp darted playfully among the aquatic vegetation. Suddenly, as if possessed, the school of fish began to gather frantically in one direction, while the merman lay in wait, resembling the epitome of a perfect predator. His slender fingers swelled ominously, and in a silent rush, he gutted the passing fish. Scarlet blood and shattered entrails spread through the river, a scene of brutality and savagery. The merman's clear, innocent blue eyes effortlessly concealed the fleeting glimpse of crimson as he joyfully swayed among the fish, casually plucking several sizable, delectable fish from the water. With a delicate display of his sharp canines, he elegantly bit into the belly of one fish. Within a minute, it was devoured, leaving only bloody bones and a head behind. Unsatisfied, he consumed another. The metallic taste of blood exploded in his mouth, igniting the latent bloodlust within him. Yet, almost immediately, he carelessly tossed the succulent fish back into the river, languidly resting by the bank with a sigh. Accustomed to the refined fare prepared by Ajin, the coarse raw flesh now seemed less enchanting. With a hint of regret, he unconsciously licked his lips, savoring the remnants of blood. How he longed for Ajin. Why had she not come to play with him yet? Chapter 27. The lament of the rootless beast. From the distant jungle came a familiar sound. She was intimately acquainted with Jin's footsteps, and instantly, he joyfully flicked his tail, sweeping away the crimson-stained water and the carcasses of fish far downstream. In the blink of an eye, all traces of his hunt were meticulously erased, leaving no hint of the recent carnage. As the female approached, she was astounded by the transformation of her physique. The delicate, rejuvenated skin of the young female stirred an irresistible desire within him to touch it. Jin, you are truly exquisite, the most beautiful female I have ever encountered, she remarked, gently biting his fingertip, his fair visage tinged with a rosy hue. Stealing glances at Jin with unabashed delight, Jin shot him a bemused glance, acknowledging the absurdity of the little merman's taste. Yet the evident and pleasing change did not warrant further comment. Thanks to your jiao pearl, she said, extending a stone bowl filled with dried meat as a gesture of gratitude. She understood that the jiao pearl enhanced allure. Yet he was taken aback by the significant amplification it had on Jin as he beheld the young female. Her eyes crescent-shaped and her smile revealing her pristine little teeth, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. However, this greedy thought was fleeting, shattered by the detestable crimson snake pattern adorning her arm. A fleeting shadow of darkness flickered in She's gaze, quick and elusive, nearly imperceptible. He was determined to eradicate that snake pattern. Suppressing the toxic rage that brewed within, he thought, I will miss Jin. She inhaled deeply, tears welling up as he longed for her to remember him. I want to forget, she assured him, though a sense of curiosity lingered in her heart. Why would she, a merman who typically dwelt in the depths of the ocean, venture to this plane? Yet, she chose not to pry into his personal matters. Jin extended the stone bowl to she, and as the leaves at the rim were peeled back, a rich aroma of meat wafted forth, enveloping his senses. She swallowed hard, pondering if this delectable offering was meant for him. When the petite female nodded, warmth surged within him, a tingling sensation spreading through his heart. Overwhelmed by a euphoric delight, she feigned composure as he accepted the bowl, cradling it reverently in his hands. The enticing scent was utterly irresistible, yet he hesitated to take a single bite. In the depths of the ocean, several thousand, even tens of thousands of meters below, the scorching rays of the sun were completely barred, leaving an abyss of darkness and chilling cold. She contemplated inquiring with the queen about the means to dissolve their partnership. He held no sympathy for the thought of the snake beast transforming into a rootless creature. What he desired was a female companion who belonged entirely to him. It was said that rootless beasts were the most frigid, ruthless, and savage species in existence. However, the true cold-blooded and selfish beings of the world were the merfolk, who resided in the icy, shadowy depths of the sea. Cloaked in the most exquisite exterior, they excelled in deception, luring their prey with an innocuous facade that concealed their unwaveringly hardened hearts. She felt no pity, nor would he dwell on the sorrow of the rootless beasts. Chapter 28. The return of the hunting party, the fruits displayed a deep purple hue, as if imbued with lethal poison, causing their widespread presence in the lower strata to go unharvested. The skin of the fruit was flawlessly smooth, devoid of any insect bites. The system issued no toxicity warnings. Curiosity piqued, and Jean bent down, extending his arm to navigate around the low-hanging thorns. With a gentle pressure from his thumb and forefinger, he plucked a small, deep purple fruit from the thorny bush. As she brought the fruit to her lips, the moment the skin was pierced, an exhilarating burst of tangy flavor exploded in her mouth, sending a shiver through her body. Yet, amidst the trembling, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within her. The taste, though somewhat divergent, truly resembled that of vinegar. Beside the stone house, an abundance of trees flourished. With a mere tug, she could easily procure a generous handful of slender, supple vines. Throughout the afternoon, after countless failures, Jean managed to weave only a rather unsightly little basket, scarcely capable of holding a few items. With a sigh, she resolved to exercise patience, remaining steadily seated within the wooden abode, enduring the ache in her wrists while navigating through her setbacks. After expending yet another half-day, she finally succeeded in crafting a basket that bore a semblance of competence. Without hesitation, Jean swiftly donned her soft leather shoes, slung the large basket over her back, and made her way to the thicket she had previously visited. She did not gather an abundance of the small purple fruits, selecting only 5 or 6 that were plump and succulent to place into the basket. After all, vinegar is merely a condiment. Most of the space within the basket was filled with a variety of wild vegetables and fruits. Unlike the orcs, Jean could not sustain herself solely on meat 3 times a day. She needed to consume vegetables and fruits to replenish her body's nutrients with vitamins. Once the basket was brimming, it became nearly too heavy for her to lift, and Jean picked up several large leaves from the ground to seal the basket's opening, preventing the wild fruits and vegetables from spilling out. These fruits, well, for now, let us refer to them as fruits, did not possess the regular round shape typical of other wild berries. Instead, they featured a long protrusion of flesh at one end, resembling a pepper in form and sharing a strikingly vivid red hue. The system issued no warnings of danger, and Jean promptly removed it, taking a small bite, which instantly rendered her mouth numb and brought tears to her eyes. Spitting and sputtering, she set the basket down and ran toward the river as if fleeing for her life. Bending down, she gulped mouthfuls of river water until she could barely quell the fiery blaze within her mouth. This was undoubtedly chili pepper, and its spiciness surpassed any she had ever encountered before. As the saying goes, no spice, no joy. Such a marvelous seasoning could not be overlooked. Upon returning to her dwelling, Jean mashed the purple fruits and chili peppers into a puree, adding salt and a certain amount of clear water. She then wrapped it in large grass leaves and sealed it with slender strips of beast hide to preserve it. The orcs, accompanied by their families, gathered around the great bonfire, singing and dancing, each holding a torch as they circled the flames in a special ritual to welcome their mighty warriors back with bountiful provisions. Many orcs transformed into their beastly forms, and under the vast moonlight, the howls of wolves, the roars of tigers, and the cries of bears and lions echoed through the air, resounding endlessly. Chapter 29. The situation of the bonfire feast in every tribe, each year, and each day, females, younglings, and even the weaker orcs succumbed to starvation. Yet, the hunting parties that maintained their bare minimum survival were the pride of each tribe. The males transformed into their beast forms, rejoicing and dancing. The delicate and frail females, unable to transform, would nestle in a relatively quiet corner, gathered around a warm bonfire with a few of their companions. They savored the roasted meat prepared by their partners, leaning against the broad, warm embrace of their mates, indulging in gentle slumber while awaiting the conclusion of the fire's glow. The agile and robust beast pack triumphantly returned, bearing prey far heavier than themselves. At the forefront, the silver wolf stood with remarkable grace, its tall and strong frame adorned with the fresh blood of its quarry, fluttering in the night breeze. The moment Ling Hong stepped into the tribe, he became the focal point of all the beastmen's attention. A chilling and deep wolf howl echoed, causing all the wolf tribe's members to bow their heads in reverence, howling in unison. In stark contrast, a bloodied gray wolf lagged at the tail end of the procession, its body swaying as if on the brink of collapse, resembling a worn-out bowstring about to snap. Its dark, hardened claws dug deeply into the earth, its bloodshot eyes glimmering with rage, fierce and menacing, fixated on the prominent silver wolf ahead. The bared fangs emitted low growls filled with jealousy and resentment. Ling Hong. It was because of Ling Hong that he had been injured. The position of the hunting party's leader rightfully belonged to him. Not only had Ling Hong usurped what was rightfully his, but he also dared to attempt to eliminate him to prevent future threats during this hunt. The gray wolf's impotent growls were swiftly drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the crowd. The beastmen found the abundant food, double what they usually had, to be an eyesore and a mockery. During this hunt, they had encountered a large pack of wild beasts, and Ling Hong had deceived him into serving as bait, claiming it was a matter of poor consideration. Amidst numerous cold chuckles, he harbored a desire to eradicate himself, despicable and shameless. What right does such a person have to continuously suppress him? Now, with his right leg crippled, he holds no value for the tribe. He could scarcely fathom his future. And as for the chieftain, he narrowed his wolfish eyes, his expression darkening, and with gritted teeth emitted a chilling snort before quietly limping towards the chieftain's direction. On the other side, a tall and robust silver wolf traversed the bustling crowd, transforming into a strikingly handsome, aloof man with silver hair. His imposing stature and powerful physique showcased fluid, captivating muscle lines, particularly the sharply defined contours of his chest and abdomen that drew the eye and incited fervor. He scanned the throng by the campfire, yet failed to spot Jean, a ripple of confusion washing over him. Why has Tishi come to greet him? Shana hurriedly emerged from the crowd, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she approached him, gazing at this nearly perfect male with infatuation and desire. I have something to tell you. In a few days, I will be in heat. Would you be willing to become my mate? Shana stood frozen, her face burning anew, this time with a mix of shame and indignation. In the presence of so many beast men, against the biting night wind, her body trembled slightly, her shoulders quaking. Ling Hong's indifference towards everyone had long been understood by her. The female's first heat presents the greatest chance of conception, a coveted opportunity for many males. Contemplating this, a smile returned to Shana's face, though it was tinged with lingering grievance, appearing somewhat forced. Beside them, Zwami let out a soft sigh, her compassion ultimately overshadowing her jealousy. She pulled Shana to a corner by the bonfire. Before long, fatigue overcame them, and Jean yawned, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. She grabbed a piece of animal hide and nestled into a pile of grass. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, unexpectedly, she felt a tightening around her waist, and someone swept her up in their arms. Startled, Jean opened her eyes to meet the man's piercing green gaze, which, at that moment, held a hint of gentle amusement. The skin she felt against her was smooth and delicate, stirring a flicker of emotion in Ling Hong as he regarded the small female before him. She seemed slightly different. Yet upon closer inspection, she remained the same unattractive figure from his memories. With the female cradled in his arms, he took a few long strides towards the exit. And Jean, nestled against him, lifted her small face in confusion and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To the square. Everyone is there," he replied. And Jean furrowed her brows, a twinge of apprehension washing over her as she recalled the many. Ling Hong smirked slightly, offering a cryptic reassurance. "He will no longer pose a threat to you." They found a small bonfire, settling in a corner away from the raucous festivities of the orcs, and focused on roasting meat. And Jean brought along the various spice jars she had prepared over the past few days. At last, she understood why Ling Hong was so insistent on waking her and carrying her to the bonfire in the square. Just look at how adeptly he pushed the freshly cleaned raw meat towards her, and the eager glances he cast her way. How joyfully his tail wagged. And Jean, you cannot fathom the bittersweet plight of having a dog at home. Two individuals sat before the crackling campfire, where the temperature differences in the beast realm were astonishingly pronounced between day and night. The evening breeze carried a chill, and Jean rubbed her hands together, warming herself by the comforting flames, exhaling a cloud of white mist. Ling Hong promptly draped a thick, plush pelt over her shoulders, alleviating some of the cold that had enveloped her. She sliced the raw meat into pieces, laying them on leaves, and selected several clean, straight twigs from the ground to skewer the meat before placing them over the fire to roast gently. As the skewers turned a golden hue, sizzling and glistening with oil, Jean deftly flipped them, revealing an enticingly charred aroma that awakened one's appetite. The air was infused with the delectable scent of roasting meat, and with a deep breath, the cravings stirred within her, making it impossible to resist swallowing. Ling Hong's gaze sharpened, his tail instinctively sweeping the ground behind him, while his prominent wolf ears stood erect, only twitching slightly in response to the gentle breeze. However, Jean was not content with merely that. She requested Ling Hong to fetch the seasoning jar for her. As the skewers neared completion, she took 2 substantial, plump meat legs, skillfully adjusted her cuts, and placed them over the flames, sprinkling coarse salt onto the surface. She rolled them slightly to ensure the salt permeated the outer layer of the meat, just as she prepared to unveil the spicy sauce she had previously concocted. Intending to slather it onto the sizzling meat legs, Ling Hong abruptly intervened. He regarded the dangerously vibrant red chili sauce with caution, his stern brow knitting slightly in concern. What was this? Why would one smear it onto the meat? Was there not a fear of poison? And Jean waved her hand reassuringly, indicating that there was no cause for concern. It was merely a condiment, devoid of any poison. When applied in moderation to cooked meat, it could enhance its flavor significantly. Given her previous exploits, Ling Hong felt a sense of relief but still accepted the beast leg from her, cautiously taking a small bite to test its safety. His expression shifted subtly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to swallow the morsel. A tingling, numbing sensation spread across his palate, slightly scorching his tongue. It was peculiar, yet oddly addictive. Could this truly be devoid of poison? Ling Hong remained skeptical about the vibrant red chili sauce, for in the eyes of their kind, anything so ostentatious was likely toxic. Thus, he resolved to assess the substance's safety on behalf of the young female, reasoning that his robust constitution could withstand any potential toxins. As he pondered seriously, he couldn't resist devouring another 2 bites. Soon, the once ample leg of meat was reduced to nothing but bone. And Jean observed him with an impassive expression, until a certain wolf finally realized that the diligent young female, who had been tirelessly roasting the meat, had yet to savor a single bite. Clearing his throat softly, his ears flushed with embarrassment, he tore off the tenderest portion of the beast leg, cooling it before offering it to her. As they continued to roast and consume their meal, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, captivating the keen senses of the surrounding orcs. Many young males, unpaired and intrigued, were drawn to the side of the young female beside Ling Hong. They had never before witnessed a female in the esteemed presence of Lord Ling Hong. Who could this enchanting young female be? She possessed a pristine beauty, her demeanor gentle, and her fragrance delightful. Was she perhaps a member of the tribe? Gazing at her, there was a sense of familiarity. Yet I could not recall encountering a female with such a delightful fragrance. Did she not resemble the little black mud? How curious, in my memory. Was the little black mud truly so enchanting? A few young males exchanged whispers, casting glances at one another. Nevertheless, the alluring scent of the petite female undeniably captivated them. Just as they contemplated approaching her to strike up a conversation, an icy gaze from Ling Hong pierced through the air. The Orcish youths shivered, nearly faltering in their resolve. Lord Ling Hong was indeed formidable, a testament to his status as the tribe's foremost warrior. We were drawn here by the aroma of the roasted meat. It is simply irresistible. Could you perhaps teach us how to prepare it? The males sheepishly touched their noses, feeling it would be disgraceful to leave without making an effort. Moreover, the female's scent was refreshingly pure and delightful. They found themselves unable to retreat. Ling Hong, with a cool glance in their direction, replied, "Fine, I can teach you. Otherwise, who else would?" The males they had intended to flirt. Yet why was Lord Ling Hong so intent on joining the fray? The roasted meat truly did smell divine, and they struggled to contain their salivation, eagerly stepping forward to learn. Chapter 31. Elevating personal prestige, and Jean raised an eyebrow, making space for the few males who had crowded closer. She cast a skeptical glance at the handsome, resolute man beside her. Could Ling Hong truly roast meat? After all, she had always been the one to prepare their meals. She had to admit, however, that Ling Hong possessed a remarkable talent for grilling. Having only observed her a few times, he was already adeptly replicating her techniques. In fact, to her astonishment, he even seasoned the meat with salt, minced garlic, and spicy sauce, mastering the art with impressive finesse. "Would you like to taste this?" He smirked, tearing off a piece of tender meat, blowing on it to cool, and offering it to her. And Jean, somewhat skeptical, took a bite and was utterly astonished by the exquisite flavor. It was surprisingly on par with her own culinary skills. In her previous life, she had often grilled meat at home, honing her craft to perfection, yet here was Ling Hong, having learned the technique merely by observing her a few times, which left her feeling slightly vexed. Unbeknownst to her, each time she prepared a meal, Ling Hong had been watching her intently. She presumed he was merely coveting her cooking, but in reality, for this adventurous spirit embodied in a wolf, he was diligently absorbing every detail. Noticing the sudden cloud of despondency enveloping the little female, Ling Hong felt a twinge of confusion and alarm. He quickly reassured her. "From now on, Let me handle the cooking. You need not toil any longer." His words seemed to lift her spirits, transforming her mood from overcast to radiant. Her earlier gloom dissipating like morning mist. The few males who had intruded upon their culinary endeavor were earnest in their learning, understanding that mastering the art of cooking was an invaluable skill for winning the hearts of their partners. Before long, a rich aroma wafted from their corner, captivating nearly the entire tribe's attention. Among them were Sha Na, the chieftain, and several others. Sha Na's expression darkened upon noticing the female by Ling Hong's side, her face clouding over as if shadowed by a storm. She had also grilled a beast's leg, charred and burnt, a product of her considerable effort and time, intended as a gift for Ling Hong. However, it now seemed unnecessary. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed her charred offering to the astonished Zwami and stood up, striding toward Ling Hong's direction. At this moment, Jean was basking in the warm glow of the campfire, and upon noticing that the flames had reached a midpoint, she was struck by a whimsical idea to prepare beggar's chicken. Fortunately, Ling Hong had brought an abundance of wild fowl. Slaying 2 or 3 would suffice for her indulgence. Nearby, several young males displayed an unusual eagerness, promptly following Jin's instructions to gather lotus leaves and moist earth, while also presenting her with 2 freshly plucked wild chickens, thoroughly cleaned. After skillfully preparing the chickens, she filled their cavities with spices and fresh fruits, wrapped them securely in lotus leaves, and then encased them in a layer of damp, dark clay. Her small, dainty hands were smeared with mud, and inadvertently, she brushed her face, transforming it into a comical mask of dirt, adorably clumsy. Ling Hong observed her for a moment, suppressing his laughter, before reaching out to wipe the mud from her face. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, the petite female tossed the clay-coated sphere onto the fire, skillfully maneuvering it with a stick to ensure even heating. The males, along with Ling Hong, were utterly bewildered. What was she doing? Would she be gnawing on clay soon? As they waited, Sha Na approached with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon recognizing Jin's face, she was taken aback, nearly dropping her eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this the little one covered in black mud from before? How had she seemingly become more attractive? However, the males all praised her as the most beautiful female in the tribe, and with that thought, Sha Na's momentary surge of jealousy and panic was quickly suppressed. Avoiding Ling Hong's gaze, she intentionally directed her ire toward Jin, who dared to cling to Ling Hong's side. Vowing to ensure that the female would face the consequences of her audacity, she glared fiercely at Jin, admonishing her with a thunderous voice. "Do you even comprehend what you have done? Utterly shameless." Her voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the surrounding orcs, who turned their gazes toward them. Sha Na, embodying the spirit of the tribe, was filled with indignation and fury, casting a menacing glare at Jin, her eyes reflecting an unrelenting jealousy. "These wild birds were not only insipid in flavor, but you also allowed Ling Hong to capture them alive. Do you have any idea how much space and trouble these creatures occupy? Wild boar meat is the staple of our tribe, and it is the most cherished type of meat among all orcs. Those robust wild boars could sustain a single family for half a month. The orcs detest wastefulness. Such behavior is punishable in any tribe." She could hardly wait to witness the scornful expressions directed at the little black mud. Upon hearing of the waste of food, many orcs turned their faces in anger, even stirring the chieftain, who approached with a somber expression. "Do not speak foolishly. Wild grass birds are incredibly fragrant. I find them far more delectable than wild boar." The few males who had learned their craft alongside Jin immediately bristled at this remark, wiping the grease from their shining lips as they stepped forward to support the little female. The chieftain approached, eyeing the grease-laden orcs with a heavy voice. "What are you consuming?" He had never seen such a thing before. The orcs, brimming with excitement, replied, "This is wild grass bird. It's delicious when roasted." "Ah, no. It used to be quite unpalatable, but after mastering the technique, it is truly delightful." The consumption of wildfowl has been historically eschewed by the beast folk due to their skeletal composition, an abundance of feathers rendering them arduous to prepare, and a propensity to char when roasted. Furthermore, their meat is often characterized by a loose texture, lacking the desired chewiness. Despite the ample population of wildfowl, few were inclined to expend the effort to capture them. Initially, the chieftain harbored skepticism, sharing the prevailing doubts. However, upon beholding the proffered roasted fowl, his gaze flickered with intrigue. The skin was rendered a delectable golden brown crisp, glistening with succulent fat, artfully adorned with scallions and chili peppers. The tantalizing aroma compelled the chieftain to partake, and his eyes widened with astonishment. Could this truly be wildfowl? It seemed to surpass even the exquisite flavor of boar meat. Sensing a potential shift in the chieftain's disposition, Shauna subtly mocked, her resolve wavering. She defiantly seized a drumstick, determined to disprove the notion of its palatability. Her childhood memories were marred by the unappetizing taste of wildfowl, an experience she deemed utterly unpleasant, compounded by the annoyance of ingesting stray feathers. However, as the crispy exterior yielded to the tender, succulent flesh, a wave of astonishment washed over her, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Witnessing the expressions of astonishment on their faces, the beast folk, already captivated by the alluring aroma, could no longer resist. With a nod from Ling Hong, they eagerly plucked morsels of meat from the roasted fowl, their anticipation reaching a fever pitch. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, followed by a shared exchange of incredulous delight. The beast folk, known for their candor and directness, swiftly discarded their prior animosity and skepticism upon experiencing the delectable flavor. A fervent enthusiasm ignited within their eyes, supplanting any lingering doubt. Anjin shattered the fully cooked beggar's chicken, releasing an intense aroma that wafted for miles, sharing it with the ravenous young cubs. Oh, whoa! The eyes of the little creatures sparkled with delight, their fluffy ears perked up. They echoed the sentiments of all the adult beast men, exclaiming how utterly delicious it was. Sister, how did you make this? Could you teach us? Yes, please teach us. It's so delectable, Awu. I can barely contain my saliva. The young cubs hurriedly wiped their mouths, overwhelmed by the enticing scent, wishing to transform into their beast forms and pounce upon the feast. With an abundance of wild grass birds scattered across the land, one exclaimed in ecstatic disbelief. If we could feast on them, our young ones would never have to fear starvation again. Tears welled up in the eyes of some beast men as they shared their excitement with those around them. Indeed, and these wild grass birds are no match for the fierce beasts. Even our little cubs and females can catch them, freeing us from the worry of food scarcity. At that moment, Shauna seemed to fade into the background, forgotten by all, as Anjin basked in the limelight she had stolen. Even the males who usually flocked around her had dispersed. Consumed by anger and humiliation, Shauna had intended to embarrass Anjin. But ironically, it was she who ended up humiliated. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at the encircled female, the sight piercing her deeply. In a fit of rage, Shauna turned and fled from the crowd, with only Zwami transforming into wolf form to follow her closely. Personal Prestige 10. Currently 10. Accumulate 60 to unlock the Tribe Territory System. Chapter 32. She, Lincia, shall become the queen of this world. Personal Prestige? The Lord System? Anjin felt a stirring in her heart, her interest deepening. She had not anticipated the myriad of gameplay options this system offered. Resources are finite. While the grassland birds are indeed plentiful, the orcs' insatiable appetite resembles a bottomless pit. Should they capture these birds, it would lead to a significant decline in their population, thus disrupting the delicate ecological balance. Once this balance is disturbed, it bodes ill for the orcs who rely on nature's bounty. Coincidentally, after a certain incident, Anjin established a degree of authority, her words now carrying weight. She proposed the idea of cultivating grassland birds within the tribe. The following evening, Manduo staggered into the chieftain's dwelling, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief. That female was still alive. The chieftain regarded Manduo coldly, concealing the scorn in his gaze. After all, it was his ineptitude that had led to this. The chieftain and Manduo had long conspired together, viewing Ling Hong as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate her. They had awaited the day when Ling Hong would succumb to the venom coursing through her. Yet Anjin had unexpectedly intervened. They could not tolerate anyone disrupting their carefully laid plans. Thus, with the chieftain's tacit approval, Manduo harbored murderous intent against Anjin. Had it been any other female, he would have lacked the courage to act so ruthlessly. But Anjin had long been deemed by the shaman as incapable of bearing offspring, a useless, sickly wretch. Manduo felt no remorse. He had witnessed that female sink beneath the water's surface. With a voice brimming with malice, he implored the chieftain, "Let me go and finish her off. Is that all you can do?" The chieftain shook his head and let out a cold, mocking laugh. The female who lingered beside Ling Hong was undoubtedly already in his favor. Your current state of partial disability renders such aspirations utterly fanciful. However, if Ling Hong were to learn that I had intended to eliminate that female, he would certainly seek my demise. He was never as formidable as Ling Hong. and now that he is wounded, I must silence him. The chieftain cast a penetrating glance at Mando, remaining silent. Even he could not fathom how this orc, who had accompanied him for so many years, had transformed into such a fool today. Not only was his body crippled, but his mind had also faltered, rendering him devoid of any value. With a cold sneer, the chieftain kicked the injured gray wolf aside, shedding any semblance of his usual dignified demeanor. Do you truly believe you were wounded by mere chance? Ling Hong has long been aware of your foolish deeds. This is retribution, do you not comprehend? As blood pooled in his throat, the gray wolf lay on the ground, clinging to life, his injured left leg immobile, the wound gaping and bleeding profusely. With great difficulty, he struggled to rise, incredulous. Chieftain, have you forgotten that it was you who instructed me to act in such a manner? The chieftain's golden eyes held no trace of emotion, their coldness sending a shiver down Mando's spine. I did not compel you to undertake such foolishness. Your own incompetence, arrogance, and desire for self-destruction are of no concern to me. The chieftain spoke meaningfully, advising Mando to depart from the tribe while he still could. It was for his own good. Even if Ling Hong did not kill him, the chieftain would. For Mando possessed far too much knowledge that posed a latent threat to his rule. The two individuals severed their ties completely, and Wanwan could scarcely believe he had been cast aside. It was utterly unimaginable that after devoting half his life and loyalty, he would find himself in such a dire predicament. Once stripped of his utility, he was ruthlessly discarded by the clan leader, Luo Tong. His right leg, now fractured, rendered him helpless in this primitive world, with no remedy available. Only a path leading to death awaited him. The gray wolf howled in anguish, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by a bitter sense of indignation and humiliation that crushed the last remnants of his sanity. In a fit of despair, the wolf contemplated ramming himself against a tree to end his suffering. However, in that moment of impending demise, a bear of formidable stature, reminiscent of a mountain, intruded upon the forest scene. Perched upon the bear's broad shoulders was a slender female figure, her face veiled. She gazed down at the bleeding wolf and softly addressed the bear beneath her. Ale, I wish to save him, if I may. Her voice, cool and melodious, though tinged with an almost deliberate gentleness, resonated in the bear's ears like a divine melody. The bear, Leto, lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the female's luminous eyes. Entranced and spellbound, his mind a blank slate, unable to articulate anything beyond his admiration. He was the chief of the nearby brown bear tribe, who had stumbled upon this enchanting female just days prior. She was beautiful and astute, gentle and thoughtful, akin to the goddess beside the legendary beast god, captivating all the males of the tribe. Lin Shishua pointed at the fallen wolf beast ahead and asked Ale to inquire about its identity. It seemed to be a member of the Rotting tribe, which might prove advantageous for our takeover of the tribe. Although he appeared to be unconscious, his mind remained alert. The moment he heard someone discussing the conquest of the tribe, his eyes snapped open, immediately locking onto the female's clear and delicate black gaze. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, lifting the layer of beast hide on the female's face, revealing her fair and charming visage, instantly captivating every female in the beast realm. This was a beauty unlike any he had ever encountered. His once lifeless heart surged with fervor. The female let out a startled gasp, her small face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily pulled the half-fallen beast hide back over her face. This simple action effortlessly stirred the male's innate feelings of affection and protectiveness. Lin Shishua was gently cradled down by the bear beast. With a slight blush, she offered a soft smile to the astonished wolf beast and knelt to examine his injuries. You are hurt. It appears to be a fracture. How unfortunate. But I can heal you, she said with a smile. Are you from the Rotting tribe? The gray wolf gazed into the female's beautiful eyes, his mind blank. And he nodded slowly. Her eyes brightened with urgency and compassion. What caused your injuries? Does no one in the tribe care for you? I was abandoned. Lin Shishue's eyes sparkled even more, as if she had successfully executed a cunning plan, though the completely unguarded Mando was utterly oblivious to it at that moment. How pitiful it is. Lin Xie tenderly caressed the wolf's head, her clear eyes shimmering with compassion. The gentle curve of her long brows hinted at a touch of sorrow, as if she were a divine being mourning for all living creatures. Do you harbor hatred towards them? A soft whimper escaped the brown wolf's eyes, glistening with tears. If you assist me in a single endeavor, I can not only heal you but also empower you further. Moreover, I can help you exact revenge on those who have wronged you. Would you be willing? Her melodious voice seemed to carry an alluring charm. beckoning him toward the depths of despair, effortlessly igniting the flames of his resentment. Very well. He gritted his teeth in response, transforming into human form. He rose from the ground, his fiery gaze greedily fixated on the enchanting female before him. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you can heal me and allow me to become your partner. Lin Xie paused momentarily, but soon lowered her gaze, observing the strikingly handsome man in front of her. Ignoring the furious roars of the bear behind her, she offered him a gentle smile. All right. The wolf was so remarkably beautiful and strong, already a fourth-tier beast at such a young age. Lin Xie felt her heart stir genuinely. In the past, during the 21st century on Earth, she, an ordinary girl, would never have dared to dream of such an exceptional man. But now, everything had changed. She had traversed realms, entering a world where females were scarce and males abundant, much like the heroines of novels. In the shadow of the grotesque indigenous females, she emerged as the most beautiful female in this world, captivating all the handsome men, who became utterly infatuated with her. Lin Xie. In her previous life, she possessed an unremarkable appearance, a commonplace family background, and average academic performance. She toiled relentlessly in an attempt to escape the shackles of mediocrity, yet ultimately, like the majority, she enrolled in an ordinary agricultural university. Upon graduation, she secured a position in a modest enterprise, earning a meager salary, and married a straightforward man, dedicating her life to domesticity until her last breath. She was unwilling to endure such a mundane existence. It was with this fervent discontent that the heavens seemed to heed her inner tumult, granting her a second chance at life. In this new existence, she vowed that, having finally arrived in this world, she would carve a magnificent path for herself through her intellect and beauty. She aspired to become the most illustrious queen, commanding all handsome men to kneel before her in adoration. Lin Xie believed she was destined for divine recompense, worthy of the finest treasures the world had to offer. And this humble rotting tribe would serve as her first stepping stone to success. In Chapter 33, the chieftain consented to Jin's proposal, allowing her to impart the methods of utilizing wild grass birds to the tribe's members and to plan the subsequent breeding endeavors. For any tribe, the consumption of wild grass birds by the beastmen would be a divine blessing. The mortality rate of the young would be significantly reduced. What could be more advantageous? That afternoon, all the beastmen of the tribe were summoned to the communal square, where the chieftain stood elevated, gently waving his hand to quell the clamor below. Ling Hong stood to the chieftain's right, his expression cool and composed, casting a furtive glance at Jin beside him, a flicker of unease evident in his gaze. Jin, positioned to the left of the chieftain, a place signifying a certain status, typically reserved for shamans, stood with poise. In bygone eras, such a proposition would have undoubtedly been met with skepticism. However, presently, the majority of the orcs hold Jin in high esteem. Her discovery of a novel food source within the world has earned her their respect, which she rightfully deserves. The narrative of her adoptive parents having settled in the Luo Tung tribe after their previous tribe's demise and subsequent wandering since her early childhood elicits no suspicion. As for her sudden transformation in appearance, the orcs are indifferent. The addition of a beautiful, unattached female to the tribe is a cause for celebration, and some unattached male orcs have already begun to contemplate courtship. The tribal chief has expressed his approval of Jin's breeding plan and has provided a general explanation to the tribesmen. However, dissent is brewing beneath the surface. Shana glares intensely at Jin on the platform, biting her lip until it bleeds. Her close female companions, witnessing her distress, immediately rally to her defense. Hey, you there. You expect our tribe to raise these wild grass birds? This is utterly impractical. We already have a manpower shortage in our tribe. The food that the males hunt each day is barely enough to sustain us. Do you expect them to divert their efforts to raising these birds? The speaker is a plump girl, approximately 17 years of age, with a sallow complexion and thick lips, and she is Shana's closest confidant. Naturally the first to come to her aid. Yes, I also believe it is illogical. Another female sneers, crossing her arms in mockery. Let's set aside the question of how long it will take to raise these birds for consumption. What if we allocate so many males to raise them? And in the end, it is not enough to eat? What if the hunting efforts are not maintained? What then? In a cacophony of voices, several haughty females raised their cries, abruptly shattering the previously joyous atmosphere. The smiles upon the faces of numerous beastmen gradually faded, their features tightening with an air of distrust. The influence of the females was undeniably significant. Observing this, Shana and her companions were elated, chattering excitedly, eager to disrupt the plan entirely. Ling Hong narrowed his eyes, surveying the agitated crowd, and issued a cold reprimand. Silence. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated with a formidable presence that seemed to tremble the very ground beneath. Instantly, the expressions of all present shifted, rendered mute as if frozen in fear. With his long, sturdy legs, he effortlessly advanced a few steps, swiftly positioning himself beside Jean. In a gentle whisper, he reassured her, "Do not be anxious." Your steady breathing cascades over her soft hair, imparting the unique warmth and strength of a man. You have prepared for this moment for a long time. I have been listening attentively. The plan is flawless, so do not waver due to the doubts of others. Simply articulate your intentions. Yet, when facing the crowd, Ling Hong's countenance remained icy and indifferent, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Those who wish to listen may do so. Those who do not should leave. Do not compel me to intervene. His frigid, detached gaze swept over the assembly, lingering momentarily on the few females, his eyes narrowing with an unsettling chill. The small females instantly paled, their lips quivering, and they dared not utter another word. And Jean felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Ling Hong was right. There was no need for her to feel anxious. As the proponent and leader of this scheme, she must not exhibit even a hint of retreat or weakness. Taking a deep breath, a gentle yet resolute voice wafted through the air, reaching the ears of all the orcs. Furthermore, the eggs of the wild grass birds are consumable, possessing high nutritional value, making them particularly suitable for nourishing females and younglings. There exists a myriad of delectable culinary methods, and I am more than willing to impart this knowledge. And Jean relaxed her body and swiftly entered the optimal state she had envisioned, confidently smiling at the orcs below as she articulated her plans and ideas. At last, a murmur arose from the audience, devoid of mockery or disruption. Merely the most sincere inquiries from the orcs, who would partake in the breeding. It would be the younglings and females, those lacking hunting prowess, who typically lingered idly in the tribe, representing an underutilized labor force. Once tamed, the grass birds exhibit docile temperaments, and breeding them is not arduous. A female or youngling is entirely capable of nurturing 2 or 3 grass birds. Moreover, a mother grass bird, during her lengthy 8-month breeding period, can lay 1 to 2 eggs daily, each substantial in size, satisfying and richly nutritious, ample enough to sustain the breeder for an entire day. And Jean cast a glance over the audience, most of whom were females and younglings, a demographic she had specifically requested when rallying her kin with the chieftain. There was no dissent. The majority of the females nodded in agreement. They often remained idle at home, overly pampered by the males, with little opportunity to participate in tribal hunts, resorting instead to occasionally foraging for fruits and wild vegetables, which rendered their lives rather empty and monotonous. Although this breeding endeavor would demand their energy and time, it promised to imbue their days with greater fulfillment, and the thought of contributing to the tribe and their partners invigorated them. Life seems to have offered new hopes beyond mere procreation. The young ones, scorned by the males for their inability to hunt, now shone with a newfound brightness in their eyes. Finally, they could toil like their fathers. No longer would they suffer from hunger. The jubilant cheers of the crowd deepened the frown on Shauna's face, as her aspirations once again slipped through her fingers. Yet, she could not resign herself to this fate. With tearful eyes, she implored her sisters for support. Her companions exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma, but ultimately resolved to stand united with her. "Fear not, Shauna. We shall not partake in this endeavor. We refuse to raise these wild grass birds. Such burdens are not meant for us females. Indeed, these tasks are the rightful domain of the males. Our role is to remain at home, awaiting sustenance. Why should we endure the scorching sun and toil in vain? No worries, Shauna. We will abstain. I do not believe they will succeed. They will likely fail within a couple of days, and we shall be entertained by their folly." The females soon erupted into laughter, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd before sauntering away. In the prime of their lives, seeking mates, they deemed it a waste of time to engage in such laborious tasks. Instead, they preferred to find powerful males to hunt delectable wild boar for them. They were eager to witness what tricks these misguided fools would conjure. Apart from Shauna and her few companions, the remaining females and young ones enthusiastically joined the breeding endeavor. The males, following Anjin's instructions, thoughtfully prepared tools and sun protection for their partners. Half a month later, almost every cave was graced by the presence of a few carefree wild birds foraging on the verdant grass. Their wings, ensnared by vines, rendered them flightless. Initially, these untamed creatures yearned for freedom, attempting to escape, fasting, and pecking at their young. However, they gradually acclimated to this comfortable life of captivity. Each day, they basked in the sun, receiving morsels of fruit and grass from kind souls, free from the fear of being preyed upon by wild beasts. This life was indeed quite delightful. The harmonious cacophony of crowing roosters and fluttering wings brought joy to the people, prompting them to rush over and part the grass, which stood tall as their calves. There, scattered upon the ground, lay several large bird eggs, each the size of a fist, glimmering silvery in the sunlight. Angine taught the females and young ones how to prepare the eggs, with the simplest methods being boiling them in clear water or transforming them into egg custard. In the span of just a fortnight, Angine's status within the tribe underwent a remarkable transformation. The people regarded her with the same reverence and intimacy afforded to a shaman. No one recalled the silent figure of the past, the girl who had once been as inconspicuous as a shadow. Her personal prestige within the system had successfully reached a commendable level of 30. One afternoon, the venerable tribal shaman unexpectedly arrived at the stone dwelling, seeking her out. "Azzy, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 34. The Shaman's Apprentice and the Repulsive Water Giant Worm. It is said that shamans possess the ability to foresee the commands of the beast god, mastering the art of healing, and thus are held in high esteem. Revered by the beast men. The tribal shaman, an elderly female with sparse white hair resembling withered wood, leaned on her wooden staff adorned with emeralds. Her gaze tender yet complex as she regarded the recently renowned young one. Deep within her heart lay a pang of guilt. Years ago, she had asserted that Angine would never bear offspring, a truth that led the tribe to undervalue this young female. "Grandma Shaman, what brings you here?" the young female exclaimed, noticing the scorching sun outside. "Please, come in and sit." She hastily set down the basket in her hands, respectfully ushering the old shaman into her dwelling. Devoid of any lingering grievances, she promptly fetched a stone bowl of fresh water, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Outside, the sun blazed mercilessly, and beads of sticky sweat formed on Angine's skin. Yet the old shaman appeared tranquil, as if in a meditative state, her frail fingers gently clasping Angine's hand. With a soft sigh, she revealed her purpose for this visit. "Dear child, I am but an old woman, and my time is limited. I wish to name you as my successor." "What? A successor?" Angine was taken aback by this sudden declaration, momentarily at a loss for words. She shook her head, feeling bewildered and anxious. "Grandma, you seem so robust. Please don't speak like that. It cannot be true." "My dear child, as a shaman, I am acutely aware of my own body," the old shaman gently interrupted, her aged, gray eyes exhibiting a remarkable clarity. "Death is an inevitable part of life, and my only concern is that, after my departure, the tribe will be without a shaman. The position of shaman, second only to the tribal leader, serves as a spiritual pillar for the community, and the selection process for a successor is exceedingly stringent, limited exclusively to females. Yet, after years of observation, the small females within the tribe proved to be either indolent and inept or lacking in resolve, with none presenting as promising candidates. Only one female, young Azai, recently captured her particular attention. The shaman was particularly insistent about taking on apprentices, and Angine found no reason to decline. The elder shaman announced to the entire tribe that Angine would become her disciple, destined to be the next shaman of the tribe. Fortunately, Angine demonstrated considerable aptitude. Her intelligence was remarkable, and she was diligent and contemplative. Moreover, the medicinal knowledge in this beastly world was rather sparse, mostly comprised of fundamental first aid skills that she already possessed. Within a mere fortnight, she had nearly mastered the essentials, earning the admiration of numerous beast men, including the elder shaman. Meanwhile, Shan Na could only watch from a distance, consumed by envy and fury, her heart ablaze with indignation. Why was it Angine who had the privilege of becoming a shaman's apprentice? What justified her newfound prominence? And those males, who had previously declared her the most beautiful and their favorite, now flocked around Angine instead. Her so-called good sisters, too, soon regretted their choices, converging to chastise her. When had Shan Na ever endured such humiliation? Recently, Ling Hong had become unexpectedly busy, frequently venturing out under the pretext of hunting and gathering supplies. Angine felt a sense of intrigue but refrained from inquiring further, as she herself was preoccupied with exploring new resources. It had been over a month since the main quest of the system, cultivating an acre of wilderness, had commenced, Before embarking on cultivation, she needed to procure seeds. With rice and wheat being her primary choices, as she had grown weary of a diet solely consisting of meat and yearned to sample rice and flour instead. If it were indeed possible to cultivate wheat and rice, it would constitute a remarkable miracle in the resource-scarce beast era. And Jean frequently ventured into the forest in search of edible plants with cultivation advantages. Although she had yet to discover wheat or rice plants, she did find numerous similar specimens. After gathering the seeds of these plants, Jean devoted several days to meticulously selecting from thousands of assorted seeds, tirelessly picking out those that were plump, closely resembling her desired crops, and likely to thrive. At last, one morning, a voice of astonishment echoed from her wooden cabin. And Jean, with dark circles under her eyes, danced about joyfully. She had finally chosen several dozen seeds that met her criteria from the multitude. Just as she prepared to leave the cabin in search of fertile soil beyond the tribe for cultivation, a frantic call from a young beast interrupted her. And Jean swiftly opened the door, revealing a breathless little tiger, anxiously pawing the ground, stammering, "Sister Jean, no, wait. A large swarm of terrifying water giant insects has appeared around the tribe, and the clansfolk are desperately trying to drive them away. You must not leave the tribe right now. These insects are extremely dangerous." Without delay, the little tiger rushed off to alert the next household, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation. And Jean furrowed her brow and accessed her spatial repository to look up information on the water giant insect. This species, unique to the beast era, was characterized by its pure white, wrinkled body and enormous size, reaching up to 12 meters in adulthood. These ferocious water giants posed a significant threat to the females and offspring of the tribe. More astonishingly, these aquatic behemoths encased themselves in a thick layer of white cocoon during their pupation in the autumn and winter months, serving a protective function. The screen displayed a photograph. And Jean focused intently, a glimmer of joy igniting in her gaze. Was this not an enlarged image of silk cocoons, magnified hundreds of times? Upon further examination of the enlarged photograph, she noticed that the threads adorning the cocoons were considerably thicker and more resilient than ordinary silk, resembling woolen yarn. If these threads were devoid of toxins, and Jean glanced at the animal hide she was clad in, long having found it unsatisfactory. Yet she had never encountered suitable materials for crafting garments until now. This was indeed a divine opportunity. On the outskirts of the tribe, the male orcs transformed into their beastly forms, roaring defiantly at the encroaching aquatic behemoths in an attempt to drive them away. Damn it! The orcs cursed inwardly. They were unafraid of wild beasts, yet here they were besieged by this repugnant and troublesome swarm of insects. Although the aquatic behemoths possessed relatively weak offensive capabilities, the real trouble lay in their propensity for self-detonation when faced with demise. The viscous white substance that erupted upon their explosion was utterly revolting. Should it inadvertently adhere to one's skin, it would erode their fur, resulting in years of unsightly regrowth. The slime, upon contact with the ground, would instantly desiccate the grass, rendering the soil barren for years to come. Thus, they were relegated to merely expelling the aquatic behemoths rather than exterminating them. The demonstrative roars proved somewhat effective, as dozens of large white worms wriggled upon the ground, eventually tumbling beyond the confines of the tribe's territory. Yet, a few obstinate individuals remained unwilling to depart, seemingly intent on establishing their camp near the tribe. The orcs found themselves utterly at a loss, exchanging glances, rendered helpless. Could you possibly handle them? A melodious female voice resonated from behind, invigorating the young male orcs who had felt utterly frustrated moments before. Chapter 35. Discovery of serpent beasts. They promptly turned around to grant passage to the petite female behind them. And Jean gazed in astonishment at the writhing forms of 5 or 6 large white larvae on the ground, each approximately half a meter long, resembling oversized silkworms, albeit of prehistoric proportions. What do we need to do? Several male orcs, upon recognizing Jean, eagerly inquired. It was peculiar. Although the females in this beastly world lacked conventional beauty, the males were strikingly rugged, with sun-kissed skin, exuding vitality, and showcasing perfectly sculpted musculature that highlighted their robust and alluring physiques. A few male orcs subtly adjusted their animal skin skirts, revealing even more of their impressive forms in an attempt to capture the female's attention. And Jin's lips twitched. It was indeed a primitive world where males displayed such boldness and openness. This cannot be allowed. The males immediately voiced their discontent. Although these larvae posed little threat to them, they still represented a certain danger to the delicate females. They firmly opposed the notion, and Jean hastily clarified, "I am aware of the risks. I understand that these creatures can be perilous. However, they might possess other potential uses. If harnessed appropriately, they could contribute significantly to the tribe." After some contemplation, she added, "I hope everyone can assist me in moving some stones and wooden planks to confine them in the open space, so they won't wander off and pose a threat to anyone." Upon finishing her statement, Jean tilted her head slightly, uncertainly inquiring, "Is that all right?" The smile of the young female radiated brightness and confidence, shimmering like light, momentarily blinding them, causing several males to clutch their racing hearts. "Yes, absolutely. Of course. It can be done," they exclaimed. These insects moved at a remarkably slow pace, so if contained, they indeed posed no danger. The males, swift in their actions, each carried 2 large insects and promptly transported them to the open area in front of the house. While Jean marveled at their efficiency, they thoughtfully constructed a small stone ladder against a wall, enabling the petite Jean to easily check on the growth of these creatures. She was profoundly impressed. The beastmen worked with a fervor surpassing that of modern automated machinery, as Jean busied herself with plans to sow seeds and nurture the growing insects. Time passed swiftly and fulfillingly. As night fell, the entire forest was cloaked in darkness, and a chilling mountain breeze arose, with several wolf-like beasts lurking in the underbrush, poised to spring upon their adversaries. Leading them was a long and robust silver wolf, none other than Ling Hong, who had been missing for several days. He had stumbled upon the trail left by the serpent beast during a recent hunt and had since been searching this area with his team. According to reason, serpentine creatures are inherently cunning beings adept at concealment. After he ambushed and gravely wounded a female from the tribe, he vanished for nearly a month. Yet, unexpectedly, he has reappeared in the vicinity of the tribe. Could he possibly intend to abduct Jean? Contemplating this, the wolf's pupils constricted sharply, and the silver wolf bared its fangs menacingly, its emerald green eyes gleaming with a chilling light, fixated intently on the dark crimson serpent shadow not far ahead. Chapter 36. Devour? Abduct? In the depths of darkness, a low growl erupted, followed by a chorus of wolf howls. In an instant, dozens of wolves leapt from the shadows, akin to arrows released from a bow, pouncing fiercely upon the black-red giant python, their sharp fangs viciously tearing into its flesh. In just a few blinks, the serpent ceased its thrashing, rendered into a puddle of flesh and bones by the relentless assault of the pack. The silver wolf's soft fur was speckled with droplets of blood as it lowered its head, gently sniffing the blood-soaked carcass of the python. In an instant, the wolf's pupils shrank to pinpoints. A howl of realization escaped its lips. The remaining wolves raised their heads from the flesh of the serpent, casting puzzled glances at the silver wolf, their expressions questioning. In the next moment, the silver wolf transformed into a tall, imposing man, his silvery hair cascading softly, his facial features strikingly handsome yet cold, although he typically exuded a demeanor of icy indifference at this moment. His tightly furrowed brows betrayed an overwhelming sense of agitation and unease. Ling Hong cast a glance at the lifeless serpent, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and with great effort, he bit out a few words. "It is not that serpent beast." His hands clenched at his sides, fingertips whitening from the intensity of his grip. He once engaged in a fierce battle with that serpentine beast, capable of discerning the scent of its blood from that of ordinary snakes. Before him lay a lifeless python, which, despite its striking resemblance to the beastly form of the serpent man, upon closer inspection revealed itself to be merely an ordinary python. It was likely a ruse devised by the venomous serpent man to mislead them. The wolf pack, known for their coordinated attacks, had meticulously selected a few elite members to lay in ambush, all in the hopes of capturing that serpentine creature. After all, the serpent beast posed a significant threat to any nearby tribe, especially one endowed with a venom more potent than that of ordinary serpents. For the sake of Jean's companion Mark and the safety of the tribe, Ling Hong felt an imperative to eradicate this serpent humanoid. However, he never foresaw that he would be outmaneuvered by that cunning serpent beast. The wolf pack erupted from the thicket, racing towards the tribe with an extraordinary endurance and speed, akin to arrows loosed from bows, darting through the forest. Yet, it was insufficient. Their pace remained too slow. With a furious roar, the silver wolf abandoned the pack behind, propelling himself towards the tribe at the swiftest speed of his life. He could scarcely fathom whether the serpent beast had evaded them with the intention of targeting Jean. Previously, the serpent beast had abducted Jean from their tribe, forcibly imprinting her with a mate's mark. Had he not ambushed the serpent beast, inflicting grievous wounds, and Jean might have been spirited away, reduced to a mere instrument of the serpent's rutting desires. He shuddered to contemplate whether the serpent beast would seize this opportunity to exploit their vulnerability once more. Serpent beasts, particularly venomous ones, are classified as exceedingly dangerous vagrant beasts, universally loathed and ostracized by all tribes, not merely for their inherently cold-blooded, ruthless, and brutally patient nature. More alarmingly, they are notoriously obstinate, with a bloodlust that drives them to seize females, slaughtering any other mates to possess their chosen partner exclusively. Furthermore, they often harbor a consuming desire for their mates. As their partners near death, they cruelly devour them before taking their own lives to lie in eternal slumber together. Should they face demise, they will consume their beloved before death overtakes them. They abhor their partners having any male company besides themselves. However, serpent beasts are inherently indolent, enduring lengthy hibernation periods. Consequently, during their dormancy, partners without other male caretakers frequently face the peril of freezing or starving to death. Vagrant beasts, especially serpent beasts, exhibit an alarmingly high mate mortality rate. Ling Hong could countenance in Jean having other consorts, but he absolutely could not abide her having a serpent beast mate. In the dead of night, the Luo Tung tribe lay in slumber. A crescent moon hung high, amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. The weary beasts had long succumbed to sleep, and the land was steeped in silence, save for the intermittent chirping of insects. The world was blanketed in darkness, punctuated only by the faint glimmer of torches hanging above doorways. Yet, amidst the profound stillness of the night, an unusual and eerie rustling permeated the air. The sound of leaves whispering and the soft crunching of foliage echoed as the long, dark red serpent's tail crushed the dried leaves, leaving serpentine trails upon the soft earth, brazenly extending from the depths of the forest into the heart of the tribe. Chapter 37. His exclusive possession. In the quietude of the wooden cabin, the door creaked softly before yielding to a gentle push, allowing the sinuous dark red tail to glide gracefully inside. The immense serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, raised its head high, surveying the sleeping female before it, inching closer with barely audible movements. As the tender rhythm of her breath filled the air, the serpent bent down, delicately probing with its crimson tongue. The scent of the female had subtly altered since their first encounter, yet it was even more enticing than before. Its blood-red eyes narrowed to pinpricks, miraculously revealing a hint of astonishment and infatuation. It swiftly absorbed the unique essence that belonged to her, engraving it deeply in its memory. At last, as she turned in her slumber, the dark red python retreated slightly, gazing at her delicate visage with a momentary daze. In an instant, the upper half of the serpent transformed into a strikingly handsome and sinister man, his sculpted physique harmoniously proportioned, with flowing black-red hair cascading down to his slender waist. His crimson eyes narrowed with a wicked allure as he leaned closer, his long, cool locks cascading over the female's form. His pale fingertips gently pressed against her soft lips. Feeling their warmth and softness, this comforting sensation ignited a flicker of desire within him, and his inverted blood-red pupils expanded slightly, lacking focus, as if entranced. The nearly 10-meter-long black and red serpent tail relaxed and straightened, entering a state of deep meditation. A moment of discomfort seemed to wash over the female, and just before her awakening, a fleeting look of confusion passed through the man's crimson eyes. Without mercy, he grasped her chin and swiftly leaned down, his sharp fangs injecting a diluted trace of toxin into her soft lips. The female fell into unconsciousness once more, her delicate face adorned with an unnatural flush as she lay limply on the haystack. Observing her in such a state, a rare flicker of emotion disrupted the usually tranquil demeanor of Mayan. An emotional ripple began to take root deep within him, unnoticed even by himself. He felt an overwhelming desire to consume the female before him. The ancestral memories of the serpent clan whispered to him. This yearning was a form of affection. A partner was akin to the most delectable feast, evoking an instinctive fondness. Yet this affection was more obsessive, more twisted, and more despised by the world, breeding insatiable greed and a maddening entrenchment. He scooped the unconscious female into his arms, binding her securely against his broad, muscular chest, while the nearly 10-meter-long black and red serpent tail behind him swayed gently, its rhythm even more pronounced than during a hunt. Originally, he had intended to take her away this night. Unable to restrain himself, the man reached out, his pale fingertips brushing against the tender skin of her face, stirring a slight tremor within his heart. For a male, having a partner by his side was the greatest source of solace. However, at that moment, as his fingers hesitated, turmoil surged within him. After a brief struggle with his thoughts, he resolved not to take her away this time. The female, especially one so young and fragile, was far too vulnerable. A single misstep could lead to her demise. Moreover, from the legacy of memories, it was revealed that the mortality rate of the serpent's companion was alarmingly high. He could not allow her to partake in such peril. He pondered to wait a little longer. A few more years until she reached maturity. Then he would seize her and keep her close, nurturing her for reproduction. With a gentle kiss upon her cheek, he noticed her crimson eyes slightly narrowing, their surface appearing aloof, yet unable to conceal the flicker of fervor beneath. His serpent-like gaze scrutinized her, and as his eyes brushed over the red markings on her arm, a glimmer of intensity ignited within his depths. He thought, she is his possession, a treasure far more enticing than mere sustenance. Chapter 38. Take care of my female. In the desolate embrace of the night, the silver wolf let out a furious howl, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with intensity, as it forcefully slammed against the wooden door. In a frantic rush, it nearly trampled upon the sleeping female, who lay peacefully atop a stack of hay. It swiftly lifted its paw, suspended in midair, before gently placing it back on the ground. Howl. The silver wolf lowered its head slightly, blinking in confusion, seemingly still recovering from the shock. The room was permeated with the unmistakable, loathsome scent of the serpent tribe's males, a clear indication that one had recently visited. Why had he not taken on Jean? Ling Hong was perplexed, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. The silver wolf circled the slumbering female several times, its snowy head gently nudging her. But upon finding her still asleep, it cautiously leaned in to sniff her, its sleek black nose twitching intermittently. Apart from a faint serpent-like aura clinging to her, the female appeared to exhibit no other abnormalities. Observing her prolonged state of unconsciousness, it seemed likely that she had merely succumbed to a mild venom, and a restful slumber would restore her. However, he could not fathom why that serpentkin had not seized the opportunity to abduct Jean. The air within the dwelling was thick with the serpent's presence, saturating every corner and grain of sand. The silver wolf emitted a low, menacing growl, a manifestation of its anger and frustration, as it scoured the stone house with the fervor of a large white bristle brush, leaving no nook unchecked. Repeating its inspection at least thrice. Once it was assured that the serpent's scent had been effectively masked, the silver wolf glanced at Jean, who was momentarily free from peril, and felt a sense of relief wash over its heart. After racing at high speed for nearly 10,000 meters, fatigue suddenly surged like a tide as its body relaxed. Yet, the silver wolf shook its head and rose to its feet, its emerald eyes radiating a deeper hostility. A low growl rumbling in its throat as it leaped from the stone house like an arrow released from a bow. The battered wooden door, having endured significant damage, could finally retire early. Beneath the thick, dark veil of night, the silver wolf lurked in the shadows, its glowing green eyes flickering softly in the darkness. It desperately sniffed the air for lingering scents, confirming that the serpent had not ventured far. After traversing half a ravine, it eventually located the loathsome serpent. Inch by inch, it crept closer, like a swift blade, lunging forward to bite the serpent at its vulnerable spot. It intended to employ the same strategy as before to inflict severe harm upon the serpent, and if possible, deliver a fatal blow on the spot. Little did he anticipate that the serpent beast's reflexes had become even swifter. The nearly 10-meter-long black and red serpent tail lashed out violently in midair the moment he lunged forward. With a thunderous crash, the silver wolf was sent flying in the opposite direction, and the collapsing boulders buried it beneath their rubble. "I shall spare your life," he declared, as he turned away, his gaze fixed upon the scattered debris. The blade-like eyes of the serpent gleamed with a mocking intensity. "I have preserved your existence. Take good care of my female." Her languid tone stirred not a ripple, yet beneath the calmness lay the unmistakable, bloodthirsty menace inherent to a feral beast. "Once she reaches maturity, I shall personally claim her." The serpent's tail, nearly 10 meters in length, swayed slightly before vanishing into the depths of the jungle, leaving behind a lingering remark in the air. "However, if I detect your scent upon her, I will ensure that both you and she meet your demise." Coughing, the silver-haired man struggled to extricate himself from the rubble, his body marred with bloodstains and numerous wounds inflicted by the sharp shards of stone. Yet, he paid them no mind. He had never imagined that the serpent beast's strength had advanced to such heights. In their previous encounter, he had managed to hold his ground, inflicting severe injuries upon the serpent, still weakened from its recent mating. However, this time, he sensed a monumental shift in the beast's aura, as though he had been cornered, teetering on the brink of death. To his astonishment, the serpent beast had remarkably ascended to the 6th tier, a truly terrifying entity within the jungle. Ling Hong dared not pursue any further. After gauging the enemy's strength, he was filled with profound shock and vigilance. Yet, he felt a surge of anger at the serpent beast's words, as if in its eyes, Jean had become its exclusive possession. Ling Hong clenched his fists, his gaze tumultuous with emotions. Impossible. The notion of taking her away was nothing short of delusional. She bore several wounds from bites, her lips swollen. It was his failure to protect her. A pang of distress gripped his heart, and his deep green eyes gradually lost focus, drifting into a daze. Fearing that the serpent beast might reconsider, he remained vigilant throughout the night, guarding her. As dawn broke, the sky brightened, and the cheerful songs of waking birds filled the air. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate halo upon the female's enchanting eyes. And Jean awoke with a yawn, rubbing her brow, her mind still foggy with sleep, her body feeling as though it were laden with lead. Even stretching seemed laborious. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find Ling Hong, who had been absent for several days, crouching beside her, gazing intently. And Jean was taken aback, blinking as she noticed his battered body. "What happened to you?" she inquired, rising from the straw heap. She retrieved the previously prepared clean animal hide and began to tend to his wounds. "It's nothing. I encountered a pack of beasts while hunting and got injured inadvertently. I'll be fine in a couple of days," Ling Hong replied, and without waiting for Jean to respond, he exited the room. Jean paused momentarily, uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but she seemed to detect a trace of defeat upon Ling Hong's countenance. Could it truly be an illusion? After all, Ling Hong was such a proud and lofty wolf. Shaking her hazy head, she winced slightly, feeling a dull ache in her body, yet she did not dwell on it. Under the scorching sun, she dashed out of the house and approached the fence, eager to inspect the growth of the silkworms. Before her, the large white larvae struggled within the enclosure, writhing as if attempting to escape the confines of the stone barricade. However, their corpulent bodies hindered their progress, and they could only ascend halfway before sliding back down like lumps of pale, gelatinous flesh. After several futile attempts, they surrendered, lying limp upon the ground, motionless, with tendrils emerging from the black holes beside them. How endearing these silkworms were! The thought that they would soon spin silk in a few months made Jean find them even more charming. Unable to resist the urge to tease them, she picked up a long stick from the ground and poked at the silkworms. The silkworm twisted its body and opened its mouth to bite. With a crunch, the stick snapped in two, the other half still being chewed in its mouth. In that moment, the silkworm's concealed jaws expanded to an astonishing size, revealing rows of sharp teeth that glimmered ominously, showcasing an immense biting force. The stick was reduced to mere fragments, devoured whole. Was this what they called a delightful crunch? And Jean stood in astonishment. The remaining silkworms, witnessing the spectacle, gathered around her, each raising their pale heads in unison, seeking sustenance from their caretaker. Chapter 39. The Salt Exchange in the Beast-Gathering City. And Jean hesitated momentarily. She recalled the tales shared by her kin, recounting how these creatures relished gnawing on branches and leaves of the forest, as well as consuming small animals, their appetites insatiable, as if they were bottomless pits. She lacked the time to procure sufficient sustenance for them. With a deep sigh, Jean lamented the challenges of husbandry. After much contemplation and harboring a flicker of hope, she retrieved the nearly decayed food stored in the Ling Hong tree hole and tossed it into the enclosure. The silkworms excitedly surrounded the offerings, their wriggling intensified significantly. In mere minutes, the carcasses of 2 or 3 wild boars were devoured entirely, leaving not a trace of bone behind. Typically, the beastmen endeavored to maintain a steady supply of food, hunting as much prey as possible. However, they lacked effective preservation methods, resulting in considerable spoilage. Although salt could be employed for curing, its scarcity and high cost rendered it impractical for all but the most affluent of beastmen like Ling Hong. Consequently, most of the rotting food was discarded outside the tribe, with only a portion consumed by scavengers. The remainder lay exposed in the wilderness, emitting a repugnant odor that marred the environment, much to the distress of the nearby beastmen. And Jean devised a clever plan. advocating far and wide to collect the unwanted spoiled food from the beast men, which she then fed entirely to the silkworms. The silkworms feasted joyously, soon becoming round and plump, lying motionless on the ground, their bellies full and content. And Jean not only discovered a suitable source of feed, but also resolved the lingering issue of spoiled food, achieving two objectives simultaneously. The tribespeople were exceedingly pleased, and the few dissenting voices against raising the white worms swiftly vanished. As time passed, and Jean busied herself with chicken rearing and nurturing silkworms, while also dedicating her remaining hours to selecting seeds and seeking appropriate arable land. Ling Hong frequently rose early and returned late from hunting, yet he seemed particularly occupied in recent days. Was there some significant event being organized by the tribe? Ling Hong nodded. In a month, the tribe would embark on an exchange expedition, necessitating the early stockpiling of provisions. And Jean exclaimed in surprise, a month in advance. Isn't there a risk of the food spoiling? To this, Ling Hong explained that the hunting team needed to venture several dozen miles every few days to capture the greenhorned cattle on the outskirts of the forest, as their meat could be preserved for an extended period lasting up to a month. However, he added, the quality was not very satisfactory. Why not cure other meats with salt? And Jean queried, increasingly perplexed. If we use salt for preservation, the meat would last much longer, alleviating the arduous need to hunt so far. Ling Hong shook his head, expressing his helplessness. The salt within the tribe is limited and cannot withstand such waste. And Jean had always relied on Ling Hong's salt, as his hunting prowess ensured that the allocated amount was ample for the two of them, even in the absence of a partner. Yet, in truth, the tribe's salt supply had dwindled significantly, leaving many females unable to obtain any, let alone use it for curing meat. Each year, the Roten tribe acquires salt through exchanges with the outside world. Their journey, scheduled for next month, primarily aims to procure salt from the beast-gathering city. However, historically, despite their substantial hunts, they could only trade for a mere handful of salt jars. The reason lies in the ordinariness of their food. Nearly all tribes barter their prey for salt blocks in the city, rendering their common game unremarkable to the majority of the orc inhabitants. And Jean fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. She had never anticipated that, in this world of beasts, the scarcity of such an essential human necessity as salt could be so pronounced. She yearned to alter this predicament. Although her tribe was relatively close to the sea, the extraction of sea salt remained an impractical endeavor due to labor shortages and a lack of tools. For the time being, it seemed they could only rely on exchanges at the beast-gathering city. Trading ordinary food offered poor value. Only by presenting rarer and more precious items, ideally those not possessed by other tribes, could they capture the attention of the orcs in the city and barter for a greater quantity of salt. And Jean sought a particular plant and made her way to the riverbank, where the water remained crystal clear, revealing the aquatic plants and darting fish. Yet the little mermaid was nowhere to be found. It had nearly been a month since she had departed. What was initially promised as a brief visit had extended into several times that duration. It was understandable. He was a formidable creature of the deep sea and should not be languishing on parched land in futility. Chapter 40. The Useless Fool. Meanwhile, beneath the depths of the ocean, 1,000 meters down, immense boulders had formed a majestic underwater palace. The irregular stone pillars traversed the palace, exuding an intangible sense of oppression, akin to ancient titans that have withstood the ravages of time. Countless schools of fish linger around the palace, while mermaids of various hues flit in and out. Within this grand edifice reside the purest-blooded blue mermen. Suspended from above are colossal cages, with iron chains dangling from each corner, forming a vertical prison that encloses a youthful blue merman. Each surge of the sea sends the chains crashing with a dull thud. Inside the cage is a blue-tailed merman, his head bowed as he clutches a bowl, listlessly gnawing on dried meat. His exquisite and innocent visage captivates all. With a pair of damp blue eyes gazing longingly into the distance, lips pale from biting, his delicate form evoking a sense of pity. Shortly thereafter, another blue merman emerges from the palace, bearing a striking resemblance to him, youthful and handsome, yet exuding an air of arrogance and indifference. He is the biological father of the merman. At this moment, he gazes coldly at his wayward offspring, flames of fury igniting within him, though he feigns a nonchalant demeanor. Where is your pearl? I gave it away. The merman's father's brow twitches. To whom? A female in the span of mere seconds. Their brief exchange stretches into an eternity. The father feels as though he is bleeding internally, nearly overwhelmed with rage. He musters a strained smile. questioning whether it was indeed that female the priest spoke of. Yes, are you foolish? The expression on she's beast father changed dramatically, the last trace of composure on his face shattering. The esteemed priest was merely jesting with you, casually informing you that the first female you encountered upon leaving the deep sea would be your future partner. Could you not discern that the priest was speaking in jest? Are you truly my offspring? How could you be so foolish? She retorted angrily, her small face puffed in indignation as she poked at her delicate fingers. I believe the esteemed priest did not deceive me. After emerging from the sea, I genuinely encountered a female who treated me exceptionally well, providing me with an abundance of delicious fish. I truly admire her, which is precisely why I left the Jiaozhu with her. The merman father scoffed coldly. Have you not considered that those females may be feigning kindness to deceive you? Let me enlighten you. Apart from the females of our merman clan, those land-dwelling females are hideous and deceitful. They merely wish to lure you onto land to exploit you for your Jiaozhu. Once you have exhausted your vitality there, they will heartlessly abandon you, revealing their true nature. Have the countless male mermen who vanish from our tribe each year not served as a warning to you? The merman father clenched his eyes shut in frustration, then reopened them, gazing at his inept child with a sigh. Regardless of your thoughts, your partner can only be a female of our merman clan. It is utterly impossible for it to be one of those ugly and hypocritical land-dwelling females. Upon reaching adulthood, one might whimsically drag a fishtail and stealthily venture onto land in pursuit of a mate. I truly cannot fathom whether this is an act of folly. The elder, with eloquence akin to an unending river, fervently admonished his wayward offspring, channeling his pent-up ire before reverting to his previous aloof demeanor. Casting a sidelong glance at his ineffectual son, he was met with the sight of the lad, sorrowfully clutching his chest, pallor evident upon his countenance, entirely oblivious to his father's presence. This sight ignited a fresh wave of fury within him. You, father. The boy's words remained unvoiced as he was abruptly interrupted by the elder. I sense that a gene is harnessing the power of the fish pearl. Chapter 41. Crafting the first skincare product with a resounding splash, ripples cascaded across the water's surface, expanding outward in a graceful dance before gradually fading away. And Jean plunged into the depths, her body sinking effortlessly as bubbles escaped her lips. In the frigid embrace of the river, she slowly opened her eyes, experiencing no discomfort. She moved with the grace of a fish, as comfortable as if she were on dry land. Her body quickly acclimated to the sensation of buoyancy. The efficacy of the fish pearl was indeed remarkable, enabling an ordinary individual to swim freely like a mermaid. Leaning forward, Jean glided her arms, compressing her weight forward, compelling herself to swim downstream with vigor, the displaced water propelling her swiftly along. At the riverbed, she discovered a vibrant red plant, its robust leaves elegantly fanning out in 5 segments from the central stalk. Jean grasped 4 or 5 of these specimens, securing them within her leather pouch and fastening the opening tightly. The task was accomplished just as I was about to break the surface. I suddenly spotted a familiar gray wolf approaching the shore not far away. It was Mando, who had disappeared for over half a month. My body stiffened beneath the water, and I dared not exhale. The gray wolf seemed to sense something, lowering its massive head, its fierce eyes igniting with intensity. The glossy black nose twitched wildly, as it ferociously sniffed the grass where I had lingered, tracking me inch by inch. Suddenly, it let out a low growl and lunged in my direction. In that critical moment, I held my breath and swiftly slipped into another realm. In the tribal main house, a golden lion lounged on the grass at the entrance, feigning sleep. Not far off, the gray wolf's footsteps drew nearer, its gaze fixed intently upon the lion before it, a fleeting shadow of malice and hatred flickering in its eyes. Yet, in an instant, Mando shifted to a different demeanor. The chieftain spoke, narrowing his golden eyes as he unexpectedly glanced at Mando's left leg. Is it healed? Mando, now in human form, nodded slightly. Just a minor injury. I found some herbs and rested in a cave for a few days. He smiled. The chieftain nodded in return, a profound understanding in his heart. A minor injury? To his knowledge, that was a fracture, one that even the tribal shaman could not mend. The chieftain's expression changed swiftly. He rose, transformed into his true form, and approached Mando, patting his shoulder in reassurance. I may have spoken too harshly before, but I wanted you to understand that the female has made significant contributions to the tribe recently. She has greater purposes yet. We must keep her for now. Do you understand? Mando bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes. The clan leader smiled with a sense of satisfaction, his expression laden with meaning. It was understood that the position of clan leader would inevitably be entrusted to you in the future. When faced with challenges, one must remain composed and not panic. This is the first lesson I wish to impart to you. Meanwhile, Jean arrived in the space and promptly accessed the main page of the mirror. In the upper left corner of the main page, she noticed she had 15 gold coins. At the center of the screen, there was a scrollable item box, reminiscent of a product interface in a game. Recently, Jean had earned a total of 20 gold coins through various tasks, and just yesterday, she spent 5 gold coins to purchase the recipe for basic cleansing lotion. The red plant she had just foraged from the river was one of the necessary ingredients. Indeed, Jean aimed to create a simple skincare product using natural materials. This would mark the first skincare item in this world, specifically designed for the females of the city. If successful, it could significantly enhance her bargaining power in exchanges with Beast City. Chapter 42. Simulated Management and Cultivation. Jean's fingertips continued to glide down the main screen. Having only unlocked the basic marketplace for the time being, where the selection of goods was rather limited. The marketplace featured several categorized sections, mostly comprising farming tools and animal hides, which were of no immediate use to her. After browsing through the recipe ingredients, she then swiped right to another section titled Simulated Management. The item box instantly transformed, presenting a fresh array of options. In the beginner's marketplace, a section dedicated to simulated management unfolds. 1 acre of yellow land, 1 gold coin, 1 acre of red land, 3 gold coins, 1 acre of black land, 5 gold coins, 1021 small river, 3 gold coins, 1532 river, 5 gold coins. Jean raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes glimmering with curiosity as her fingertips gently tapped the delicate, smooth screen. What purpose does this section of simulated management serve? The voice of Jingjing chimed in eagerly, providing an explanation akin to that of an NPC, prompting Jean to nod in understanding. In the upper left corner, the gold coins displayed were the universal currency within the system, a pitiful total of merely 15 remaining. She had just observed that even the beginner's marketplace offered items priced in the dozens or hundreds of gold coins, while her rewards from tasks seldom exceeded 3 coins, a stark insufficiency. Jingjing encouraged her from the side, stating, "The number of gold coins awarded is determined by the impact you create in this world, so please, master, enhance your influence swiftly and cultivate wealth through farming in this realm." Ding. You have selected the item, 1 acre of yellow land, gold coins -1, cash coins 14. Ding. You have selected the item, 1021 small river, gold coins -3, cash coins 11. A flash of white light illuminated the space, and on the grid of land, a fertile acre of yellow land emerged, accompanied by a gentle stream. The items in the simulated management section manifest simultaneously in this space upon purchase, reminiscent of the popular OO farm game flourishing in the 23rd century. Suddenly, an option appeared on the screen. Is this for land reclamation? Cost, 2 gold coins. Jean glanced at her gold coin balance in the upper left corner and, feeling a slight pang of regret, clicked confirm. Immediately, the cheerful notification of gold coin consumption rang out once more, leaving her with a mere 9 coins. A wave of anguish washed over her. She could not afford to spend any more, absolutely not. The gold coins she had painstakingly earned over a month of relentless tasks had been halved in the blink of an eye. The system, seemingly dissatisfied, continued its jubilant notifications. Ding. Would you like to activate the automatic sewing system? Cost, 2 gold coins. Ding. Would you like to activate the automatic harvesting system? Cost, 2 gold coins. Ding. Would you like to activate the automatic fertilizing system? Cost, 2 gold coins. The increasingly cheerful tone seemed intent on draining her of every last coin. Jin's mind was filled with the incessant, joyful ding ding ding, pushing her to the brink of despair. Yet, with no other option, she begrudgingly confirmed the 3 selections, as she indeed required them. With only 3 gold coins remaining, she found herself oddly untroubled. Her expression remained stoic as she decisively purchased a basic skin nourishing lotion formula. Jean then proceeded to sow the hundreds of seeds she had previously selected, accelerating the passage of time within her space to 100-fold. She meticulously set the required parameters on the seed filtering page displayed on the screen. To truly cultivate a plant for artificial growing, one must engage in multiple generations of manual breeding and selection, ultimately producing a generation that best meets human needs. In the realm of reality, the process of selective breeding spans several generations, often requiring centuries. By that time, she may have turned to dust. However, the accelerated passage of time within the space perfectly caters to Injin's needs. Once all preparations were complete, Injin exited the space. The ingredients for the skincare lotion were quite commonplace, and she gathered them within 10 days to half a month, subsequently grinding them into a paste and blending them together. Both the facial cleanser and the skincare lotion were finished. The next step was to find a few diligent test subjects to assess the efficacy of her creations. Chapter 43. Why So Beautiful? Come here. She beckoned him mysteriously. Ling Hong paused for a moment, puzzled, yet maintained his composure as he approached her. Before he could react, Injin swiftly dipped her finger into the white lotion and smeared it across his face. His cheeks, forehead, nose tip, and chin were all inevitably targeted. Ling Hong grasped her hand, which was about to make another playful swipe, feeling uncomfortable with the sticky substance on his face. Stop fooling around. Injin wriggled free from his grasp, stirred the white liquid in the stone bowl, and pouted. I'm not fooling around. She was, in fact, earnestly engaged in her development, pondering tirelessly on ways to generate profit. Before long, Injin dashed out again, carrying a basin of water, placing it beside the man's legs. Urging him to wash his face promptly, Ling Hong, uncertain of the little female's intentions, could only comply and wash his face as she wished. The glistening droplets of water traced the sharp contours of his face, cascading down the elegant curve of his chin, dripping onto his pronounced collarbone and muscular frame. Sliding further down, his silver hair and eyelashes were half damp, glistening with a hint of moisture. He casually took a piece of dry animal hide to wipe his face clean, noticing her lost in thought. Ling Hong cast a glance at his own body and then gently patted her on the head, asking, "What are you staring at? Do I look good?" And Jean was jolted back to reality, rubbing her head as she replied, "I want to create a medicinal lotion that can improve skin quality. The females in those cities would surely appreciate it. If successful, we would have greater leverage when trading at the tribe's market." Ling Hong raised an eyebrow, surprised by the multitude of ideas swirling in her mind. Yet, it was indeed true that increasing their bargaining power could yield more salt and precious resources. Ling Hong surmised what she had been contemplating and willingly volunteered to be her first test subject. The physique of an orc was notably more robust than that of ordinary females, so any adverse reactions would likely pose minimal risk to his health. Over the next few days, Injin diligently applied the facial cleanser and skin-enhancing lotion on Ling Hong's face, yielding unexpectedly remarkable results. Amidst a crowd of bronze-skinned orcs, Ling Hong's complexion stood out as a cool white, possessing a fine foundation. However, years of exposure to the elements during hunting had dulled his skin, lending it a somewhat wheatish hue and a touch of coarseness. After several days of care, his visage transformed into a cleaner, fresher appearance, more refined and delicate, with nearly invisible pores, exuding a youthful charm. Unable to resist, Injin pinched his face, marveling at its smoothness. "You look so good. How can you be this handsome?" "The results are astounding." The man's wolf ears perked up, the tips slightly reddening, as he inwardly mused, "Good looking? Is that a compliment for a male?" Yet, a peculiar and sweet emotion stirred within him. After a few days, the results manifested on Ling Hong's skin were remarkably encouraging, sufficiently attesting to the safety and efficacy of these skincare products. It was only then that Injin turned her attention towards the other females in the tribe. For the introduction of skincare products primarily targeted them, the true efficacy could only be discerned through experimentation on their skin. Since she possessed a precious pearl, the rudimentary skincare products held little effect for her, compelling her to apply them on other females with darker, drier complexions. "Injin," a call echoed from a distance. Injin lifted her head from a basket of grasses and gazed towards the entrance, where a plump, round-faced young female, known as Guorenai, was approaching her. Guorenai was a little female Injin had met just a few days prior. "Come help me." Guorenai, standing about 1.6 meters tall, had a well-proportioned figure with a darker, drier complexion, yet her cheeks radiated a healthy blush, characteristic of the tribe. Bored and aimlessly wandering, she had caught a whiff of the delectable aroma wafting from Ling Hong's stone house and had hurried over, drawn by the scent. Setting down her basket, Injin led the salivating Guorenai to the kitchen, where she lifted the stone lid. The stone pot, heated by Ling Hong's careful slicing, was sizzling with hot oil, and the wild vegetable pancakes within shimmered with a tantalizing golden hue. Injin retrieved several seaweed pancakes, her little hand getting slightly burned. Guorenai quickly assisted in placing the pancakes onto a thin stone plate. The two young females gathered around the table to indulge in the delightful feast. Guo and I held a particular fondness for Njin. Following her always guarantees a delightful feast, although the ingredients remain unchanged. Njin manages to transform them into something extraordinarily aromatic and enticing. Zhuan and I, with her tiny hands busy, beams with a sweet, innocent smile on her round face as she eagerly snatches up a piping hot seaweed pancake, taking a generous bite. To her astonishment, the savory and crispy vegetable pancake reveals a luscious filling of butter and beef. Njin, what is this? Zui and I is nearly brought to tears by the exquisite taste. It is simply divine, with beef nestled within the pancake. Deeply impressed, Zui and I marvels at Njin's remarkable talents, always brimming with unique ideas to create such delectable dishes. How do you do it? Please teach me. I want to prepare pancakes for my two male companions as well. Njin nods, generously imparting her culinary wisdom. Unable to resist pinching Zhuan's cheek. Teaching is no issue, yet she wonders whether this somewhat lazy little female will persist in her learning. Zhuan and I, feeling the truth of Njin's remark, giggles. Her affection for Njin is profound, and the two vow to be lifelong friends. Just before departing, Njin holds her back, saying, "Come again tomorrow. There will be more delicious food, and I need a favor." Ah, delicious food. The naive Zua and I only hears the first two sentences and promptly nods enthusiastically. The following midday, Zua and I arrives with Hei Xian as promised. Just as Ling Hong is absent, the two breathe a sigh of relief, only to spot Njin under a large tree, wielding a long stick to tend to the fruits. Many of the fruits have been smashed to pulp, with only a few landing in the basket at her feet. After half a day of employing this inefficient method, Njin has collected merely 5 or 6 red fruits. These crimson fruits, known as chigua, are mostly the size of a fist, exceptionally sweet, and possess a high sugar content, making them greatly favored by the orcs. Guo and I also relishes these red berries. The black eagle orc beside her has already adeptly transformed into its beast form, soaring into the dense treetops several meters above. Its sleek, ebony beak clutches 7 or 8 stems of chigua, and it descends to place the fruits gently into Guanyi's embrace. The dark beak affectionately rubs against her cheek, emitting a soft cooing sound, seemingly seeking praise. "Hey Xuan, could you fly up and gather a few more fruits for me? Share some with Njin as well." The thick foliage obscures much of the black eagle's figure, and numerous leaves and ripe fruits cascade down. In less than a quarter of an hour, the black eagle returns, carrying a basket brimming with chigua. Having a flying beast companion is indeed convenient, Njin mused. Guo and I casually plucked 2 fruits from the basket to munch on, while the remaining bounty was entrusted to Hei Xuan, who carried it into the house. Njin, not one to be coy, readily accepted the offering, planning to prepare something delicious for the little foodie Guo and I shortly. "Come here, lend me a hand, and I'll make your favorite roasted pork chops in a bit." Njin beckoned to Guo and I at the doorway, her demeanor playful and mysterious, reminiscent of a sly trafficker of young maidens, signaling for the black eagle orc to wait outside. Chapter 45. How did you lose so much weight? 2,000 words. Guo and I timidly stepped into the house, glancing around in awe. Goodness, this is Ling Hong's stone dwelling, far larger than my own. Surely, aside from Njin, no other female could enter this house so freely within the entire tribe. Could it be that the two of them might eventually become partners? Jin is indeed fortunate. Or rather, Ling Hong is the one blessed with good fortune. How lucky he is to have such delectable meals prepared by Jin. As Guo and I pondered this, she unconsciously voiced her thoughts, casting a curious glance at the slender figure ahead. Jin, will you and Ling Hong become companions? Having been in the tribe for so long, you are the only female allowed to enter his residence freely. Companions? Njin, exerting herself to move a wooden bucket, wiped the sweat from her brow. Momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, she instinctively shook her head. No. Guo and I was momentarily perplexed by her resolute expression. The shaman had stated that she was unable to bear children, hence she would not seek a companion. What if she were to leave in the future? Would she abandon her partner in this world, leaving them to a solitary existence, devoid of intimacy, and unable to remarry? Such a fate would be too cruel. The sole reason she resided with Ling Hong was to avoid the stifling atmosphere of the communal dwelling for females in the tribe, which was oppressive and lacking in freedom. Rife with gossip and intrigue, Guo and I nodded in understanding. Indeed, that large house was unbearable, with dozens of females crammed together, constantly forming cliques and engaging in petty squabbles. Especially that Shauna. She always took the lead in ridiculing those who lacked her beauty or the protection of a formidable male, which was particularly loathsome. Fortunately, after she acquired the support of two outstanding Tier 3 beastmen, He Xian and Hu Che, Guo and I finally managed to escape that web of deceit. At that moment, Jean retrieved several small stone vials and, upon opening them, revealed a viscous white substance that bore a resemblance to poison. The excitement on Guo and I's face faltered, as though doused with cold water. And Jean, come, remove your clothes. Guo and I stepped back a couple of paces. Should I take it off? All right, I will. With a heavy heart, Guo and I removed her first skirt and top, whispering to herself that her dear Jean would never harm her. Immersed in the warm, soothing water, Guo and I felt an urge to moan in comfort, but quickly covered her mouth upon remembering that He Xian was still standing outside. And Jean dipped her fingers into a creamy substance and began to apply it to Guanyi's skin. As she smeared, kneaded, and massaged, the technique elicited both novelty and pleasure in Guo and I. After soaking for a quarter of an hour, Jean kindled a small fire within the room and fetched several large pieces of fur to dry Guanyi's damp body before dressing her once more in the first skirt and top. The two settled beside the fire to bask in its warmth. Once Guo and I was almost dry, Jean produced a stone vial, extracting a finger's worth of the white substance, and exchanged a meaningful smile with her. Guanyi's eyes widened in surprise as she scratched her head. Jean meticulously pressed the creamy liquid onto Guanyi's skin, allowing it to permeate thoroughly. Gradually, Guo and I began to sense the intricacies of the experience. The cool lotion seeped into her skin, making her pores feel as if they were expanding. Whether it was due to Jean's massage techniques or the creamy substance, her body slowly relaxed into a state of delightful ease. Succumbing to the comfort, Guo and I lay across Jean's lap, surrendering herself completely to her whims. When she finally awoke, dusk was approaching, and the thought of He Xian, that foolish fellow, still waiting outside, made her hurriedly leap to her feet and rush out. He Xian, standing motionless outside for an eternity, the black eagle orc was startled by a voice and looked up in surprise. The moment he set his eyes on Connie, he was momentarily taken aback. Nini? He embraced the small female who rushed towards him, his towering figure shielding her from the cool night breeze. He could hardly believe the sensation of her soft skin pressed against his chest, a unique warmth that belonged solely to her. In Black Xian's eyes, Connie had always been beautiful, dark, and captivating, regardless of the circumstances. Yet at that moment, she appeared as if she had shed years of grime. Her skin noticeably fairer and more delicate, eliciting an instinctive desire to cherish her. Black Xian found himself holding his breath, his heart pounding fiercely, and his ears slightly reddening. Connie, amused, cast a glance at him and playfully twisted his strong, long arm. Are you daft? It's not our first encounter. Why do you still act the same way? Perhaps Connie herself was unaware of the extent of her transformation until Black Xian led her to the riverside. When she inadvertently caught a glimpse of her reflection in the water, she jumped up in astonishment. Ah, is that me? She leaned over the riverbank, staring at her image. Oh my goodness! How did I become so fair? So beautiful? Is this truly me? She marveled at the efficacy of little Jean's products, realizing that it was no wonder she had become considerably more attractive. Thus, in the following days, Connie willingly became a test subject. Receiving 2 baskets of red fruits as her reward each day, Connie was thoroughly immersed in Jean's world, spending the majority of her daylight hours in her company. Much to Black Xian's quiet chagrin, under Guanyi's suggestion, Jean infused the originally monotonous lotion with a hint of mint, floral essences, and created several uniquely scented lotions. A week later, the basic lotion proved to be of little assistance to Guanyi, merely serving a protective function. Jean gifted her some lotion to use for her baths and facial care at home. Transformed, Guanyi now strode confidently through the tribe, particularly in the presence of the numerous individuals, especially in front of the loathsome yet self-absorbed females like Shauna. Many gazes were drawn to Guanyi. Both males and females were captivated. Indeed, numerous male beastmen began to quietly converse, declaring that Jean and Guanyi had become increasingly beautiful, the most exquisite females of the tribe. Shauna's face darkened with anger, and her close companions wore equally displeased expressions. It turned out that they had once been the most favored young females in the tribe, but now everything had changed. With less than half a month remaining until the tribe's exchange, Jean left home early and returned late each day, scouring for materials with a small basket during the day, tending to the insects and chickens, and inspecting the growth of crops at night. Exhaustion had visibly taken its toll. Fortunately, the skincare products had finally succeeded. However, a large basket of plants yielded only a minuscule bottle of skincare product with an astonishingly low extraction rate. After several days of experimentation, the lotion was entirely depleted, compelling her to seek out more raw materials to process. It was exhausting, far too exhausting. The pursuit of economic development was indeed a taxing endeavor. Why had she lost so much weight? Chapter 46. The Wolf, Cold Externally. Warm internally, 5-star reviews for more. An inexplicable sense of desolation akin to giving up halfway lingered. In a state of half-dreaming and half-waking, Jean sensed someone poking her, letting out a soft murmur before turning her back to Ling Hong, her long black hair cascading over her slender shoulders. Exhausted, she unconsciously mumbled about materials. Ling Hong turned his head and glanced at the scattered weeds, jars, and the half-ground stone mortar beside her. It was the peak of the hot season, and the humid evenings in the beastly world rendered the semi-enclosed stone house unbearably sultry. Following Jin's suggestion, Ling Hong had constructed a large hammock with vines between 2 towering trees, allowing her to rest whenever fatigue overcame her, while the rare gentle breeze would occasionally waft through the woods. However, he had not anticipated that she would fall into a deep slumber. As the night wore on, a sudden, chilling wind swept through the forest, and Ling Hong struggled to awaken the sleeping Jean. Resigned, he lifted her horizontally and placed her on the soft haystack within the house, having thoughtfully laid several layers of short-furred beast skins beneath her. Though he had shut the windows and doors tightly, cold air still seeped through the cracks. As warmth enveloped her in the bedding, the little female instinctively burrowed deeper into the covers, disappearing beneath a mound of beast skins. Ling Hong, with no mercy, peeled back some of the fur to reveal her flushed, puffy face, stifled by the warmth. He tiptoed away, securing the door behind him. Despite the rigorous hunting in recent days, Ling Hong had not rested at night. Instead, he transformed into a sleek and agile silver wolf, darting into the dark forest. After being rejected, he ceased to mention certain matters, and Jean believed he had given up, yet unbeknownst to her, he had already memorized the formulas for those materials long before her eyes could see. Though unable to recall its name, having dwelled in the forest for 2 decades, the materials gathered were rather commonplace. After an entire night spent scouring half the woods, she finally amassed them all. Upon awakening in the morning, Jean yawned, rubbed her bleary eyes, and was about to step outside to freshen up when she discovered several piles of raw materials, each nearly her height. Stacked at her door, none were missing. A wave of astonishment washed over her. Turning, she pushed open the door to Ling Hong's room, only to find the silver wolf, who rose early and retired late each day, nestled in a bundle of hay, soundly asleep. A profound sense of emotion, known as gratitude, surged within her. Ling Hong was undoubtedly a paradoxical character. Despite his striking appearance and formidable prowess, he remained aloof and reclusive, with a temperament that often deterred others. Even the most audacious in the tribe, Sha Na, would hesitate to utter a word in his presence. The other females were even more reticent. He had managed to remain single all this time. To be candid, Jean had to concede that Ling Hong belonged to that rare breed of men who failed to endear themselves to women, regardless of his impressive attributes. Had he possessed the sunny disposition and warmth exhibited by other males in the tribe, he might not have remained solitary for so long. Perhaps even she would have been irresistibly drawn to him. Yet, this wolf was an enigma, cold on the outside but warm within. Though he did not utter sweet nothings, his diligence and care for others surpassed that of anyone else. Filled with both admiration and resignation, Jean knelt down to stroke his fur, gently pinching his ear, whispering, "Rest now, you've worked hard." "Thank you." It seemed as if a breeze had swept through, causing the soft fur on the wolf's ears to quiver. Yet the silver wolf continued to keep his eyes tightly shut. However, the tips of his ears subtly flushed with a hint of crimson. Chapter 47. The enchanting elixir. With merely 10 days remaining before the tribal exchange, Jean secluded herself within her dwelling, diligently concocting the medicinal elixir while preparing to crush the collected chichi fruits for sugar. Outside, a cacophony of shouts gradually intensified, suggesting an occurrence of considerable significance. Faintly, she discerned her name being called. Upon stepping outside, she was met by a group of a dozen young females from the tribe, including Sha Na and her companions. The females, shedding their previous airs of superiority, gathered around Jin's doorstep, clamoring for the transformative elixir. Their envy had long been palpable. Sha Na, suppressing her jealousy, feigned an outward display of anger and disdain as her close friends forcefully pulled her to the forefront. She scoffed, "If you wish to go, then by all means. Do so. Do not drag me along. I have no interest." The tension between Sha Na and Njin was evident, as the latter's rising popularity stung Sha Na deeply. Initially, Sha Na had intended to persuade her friends to remain united with her, yet she was taken aback to find herself cast aside and isolated by them. A girl with notably plump lips raised her chin, imperiously pointing and chastising Sha Na. "Sha Na, even your arrogance has its limits. You are no longer the most beautiful female in the tribe, so whom are you trying to impress with this attitude? In your prime, when you were the fairest, you had countless males vying for your attention. Now, with so few males seeking you out, we are no longer willing to tolerate your foul temper. Last time, we stood united on the same front, yet among the multitude, we refrained from nurturing wild birds, rendering us rather unconventional. That sentiment was utterly detestable. This time, we refuse to align with you. Instead, we shall join forces with the rest. Embrace your own unattractiveness if you must, but do not drag us into it. We are determined to seek out numerous splendid males and must adorn ourselves beautifully." After a few individuals vented their frustrations, they swiftly merged into the crowd, becoming part of the throng. Sha Na, feeling both wronged and resentful, intertwined with jealousy, realized that she was devoid of even her closest friends. And all of this was attributable to Njin. She vowed not to let Njin escape unscathed. Observing the females congregating at the entrance, Njin found herself in a state of exasperation. Although she still had some skincare products left, they were intended for trading goods, and it was evident that they would not suffice for such a multitude of females. She was reluctant to offer them for free. Suddenly struck with an idea, she divided the females into two groups, one tasked with gathering materials as per her specifications, while the other, possessing dexterous skills, was to grind the materials. The pampered females were initially disinclined to work, yet upon hearing Njin's proposal to allocate medicinal milk based on their contributions, they perked up, eagerly taking their idle males along to assist. This not only appeased the females, but also resulted in a surplus of medicinal milk, ensuring ample provisions for the tribe's exchanges. She truly was a prodigious talent. After imparting the methods and steps to them, the females joyfully departed with their partners, while Njin resumed her work in the house, focusing on sugar production. The sugar content within the bright red fruit is astonishingly high. After grinding, it was sun-dried for a full 7 days, resulting in a jar of syrup solution crystallizing into a half jar of hard, stone-like sugar crystals. Njin shattered the solid block into smaller pieces, which she then stored in a small wooden box. In just a month, she could only produce these two items, skincare products and sugar cubes. These would serve as her bargaining chips for the upcoming exchange. Once the silkworms spun their silk after the new year, she would weave fabric for clothing and gather more resources. The future promised vast possibilities. The time for the tribal exchange approached, and all tribes were engaged in intense preparations. Both the Luoding tribe, to which Njin belonged, and the Monxiong tribe had awaited this moment for an entire year. Meanwhile, in the Monxiong tribe, Lin Shishua leveraged her modern knowledge and experience to prepare superior bargaining chips, ones that surpassed mere food. "What do you have there?" inquired a fifth-tier bear beast man, scratching his round head with his hefty, stubby fingers, pointing at the bulging beast hide bag with confusion. Lin Shishua regarded these brutish, foolish beastmen with a flicker of disdain and impatience in her eyes, yet maintained a smile as warm as spring sunshine. "A lie, this is flour, made from grinding some of the plant seeds we have here. I intend to exchange it for salt, and it should fetch quite a lot." "Really?" Dole replied with a simple-minded grin. "Schwer, you are truly the smartest female I have ever encountered. Not only are you beautiful, but you are also brilliant. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to be your partner." Lin Shishua smiled, refraining from comment, while internally she felt a wave of nausea rising within her. Had she not fallen into this world, she would never have wished to associate with this foolish and unattractive bear beast. Every night, his roughness left her aching all over. Just as the barbarian bear tribe rejoiced over Lin Siye's new invention, an unwelcome news shattered their merriment. The gray wolf approached Lin Siye, transforming into a robust male beast man, none other than the long-absent Mando. Becoming beautiful, Lin Siye scoffed inwardly, with the indigenous females being so hideous. What miraculous elixir could possibly redeem them? Could transformation truly be achieved? Yet, she feigned astonishment, covering her lips and shaking her head. Her cheeks tinged with a blush as she responded to the man's movements. "But I cannot allow you, oh man, to take such risks. You have other duties at hand. The delicate and graceful features of the female were marred by worry, revealing a hint of anguish. Mando's heart surged with heat, and he could no longer suppress the urge to possess her fiercely. The females he had encountered throughout his life were both ugly and selfish, never caring for their partner's well-being. Yet, Schwer was the most beautiful, gentle, and considerate female he had ever known, one who truly cherished her mate. The kiss deepened, breaths quickening. He initially intended to bring Schwer some medicinal milk. After all, those unappealing females had significantly improved in appearance after using it, and with Schwer's inherent beauty, she would undoubtedly become a vision of perfection. Regretfully, Manduo relinquished his hold on her. Since Schwer had no desire for it, he wouldn't press the matter. Though the efficacy of the substance was undeniable, many of the females in their tribe, once dark and gaunt, had achieved a fair and tender complexion akin to Schwer's after its use, which was his motivation for procuring some for her. Lin Shishue was inwardly aghast, her eyes losing all previous derision and contempt. Manduo had never deceived her before. Could it be that such a miraculous creation truly existed? She, a modern woman with decades of scientific education, had failed to invent such a thing, yet these primitive people dared to presume they could surpass her. How laughable! Concealing the malevolence in her eyes, Lin Shishue playfully struck his chest and said in a coquettish tone, "Who said I didn't want it? I just thought of a better method." Her gentle, charming voice betrayed an ambition to possess it at all costs. As the transmigrated heroine, she believed all things beautiful should be hers. Manduo was still of use to her, so she couldn't let him risk himself. However, she had conceived a superior strategy for plunder. Chapter 48. The snake beast follows due to scavenging for scraps from the adults' leftovers. Many young beast people suffered from stomach ailments, their faces pale with pain as they writhed on the ground. And Jean, following the tribe's traditional remedy, prepared a medicinal broth for them. However, they nearly vomited upon tasting it. Ugh, so bitter, Sister and Jean. Several of the little ones turned green, tears welling in their eyes as they gagged and spat out the liquid. And Jean produced a few sugar cubes and dissolved them into the steaming broth. Try it again. Will it be better now? Without medication, one cannot expect to recover. A few little ones licked their parched lips, the bitter residue tantalizing their stomachs. As they timidly glanced at Jean, ultimately, they lifted the stone bowl and drank it all in one go. Ah, sweet. Their eyes sparkled with delight. And Jean bent down, affectionately patting the heads of the little ones, akin to stroking a cat. In the future, I shall prepare more sugar, so that your medicine will no longer be bitter. Remember, do not consume spoiled meat or wild vegetables. All right, the little ones chirped, their ears perked up high and their tails wagging joyfully, having remembered the delightful essence of sugar. Now, as the warm season draws to a close, most tribes have nearly emptied their dwellings in preparation for the forthcoming exchanges. Otherwise, the orcs traversing the treacherous journey risk being swept away by terrifying downpours. While the tribes face the grim prospect of mass starvation due to a lack of provisions, the nearly 100-mile trek is fraught with peril. Steep mountains, treacherous cliffs, and countless swamps and rivers conceal myriad dangers. One must remain ever vigilant, guarding against the potential ambushes and plunders from neighboring tribes. Particularly during the tribal exchange period preceding the rainy season, the orcs intensify their efforts to stockpile supplies and food, leading to a pronounced rise in ruthless pillaging. The rotting tribe, along with nearby dominant tribes, has stationed half of their orc warriors within the tribe itself to thwart any predatory incursions from those with ulterior motives, ensuring they do not return empty-handed after the effort. In the tribal square, the orcs resembled ants bearing burdens, hauling various sizes of game. And merely watching made Jean feel weary in her limbs. Aren't you tired? The males raised their chins and puffed out their chests, exuding an air of strength, declaring that fatigue was a foreign concept to them. In truth, they were utterly exhausted, yet they could never concede such a weakness in the presence of the females. And Jean couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. She found a branch and knelt on the ground, sketching a rudimentary model of a cart in the damp soil, featuring several uneven wooden planks and wheels that could be easily assembled. Following in Jin's instructions, the stone blades were fashioned into jagged, serrated edges, reminiscent of a beast's fangs, capable of effortlessly slicing through thick, even timber. The already powerful male orcs, aided by the serrated blades, managed to harvest an entire roomful of wood in just half a day, crafting dozens of planks and slightly smooth wheels as directed by Jean. Utilizing traditional mortise and tenon joinery, They assembled a dozen agile and simple carts, loading them with heaps of materials that resembled small mountains, thereby liberating a significant amount of labor. The freed laborers were then tasked with guarding the supplies and scouting the area. The resources surrounding the tribe were exceedingly scarce, and this journey to the beast-gathering city for trade involved the convergence of over 100 neighboring tribes, each bringing their unique resources. And Jean held dreams of iron smelting, house building, and pottery, all of which were essential. And she believed that such materials could only be found in the more advanced orc cities. If she could discover Paulownia fruits, the oil extracted from them could be applied to the wood to prevent insect damage, thereby aiding in the construction of economical wooden houses. Traditionally, females had never been permitted to participate in tribal exchanges, but due to Njin's recent endeavors, the chieftain graciously consented to her accompanying the delegation. In the dimly lit and damp jungle, a black-red serpent's tail slithered and swayed, leaving behind the traces of a massive creature gliding across the dark earth. Those enchanting scarlet eyes, shrouded in the twilight's gloom, fixated intensely on the receding throng of people, particularly on the slender female sprawled across the cart, with a mixture of suspicion and ire. How could the tribe permit such a fragile female to venture forth? Did they not comprehend the treacherous nature of the journey ahead? As the crowd in his line of sight began to fade into obscurity, the creature, known as Mayan, transformed into a formidable black-red python and leapt forth, pursuing them with fervor. Chapter 49. The veiled female. There existed but a singular, smooth earthen path leading to the beast-gathering city, a route chosen by many tribes to ensure the secure transport of goods. On the first day, they encountered numerous unfamiliar tribes. The beastmen, engrossed in hauling their cargo, exchanged no words, striving to treat one another as mere shadows to avoid inciting unnecessary complications that might tempt others to covet their belongings. Ling Hong's gaze turned icy, his piercing eyes sweeping over them. The nearby beastmen immediately averted their eyes, hastily striding away with palpable unease. And Jean, seated atop the cart he was pulling, felt the sudden halt of the vehicle and nearly tumbled forward. She quickly steadied herself, grasping the cart to regain her balance. Sensing Ling Hong's discontent, she inquired, "What is wrong?" "It's nothing," Ling Hong replied, lightly shaking his head, his expression unchanged as he resumed his forward pull. "Sit tight, and do not fall." The atmosphere remained tranquil, everything seemingly unchanged, yet midway through their journey, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the night descended, a pack of fierce beasts encircled them along with their cargo draped in animal skins. Among them were various avian and terrestrial creatures, totaling around 20 ogres from other tribes. Their intentions were painfully clear: to plunder the goods. Each time they traversed halfway through their journey, it marked a distressing juncture. Most tribes had exhausted their rations by then, and those deprived began to seize the opportunity to raid the neighboring tribes for sustenance, displaying reprehensible behavior. Here, under the watchful eye of Ling Hong, a fifth-tier ogre, it was astonishing to find them still targeted. One could not tell whether it was sheer misfortune on their part or the audacity of the adversaries, who were as reckless as newborn calves. Ling Hong selected several wolf beasts and launched an assault. If these marauders were not taught a lesson, the surrounding tribes might perceive the Luoding tribe as feeble, leading to an alliance of opportunistic tribes to oppress and plunder them collectively. With a swift declaration, the wolf pack surged forth like wraiths of the night, pursuing the fleeing ogres. Yet, it was too late. The wolves had already vanished from sight. Such an affront to the tribe's dignity warranted retribution, and Jean felt a chill run down her spine, sensing something amiss. The level of these marauding ogres was not particularly high. They fled at the slightest pursuit, as if they were intentionally organized, deliberately luring Ling Hong away. With a sudden shift in thought, cold sweat broke out upon her brow. This was bad. It seemed they had fallen into a trap. We must swiftly relocate. I have a foreboding feeling that we might be ensnared. And Jean exclaimed, panic-stricken, her body trembling. Before she could continue her plea, a vast shadow loomed overhead, casting a pall over the sky. Several colossal eagles soared majestically through the skies. Among them, the most formidable one unfurled its wings, measuring an impressive 3 to 4 meters in width, circling above before diving down with astonishing speed, akin to a relentless force. The orcs, taken aback, swiftly transformed into their beastly forms to confront the threat. Yet, the great eagle seemed disinterested in a prolonged battle, as if orchestrated by some sinister intent. Its sharp black talons lunged directly towards the 3 rectangular wooden boxes cradled in Jin's hands, piercing into the topmost box, and Jean clung to it fiercely, refusing to relinquish her grip. The eagle emitted a cry, its gaze lingering greedily on her delicate, fair visage, and with a sudden movement, it seized her with its other claw, its razor-sharp talons breaking through her fragile skin. A piercing pain radiated from her shoulder, and tears welled in Jin's eyes, as blood trickled from her pale lips. Within the depths of the forest, the imposing figure of a crimson python tensed, initially reluctant to reveal itself before the female. However, the soul-piercing scream of agony that erupted compelled its instincts to surge forth. The eagle's talons pierced through the female's shoulder blade as it prepared to ascend. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and the eagle's severed wings sprayed a mist of blood. The piercing cry of the bird was deafening, its talons tightening as large feathers cascaded from the heavens. Enraged and humiliated, the eagle discarded the female from its grasp, using its last remnants of strength to stagger back towards its avian kin in the sky, weightless and plummeting at a high velocity. And Jean barely had time to scream before she fell into an unfamiliar, icy embrace. Mean tightened his grip around the startled female, his bloodthirsty pupils narrowing as they fixated on the perilously suspended eagle. The ordeal was far from over, as Mean beheld another colossal eagle approaching. It bore upon its back a masked female, who then took possession of a wooden box. Chapter 50. Arsen Lin Shishua stood majestically atop the great eagle, her delicate features partially obscured, raven tresses flowing like a goddess of beasts untouched by mortal concerns. Her eyes, which ought to have radiated clarity and allure, now shimmered with a greedy and malevolent glint. Upon gazing down from her lofty perch and catching sight of Mean, a fleeting expression of astonishment and regret flickered across her visage. Alas, what a pity! His broodingly handsome countenance indeed aligned with her taste. Yet he was but a wandering serpent beast, unworthy of her esteemed presence. All the finest treasures in the world should rightfully belong to her alone. At Lin Shishua's command, hundreds of robust males swiftly emerged from the concealed depths of the rugged mountains. Leading them was a deep brown bear, towering at an impressive height of 5 to 6 meters, its form both stout and powerful, muscles rippling like a small mountain. Golden symbols resembling petals faintly glimmered upon its arms, a testament to its formidable stature as a fifth-tier bear beast. The orcs of the Loading tribe considered intervening, but the stench of blood from the preceding chaotic battle incited unrest among the surrounding tribes. As more foreign orcs joined in the pillaging, they found it impossible to spare any assistance. With a thunderous roar, the bear beast charged forth, and hundreds of orcs surged toward the female cradled within the serpent beast's embrace, intent on devouring her alive. Mean observed coldly, steadfastly clutching the unconscious female amidst the frenzy of battle, his grip tightening ever so slightly. The nearly 10-meter-long black and red serpent's tail struck the incoming orc, sending him flying. The orc crashed heavily to the ground, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Surrounding the serpent beast were dozens of orcs, intent on launching a covert ambush. However, the taut serpent's tail suddenly ensnared one of them mid-air, constricting with tremendous force, followed by a resounding explosion as the orc's body burst, showering the area with a mist of crimson. In just a few moments, the barbarian bear tribe suffered significant losses, their ranks decimated by the ferocious and formidable sixth-tier roaming beast. Yet, the sheer number of orcs ignited a primal bloodlust within them. These lower-tier orcs posed no real threat to Mean. Despite their numerical advantage, dealing with them would merely consume a few hours. However, he was disinterested in lingering combat. In his arms lay a semi-conscious female, her complexion pale and her shoulder grievously wounded, exposing glimpses of white bone, with bright red blood flowing onto his arm. Her eyes fluttered weakly, her hands instinctively draping over his neck, her breathing growing increasingly faint and nearly imperceptible. Mean's heart sank as he swiftly turned and plunged into the forest in search of hemostatic herbs. A cry erupted from the barbarian bear tribe. This is bad. The serpent beast is heading towards our food stash. Quick, pursue and intercept it. Following the concealed paths of the jungle, Mean soon beheld several bulging animal skin bags filled with meat and provisions, prepared by the barbarian bear tribe in anticipation of besieging the rotting tribe. The pack of beasts trailing behind him lunged forward once more, with even the commanding bear beast joining the fray. However, Mean had already ascended to the 6th tier, while the bear chief had barely reached the 5th. The disparity in strength between the two tiers was akin to a chasm. The beast horde once again showcased their despondency. Having suffered nearly half in casualties, their combat effectiveness was significantly diminished from the onset. The black eagle circled in the air, screeching, as Lin Shishue sat atop it, her expression dark as ink. In her fury, she yanked several feathers from the eagle. She never anticipated that this serpent would be so formidable, far beyond her initial calculations. The situation was dire. She would likely be unable to obtain the remaining 2 wooden boxes from the indigenous female. Since she could not possess them, they must be destroyed. A thought flickered through Lin Shishue's mind, and she began to chuckle ominously, followed by a deluge of fruit oil cascading down, soaking everything on the ground. Miin's enormous serpent tail could not evade the onslaught and was drenched halfway. Set it ablaze. In midair, the female spoke softly, yet her eyes glimmered with venomous intent. Serpents fear fire the most. Ignite it. Chapter 51. Entombed in Flames? The bear shuddered in disbelief. Schwer, our tribe's food and half our supplies are still there. If we set fire to it, what will our people eat on the way? If you continue to prattle, I shall sever our bond. Lin Shishue was on the verge of exasperation with this foolish bear, who was so petty and short-sighted. If she destroyed the indigenous female's possessions, then her own treasures would become unique and invaluable. Is the salt not worth more than that worthless food? And what of their sustenance on the journey? Were those small tribes not there to provide them with food? A few fires would suffice. The oil, tainted by the source of fire, ignited and spread with the swiftness of flames, crackling and devouring everything in its vicinity. The acrid black smoke blotted out the sky, while the inferno soared to heights of several dozen meters, distorting the very air with its scalding heat. A fierce wind swept through, carrying the blazing sea of fire to distant borders, incinerating everything in its path. Snakes, being creatures of instinct, dread flames. Even the slightest increase in temperature can cause them to writhe in agony, their cries echoing their suffering. The heated oil clinging to the serpent's tail ignited in an instant, the surrounding heat waves slicing across its skin like daggers, leaving the once smooth surface cracked and reddened under the oppressive heat. The flames illuminated the sky, while the thick smoke obscured all vision, leaving no hope for escape. In this dire moment, the serpent Mu-in clutched in Jean tightly, the intense heat rendering him utterly limp, his tail coiling into a tight knot, as the consciousness of the entire serpent began to blur. His hands slackened unconsciously, and amidst the fiery chaos, he held the female close, as though they were destined to perish together. For the often abandoned serpent beasts, such a shared demise might, in fact, represent a rare and beautiful conclusion. Mu-in surrendered to the inevitability of their fate, and Jean, in a daze, opened her eyes to a haze of black smoke. Obscuring her vision, she could only instinctively sense the cool embrace behind her. Under the searing heat, she murmured in discomfort, her voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears. So hot, so unbearable. Her ruby eyes, half closed in a stupor, sprang wide open in alarm. She curled up in his embrace, her body scorched by the relentless heat, her features contorted in distress as she fought back the tears, instinctively clinging tighter to the remnants of his coolness. Mu-yin's heart, usually calm and untroubled, stirred with a pang of anguish. I will not allow you to perish. Her icy, slender fingers wove through her seaweed-like tresses, each movement resonating with the solemnity of a vow, before she turned and plunged into the inferno that engulfed the sky. The flames had spread for miles, consuming all in their path. Even the soaring eagle above could no longer discern the scene below, yet one could easily envision the desolation of utter annihilation, where nothing remained but scorched earth and bones. Having eradicated the looming threat, Lin Shishue felt a surge of elation. Her possessions were now unparalleled in this world. The beast-gathering city would undoubtedly offer her a wealth of precious food and salt in exchange. The more she contemplated, the prouder she became. How could these brawny primitive orcs possibly contend with her? The fools of the 21st century had failed to recognize her brilliance, and now, reborn, it was her rightful duty to showcase her extraordinary intellect, commanding reverence and admiration from all. Lin Shishue departed with the remnants of the barbarian bear tribe, unnoticed by anyone. A black-red serpent's tail slithered forth from the sea of flames, vanishing instantaneously into the jungle. Scalding oil splattered upon the serpent's tail, ignited fiercely, the flames consuming its scales, leaving them charred and exposed. The rotting, burnt flesh, grazed against the coarse earth, hinted at the onset of inflammation and pus. Yet, Wu Yin seemed impervious to pain. Disregarding the searing heat and the inferno, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness as he cradled the unscathed female in his embrace, hastily navigating towards the nearby stream. Chapter 52. That serpent clan partner? Wu Yin's tenuous grasp on consciousness was nearly shattered. After placing Jean on the riverbank, he transformed into a black-red python, swiftly submerging into the depths of the water. The searing sensation, long restrained, finally erupted at this moment, an unbearable pain gnawing at every nerve in his body. A dark crimson serpent writhed and twisted in the desolate depths, violently colliding with the surrounding muck and stones. Its scorched scales mingling with putrid flesh forcefully scraped away by the jagged edges of the riverbed. The frigid waters soothed his rampant agony. After a while, Mian emerged from the water, raising his head and flicking his vibrant red tongue as he sought the hemostatic herbs for the female, guided by the particles in the air. The female lay with her eyes closed against a rocky outcrop at the water's edge, her pallid face a portrait of exhaustion. The gaping wound on her shoulder had begun to coagulate, yet blood continued to flow ceaselessly. Mian chewed the herbs he had gathered and applied them to her injury, feeling utterly helpless beyond this act. This was his standard procedure whenever he was wounded, uncertain if it would be of any benefit to her. He gazed at her face, a mix of anticipation and anxiety stirring within him, until the hanging sun descended towards dusk, causing her lashes to flutter ever so slightly. Mian's heart thundered, his serpent eyes narrowing with intensity. He instinctively reached out to embrace her, wishing to offer comfort, but halted mid-motion. His gaze fell upon his own bleeding, festering wounds and the grotesque state of his tail, and his previously calm demeanor shifted to one of acute apprehension. Serpent kind were already seldom cherished by their mates, and with such ghastly injuries, he feared he would be even more repugnant. With a pang of self-pity, Mian sought out some herbs for himself, striving to mend his battered form. He did not wish for the first sight the female would have upon awakening to be the image of his own wretchedness. The mildly acidic herbal juice seeped into the inflamed flesh, causing intense pain across the stung skin. A thin layer of sweat emerged on Mi Yin's tranquil visage, while her slender fingers clutched tightly to the feeble tree trunk. The serpent's tail writhed in torment, twisting and knotting with discomfort. With an unconscious murmur, the female slowly opened her eyes, struggling to rise from the ground. Shaking her head, she gazed around in bewilderment. Before her stood a strange, serpent-like beast man. As the memories of the inferno gradually returned, she recalled him vaguely. In an instant, Mi Yin pivoted, creating a considerable distance between them. Startled, he transformed back into a black-red python, coiling his tail, forming himself into a spiraled mound. Mi Yin endeavored to encase herself into a pyramid-shaped mass, burying the grotesque, festering layer of injured flesh deep within, ensuring that the female could not see it before ceasing her entanglement. Resting her serpent head upon the mound, she hissed, casting an anxious glance in her direction. And Jing found herself at a loss for expression. In her hazy recollection, it seemed that this serpent-like beast man had saved her. Yet his appearance felt too coincidental, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She sensed a hint of familiarity about him, having absorbed fragments of the original owner's memories. And Jing recalled what she had mentioned to her. Suddenly, inspiration struck as she slapped her forehead. "You are the serpent-like beast man who became my mate." The crimson serpent slightly raised his head, his red eyes shimmering with eagerness and anticipation as he gazed at Jing, astonished that she remembered him. It appeared that he indeed was her serpent companion. Jing rubbed her sore shoulder, letting out a small hiss. The wound, though coated with herbal juice, still throbbed with pain. She rose and walked towards him. Chapter 53. This snake seems to be playing with the rest of its life, and Jean massaged her temples, a dull ache pulsing in her head. Initially, her plan regarding this serpent beast was to abandon it without a second thought, as it was merely a stranger she had never met. Beyond a sense of guilt, she felt no other emotions. However, the serpent beast's timely rescue hinted at a deep concern, suggesting it had stealthily followed her. The debt of gratitude now complicated matters, at the very least. She could no longer treat it as an anonymous entity from her past. "Come here, let me examine your wound." And Jean felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet this did not cloud her judgment. Amidst the inferno, she had hazily witnessed the serpent beast engulfed in flames. Although it appeared unharmed now, the extent of its injuries remained uncertain. The black-red python stirred, but did not advance. Its crimson head arched slightly, fixated on the approaching Jean, hesitating in its movements. The serpent's head lay concealed within the mass of flesh, motionless, camouflaging itself as mere air. From a distance, it truly resembled an authentic, oversized pancake. And Jean chuckled softly. If your burns are not treated promptly, they may fester, leading to necrosis that could impede your mobility. Moreover, as a serpent beast, failing to address this issue in a timely manner could significantly hinder your future hunting and survival. After a brief silence, Jean let out an unintentional sigh. Be good. Let me see it quickly. In the usually tranquil and desolate heart of Myn, a subtle ripple of uncontainable emotion unexpectedly stirred. With the gentle utterance of good girl from the female, it felt as though tenderness had filled the entirety of his chest. Did she truly not disdain the ugly wounds he bore? Her focus had never lingered on that. Her sole concern was for him, simply him. Myn, the entire serpent. Frozen place, his mind completely vacated under the spell of her coaxing, abandoning his usual caution and contemplation, and instinctively began to slither toward her. The enormous python, measuring over 10 meters, gradually coiled itself around her, encircling her twice. As New Jersey Inn felt a weight on her lower leg and glanced down, she found the soft serpent's body resting upon her. The tail, somewhat shy, shifted slightly before curling upward, exposing its delicate and vulnerable white underbelly without reserve. New Jersey Inn gasped in surprise, quickly glancing skyward to ensure no predatory eagles or other snake enemies circled above before she breathed a sigh of relief. With a touch of irritation, she admonished, the serpent's belly should not be displayed so freely. Do you understand? Such exposure is perilous. The serpent's ruby-like, transparent eyes remained fixed upon her, seemingly in agreement, yet its body was far from obedient, defiantly revealing more of its vulnerable underbelly. New Jersey Inn sighed, conceding to the moment. After all, as long as there was no real danger, she could indulge him. It was likely that the serpent regarded her as someone he deeply trusted, which was why he so openly presented his most fragile parts to her. With a mix of exasperation and tenderness, New Jersey Inn examined his wounds. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Both the serpent's body and its most vulnerable underbelly were marred by severe burns, nearly half of the skin charred to a deep black hue. Prolonged friction had even exuded a repulsive yellow-green pus. The condition of the serpent's tail was far worse than she had anticipated, with 3 or 4 extensive areas suffering from grave burns. Should this injury go untreated, the tail would be lost forever. And Jean was truly exasperated. Having previously observed its calm demeanor, she had assumed the situation was not dire. Now, it seemed as if the serpent was jesting with its own future. Wait here for a moment. I shall fetch some herbs to tend to your wounds, she urged. The black-red python hissed in concern. Chapter 54. No creature escapes this fate. And Jean softened her expression, offering reassurance. I will merely wander about to gather some herbs. I won't stray far. The serpent followed her gesture, noticing 2 yellow wooden boxes resting on the grass, which she had previously cradled against her chest, suggesting their significance. After a moment of hesitation, it obediently shifted its body, coiling tightly around the boxes in an impenetrable embrace, yet its gaze remained tenderly fixed on her diminutive figure. Only when she was no longer in sight did it lower its head, concealing itself within its own body, motionless as if turned to stone. Upon her departure, Jean felt a growing heaviness in her chest. She and the 2 wooden boxes were untouched, pristine as before, devoid of even the slightest trace of fire damage. While it lay injured in such a state, it must have held a deep affection for the original owner, she mused. Yet, she was not. Her attachment and care for the serpent beast instead instilled in Jean a sense of guilt akin to that of stealing. The skin of the serpent beast was largely rotting, and ordinary herbs could not heal it. Perhaps it was due to this guilt that Jean willingly purchased a bottle of epidermal cell proliferation lotion on credit from her space. Instantly, her gold coins plummeted to -20. The system's voice jubilantly exclaimed, granting the host the ability to purchase on credit. If repayment was not made within a week, interest would accrue daily, and failure to repay on time would result in punitive measures from the system. The host was urged to strive for wealth with great urgency. Jean exited the space, now holding a large leaf filled with a vibrant green potion. She crouched down beside him, and the serpent's tail gently propped up her back. Jean's heart stirred as she carefully cleaned the wounds of the serpent beast and then applied the potion to its injuries. Does it hurt? She inquired. No. The upper half of the serpent beast transformed into human form, with inky hair and crimson eyes, strikingly beautiful. Observing the meticulous actions of the female, he lightly shook his head. As the potion first made contact with the wound, the serpent's tail twisted restlessly, as if it felt a twinge of pain. A fleeting expression of agony crossed the delicate, ethereal features of Imoen, yet it vanished almost instantly, his gaze returning to its usual calm demeanor. His long lashes cast a shadow as he narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the female's soft, pink-tipped fingers as they applied the potion to his serpent tail. The uniquely feminine touch seemed to awaken the numb, lifeless skin beneath. He could even feel the soft, feminine skin inadvertently brushing against his serpentine body, while his tail tightened subtly beneath him, and shadows flickered in his crimson eyes. "My lord Linghong, we have scoured the mountain tops, but found no trace of Ingene. Shall we proceed towards the city?" The beast-man spoke with trepidation. However, the silver-haired man remained motionless, as if deaf to the plea, exuding an air of lifelessness. He knelt on the charred, blackened ground, extending his hand to grasp the desiccated remnants of leaves. With a gentle motion, they crumbled to dust. The deathly stillness of his gaze reflected the devastation surrounding him, a scene ravaged by unforgiving flames. Everything bore witness to the grim reality that no creature had survived, Ingene. But it was too late. The flames spread with alarming swiftness, choking smoke rendering any search impossible. The following day, an unexpected deluge extinguished the inferno, yet all that remained was a vast expanse of forest reduced to ashes, devoid of even a single intact animal carcass. Chapter 55. Wait until adulthood to steal away, 2,000 words, as he beheld the once lush forest, now a desolate wasteland. Tears welled in the beastman's eyes. This verdant expanse, which had generously provided them with sustenance, lay in ruins. Everyone understood that this sudden conflagration was man-made. The tribe responsible for the arson deserved nothing less than 1,000 torturous deaths. Linghong remained rooted to the spot, surveying the devastation before him. As the veins in his clenched fists bulged, and he struck the ground with a furious blow, creating a deep crater. It is entirely his fault for underestimating the situation and failing to protect her. "Just a little longer. Grant me half a day more." The man's voice was hoarse and rough, and Linghong never anticipated that he could be so fragile in this lifetime, so weak that it filled him with self-loathing. Amidst the panic of the beastmen, Linghong finally rose to his feet. He was the backbone of this team. His tightly clenched fists were white-knuckled, blood trickling through his fingers and falling onto the ground with the waning rain. The man's resolute yet vulnerable expression showed no signs of yielding. He turned to face the crowd of beast-men. "Grant me half a day more. If we do not find Ingene, we shall depart." The rain intensified once more, and Wei-Yin carried Ingene to a secluded cave. The entrance was small, obscured by low bushes and dense vines, making it difficult to detect. Rainwater seeped into the cave, which was damp, dark, and disordered, exuding a foul, earthy odor. After hastily tidying up, Wei-Yin deemed it a tolerable refuge from the rain and finally brought Ingene inside. Transforming into a massive serpentine form, he coiled around her, providing a cushion of soft snake skin beneath her. His upper body naturally pressed against hers, his long arm encircling her waist, while his crimson tongue lightly brushed against her icy cheek. Truth be told, Ingene held no affection for sluggish, soft-bodied creatures, especially not a great python. However, out of gratitude for her savior, she refrained from displaying any aversion to his affectionate touch. Noticing her calm demeanor, Wei-Yin concealed his inner delight and observed her gently caressing her flat abdomen, realizing she was hungry and in need of sustenance. "I shall find you something to eat." Without waiting for Ingene's reaction, the serpent's tail unfurled, placing her upon the shed skin of the snake. Mayan transformed into a dark red python and slithered out of the cave. Suddenly, his serpentine eyes narrowed, and he halted, tilting his head to observe a group of orcs searching nearby. They were in pursuit of the female. Shifting his upper body into human form, copious rainwater cascaded from him, flowing out of the cave's entrance due to the lower terrain. Through ancestral memories, he understood that the female required cooked food. Mayan, enduring the searing heat at his fingertips, swiftly ignited a fire. The damp would produce dense, acrid smoke that was overwhelmingly suffocating. He hastily coiled his tail around her, drawing her further from the fire. Meanwhile, he cautiously flicked his tongue towards the cave's entrance, noting that the group of orcs had not been lured by the dark smoke. The torrential rain truly worked to their advantage. Lamentably, there were neither salt nor seasonings available, not even a stone blade. This existence was unbearable. "I shall assist you with my scales." Perceiving her helplessness, Mayan approached to take the prey, simultaneously detaching a red scale from his tail and piercing the wild boar's throat. The spurting blood instantly soaked the boar's fur. In a matter of moments, Mayan skillfully stripped the skin from the boar, leaving behind only a bloody skeleton and flesh. Outside the cave, thunder erupted, illuminating the scene as if it were daylight. This gruesome act of skinning and dismemberment could only be likened to a horror film. Startling the young female. Despite being a wandering beast, Mayan felt no apprehension. Under the anxious gaze of the serpent, she maintained her composure, slicing the boar meat into several pieces. Cruelty, indeed, was irrelevant. Filling one's belly was the ultimate priority. She had no desire to narrowly escape death only to succumb to starvation. Without salt or seasoning, Jean merely roasted the cut meat over the fire, resulting in a rather bland taste. The center of the meat remained undercooked, still exuding a hint of blood. Fortunately, the texture was firm and slightly salty, making it somewhat palatable. After satisfying her hunger, she burped and glanced at the motionless serpent beast, who happened to be observing her as well. Their gazes collided, causing Jean to momentarily freeze before swiftly turning her head away. What's the deal? He hasn't eaten a single bite and keeps watching her eat. Would you like to have some? It tastes quite good. And Jean cut a piece of well-roasted meat, blowing on it gently before tenderly offering it to him. Mean lowered his gaze, fixated on the roasted meat. An inexplicable sweetness welled up within him at the female's gesture. His snake tongue recoiled slightly as it met the warmth of the roasted flesh. Although he preferred raw meat, he accepted the offering and swallowed it whole, guided by her hand. And Jean, oh my, the abyssal maw. A shiver ran down Jin's spine as she abruptly pushed him away and stood up, only to be swiftly ensnared by Mi Yin's serpent tail, pulling her into his icy embrace. Startled, she looked up and bumped into his chin, rubbing her head as tears welled in her eyes. Really? Mi Yin also stroked her head, saying, You are still a minor, too delicate. If I take you away, it would be all too easy for you to perish. What do you mean by that? The wandering beast possessed a certain principle. He would wait until she came of age before claiming her. And Jean, this time, Mi Yin fell silent. In the memories passed down through generations, it appeared that the mortality rate of the serpent beast's companions, whether mature or immature, was alarmingly high. Chapter 56. I wish to forge a bond with you, and Jean shook his head, adding more wood to the fire. It was likely that they had already departed, and his current injuries would only burden them. Let us rest here for a couple of days. Once your wounds have healed, we can hasten our way to catch up with them. After all, they are laden with goods, and their pace is slow. Perhaps we will arrive just in time. Muin raised the corners of his lips, his crimson vertical pupils slightly dilating, revealing a hint of delight. Very well. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Jean gathered several vines to tidy the cave, appreciating the exquisite texture of the soft snake skin beneath him. Noticing that the female was still clutching 2 wooden boxes in her sleep, he was concerned that the sharp edges might harm her skin. He reached his arm around her from behind, unable to resist running his long nails along the edges of the boxes. Are these truly of great significance? She nodded, shifting slightly. Indeed, without these, our tribe may struggle to obtain sufficient salt. Muin recalled the band of marauders. He had failed to seize one of those wooden boxes for her, and a surge of murderous intent filled his blood-red serpent-like eyes. They were acutely aware of their shared understanding, observing the direction and path taken. It was evident that the tribe that had come to plunder was also en route to Beast Gathering City to trade goods. If they could manage to reach the city in time, they would undoubtedly encounter that tribe once more. Human nature harbors a possessive instinct. Muin imagined if his sustenance were to be snatched away by some oblivious creature, he would undoubtedly torment that individual to death before consuming them. Not to mention those beastmen, who would even resort to arson and obliteration of evidence. He instinctively glanced at Jean, but did not perceive the anticipated anger or annoyance in her expression. Jean instantly discerned the doubt in Mi Yin's eyes. Unable to suppress a quizzical raise of her brow as she chuckled, I am not so magnanimous. A thief remains a thief, and what is stolen is merely that, stolen. It is but a box of candies, hardly worth my ire. Her possessions would forever belong to her, impervious to the grasp of others. Yet, Jean found herself puzzled. How could that tribe be aware of their path, and so fortuitously fixate on the wooden box cradled in her arms? It bore the mark of premeditation, igniting a spark of suspicion within her. Could it be, just as her thoughts meandered aimlessly, an icy, serpentine tail unexpectedly coiled around her waist and thigh? Jean widened her eyes in shock, her body pinned to the ground before she could react. Mi Yin's long, frigid fingers glided inch by inch through her seaweed-like silky hair, resting against her delicate, smooth visage, his gaze deepening into a dark abyss. His fingertips descended gradually, exploring her waist and abdomen. Leaning close to her ear, he exhaled a breath as cold as a serpent, his deep voice sending shivers down her spine. I wish to formally bond with you. With the monsoon season approaching, coinciding with his first estrus since reaching maturity, he yearned for a female companion to mate and propagate. A month prior, while passing through the Luo Tongue tribe, he had spotted a solitary female, deeming her unclaimed status suitable for his needs. He had resolved to seize her, forcefully marking her as his mate, reminiscent of the feral beasts he had observed. Yet, now, this primal instinct had morphed into something deeper. He felt an urgent desire to truly bond with her, fearing that if he let go, she might vanish from his grasp. The black and red serpent's tail gradually coiled around her legs, tightening with each breath and struggle, enveloping Jean like a suffocating cocoon, seemingly intent on smothering her. Just as her face began to turn a shade reminiscent of a stewed pig, Mean finally realized the force was excessive. His crimson eyes flickered with an unmistakable hint of panic as he loosened the tail that had ensnared her, allowing it to fall in coils upon the ground. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Jean swiftly executed a maneuver, flipping him beneath her. Wary of the serpent beast's sudden fury, Mean, regaining his composure, tilted his head to glance at the female gasping for air, blinking his transparent, scarlet vertical pupils without any sign of resistance. He appeared unfazed by their reversed positions, and within his slightly vacant crimson gaze, a subtle hint of tension and anticipation was discernible. His red eyes seemed to be enveloped in a light mist, glistening and damp. The tip of his tail gracefully lifted, effortlessly ensnaring Jin's ankle, and with a forceful tug, before she could utter a sound of surprise, she was once again thrust into his embrace. He lowered his head to capture her lips, silencing her with a kiss, while the coolness of his serpentine tongue caressed her glistening lips. Just as the female's palm was about to make contact, Mean swiftly buried his head in the crook of her neck, his icy strands of hair cascading over her, smooth as silk. Do not move. I wish to hold you. His voice was deep and alluring, laced with a touch of tenderness and affection. Jean stiffened momentarily, but remained still. Soon, a prolonged sound of breathing resonated from behind her. Turning her head, she discovered that Mean had innocently fallen asleep while embracing her. Jing was momentarily taken aback, releasing a breath of relief as she adjusted the crumpled beast skin skirt. Her entire body was forcibly ensnared within the fleshy crevices of the serpent's tail, and she dared not move, fearing that the serpent beast might awaken. Indeed, the essence of the wild beast had not changed. Vigilance was paramount, concerned that he might awaken in a frenzy during the night. Jing kept her bloodshot eyes wide open until the late hours, ultimately succumbing to drowsiness and curling up within the mound of flesh formed by his tail. Amidst the lush jungle, fragmented rays of light fell upon the ground, casting mottled shadows in the aftermath of the rain. One could faintly discern a man with a serpent's tail swiftly traversing through the thickets, cradling a female in his arms. After a 2-day respite, the pair set forth towards the city. The Beastman continent was governed by 4 grand royal cities, with Ju Beast City being a thriving metropolis subordinate to the Unicorn King's realm. Lin Shishue and the barbarian bear tribe had fled after setting the fire, arriving at Ju Beast City ahead of other tribes engaged in firefighting, thus seizing the opportunity for trade. As soon as Lin Shishue entered the city gates, she was astounded by the opulence surrounding her. It was the peak season for tribal exchanges, and countless tribes, laden with distinctive goods, converged from all directions to partake in the mutual exchange of valuable items. At a glance, the city was teeming with people, the cobblestone streets thrumming with life. Numerous robust beastmen of various races effortlessly carried provisions many times their own size along the thoroughfare. Lin Shishue could not help but marvel inwardly. This was the place where she truly belonged. In comparison, her previous 2 months in the barbarian bear tribe seemed utterly mundane and uninspiring. Alia, I want this. I desire this as well. Oh, how exquisite this is. Do acquire all of these for me at once. Lin Shishue bounced joyfully like a rabbit, flitting between various shops. By the time she had traversed half the street, her arms were laden with several items. The gray-brown bear beast trailed behind, patting his deflated beast skin pouch, feeling rather embarrassed. Shue, our resources are dwindling. Let us conserve them. It would be prudent not to purchase these trivial items. In the world of beastly exchanges, The universal currency was the precious monster crystal core. These cores were exceedingly rare, with only 3 existing within the entire barbarian bear tribe, reserved for replenishing the tribe's supplies. Had their food not been consumed in that devastating fire, they might have traded these valuable cores for such rare trinkets for Schwer. Alas, they were truly in a state of scarcity. Lin Shishua froze, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. You can't even bear to buy these for me. She hurled her bundle to the ground with a force that shattered it like refuse. You claim to cherish me, yet as my partner, you are unwilling to spend on even these small delights. I have misjudged you. You are nothing but a miser, a penniless fool. Lin Shishua was genuinely infuriated. While she could tolerate such behavior from modern men, she had not anticipated that in this beastly realm, these males would dare treat her in such a manner. After all, she was the most beautiful and intelligent female in this world. How could anyone fortunate enough to be her partner be so reluctant to spend even a mere monster crystal on her? Lin Shishua longed for a lavish and commanding figure, not this stingy and foolish bear beast. Lin Shishua, filled with indignation, kicked him, only to hurt herself in the process. And a tear of grievance escaped her eye as she ran away. Duolai attempted to chase after her, but was halted by the orc merchants who obstructed his path. Frustrated, he glanced at the shattered goods, ultimately sacrificing a precious crystal core as compensation. You expect me to reside in this dilapidated cave with you? Lin Shishua's eyes were reddened with fury. She had never lived in such a wretched place even in the modern world. Duolai lowered his head in shame. Schwer, our supplies were consumed in that devastating fire, leaving us unable to afford the rent for these earthen dwellings. We cannot even afford a wooden house, and now, with hordes of orc tribes flooding into the city, the land is exorbitantly priced. The few prey my kin and I fought valiantly for barely sufficed to secure these meager caves. Are you blaming me for the destruction of those goods? No, no. I am not. I am not. Please do not be angry, Schwer. I will not listen to your excuses. Lin Shishua, her mind clouded with rage, covered her ears to shut out his words. In her anger, she kicked the bear beast once more and fled. At that moment, after much scheming, she resolved to abandon this spineless and ineffectual bear. With her beauty and intellect, she could easily find a powerful and influential orc in beast-gathering city. She would no longer endure the hardships of the impoverished tribes. Lin Shishue yearned to seek a robust and handsome male, to reside in the finest of houses, to savor the most exquisite delicacies, and to relish the opulence that she had been deprived of in her previous life. At last, she found her target, feigning a delicate demeanor as she approached the shaman's castle. Chapter 57, The Fox Tribe Youth in a Realm Where Mortality Rates Soar. The shaman stands as a beacon of hope, capable of healing the afflicted and rescuing those on the brink of death. The esteem in which these healers are held surpasses even that of the local lords. At the heart of the city rise 2 towering edifices, their spire-like forms piercing the heavens like the fangs of a colossal beast. Following a recent conflagration, the shaman's castle is now teeming with the injured. A cacophony of sounds echoing throughout its halls. Having prepared a medicinal broth, the young shaman distributed it to the corner where several injured beastmen sat. Yet, he soon noticed their collective gaze fixed upon the entrance, gasps of astonishment punctuating the air. Following their line of sight, Chili beheld an unfamiliar female standing at the threshold. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting expression of distaste and aversion crossing his features. A female, his fingers halted momentarily, then curled inward. His golden red eyes swirled with turbulent emotions, but his remarkable self-control allowed him to bury his feelings deep within. From the moment she appeared, she captured the attention of nearly every male beastman present, particularly the young and bonded males whose eyes gleamed with fervor. How beautiful! At that instant, the only thought resonating in their minds was encapsulated in those 2 words. The gazes, filled with envy and admiration, only served to bolster Lin Xie's pride as she straightened her posture. Indeed, she was the most beautiful female in this world, with just a glance. Any man would inevitably fall hopelessly in love with her. Ignoring the throngs of ordinary men around her, she fixed her intent gaze upon the male beastmen ahead. Her cheeks flushed as she gracefully sauntered forward. The individual before her was a youthful member of the Fox clan, recently come of age at merely 17 or 18 years. Clad in a simple inner garment, he adorned himself with a striking crimson beast-hide cloak, his fiery triangular ears and plush, fan-like crimson tail exceptionally captivating. His features were exquisitely refined, displaying a handsome and ethereal allure, with elongated eyes that slanted upward, exuding a charmingly roguish demeanor. At this moment, with his brows slightly furrowed, he bore an enticing charm intertwined with an air of inscrutable danger. His lips were perfectly formed and full, rounded and enticing, with upward-turned corners that hinted at a youthful charm. Yet, the chilling detachment and indifference reflected in his fox-like gaze rendered his entire presence somewhat frosty, akin to a lofty paragon of the heavens. His eyes conveyed a confidence born of talent, tinged with a subtle disdain. In the annals of Beast City's history, he was none other than the prodigious youth, Chi Li, who, upon reaching adulthood, assumed control of the Witch Doctor Fortress, thus becoming the youngest Grand Witch Doctor in the chronicles of beastly lore. Such a masculine embodiment, replete with beauty and power, was undoubtedly the epitome of her ideal partner. She resolved to seize this opportunity with all her might. Noticing the female's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Chi Li tilted his head slightly, his snow-white fox ears, tinged with a hint of crimson, flickering playfully. He spoke with a teasing lilt. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" His refined voice, tinged with an alluring undertone, conveyed a certain captivating charm. Although she understood he was merely inquiring about her health, Lin Shishua felt a brief moment of discomfort, taking some time to regain her composure. Chi Li cast a nonchalant glance in her direction, his expression inscrutable. She sat gracefully yet demurely opposite the youth, extending her delicate white wrist. "I have been feeling a bit unwell lately." Chapter 58. What is this thing called sugar? The oppressive heat enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it almost chaotic. The exquisite female, with a touch of shyness, delicately removed a portion of the beast hide from her face, revealing her strikingly fair and charming visage. In that instant, a collective gasp echoed in the air. Even Chi Li, who typically regarded females with indifference, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his fox-like eyes. Observing this, Lin Shishua felt a surge of pride welling up within her. With her meticulously adorned, tenderly pale face tilted upward, she lamented, "I have been feeling rather weak lately, plagued by persistent aches in my back and waist, and I find it difficult to walk. I wonder if I am unwell, which is why I sought your presence." Her soft, melodious voice rendered the room full of males momentarily entranced. After a thoughtful pause, Chi Li responded, "Your complexion appears wan, your expression dull, your eyes puffy, and your limbs lack strength. It may be a result of fatigue." His gaze lingered meaningfully on the two partner marks adorning Lin Shishua's wrist, his tone both clear and teasing. "I suggest you refrain from excessive exertion each night. Moderation is key. Frequent mating is ill-advised. Thrice a week would suffice." His words, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated throughout the room, drawing countless heated glances in her direction. Some even brazenly scrutinized her quivering form with lustful intent. It was apparent that some older, less desirable males, who had not yet won the favor of a female, were salivating as they leered at her exquisite physique, extolling her endurance. Lin Shishue rose abruptly, her body trembling with indignation, her face darkening profoundly. It became painfully clear to her that this young fox was subtly, yet unmistakably, humiliating her. It was said that Chi Li harbored a disdain for females and never deigned to offer them a kind expression. She initially believed that her beauty would captivate him, yet to her surprise, he intentionally sought to embarrass her. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the crowd within the witch doctor's fortress gradually dispersed, leaving behind a few ailing young cubs without their beastly parents, whom Chi Li had been diligently caring for. Just as Chi Li contemplated shooing them away in frustration, she noticed the female squatting beside the group of cubs, who were taking their medicine. The woman opened a box filled with shattered, translucent orange crystals. Before each little beast lay several bowls of dark, murky medicine. They whimpered with teary eyes, struggling against the bitter concoction, rolling about in distress. Lin Shishua lovingly patted their heads, saying, "Be good, dear ones. I have sugar here that will make your medicine taste sweet." Chi Li watched as she placed the sugar cube into the medicinal broth, unable to intervene in time. The crystalline sweetness swiftly dissolved into the concoction. The little cubs, enticed by the fragrant aroma, tentatively approached the bowls, their tiny legs scurrying around them before they cautiously extended their delicate tongues to taste the mixture. Their big, watery eyes sparkled with delight. It was sweet. It tasted wonderful. Soon, several cubs had their heads buried in the bowls, slurping loudly, and before long, the bowls were emptied. They contentedly burped and rolled around on the ground, exposing their round little bellies. Lin Shishue smiled as she rubbed the cubs' tummies, her charming visage radiating tenderness and maternal warmth. Any male beastman witnessing this scene would be unable to resist the overwhelming affection stirred within him for this gentle female before him. Even Chi Li found himself momentarily stunned, as memories buried deep within his heart resurfaced, causing his expression to become peculiar and somber. Is this thing called sugar? He approached the female figure beside him, his voice tinged with curiosity. Chapter 59. The female with whom you are destined may not be me. Chi Li dipped his fingertip into the medicinal concoction and placed it upon his lips. Indeed, the flavor was sweet, and astonishingly, the medicinal properties remained intact. It was truly a rare and exquisite find. Observing the boy's newfound interest, Lin Shishue felt a surge of pride. A confident smile graced her face. Although your medicinal brew is effective, it is rather bitter, making it difficult for many young ones to consume. However, if you were to add some of this sugar, it would transform into a delightful sweetness. I believe you would find it quite useful. I brought it specifically for you. Initially, after seizing the female's wooden box, Lin Shishue had anticipated finding skincare products inside. To her dismay, upon opening it, she discovered a pile of broken sugar cubes, which had infuriated her at the time. She had contemplated discarding it, thinking she might eventually brew some sugary water when the mood struck her. Yet, unexpectedly, this sugar had brought her even greater benefits. At last, Chi Li regarded Lin Shishue with a more attentive gaze, his eyes reflecting both scrutiny and a hint of appreciation. You call this sugar? It is certainly a term I have never encountered before. Lin Shishue hesitated for a moment. It's just a name I came up with. Did you create this? Well, of course. Having finally garnered a semblance of favor from him, Lin Shishue had completely forgotten that this substance was originally pilfered. She readily acknowledged it as her own. In light of this, it might be worthwhile to inquire about the process of your creation and the materials involved. However, the young man relentlessly pursued her. The materials are rather commonplace. Lin Shishue felt a sudden pang of anxiety as she met the gaze of those golden fox eyes, which seemed to penetrate her very soul, and inexplicably, a sense of guilt washed over her. What materials? They are merely some ordinary ingredients. I cannot recall their names. Describe their appearance, and I shall have someone procure them for you. At that moment, Lin Shishue found herself at a loss for words. Chi Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Shishue once more, and upon noticing the fluster in her gaze, he mused that if she could not articulate the materials, she must surely be aware of the craftsmanship and the procedures involved, correct? Aye. Surely you cannot be unaware of even this. The fox eyes teased her, carrying a hint of disdain. She swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, of course, no, but this is not something I can divulge casually. It is a closely guarded secret of our tribe. These sugar cubes are specifically used during our tribe's exchanges. Many tribes possess rare resources, such as iron, ore, and clay, or unique skills and materials, which allow them to maximize their gains during trade. Lin Shishue's assertion held a degree of validity. Chi Li nodded slightly, choosing to let her off the hook, accepting the box of sugar cubes and casually offering her several crystal cores in return. Should you acquire more sugar in the future, feel free to provide it to me. I shall compensate you with sufficient crystal cores. Lin Shishue clutched the 4 crystal cores, her heart racing. The entire barbarian bear tribe could scarcely muster 3 cores, and yet he had so nonchalantly bestowed upon her 4. May I come here often in the future? She inquired, her tone laced with hope. He did not even glance her way, fixating instead on the sugar cubes within the wooden box, and replied with a casual indifference, whatever. Despite the dismissive tone, Lin Xie was filled with unbridled joy. What did it matter if his demeanor was so perfunctory? She had already taken the first step toward success. Other females could not even elicit such a lackluster response from Chi Li. As the female departed, the faint smile at Chi Li's lips vanished instantaneously. Several beast attendants approached respectfully, inquiring, "My lord, shall we gather information regarding that female and ascertain her tribe?" Their voices brimmed with excitement. The shaman had reached adulthood a year ago, yet throughout his life, he had never shown interest in any female until now, when a particularly beautiful and gentle one seemed to have subtly altered his demeanor. Chi Li scoffed lightly. What? Do you believe I would seek a mate in this lifetime? The attendants were momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling something, and bowed their heads in profound regret. My apologies, my lord. I had forgotten. Heh. Chi Li's fists tightened slightly, his red hair cascading over his forehead, concealing the turbulent darkness lurking in his eyes. Females, indeed, were hypocritical and repulsive creatures. Chi Li's initial cold smile gradually morphed into a semblance of madness, instilling a sense of dread. He would never seek a female partner. He preferred amusement and profit over the nauseating presence of females. If this particular female could continue to bring him these sweet confections, he would not mind her overly zealous attentions. Without the burden of goods and free from various troubles and obstructions, Myn sought out a familiar waterway, cradling the female in his arms. In less than half a day's time, he could escort New Jersey into Beast Gathering City. As they approached their destination, a soft groan escaped New Jersey in as she rubbed her dissatisfied belly. Hungry. I shall go hunt, Myn said, affectionately tousling her hair. Emerging from the river, he left a long, slick trail upon the ground before temporarily placing her in a relatively clean cave. The fiery tongues of flames crackled and danced. Myn's blood-red pupils instinctively constricted as he subconsciously retreated, holding New Jersey in close, haunted by the memory of the previous fire. Together, they dismembered the wild boar, first roasting the most succulent thigh. Once cooked, New Jersey in waved the aromatic pig leg in front of him, yet deliberately withheld it. May I pose a question to you? She asked. What question? Myn replied, his gaze gentle, patiently listening. New Jersey in bit her lip, vexed and unsure of how to begin, especially under Myn's overly indulgent and tender scrutiny, which made her feel increasingly guilty as the usurper of another's body. Have you ever doubted, hypothetically speaking, if I'm not truly the female you have chosen as your mate? She inquired. Despite Myn being a wandering beast, forcing such a bond felt unfair to him, yet his affection for her was undeniably excessive. New Jersey in could not comfortably accept this affection, feeling as though she had stolen the original owner's body and deceived his man. Myn gazed at her unwaveringly, misinterpreting her words as an intention to abandon him, and his expression darkened with an ominous intensity, revealing a hint of volatility. Coldly, he responded, enunciating each word with weight, You are my partner. That fact shall not falter. The scarlet serpent's tail coiled around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, asserting his claim over her. And Jean, fearing his potential fury, chose to placate him, softly inquiring, What if, hypothetically, what I said were true? What would you do? Myn shook his head, taking her arm in his hand, his long fingers tracing the crimson patterns on her delicate skin. The vibrant vertical pupils of his eyes revealed an unmistakable delight and affection. He reiterated, You are my mate. There can be no mistake. He could sense the primal desire within himself for the female before him. This was indisputable. After a moment's reflection, Myn continued, I know you are not her. Chapter 60. The Stray Beast Approaches. Myn cradled her wistful face, his red eyes shimmering with an unusual light. In truth, I sensed a significant change in your essence the very first time I laid eyes on you. It is distinctly different from hers. And Jean, astonished, lifted her gaze, nearly losing her grip. You knew all along. Then why were you so kind to her? Or does the stray beast only care for the mate's mark? Whoever bears the mate's mark will receive his unconditional affection, regardless of the soul encased within. This is far too casual. Unable to contain herself, and Jean stamped her feet in frustration, causing the serpent's tail to loosen its grip and cascade down from her form. He raised his face, speaking earnestly, Jean Eyre. Perhaps you are correct. In the hearts of many males, as long as the female possesses her own mate's mark, he will naturally tend to her under the instinct of mating, ultimately fulfilling the cycle of reproduction. Thus, he chose the original host. At the moment of forming the bond, his heart was devoid of any tumultuous emotions. Yet, and Jean was different. She could genuinely feel that as long as they were together, that lifeless and frigid heart, which had remained untouched for decades, surged with an incredible affection and delight. He had never dared to voice this truth, for fear gripped him. He could scarcely believe that the blood and marrow of a serpent beast could one day pulse with such fervent love. Myn's icy body pressed against him, her long arms enveloping her entirely, while her serpentine tongue affectionately brushed against her face. He could sense that his affection for her transcended mere mating and procreation. He yearned to remain by her side, to cherish her, to protect her with all his might, and that was all there was to it. However, the more heartfelt Myn's words became, the more Jean found herself entangled in her own struggles, feeling even more despondent than before. Though they had initially been strangers, she could have resolutely severed their partner bond. Yet now, the situation had changed. Once the partner mark was dissolved, it signified the male's permanent abandonment by his mate, forfeiting his singular chance at a contract with a female. From that point onward, he would be unable to find any female willing to accept him again, even for a second marriage. The rules of this world, designed to protect the scarce females, seemed excessively unjust to the males. In silence, they finished their meal, and Jean spread a few clean animal skins on the ground, curling up to one side. With a muffled voice, she declared her weariness and announced that she would sleep first. Perhaps it was a habit formed over time. But Mean insisted on holding her while she slept, once again pulling her possessively into his embrace. However, today he seemed to sense her displeasure, transforming his entire being into a serpentine form, coiling into a large, meaty shape, allowing her to recline comfortably upon his python body, akin to a soft, expansive bed. After days of relentless travel, Jean was utterly exhausted and promptly succumbed to slumber, her body sinking into the crevices formed by his coiled tail, which created a formidable barrier against the chilling night breeze. The hissing red serpent gazed intently at the sleeping female, arching his upper body, his vivid forked tongue brushing against her lips, before gently resting his head upon her thigh. The crimson eyes of the serpent, veiled under a delicate membrane, appeared open, yet he had already drifted into slumber. As the morning light filtered through the clouds, droplets of water echoed within the cave, and Jean awoke to find herself cradling a lean, muscular waist. Startled, she hastily released her grip. Mean had, unbeknownst to her, transformed back into human form, likely having done so unconsciously while she slept. Upon awakening, he securely enveloped Jean in his arms, traversing the forest, revealing before them an imposing and expansive stone city, beast-gathering city. Along the way, they encountered few tribes, suggesting that they had likely entered the city ahead of time. Ling Hong and others should have also arrived at the city. Outside the stone fortress, several robust orc warriors stood guard, wielding stone spears and blades, their eyes brightening upon spotting a slender female figure emerging from the distant horizon. However, upon noticing the daunting presence of Mean behind her, they immediately transformed into their beast forms, fur bristling, and let out a continuous low growl. "Awoo! The wandering beast has arrived. Everyone be alert." Smoke began to rise from the city, signaling a state of utmost vigilance. Dozens of orcs rushed to the city gates in a state of heightened vigilance. The atmosphere charged with tension. The sharp, crimson gaze of the beast glinted with a deadly intent, yet upon meeting her eyes, it swiftly transformed into a tender smile. He uttered a nonchalant sound, as if indifferent to the circumstances. Chapter 61. The Lord's System Awakens. Wandering beasts pose a significant threat to any city or tribe, particularly those in estrus without a mate, an unmitigated disaster. The orc warriors fixated on the approaching serpent beast, its sixth-tier presence instilling a paralyzing dread. The sight of the serpent beast cradling the slender female ignited their fear into fury, their fur bristling like that of an angry hedgehog. A cacophony of low growls erupted, an attempt to repel the wandering beast. Given the current predicament, it was apparent that not only would they prevent her from entering the city, but should he advance even a step closer, the enraged orcs would descend upon him in a frenzy. Whether he could withstand such an onslaught was another matter entirely. As a wandering beast raised in the primal jungle, he had little affinity for the communal life of cities or tribes, which stifled his innate desire for freedom. Had he been able to adapt to such a lifestyle, there would be no cause for concern about being taken from her once she reached maturity. The two were compelled to retreat to the outskirts of the city, wherein Jean leaned against a tree, kicking at the stones below, a sigh escaping her lips. Was there truly no alternative? The cold, elongated fingers that had settled upon her hair paused momentarily. Did he possess a solution? And Jean, filled with certainty, lifted her gaze in hopeful anticipation towards the silent Mean, only to witness his gentle smile, his response ambiguous. His cool fingertips grazed her cheek, caressing it slowly. Again and again. He seemed to hesitate for a moment. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his deep voice betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. The wandering beast was prohibited from entering the city due to its propensity to seize female companions. If you were to inform them that you are my partner, they may not impede your entry. And Jean hesitated briefly before turning to run towards the city, only to be caught by him, who firmly grasped her wrist with astonishing strength. Fortunately, he released her the very next moment. His gaze remained fixed on the receding figure of the female until she faded into a mere indistinct silhouette, revealing the turmoil and anxiety that Gu Yin had desperately tried to conceal. In his ancestral memories, Many serpentine beasts had met their demise at the hands of their partners. Female serpents, harboring resentment towards those who had stolen them away, would lure their kind into the city with promises of shared lives, only to secretly enlist the help of powerful beastmen within the city to cruelly dispatch the wandering serpentine beast. Would Jiner also forsake him in such a manner? Gu Yan's red eyes widened, his heart racing with fervor as an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Before Jean could catch her breath, hands on her hips, she witnessed the typically cold-blooded serpent beast lose control, suddenly pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly, and resting his head against her neck, inhaling deeply. Jiner, I am so happy. You have not abandoned me. The fears he had harbored had not come to fruition. And Jean, unable to fathom why Gu Yan's emotions had fluctuated so dramatically, she pried his strong arms from around her and glanced at the closed city gates. Letting out a regretful sigh, "It won't work. You are a sixth-tier wandering beast, and they cannot allow you entry. The power of the sixth-order orcs has now reached a level that rivals that of the city lord. Should they enter the city, it would undoubtedly incite considerable panic among the orc populace, resulting in chaos and disorder. However, Mayan remains indifferent. He has discerned Jean's intentions and is utterly unconcerned about the matter of entering the city. He leads the female orc to a point not far from the city gates, halting his steps, releasing her hand, and watching her enter the city with a lingering gaze. I will wait for you here and will not leave. All right, she nodded, casting a glance at his wounds, offering a few words of caution before departing. As soon as she stepped into the city, several orcs from the nearby rotting tribe spotted Jean. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and rushed towards her. When they confirmed that the slender, familiar figure was indeed the Jean who had vanished for several days, their eyes turned red with emotion, nearly shedding tears. Oh my, you are alive, Jean. The words bewildered her slightly. The group awkwardly scratched their heads before hastily explaining that the last fire had ravaged half the forest, leaving many orcs among them injured, with some even sustaining permanent disabilities. The other tribes fared no better. That devastating inferno had claimed several lives, and they had searched everywhere for Jean. Fearing she too had perished, wiping away their tears, they joyfully exclaimed, "It is wonderful that you are unharmed. We must quickly relay this news to Lord Linghong and the other tribesmen. With all the remarkable things you have experienced and your safe return from the flames, perhaps you truly are the female orc favored by the legendary beast god." Gaining the rare title of favored by the beast god, prestige 5, cumulative 60. Unlocking the territory system. The various values of the territory are as follows. Refreshing every half hour. Type, tribe, small. Area, not yet available population. 1, female 1. Buildings, none influence. G, combat power. H, public sentiment. N-A. A sudden cascade of system notifications erupted in her mind, chaotic and disordered. The Lord system? It seemed of little significance to her at present. The sole inhabitant, could it possibly be herself? And Jean rubbed her throbbing temples and glanced behind her. Where were the others? Where was Linghong? Several faces bore expressions of grief and indignation. The devastating fire had left many orcs of the tribe injured, most of whom were in the shaman's castle. And Linghong was among them. We shall guide you there. As dawn broke, the night's slumber was suddenly interrupted. Chili found himself once more ensnared in the nightmarish visions of his childhood, curled up within the soft embrace of animal pelts, his eyes tightly shut, cold sweat saturating his entire being. Darkness, fear, anger, and resentment enveloped him in layers. An overwhelming hatred filled his chest, coursing through his limbs. As his sharp fingertips tore into the pelts, gradually constricting and ripping apart. Awoken from the nightmare, he realized he was already drenched. Chili buried his head deep into his knees, as if he could still feel that loathsome touch coursing through him, inch by inch, tainting all of his dignity. In the dream, he was merely a 7 or 8-year-old child, bound within a pitch-black wooden cabin. The intense sounds of males and females from the neighboring room instilled within him an unprecedented terror. The door creaked open, revealing an unsightly and repugnant old female, who approached him with a sinister smile. Tears welled up in his eyes, rendering his vision a hazy blur. "Please, do not torment me." On Chili's pristine, jade-like skin, countless scars remained, and he cast a fleeting glance, merely furrowing his fiery red brows with an expression void of discernible emotion. Despite the sweltering heat of the season, he stubbornly donned a long robe made of tanned animal hide, desperately attempting to conceal the ghastly marks upon his body. Chapter 62. Why haven't you died? Chi shut his eyes, curling into a ball upon the soft fur bedding, his fiery red ears and tail drooping dejectedly. He buried his head deep into the crook of his arm, yearning to avoid the sight of anyone. Yet, at that very moment, a beast servant announced the arrival of someone named Shui wishing to see him. Chi peeked out from the furs with one eye, his gaze shimmering with unshed tears. Tell her to leave. The beast servant immediately recognized that the shaman had experienced another nightmare and swiftly inquired, "Shall I prepare a bowl of awakening medicine for you?" "No need," Chi yawned, gradually rising from the bed, as if the tears were but a fleeting illusion. He resumed his usual languid and defiant demeanor. "Get rid of that female for me, and prepare a tub of bathing water." Chi cherished his baths, often indulging in 3 to 4 each day. Each time he submerged himself in the warm water, he felt a blissful separation from the clamor of the world. The mist clung to the fiery strands of hair that framed his forehead, and his fluffy fox ears and tail became soaked, adhering to his body. He slowly lifted the watery curtain, striving to wash away the memories that tormented him. Among them, one 5-tiered silver wolf orc bore the most severe burns. His beastly fur singed away to a great extent. Yet he remained silent, his well-defined features betraying a blend of determination and bewilderment, seemingly burdened by an undeniable sense of guilt and remorse. What could be the source of his self-reproach? Chi could not help but cast a few more glances his way. Most of the orcs suffered from mild to moderate burns. They received some medicinal prescriptions and were advised to indulge in nourishing food and ample rest. With the orcs' remarkable self-healing abilities, they would soon be lively and animated again. However, the silver wolf orc, afflicted the most, could not be treated with ordinary remedies. He required additional days of observation. Yet, he displayed an unmistakable urgency, resisting Chi's treatment. "I have already stated that common medicine is ineffective for your injuries." Chi's tone was decidedly unkind. He had never possessed much patience. "If you wish to avoid spending the latter half of your life without fur, you must remain here for a few days. Only then can I gather the appropriate herbs to brew a suitable remedy based on your condition. I do not require it. Simply provide me with some ordinary medicine." Ling Hong's countenance was icy, his hands clenched tighter, as if on the verge of transforming into his beastly form and dashing away. "I still need to go find someone." "Find someone?" Chi feigned enlightenment, placing down the herbs in his grasp, tilting his head slightly, and crossing his arms against the wall. He half-jokingly glanced at the wolf orc's body, marred by burns and oozing with pus. "Pray tell, how did your injuries become so severe? Good heavens! Did you leap into the inferno in search of someone?" Ling Hong's expression grew increasingly tense. He lowered his head, remaining silent, while his hands, clenched by his sides, turned pale with the pressure. Chi sighed, her voice laced with sympathy. The inferno had spread for several miles. Even if someone had been caught within its grasp, they would have long since perished. I advise you to focus on your recovery here and not indulge in excessive optimism. She is not dead. Think what you will. Chi was disinclined to elaborate further. How could anyone survive such a once-in-a-century conflagration? Ling Hong lowered his head in silence, his silver strands of hair falling disheveled across his forehead. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. A sensation of bitter regret welling up within him for the first time in his life, an overwhelming urge to find a secluded place to weep unabashedly. He truly regretted it. Why had he been so foolish? How could he have failed to recognize the trap? So arrogantly leaving Jean and his kin waiting for him in that spot? It was all his fault. He was simply too naive. The castle lay desolate, the only sound breaking the stillness being the muffled sobs of the man. Chi stared in astonishment at the usually resolute beast man, biting her lip, unable to find any comforting words. "Ling Hong." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Upon hearing the feminine voice, the silver-haired man tensed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned towards the door. His eyes still glimmered with remnants of tears, streaks of moisture apparent upon his face. Instinctively, Ling Hong rushed forward, enveloping the slender, delicate female in his embrace, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. How did you survive?" And Jean, hearing those words for the second time that day, felt a familiar suffocation, a testament to their shared lineage. Chapter 63. Unmasking the Traitor. And Jean, with a look of utter incredulity, remarked, "You seem rather disappointed." "How could that be?" Ling Hong smiled faintly. A myriad of complex emotions surged within him, rendering his expression momentarily indecipherable. His bitter smile was rather unappealing. I thought you were dead." He buried his face in her neck, his voice low and sorrowful, the corners of his eyes tinged with a fragile redness, as though he had only recently shed tears. Who could have imagined that such a steely man could also weep? And Jean, feeling a tumult of emotions, gently brushed his swollen eye corner, tenderly wiping away the traces of his tears. "It's all right, everything is fine. Am I not hearing well?" Ling Hong shook his wolf ears slightly, his demeanor swiftly shifting to one of seriousness, an icy glint igniting in his gaze. "All right, the clan members are encamped nearby. I shall take you there." He nodded toward Qi Li, consenting to the treatment over the next few days, and then strode away with Jean. A few accompanying beastmen followed closely behind. Qi Li squinted, observing their retreating figures. It seemed this female was indeed the one the wolf beast sought, prompting him to ponder if she might be a potential mate. This was Qi Li's first encounter with Jean. The female appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, yet she possessed a certain cleanliness, her skin immaculate, her aura pure. Within her slightly brown eyes lay an undeniable firmness and innocence. Qi Li appeared to recall something, a white jasmine flower. She resembled a pristine bloom he had seen in his childhood, a strikingly pure white amidst the lush greenery. The tribe had secured a remote stone house within the city using 2 crystal cores, consisting of 7 or 8 spacious rooms. Fortunately, a small river flowed nearby, providing ample water for the large, thirsty beastmen. Nearly 100 orcs reside within this spacious courtyard, making it inevitably crowded. However, the cleanliness of the yard is commendable, a rarity in the beast realm. A bear wolf stands there, and Jean. Fortunately, most of the orcs have ventured out for hunting, leaving only a handful behind, prompting her to quickly reposition herself to offer some cover. This sluggish wolf seems oblivious, likely unaware that half of its fur is missing. "And Jean, have you been to the riverbank recently?" "Oh." The silver wolf flicks its tail, mistakenly believing she craves fish, and begins to dart towards the river, only to be halted by her firm grasp. Under her overly sympathetic gaze, Ling Hong gradually becomes aware of his own peculiar condition. Ignoring the warnings, he rushes to the riverbank, and upon witnessing the sight, his expression darkens considerably. For the ensuing month, Ling Hong refuses to transform into his beast form, much to Jean's dismay, who now finds herself with an oversized, plush pillow. The following day, after the orcs have set out to hunt, the two remain indoors to discuss strategies. The notion of betrayal is merely Jin's conjecture, a secret she has shared only with Ling Hong. Choosing not to disclose it to others for fear of alerting the enemy, Ling Hong falls into silence. It is not that he lacks suspicion, but rather he is reluctant to accept that his brethren could betray him. Such a thought is unbearable, regardless of who the traitor may be. Our route to this place was determined by a clandestine decision among the tribe, so logically, it should remain unknown. Yet, the tribe that ambushed us had evidently laid a trap in advance, luring us away before launching their attack. Is it merely a coincidence? What shall we do then? Should we investigate one by one? And Jean lightly tapped the stone table with her fingertips, and a target of suspicion had already emerged. The two exchanged glances, their long-standing rapport allowing for an unspoken understanding. Chapter 64. Capturing the turtle in a jar under the starry night sky and the slanted moon, the surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the rustling of insects. The forest wind howled around the city, bringing a rare coolness to the sweltering earth. In the stillness of the night, a lithe gray wolf stealthily emerged from the stone dwelling, its paws silent upon the bluestone ground. The wolf, named Mando, licked its lips, eager to reunite with Lin Shishua, the intoxicating allure of their connection leaving him yearning. Suddenly, he halted, sensing a presence behind him, immediately aware that someone was approaching. Mando, the second strongest warrior among the beastmen after Ling Hong, possessed battle-hardened instincts and perceptive abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary wolves. His deep brown eyes narrowed ominously, revealing his white fangs as he cautiously advanced. In an instant, he pivoted, his tail whipping around as he lunged toward the underbrush. A splatter of blood marked his face, although it was merely an ordinary white-furred beast. This is bad. Panic washed over Mando as he prepared to flee, but in the next moment, he was tackled to the ground by a pack of wolves emerging from the shadows, their jaws clamping tightly around his throat. A tall, silver-haired man emerged from the thicket, accompanied by a slender female figure. Ling Hong observed the gray wolf being torn apart by the pack, blood pooling beneath him, his expression icy and dangerous. As anticipated, it was indeed this traitor. How dare he betray the tribe, sneaking out under the cover of night? His alarmed demeanor clearly indicated he was on a mission to relay information to another tribe. Ling Hong's expression was icy as he tightly grasped the throat of the gray wolf, his dark fingertips swelling with intensity, with a mere exertion of force. He could send this traitor to meet the beast god. In any tribe, betrayal was met with a death sentence, an unforgiving decree. The orcs, known for their steadfast loyalty, held a particular disdain for those who played both sides. The nearby wolf beasts also transformed into their human forms, their eyes ablaze with rage, trembling with indignation. Eliminate him, they urged. How dare this scoundrel betray the tribe? He must not be spared. Ling Hong applied slight pressure, his gaze somber, yet he awaited Jin's final decision. For she was the team's second pillar of strength. After a moment of contemplation, Jin shook her head. Spare him for now, do not rush to kill him. He still holds value. With the enemy tribe fixated on their lucrative territory, they would not relinquish their pursuit easily. She intended to use this traitor as bait, luring out the hidden foes lurking in the shadows. However, what puzzled Jin most was the question of why this traitor had chosen to betray them. There must be a greater temptation that led him to forsake his once mighty tribe. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She instructed 2 wolf beasts to pin the gray wolf down by the chest. As anticipated, a white bond mark appeared on the gray wolf's chest, which he typically concealed beneath a gray-brown hide, rendering it undetectable. Gasps of shock escaped the wolf beasts. He has secretly paired with an outsider female, unbeknownst to the tribe. The realization dawned upon everyone. A few orcs took turns to stand guard, keenly observing any signs of movement in the days to come. The prolonged absence of the enemy tribe will undoubtedly incite anxiety and urgency within their ranks, prompting them to devise means to dispatch individuals to investigate the sole source of intelligence. Meanwhile, Jin and her companions merely need to intensify their patrols, effortlessly capturing their foes. Once the arsonist tribe is apprehended, they shall face the collective scorn and expulsion of the entire city of beasts. Chapter 65. Delivering Food. In recent days, each morning has greeted the city with a dense blanket of white mist, saturating the air with a palpable humidity that leaves one gasping and coughing with discomfort. This heralds the impending arrival of the rainy season. Rising early, Ling Hong could hardly contain his eagerness to visit the shaman's castle, as the days devoid of activity were quite unbearable. As the midday sun scorched the earth, much of the fog dissipated, allowing Jin to venture to the bustling central market, laden with a basket. Here, a multitude of orcs and an array of rare commodities converged, a sea of figures stretching into the distance, easily numbering in the thousands. The cobblestone streets, alive with throngs of people, resonated with the vibrant calls of vendors, showcasing a kaleidoscope of goods that dazzled the eye. Such grandeur is a sight unseen in ordinary tribes. Is this what a city is like? Jin pondered, contemplating whether her own city could flourish even more prosperously than the gathering of beasts. Amidst the towering and robust orcs, there were also a few slender and petite figures, adorned with ram horns or rabbit ears, representing the rarer herbivorous orcs. Their wares consisted of an assortment of plant roots, tubers, and seeds. However, the majority of the orcs do not relish consuming flora. Consequently, their emporiums remain desolate, with scarcely an orc in sight. Jin approached one such establishment and, procuring a handful of slender saplings, inquired as to the price of the seeds and plants. Her heart fluttered with elation, for the sizable tuber bore a striking resemblance to a sweet potato, and the diminutive, ruddy-rooted seedlings mirrored young corn stalks, both delectable and nutritious, and eminently suitable for mass cultivation. The goat-like orc, overjoyed at the rare arrival of a customer, flushed with excitement. His tribe possessed an abundance of tubers and sprouts, yet they languished unsold even at meager prices, until Jin acquired them all for a single crystal core. She deposited the seedlings and seeds within the spatial soil, meticulously adjusting the parameters to ascertain whether they would yield the anticipated results. After an extensive perambulation, Jin procured several varieties of conventional crop seedlings, including a substantial sack of grain akin to rice, and sowed them all within the spatial domain to observe the harvest in the days to come. She cradled the stone bowl and placed it upon the table. Her curiosity piqued as she reached out to touch it, wondering if it were part of a therapeutic process. The savory aroma of roasted meat permeated the atmosphere. Qi Li and Ling Hong, both carnivorous creatures, simultaneously turned their gaze toward the entrance as the female entered, bearing the roasted meat. An unexpected pang of hunger seized them. His burns were grievous and necessitated bandaging to forestall suppuration. It was imperative that he return daily for a change of dressing until the wounds had healed. Chili cast a glance at the roasted meat, his gaze flickering, as the foxtail behind him gently curled. And Jean, with her characteristic alacrity, surmised that they had likely gone without sustenance for the entire day, and, noting the ample quantity of roasted meat she had prepared, extended an invitation for them to partake of it, suggesting that it would suffice to assuage their hunger. Very well. He acceded. Ling Hong's chest was filled with a wave of tenderness. She unexpectedly came over personally to deliver food to him. Chili was momentarily taken aback. His gaze intricate, ultimately unable to resist the enticing aroma of grilled meat that stirred a primal urge within. The instincts of a carnivore triumphed over the barriers of his heart. Chapter 66. Uncertain of a title, the fragrant scent of grilled meat wafted through the air. Sprinkled with grains of salt and chopped green onions, its surface brushed with a layer of tantalizing red sauce that awakened the appetite. Chili hesitated, taking a tentative bite, only to be overwhelmed by an intense spiciness that left his mouth tingling. He extended his delicate tongue, gasping for breath, covering half of his flushed face. His ears seemed to blush with a faint hue, and the fox ears drooped shyly among his hair. What was this? Words failed to describe the peculiar sensation of numb heat in his mouth. After the overwhelming stimulation, there remained an unexpected delight. And Jean and Ling Hong exchanged glances, and it dawned on them that the grilled meat had been coated with a secret spicy sauce. They were already accustomed to spiciness and could be termed enthusiasts of heat. Yet the majority of beastmen had never tasted chili before, leaving them momentarily stunned by the bizarre flavor that numbed their mouths. After placing the meat in his mouth and chewing slowly for a while, as the spiciness subsided, Chili finally managed to swallow it down. His fair and exquisite cheeks blushing, the corners of his eyes tinged with red as if he had been wronged to the point of tears. And Jean mused, did the fox's tolerance for spiciness truly run so low? Indeed, some individuals are born with an aversion to spicy foods. Excessively spicy dishes can be unbearable for their bodies. And Jean eagerly suggested they indulge in some chilled beast milk, which might alleviate the discomfort. Once Chili returned to his usual self, she exhaled in relief, feeling a pang of guilt as she scratched her head. I truly apologize for forgetting that it contained chili. If you still wish to enjoy roasted meat, I could bring you another portion without spice tomorrow, if you'd like. To her surprise, Chili did not decline her offer. Meanwhile, the young cubs flocked around, tugging at Chili's calves, unable to consume the murky concoction of medicinal broth. With drooping heads, they clamored for sweets. Only with sweet candy will they obediently take their medicine. Candy? And Jin's heart fluttered, curiosity bubbling within her. She crouched down, gathering several little cubs into her embrace, gently ruffling their dejected heads. Tentatively, she inquired, is there candy at the witch doctor's fortress as well? Why do you ask? Chili replied with keen interest, his tone laden with implication. Have you encountered it? Have you crafted it? He was skeptical, recalling that the female had claimed this confection was a specialty of their tribe, known only to them. Before he could continue, he noticed the female and the wolf beast suddenly adopt solemn expressions, their eyes flashing with anger, which compelled Chili to pause. Arching an eyebrow, he offered a faint smile. What is the matter? Your expression is rather alarming. Seeing the female anxiously glance towards him, her words hastened. Could you show me that candy? Does it come in a yellow wooden box? It seemed to be a matter of significance, and Chili, rarely serious, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there is a wooden box. He retrieved a simple yellow wooden box, revealing within it shattered, crystalline pieces of candy. As in Jean and Ling Hong's expressions grew increasingly frosty, Chili sensed that trouble was brewing. The cunning mind of the Fox clan swiftly deduced the likely cause. Could it be that your tribe's resources have been plundered by another? The stammering of that individual named Shui, lacking in confidence, raised his suspicions. This reasoning seemed plausible. Upon seeing the two before him nod in agreement, he recalled the devastating fire in the forest days prior, an act perpetrated by that very tribe in their quest for goods. This revelation shocked Chili, and even the beast servants and younglings reacted with alarm and fury. The younglings rolled on the ground, their fur bristling, emitting low growls that were both innocent and indignant. Fully aware of the wrongness of such actions, it is not uncommon for tribes to vie for resources. The law of the beast world dictates that the strong prevail, and the ability to seize resources and escape unscathed is a testament to one's might. however, setting fire to the mountains and forests, leading to the demise of countless plants and animals, even threatening the very existence of neighboring tribes, is an act of despicable cowardice that all beastmen would abhor. Do you know which tribe that female belongs to? After a moment of contemplation, Chile tilted his head slightly, his fox ears twitching as he recalled. Is it the bear tribe? The savage bear tribe? I remember their chieftain is a fifth-tier bear beast. So it is them. Ling Hong's demeanor turned icy, his green, beastly eyes glinting like frost, his fists clenched tightly. He was well aware that the savage bear tribe was a rival tribe in close proximity, one that often clashed with them over food and territory. It is imperative to gather evidence to expose the heinous crimes of this tribe. Indeed, the fishing rod remains uncollected, and Jean recalled the many who were imprisoned in the wooden cabin. It seems that good news shall soon arrive. Thank you for sharing this with us. As a token of gratitude, should you require more sugar, I would be delighted to prepare some for you at no cost. Observing the female's obedient demeanor, exuding an air of righteousness and gratitude, Chile was rather taken aback. She appeared quite different from the females he was accustomed to. At least, she did not evoke feelings of aversion in him. A stirring in his heart, he approached Jean, slightly bending forward, his tall and elegant figure eclipsing her petite frame. His captivating golden-hued fox eyes narrowed, and the tip of his fiery red tail, adorned with a hint of white, swayed gently. Very well, it is settled then. Free of charge is unnecessary. I shall compensate you with sufficient beast crystals, so do not let me down. Clenching her small fist, she declared, I will do my utmost. Before departing, she took the stone bowl, discovering remnants of meat slices and soup. Adhering to her principle of minimizing food waste, Jean swiftly consumed the remaining food. Chi Li's eyes widened slightly, his entire being momentarily frozen, his mesmerizing face concealing enigmatic emotions. The female, holding the bowl and wooden spoon he had used, ladled the remaining half-bowl of soup and gulped it down in a few large swallows. The sound, devoid of its previous playful mockery, was soft and gentle, even carrying a hint of caution and fragility. Upon hearing this, Jean felt a twinge of displeasure. How could it be unclean? I have thoroughly cleaned the meat, and the scallions and garlic were freshly picked by me. They are quite fresh indeed. How could they possibly be dirty? Chile lowered his gaze, fixating on the wooden spoon that bore the marks of a female's bite, lost in thought for a fleeting moment. The shadows that lingered in his eyes concealed a profound sorrow and fragility within his heart. Yet, in an instant, he resumed his playful and mischievous demeanor, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he scoffed. Why do you act like a dog, relishing what others have consumed? Jean. She merely wished to avoid wasting food, after all. As night fell and the weary beastmen succumbed to slumber, a bare beast, shrouded by the thick darkness, stealthily approached the wall, intent on slipping into the stone courtyard. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, the wolf beast, lying in ambush, pounced, bringing the bear beast crashing to the ground, clamping down on its trembling neck and limbs. In the stone castle, the city lord, Lin Shishue, arrived with a bag brimming with flour, flanked by 2 male bears. The beastmen had never encountered such fine white flour and quickly gathered around in curiosity. With this flour mixed with wild vegetables, we can make pancakes. We can even cook it directly in a pot, she proclaimed, brimming with confidence in her hand-ground flour. The city lord's eyes sparkled with interest as he grasped a handful of flour, rubbing it between his hands. Though the flour was slightly yellow and coarser in texture, with fragments of husk mixed in, it was a novelty that astonished the beastmen. If produced on a larger scale, it could even alleviate the long-standing issue of famine. Let us make pancakes for the little ones. Those mischievous little rascals will surely delight in them. The lord's companion received a sack of flour and promptly set off with 2 beast servants to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. Due to this bag of flour, the lord generously rewarded the supplies from the man-bear tribe with 5 crystal cores and 10 bags of coarse salt, a sum that was double what they had previously received. Lin Shishue was overjoyed. This was all her doing. She felt akin to the heroines of those beastman novels, destined to shine brilliantly in this world. However, just as Lin Shishue reveled in her triumph, calamity struck, shattering her illusions with a dreadful tidings. The city square was teeming with furious beastmen, their expressions seething with rage as they hurled accusations that the man-bear tribe was responsible for the recent devastating fire and deserved to be expelled from the city, permanently. Expel them. No mercy, they cried, brandishing stones and hurling them toward the accused. How could they know? Who had betrayed them? In an instant, they plummeted from grace. Lin Shishue and nearly 100 members of the Man-Bear tribe faced expulsion from the city, and it was to be a permanent banishment. What did such a banishment mean? They would forever be barred from the city to procure essential supplies, and within 5 years, the tribe would likely disintegrate, consumed by neighboring factions. Lin Shishue could not accept this fate. With tears brimming in her eyes, she pointed an accusing finger at the beast men, exclaiming, "What evidence do you have to claim we are arsonists? We deny these slanders." She feigned victimhood, hoping to rally the beast men of the Man-Bear tribe to join her in protest. If they steadfastly refused to confess and no evidence could be found, the beast men would have no justification for their expulsion. Yet, behind her, there lay an unsettling tranquility. It was peculiar that the orcs of the barbarian bear tribe remained silent, offering no defense on her behalf. Lin Xie felt a tumult of anger and frustration. She had overlooked the inherent simplicity of the orcs. The command she had given to set the forest ablaze had undoubtedly crossed a line for them, instilling a profound sense of guilt that rendered them indifferent to her provocations. Alas, the little cubs, after consuming some pancakes, writhed on the ground in agony, as if on the verge of death. The Lord's partner rushed over, gripping the Lord's hand tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Enraged, the Lord unleashed the oppressive aura of a sixth-tier tiger beast, sweeping across the entire city. He fixed his bloodshot gaze upon Lin Xie, whose complexion had turned ashen. "Is this the flower you provided? If my cubs perish, the barbarian bear tribe shall be no more." Lin Xie's face drained of color, collapsing to the ground, her lips quivering. How could this happen? My flower cannot possibly be flawed. Someone must be scheming against me." Regardless of her attempts to exculpate herself, the matter had become irrefutably damning. Ultimately, the barbarian bear tribe faced expulsion from the beast-gathering city, with a permanent ban on all trade interactions. In the Lord's stronghold, a multitude of veterinarians moved in and out, while the Lord's partner wept inconsolably, cradling the frail cubs. "May I examine that bag of flour?" And Jean approached alongside Qi Li. The Lord hurled the bag of flour violently to the ground, along with the remaining pancakes, trembling with rage. "I should have never trusted that female, mistaking her for something rare, only to discover she was a harbinger of poison. Though it is not truly poison, fear not. The little cubs are safe." And Jean seized a handful of yellowed flour from the beast pouch, rubbing it between her fingers. Her remarks drew the attention of all the orcs around her. Indeed, flour is a precious commodity, yet this particular batch was excessively coarse, lacking in refinement, and even contained some grit. It would undoubtedly be difficult for the young ones to digest. And Jean suggested to the perspiring lord of the city that they should feed the little ones some warm soup. The infants, suffering from indigestion, had rolled on the ground for quite some time before succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. After several bowls of warm soup were distributed, a few of the young ones gradually awakened, stretching their furry paws to rub their round, grape-like eyes. Their tiny pink tongues licked their lips as they kicked their chubby little legs. "Awoo, I'm hungry again. Awoo, why are mother and father's eyes so red?" Being orcs, the infants had relatively strong digestive capabilities, and after relieving themselves, they bounced back to life with vigor. The clan leader and his mate breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows, casting grateful glances towards the slender, composed female. Lin Xie's bag of flour had been discarded by the city lord. How dare such a small tribe attempt to deceive them with such a substandard product? Fearing that this incident might tarnish the reputation of flour in the eyes of the orcs, and Jean hurriedly asserted that this flour was indeed suitable for the young ones, as well as for the females and the elderly orcs. "I have flour here that can be consumed with complete confidence." The city lord's eyes brightened, his voice tinged with urgency. "Really?" Perhaps it was the calm demeanor of the female that inexplicably instilled a sense of trust in him. "Give us 3 days, and our rote tribe shall present you with a supply of flour that is entirely safe for consumption." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Anjin's eyes. Upon returning to the stone dwelling, she instructed Ling Hong to gather a few idle orcs to procure several large stones. They meticulously shaped the stones into 2 flat, oval forms, crafted a stone trough, and then assembled them with sturdy, clean wood. A wooden axle was fitted into the lower stone, while the upper stone was affixed with a grinding surface. Thus, a simple yet primitive stone mill was successfully completed. Anjin retrieved 2 bags of wheat from her storage, each kernel plump and robust, a product of generations of cultivation, featuring a notably high starch content and entirely hulled. Given her past deeds within the tribe, The orcs harbored no doubts regarding the origin of the wheat. With efficiency, they lifted the 2 bags, pouring the grain into the grinding surface in batches, taking turns to exert their primal strength to rotate the upper stone. It must be acknowledged that the orcs possessed astonishing strength, their productivity soaring. In less than half a day, they transformed the 2 large bags of wheat into exquisite, fine flour. As Anjin cradled a handful of flour, its whiteness reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, its texture as delicate as water, she inhaled deeply, detecting a fragrant aroma reminiscent of sun-drenched plants. This flour surpassed the quality of that from the Manbear tribe by a considerable margin. The city lord procured the 2 bags of flour at a premium price of 20 crystal cores. After preparing pancakes to feed the little ones, they devoured them with great relish, their furry faces dusted with crumbs, and notably, no adverse symptoms such as diarrhea manifested afterward. Random side quest, normal difficulty, establish a long-term trade agreement with Beast Gathering City. Time, 1 day condition, none reward. 15 gold coins taking advantage of this opportunity. And Jean proposed a long-term trade agreement, which the city lord was more than willing to accept. In the future, with access to this flour, the Beast Gathering City would procure all that they needed, urging them not to sell to any other cities. And Jean felt a surge of joy. This was tantamount to gaining the support of Beast Gathering City, promising a more rapid development for the tribe. To demonstrate his sincerity, the city lord generously gifted an additional 20 large sacks of salt. Task submitted. Ding. Task completed. Long-term trade. Reward, 15 gold coins. Gold balance, 0. And Jean realized that she had just settled the previous account with Miin. The system's reward of gold coins was rather meager. By the way, little female cub, does your tribe have any wild mint? You know, the kind with those refreshing green leaves? Oh dear, my face is burning from the sun. The city lord's partner lamented, touching her reddened cheeks. The sun in the beast world was exceedingly harsh, and their delicate, rough skin often fell victim to sun-related ailments, such as red rashes or dry, cracked skin. The unique wild mint of their world could alleviate such afflictions. And Jean pondered for a moment. Her tribe did not bring wild mint, but she had previously concocted a medicinal cream that could improve skin condition, which contained wild mint. She opened a wooden box to reveal half a container of milky white medicinal liquid and handed it to the city lord's partner. Applying the cream to her painfully sunburned skin brought an immediate wave of coolness, evoking a sigh of relief. After using the remedy, the lord's companion not only felt a significant alleviation of the pain on her face, but the rash that had spread from her face to half of her neck had also considerably diminished. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but her skin appeared remarkably more refined than before. And Jin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, resembling a fervent salesperson as she explained that this concoction, infused with petals and wild mint, could prevent skin ailments caused by excessive sun exposure and greatly improve skin texture. Outsiders might assume this young female was exaggerating. Yet the Lord's companion, having experienced its formidable effects firsthand, was thoroughly astonished. What female does not cherish beauty? Moreover, having liberated herself from poverty and hunger due to her status, she was even more inclined to care for her appearance and demeanor. Without hesitation, she purchased 2 portions of the ointment for 5 crystal cores each. Within a single day, and Jean and the Luo-Tung tribe had earned 25 crystal cores and 80 bags of salt, with the chieftain generously adding an extra 20 bags. This revenue was 5 times greater than in previous years. The system indicated that the affection level between the chieftain and his companion had risen to 40, allowing for ordinary requests. And Jean then recalled the injured Miin, who had been waiting for her in the wilderness. The serpent bore such severe wounds. She needed to bring him in for a few days of care. Although the Lord was opposed to allowing strays to reside within the city, he did not refuse her request, albeit with a stern warning. As a companion of a stray beast, she must strictly regulate its behavior within the city and preferably prevent it from venturing outside. Should it attack any orc or incite widespread panic among them, they would have no choice but to expel or even eliminate him. And Jean nodded heavily, convinced that he would not resort to violence. Should any harm occur, she would willingly compensate for it. The city lord nodded appreciatively, harboring an even greater admiration for this responsible female, who distinctly did not resemble the ordinary inhabitants of lesser tribes. The females from the larger cities paled in comparison before her. After bidding farewell to the city lord, Jean hurried to the city gate, where the wind howled fiercely, tousling her hair across her face. Before she could call out, A rustling sound swiftly emerged from the woods, and the imposing figure of a black-red python came into view, followed closely by a Jean being enveloped in a cool, firm embrace. Mean opened his strong arms, tightly enclosing the female in his embrace, his crimson lips brushing gently against her ear. "Jeaner, I have missed you so much." He had feared that she might have forgotten him and no longer desired his presence. Chapter 68. The onset of conflict, and Jean struggled to free herself from Mi Yin's embrace, inhaling a breath of fresh air as she stepped back a couple of paces. She grasped his cool, elongated fingers, and together they made their way toward the city. In a gentle tone, she reassured him. "I have secured a few days of temporary residence for you. During this time, you must focus on recuperating. Do you understand?" Given that serpents were inherently averse to fire, it was only reasonable that she assist him until he fully healed, especially considering the circumstances under which he had come to her aid. Glancing once more at his flamboyant black-red tail, she deliberated for a moment before deciding. "Perhaps it would be best to conceal your tail for now. Otherwise, it might incite panic upon entering the city." "All right." And Jin's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned away, only to be swept back into Mi Yin's cool embrace the very next moment. Fortunately, he had donned his serpent's skin, effectively concealing his more private areas. And Jean exhaled softly, unable to break free, and thus allowed himself to be embraced. Noticing the gentle sigh from the female, Mu Yin's heart tightened. His primal instincts led him to ponder whether Jean Eyre harbored dissatisfaction with him. He found himself engulfed in an unprecedented sense of panic, maintaining an outward calm. Yet his expression grew slightly somber. With a heavy heart, he carried the female to the city gates, where the stationed orc warriors stood tense, gripping their stone spears. The dozens of hostile gazes directed at him stirred a sense of irritation within Muin. Were it not for Jin's admonition against reckless violence, he would have succumbed to the urge to lash out in frustration. Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from him, Jean gently tugged at his arm. Meeting her endearing dark brown eyes, the murderous intent in Muin's gaze dissipated in an instant, leaving his heart as soft as a tranquil pond. "Everything will be fine," he reassured her, tenderly smoothing her delicate long hair as he tightened his embrace. Passing through the city gate, as if oblivious to the world around them. Given the Lord's orders, the orc warriors refrained from obstructing him, though they remained vigilant, watching the retreating serpent beast with wary eyes. Perhaps having roamed as a stray beast for far too long, or perhaps fearing the potential for unrest, Muin chose to traverse the quieter corners, where fewer people lingered. And Jean sensed that this serpent might be somewhat socially challenged. Having emerged from his shell to survive in the jungle, subsisting on raw flesh, he had grown accustomed to the solitary life of a wandering beast. Lacking experience in the ways of tribes or cities, concerned that he might clash with the tribesmen, and Jean took the time to offer careful instructions. They arrived at the spacious stone courtyard where the clansmen resided. The door remained tightly shut, suggesting that most of the beastmen had ventured out to hunt. And Jin's fingertips trembled slightly as they rested on the wooden door, her hesitation evident. Neither Ling Hong nor the clan was privy to this matter. She had faith that Yin would not harm innocents, yet persuading Ling Hong and the others to abandon their partial prejudice against the stray beasts posed a challenge. Just then, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Before Jean could react, a shadow of black and red flashed past her, a fierce gust sweeping through, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Several wolf beasts, thwarted in their ambush, were sent crashing into the trees by the serpent beast's powerful tail. Ling Hong, quick to respond, leaped onto a tree, narrowly evading an attack. Upon seeing Jean ensnared by the serpent beast, his pupils dilated in shock. Mistaking the stray beast for a kidnapper, and he instantly transformed into a sleek silver wolf, intent on tearing into the black and red serpent tail. Mean hissed, its forked tongue flickering, a menacing darkness clouding its expression. Its scarlet serpent eyes elongated into fearsome blades, and the nearly 10-meter-long tail writhed and scraped against the ground. "Wait. Do not fight." And Jean urgently grasped Yin, attempting to halt the onslaught, bewildered by the sudden escalation into conflict. "Have you forgotten what I said? Attacking without permission in the city will lead to expulsion." Before she could finish, Yin's tail coiled, flinging her several meters away. Thus, the battle commenced. Chapter 69, Agreement to Stay. Yin, a sixth-tier beastman and a ferocious stray beast, exuded an overwhelming strength that sent chills down one's spine, even when standing alone. Although Ling Hong's side had the advantage in numbers, it was soon overshadowed by Mi Yin's formidable prowess. Aside from Yin Lang, who was evading swiftly with only minor injuries, the other wolves had been flung against the trees by Mayan's powerful tail. A chorus of mournful howls emanated from the wolf pack. This feral beast was exceedingly ruthless. They stood no chance against it, and continuing to fight would surely cost them their lives. Mayan's pupils had narrowed into dangerous slits, a manifestation of his heightened predatory excitement. His long, serpentine tail, dark red in hue, coiled effortlessly around a wolf that lay nearby, tightening with each gasp and struggle of the creature. The wolf's fangs could not pierce the dense, resilient scales of Mayan. The faint sound of cracking bones could be heard in the tense silence. Anjin hurried over, attempting to shift his serpentine tail with her diminutive strength, but to no avail. Mayan, please release this wolf. He is my kin. They mean no harm. The wolves staggered to their feet, glaring furiously at the bloodthirsty feral beast before them. With a growl, Mayan's expression remained frigid, his tail skimming anxiously across the ground. Yet, upon meeting the female's indignant dark brown gaze, he suppressed the urge to lash out. He relinquished his hold on the nearly lifeless wolf, casting it aside, and gathered the female into his embrace. Lowering his head, he softened his demeanor, gently nudging her cheek with his tongue. I was wrong. Anjin is not angry. The wolves began to realize something was amiss. Anjin appeared unperturbed by the serpent's closeness. Was the feral beast not there to abduct them? It seemed that these foolish youngsters had acted impulsively. Ling Hong transformed into his human form and leaped down from the tree, giving a gentle kick to a few wolves who were hanging their heads in defeat. Ling Hong had not forgotten the words spoken to him by the stray beast during their last encounter. Humph! What did it mean to refer to his female? The mere thought of it made his wolf heart ache, prompting him to sink his fangs into a substantial piece of flesh from the serpent's tail. The wolf beasts exhibited unwavering obedience and loyalty, and Anjin was regarded as their second pillar of support, making them believe her words without question. In their experience, there had never been a precedent of a stray beast acting with kindness. Their hostility towards Mi Yin had considerably diminished, although remnants of instinctive wariness towards the stray beast lingered in their hearts. I will tend to your wounds shortly. Those severely injured should rest for a few days and refrain from hunting, Anjin instructed. Observing the wolf beasts in their battered state stirred a sense of guilt within her. It was all her fault for not having forewarned them. Ling Hong approached Anjin casually, reassuringly saying, It's nothing. These injuries are trivial for them. By tomorrow, they will be lively once more. The wolf beasts quickly echoed his sentiments, acknowledging their robust nature as male creatures, as long as they were not on the brink of death. They could not afford to squander precious medicinal herbs. Despite the rough start after the skirmish, it had ultimately allowed the clan to accept Mi Yin's presence, permitting him to stay for a few days. However, as night fell, another issue arose regarding room assignments. Anjin found herself cramped in a small stone hut with Ling Hong, while the remaining 7 spacious rooms were allocated to other beastmen. Naturally, Mi Yin insisted on sharing a room with Anjin, creating further concern for her, even if the other beastmen agreed. They would all suffer from sleeplessness in such close quarters. This predicament forced Ling Hong to consider moving out, but fortunately, there was no stigma attached to losing favor in their world. Yet, a certain wolf felt an unsettling heaviness in his heart, thinking, You share a room with the serpent beast, while I am squeezed in with the others. Ling Hong felt somewhat disoriented, unable to find solace in sleep that night. He transformed into a wolf and lay at the doorstep, gazing at the stars for an extended period, the cold, silvery moonlight caressing his silver fur. This was the first time in his animal life that he experienced such emotions, yet he could not articulate the reason behind them. Chapter 70. Eating shrimp in recent days, the air had become increasingly thick with mist. Each breath felt as though it drew in a mouthful of moisture. The heavy rains of the season were imminent, and they would soon embark on their journey. The beast city, situated by the sea, boasted an abundance of seafood. With the tides rising, the beaches teemed with various shrimp, fish, and crabs, and a simple stroll could yield a bountiful harvest. Having grown weary of roasted meat, Anjin decided to accompany Ling Hong and several other beastmen to the beach to gather some seafood. Mi Yin, swishing her serpentine tail, joined them. Look at all the crabs! Anjin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she dashed barefoot across the soft sand, quickly filling a basket with crabs, alongside a few stranded small fish, shrimp, and shellfish. Noticing the red marks on the female's shoulders from the weight of the basket, Mi Yin discreetly glided over to her side and spoke in a cool, deep voice. Allow me to carry that for you. All right, Anjin. not one to be overly modest, readily unburdened herself and handed the basket over. Min bent down, lifting the basket with one hand while cradling Injin in her other arm. Lowering her head, she gently licked the red marks on Injin's shoulder, her eyes shimmering with concern. From a distance, Ling Hong suddenly halted in his tracks, intending to assist her, but was taken aback to see the serpentine beast had beaten him to it. A surge of displeasure welled up within him. He kicked at the sand and silently walked away. Ling Hong assisted Injin with the chores, and by evening, a large pot of salted shrimp and a platter of sautéed crabs were served on the grand stone table in the courtyard. The briny shrimp, with its delicate yet salty flavor, contrasted beautifully with the richly seasoned crab that burst with umami and succulent roe. Today, Ling Hong was particularly attentive, diligently peeling a generous bowl of shrimp for Injin. She had previously taught him the proper technique for consuming shrimp, and he had mastered it flawlessly, deftly removing the shells and the dark veins in one fluid motion. Coincidentally, as Injin stifled a yawn, Ling Hong seized the opportunity to scoop a large spoonful of shrimp meat and pop it into her mouth. Injin momentarily froze, taken aback by the unexpected intrusion, as the foreign substance filled her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff out like an adorable little hamster. The tender, slightly salty shrimp meat was a delightful explosion of flavor, elevating her senses to new heights. Meanwhile, Mi Yin's expression darkened. The black-red tail coiled around the female figure tightened with restrained frustration, battling the urge to lash out at the wolfish Ling Hong. Another shrimp was crushed, then another. Mi Yin's blood-red eyes narrowed dangerously, as if transformed into a perilous needle. All right, I'll peel them for you. If you keep squashing them, we'll have nothing to eat today. Injin chuckled softly, assisting Mi Yin by peeling 2 shrimp for him. Mi Yin flicked his tongue, the serpentine appendage tasting the air, as he blissfully accepted the morsels from her hand. The subtly sweet and fresh flavor of the shrimp ignited a spark of delight in his eyes. It was far more delectable than raw meat, especially since it was prepared by Jean Eyre herself. A sweet sensation blossomed within him. Ling Hong, feeling a pang of envy, glanced at his empty stone bowl and meaningfully remarked, "I also wish to partake in the shrimp." And Jean looked at him quizzically, her hands still in motion. "Aren't you capable of peeling shrimp? If you desire some, help yourself. I can't eat much. All of this is for you." "Oh." Dejected, Ling Hong lowered his head, listlessly peeling shrimp for himself, swallowing them in hasty mouthfuls, finding them rather insipid. Annoyingly, he couldn't help but feel that the shrimp in the serpent beast's bowl looked more appetizing than those in his own. Chapter 71. Fondling a foxtail. After consuming 10 baskets of seafood to the point of bursting, there was still a small portion remaining. Coincidentally, it was time for Ling Hong to visit the witch doctor's stone fortress for a change of medicine, so Injin accompanied him. Intending to bring the leftover seafood for Chili to sample, Mi Yin was ordered to stay at home. Serpent beasts are inherently indolent, and after feeding, he transformed into a python, coiling himself in a dark corner, nestled in a pile of animal skins and dry grass, his pale red nictitating membranes motionless. Creatures like crabs and lobsters have more shell than meat. Fish have bones, and oysters, snails, and shellfish, if not prepared properly, can be pungent and unpalatable. Even though seafood is abundant around Jiuzhou City, few beasts venture to consume these items. Seeing Injin bring him a stone bowl of seafood, Chili appeared slightly surprised. "Is your tribe experiencing a food shortage? Only in times of famine would starving beasts resort to eating such things, with their meager meat, abundant shells, and a fishy taste. It's quite delicious, just try it. We gathered too much and couldn't finish it, so I brought you some." And Jean peeled a few shrimp for him, along with a crab brimming with roe, and handed them over. "You can't handle spicy food, so the shrimp are prepared with a mild flavor. The crab might be slightly spicy, but you should be able to tolerate it." Chili's heart stirred slightly as he accepted the plump, pink shrimp meat, hesitantly taking a bite. The unique freshness, saltiness, and sweetness of the seafood permeated his mouth. This female always managed to bring him some delightful surprises. Ling Hong's injuries had mostly healed, and Chili removed the animal skin bandage for him, signifying that he no longer needed to come for medication. "I recall that there is a scar at the site of your wound." Chili held a bandage, gazing in astonishment at Injin's shoulder, where there had once been a wound that pierced through. "Ah, you mean that scar?" Injin brushed her fingers against her shoulder, her skin smooth and fair. She smiled at the young man, saying, "The shaman has taught me a special ointment that can diminish scars. After I applied it, the scar vanished." The scar had indeed been quite large, which displeased Injin, prompting her to purchase a scar-removing ointment from the system marketplace. She noticed Qi Li suddenly freeze, his gaze fixed intently on the site of her former injury, his voice tinged with hesitation. May I borrow it? The scar-removing ointment? Qi Li nodded, somewhat lost in thought, his tone softening. Yes, I can pay you with beast crystals. Very well. Although Jean found his request somewhat peculiar, she was too indifferent to inquire further. Conveniently, she had half a bottle left, so she asked Ling Hong to make 2 trips, delivering the ointment to Qi Li. Qi Li held the small vial in his hand, his eyes shimmering with joy, yet mingled with a hint of sorrow, while his fluffy, crimson tail swayed back and forth before her. This was the first time Jean sensed genuine happiness emanating from him. Qi Li was often seen smiling, his lips curving mischievously like a fox spirit. But that smile typically bore an air of arrogance and disdain, unlike this moment, where he appeared to have shed all defenses, revealing a sincere and unadulterated joy. The tip of his fiery tail bore a streak of white, pure and immaculate like freshly fallen snow. Qi Li continued to wag his tail, circling in front of her, and Jean could not resist reaching out to touch it, feeling an electric tension and stiffness transfer through her fingertips. As she lifted her gaze, she met the intricate and profound eyes of Qi Li. How soft it is. And Jean reached out once more, offering an honest appraisal, remarking that it felt even softer than Ling Hong's tail, resembling an extraordinarily plush toy. Qi Li. Ling Hong. The fiery red fox tail was withdrawn from her palm. A layer of unnatural crimson tinged Qi Li's face as he cast a cold, irritated glance at Jean, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Ultimately, he awkwardly turned his head and remarked nonchalantly, Your tribe should be departing tomorrow, correct? Chapter 72. The Serpent's Tail, additional chapter for 300 votes. Wishing you a safe journey. And Jean. This sentiment hardly resembled a blessing. After exchanging jest, Qi Li's expression grew serious. His beautifully gilded fox eyes gazed deeply at the female before him, adorned with a sincere smile, as he expressed his hope that when they meet again next year, they would bring him even more surprises. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Taking advantage of the final day, Jean stocked up on supplies in the city. She arrived at a stall belonging to the Ironhorn Bull tribe, where various tools crafted from a material resembling iron were displayed. Although they fell short of true ironware and appeared somewhat crude, they were significantly sharper than ordinary stone tools, suitable for effectively cutting materials. However, upon inquiring about the price, she was taken aback to learn that a small blade cost 2 crystal cores, an outrageous robbery. The cost-to-value ratio was far too low, leading Jean to refrain from purchasing. Nonetheless, even in her decision not to buy, she picked up a blade with a semblance of interest, scrutinizing it closely before curiously asking, Is this refined from minerals? I have never encountered such unique stone tools around the tribe. They are, however, a specialty of the Ironhorn Ox tribe. The orcs casually brushed off the inquiries of the young female, and Jean chose not to press further. Her attention shifted to the nearby vendors selling animal skin bags, which were plump and, upon inspection, revealed a type of dark brown sandy stone. What is this for? Jean inquired. This time, the orcs did not hold back and responded candidly, explaining that it was a relatively rare mixed clay. While the materials were quite common, this particular mixed clay, when combined with ordinary soil, exhibited a strong adhesive quality, making it suitable for constructing cities and buildings. Many tribes were selling it, and they offered a discount if she wished to purchase some. All right, Jean replied, using a crystal core to buy 5 large bags of mixed soil. Upon returning to her tribe, she intended to study the raw materials, confident that she could replicate it. After a day of tireless effort, as night fell, Mayan followed Jean to sleep as usual. Being a serpent beast, Mayan had a natural inclination for slumber. Whenever Jean left, he would curl up in a corner and sleep, spending half of the day in rest. At night, he particularly enjoyed coiling his serpentine tail around Jean as they slept, as if fearful that she might escape. Upon waking in the morning, Jean felt the weight of something cool pressing against her waist and chest, making it difficult to breathe. Just as she was about to pry Mayan's tail away, her gaze happened to fall upon the tip of his tail. The tip of the tail appeared distinct from the rest, gleaming white, reminiscent of a budding white flower. And Jean, embodying a serious scientific spirit, had previously dissected pythons and venomous snakes, yet she had never encountered such a prehistoric venomous serpent stretching over 10 meters in length. Could it be the gland that produces venom? And Jean reached out to touch it. Hiss! Meen, startled, awakened the entire serpent. Electricity coursed through its body. and the tail coiled around her before stiffening abruptly, forming a rigid vertical line. Jeaner. Mean called her name, seemingly in pain and discomfort. His brow furrowed as the tail slipped from her grasp. What are you doing? Observing his evident struggle to contain himself, and Jean inquired, Is it poisonous? Shouldn't I touch it? Yet Mean merely tightened his embrace around her waist, holding her firmly. At that moment of reluctance to part, he managed to release her. Clinging to the last vestiges of his reason, he pressed a kiss to her brow, his voice hoarse and strained, a blend of enjoyment and helplessness. And Jean, bewildered, vowed never to touch the tip of his tail again. Later, she would learn that male beastmen possessed an exceptionally sensitive spot, and for Mean, it was indeed the tip of his tail. Chapter 73. The golden-feathered giant eagle. The members of the tribe, regardless of age or gender, gathered in the tribal square, their voices rising in jubilant cheers as they prepared fresh fruits and roasted meats to welcome the triumphant warriors returning home. Dozens of carts were filled to the brim. Although the supplies were contained within animal skin bags, obscuring their contents, it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the tribespeople. Good heavens, how much salt has been exchanged! The orcs banded together and unloaded all the supplies from the cart, forming a small mountain. The tribe members gazed in disbelief, their voices trembling with excitement. Can you guess? 10 jars. Someone exclaimed incredulously from the crowd. In previous years, they had only exchanged 5 or 6 jars of salt, and at most 7 or 8. There had never been a precedent for anything more. The returning orc shook his head, saying, You underestimated. Can't you be a little more ambitious? Let us aim for more. His words were laden with pride. 10, 15 jars. We have exchanged a grand total of 100 jars of salt this time. And over 20 beast crystals. The orcs erupted in joyous laughter, nearly fainting with excitement, transforming into their beast forms and howling to the heavens. Tears of happiness streaming down their faces. 100 jars. A full 100 jars of salt. That was 10 times the amount they usually exchanged. Not only would it suffice for all the tribe's orcs to indulge freely, but it would last for 3 years without issue. All of this was thanks to Jean. Without her, they could never have secured such an abundance of salt. Noticing the tribe members gazing at her with excitement, Jean shyly smiled, taken aback by the intensity of their emotions. The burden of the defeated was handed over to the chieftain, who, amidst the jeers of the tribe, was cast by the giant eagle orc into the depths of the Forbidden Mountains. The depths of the mountains were fraught with wild beasts, colossal creatures, and even the terrifyingly ferocious magical beasts. The atmosphere was heavy with despair, as if the orcs had already foreseen the impending doom of their tribe. Almost all the orcs were famished, their emaciated bodies barely able to muster the strength to walk. The supplies they carried were less than a third of what they had in previous years, leaving the orcs filled with disappointment. The weakened and starving barbarian bear tribe, amidst the food scarcity of the frigid season, had become the prime target for the surrounding tribe's aggression. Suddenly, Lincia let out a piercing scream, a sharp pain gripping her heart. As she lifted her beast's skin chest covering, she discovered that the gray wolf mark on her chest had vanished. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, her expression reflecting profound sorrow. She vowed, I will avenge you. I will not spare the rotting tribe. Yet, after shedding tears for only a brief moment, she wiped her eyes dry, and any trace of sadness vanished from her gaze. Recently, she had paraded through Beast Gathering City, flaunting her beauty, attracting the attention of some nefarious orcs. The sky suddenly darkened as countless giant eagles circled above, each with a wingspan nearing 5 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and ushered in ominous clouds. Leading them was a golden-feathered giant eagle, which swooped down, its sharp talons piercing Lincia's arm. Ah, let go of me, she cried out in pain, tears now flowing freely in earnest. Delai's rage flared, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets as he transformed into a towering brown bear nearly 3 meters tall, swinging his fists in a furious strike. Yet, he was no match for the golden-feathered eagle that dove like a meteor, its astonishing speed overwhelming. Another talon aimed directly at the bear's heart, and with a sudden contraction, it brutally extracted the heart of a 5th-tier bear beast, flesh and blood alike. A low, mournful cry erupted from the brown bear as its massive form staggered backward, sending tremors through the ground like a miniature earthquake. Lin Shishue felt a familiar tearing sensation in her heart once more. In a moment of panic, she glanced at her left chest, only to discover that the brown bear's mark had vanished. In the span of a day, no, within half a day, or perhaps even an hour, both of her companions had perished. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Shishue's face. Dole, a formidable fifth-tier beastman, had been slain by this eagle in a single blow. She attempted to convince herself that this was merely a nightmare. Suddenly, the hot tears on her cheeks were gently drawn away by another. The golden-feathered giant eagle transformed into a strikingly handsome man with flowing golden hair, cradling her in his arms and tilting her delicate chin. He was breathtakingly beautiful, even more so up close. His allure remained captivating despite her tears. The man's chest bore 6 golden markings, signifying his status as an exceptionally powerful 6th-tier beastman. Lin Shishua, pale and trembling like a fragile flower, leaned against his robust chest, listening to the waves of laughter emanating from him. I had noticed you back in Beast Gathering City, he mused. Now, freed from the constraints of the city lord and my brother, I can finally take you away. Chapter 74. Building a tribe, 2,000 words. He had become inseparable from her. The mere thought of her absence caused a sharp pain in his heart, a suffocating discomfort that compelled him to possess her, to keep her by his side. And Jean gently touched his cold, slippery face, marveling that the dark red hair flowing through her palm was also cool to the touch. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "You seem to have mingled quite harmoniously with the clan over the past few days. In a couple of days, I shall consult the chieftain to see if it is possible for you to join the tribe." Having spoken, she anxiously glanced at me. "Een, would you be willing? After all, you are a wandering beast, and fully adapting to tribal life may prove quite challenging." For a moment, Mean lowered his head in silence. He did not particularly relish the idea of communal living. In fact, he harbored a strong aversion to it. Yet, the thought of losing the female to wandering or facing certain demise was daunting. After a brief moment of reflection, he replied, "I can." Whether in the wild or among the tribe, it mattered little to him. He simply wished to remain by the side of his beloved female. As dusk fell, Mean placed a tender kiss upon Injin's face, reluctantly swaying his serpentine tail as he vanished into the depths of the shadowy forest. Upon returning to Ling Hong's stone abode and setting down her basket, Injin mused that she could not simply reside in his dwelling. In 2 or 3 days, she intended to seek the assistance of the beastmen to construct a wooden cabin. A few plump chickens wobbled their rotund bodies. Upon noticing the handful of wild grass in Injin's hand, they flapped their short wings tethered with vines and pecked eagerly at her palm. "Oh dear, do not be so hasty." The wild grass birds had yet to be fully tamed, and fearing they might injure her with their pecks, Injin hurriedly scattered the weeds from her basket onto the ground. The hefty birds scurried about, their little claws pattering as they buried their heads in the mound of grass, incessantly pecking away. It had only been a month since she and Ling Hong had departed, yet these plump chickens had already become quite unruly. In a couple of days, I must construct a greenhouse for them, as they will undoubtedly continue to multiply, and it is impractical to allow them to roam freely in the yard. The two of them gathered a dozen bird eggs, each about the size of a fist, from the surrounding grass, while it is presumed that the others were pecked and consumed by the wild birds. Within the enclosure, the silkworms were being nurtured by the tribe's members, growing noticeably larger and gradually becoming less active. Once the rainy season arrives, they will cocoon themselves in silk. It is likely that by next year, she will don a pristine and soft new garment. As for food, I have no particular cravings. A few slices of grilled meat will suffice, along with a pot of mushroom soup. After finishing their chores, and Jean, drawn by the enticing aroma, floated over to him. Her gaze fixed intently on the stone pot, licking her slightly parched lips. "It smells delightful, even more so than what I could prepare." Despite Ling Hong's usual stoic demeanor, often wearing a serious expression, he is, in truth, the embodiment of a multi-talented companion, a quintessential wolfish gentleman perfect for both home and travel. After receiving a generous compliment from Jean, Ling Hong's lips curled into a subtle smile, his emerald eyes revealing a hint of warmth, while the silvery wolf tail behind him gently swayed. For some inexplicable reason, his spirits soared. Once the meal concluded, Jean tidied up the dishes and turned to the silver-haired man, requesting, "In a couple of days, could you assist me in building a wooden house nearby? It doesn't seem appropriate to keep residing here." She knew that once Ling Hong sought a mate, she would inevitably need to relocate. Ling Hong paused momentarily, and under the curious gaze of the female, he finished the last few bites of his meal before silently nodding. "All right, when I have some free time in a couple of days, I will help you build it." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "There is a vacant plot right next to my house. I can help you construct it there. I am truly grateful. And Jean did not ponder excessively. The mere thought that in a few days she would possess a splendid new home filled her heart with elation. She proposed cultivating fertile fields within the tribe to plant wheat, a suggestion that was met with enthusiastic support from all the tribe members. They selected a plot of rich soil near a water source, conveniently located close to the former habitat of she. However, the area was overrun with rocks and weeds. A group of robust and capable orcs spontaneously formed a team to clear the land. Transforming into their beastly forms, they toiled tirelessly, clawing at the earth until it became soft and fertile. Thus, an acre of arable land was established. The orcs received their allotted seeds, and under Jin's guidance, they planted them, irrigating the fields every few days. Ding. Main quest: cultivate an acre of fertile land. Completed. Rewards: 15 gold coins. Account balance: 15. Exploration coefficient 2. Cumulative: 22. Time: 1 month. Reward: unspecified. Build a tribe? And Jean felt a twinge of confusion. She was content in her current tribe, and constructing a new one was no simple endeavor. A few days later, Jean endeavored to enhance her rapport with the chieftain and requested that Jean be allowed to reside in the tribe, only to be met with a vehement refusal. The chieftain rose from his seat, his square face contorted with rage, his golden beard trembling with indignation. Impossible. That is a venomous beast man, a 6th-tier rogue. How could we allow him to reside in our tribe? Do you comprehend the peril he would bring? Among the orcs who had gathered at the market previously, a few spoke in defense of Jean. Ling Hong, in a spirit of fairness, also supported her notion. Stationing 6th-tier orcs within the tribe could immensely enhance its influence, serving as a deterrent to neighboring tribes. This strategy would undoubtedly benefit the rotting tribe without any drawbacks. However, witnessing numerous orcs defy his will and gravitate towards Ling Hong, the chieftain found his pride wounded, leading to an outburst of fury that resulted in him shattering the stone table. This proposal is one I shall never acquiesce to. Is one Ling Hong not sufficient? How dare he attempt to introduce a fearsome 6th-tier rogue beast into our midst? I categorically oppose this. This must be a scheme orchestrated by that wretched cub, Ling Hong, who seeks to conspire with the serpentine beasts to usurp my position as chieftain. Such a fate shall never befall me. The chieftain, narrow-minded and consumed by conspiratorial thoughts, found himself sleepless for several nights, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his eyes radiating a chilling crimson light, tinged with a shadowy glint. Previously, both Ling Hong and Manduo were formidable contenders for the chieftaincy. When Ling Hong displayed strength, the chieftain would maintain a distant demeanor. When Manduo faltered, he would draw closer in camaraderie. The entire tribe was aware that Manduo was his closest ally, while Ling Hong branded him a traitor, inciting the scorn and ostracism of the tribe's orcs. Whether the accusation of treachery held any truth was uncertain. What if that cub was merely fabricating lies? This was evidently Ling Hong's attempt to intimidate him. The orcs have always revered the strong, and with Ling Hong's power growing, many young and formidable orcs began to align themselves with him, while the chieftain himself was succumbing to age and frailty. Clenching his hands tighter, the chieftain realized that if he allowed that cub to flourish, it would spell disaster. He must eradicate this threat at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 75. How could the injuries be so severe? The chieftain approached him. Ling Hong, it appears that a small group of magical beasts has emerged at the foothills surrounding our tribe, posing a potential threat to the survival of our kin. I ask you to lead a team to eradicate them. The silver wolf, having set down its prey, transformed into a tall and imposing human form, remnants of fresh blood lingering at the corner of its mouth. Ling Hong hesitated momentarily, gazing into the kind visage of the tribe leader, his fists clenching slightly at his sides. Should I go? Encounters with magical beasts are not uncommon. Why has it specifically fallen upon him this time? However, considering Jin's presence within the tribe, if a beast horde were to truly erupt, her life would also be in jeopardy. Thus, Ling Hong nodded resolutely. Very well. I shall depart tomorrow. He then turned, reverting to his wolf form, seizing the prey from the ground and departing, mindful not to delay the evening meal preparation for the females. During the few days of Ling Hong's absence, Jean frequently accompanied Wan and I into the forest to gather various herbs and flowers, meticulously adding them to their experiments to enhance and refine their skincare products. It must be said that the young women have shown a keen interest in this endeavor. After several rounds of improvements, the tribal version of skincare products has evolved from a singular focus into a multifaceted realm, primarily categorized into whitening, acne treatment, and hydration. The tribe's females flocked to these offerings, often finding them in short supply. And Jean was taken aback to discover her standing within the tribe had risen to 81, second only to Ling Hong's 89 and the leader's 91. A torrent of fresh blood splattered onto the grass. As Jean clung to the sturdy waist of the man beside her, his animal skin skirt drenched, her hands sticky with the viscous crimson liquid. She felt the body she embraced was as cold as that of a corpse. How could the injuries be so grave? Quickly, someone fetch me some cattail. And Jean anxiously tended to Ling Hong's wounds, while the nearby orc swiftly transformed into his beast form to search for medicinal herbs. The chieftain also called for the tribe's shaman to provide treatment. As the sun descended from its zenith to the western horizon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. It was only then that Jean managed to staunch the blood flowing from the man. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her complexion pale, her fingertips still trembling. This was the first time she had encountered a wound so severe it bordered on fatal. That Ling Hong had not succumbed to his injuries was truly unexpected. When he had explained the situation with the horde of magical beasts, he had deliberately omitted certain details. It was not a small group, but rather a large horde comprising nearly 100 beasts. The chieftain slowly retrieved a blade from beneath the table, its chilling gleam emanating ominously. What did it matter that he was still alive? A severely injured and unconscious individual possesses no means of self-defense. In the pitch-black night, a chilling silence prevailed, with danger lurking in every shadow. As night deepened, bolstered by the orc's formidable healing capabilities and the effects of the medicinal pills, Ling Hong's consciousness gradually stirred, and the wolf's claws resting on the haystack twitched slightly. Chapter 76. Because this tribe is undeserving, 4,000 total votes for additional update. The emerald green eyes of the silver wolf slowly regained awareness, and a flash of cold light flickered before it. The silver wolf was abruptly startled awake, narrowly evading a strike from a stone blade. A woo. The severely injured and weakened silver wolf was forced into a corner, fixating on the snarling golden-haired orc before it, emitting a low growl filled with hatred. The chieftain was equally taken aback, astonished that Ling Hong, despite his grievous injuries, had regained consciousness so swiftly. However, there was no retreat left to him. As the silver wolf lunged to bite, the chieftain instantly tore through his beast skin skirt, transforming into a robust golden lion to engage in combat. Within the suddenly constricted stone dwelling, two ferocious beasts engaged in a brutal clash, their cacophonous roars rousing Jean from the adjacent wooden cabin. What transpired? Her mind clouded. She hastily rose from the haystack, and without a moment's thought, she swiftly donned a nearby hide cloak and rushed into the night breeze towards Ling Hong's stone abode. Ling Hong, possessing years of combat experience, despite being gravely injured, was locked in a stalemate with the chieftain, who had long since lost his former prowess. The walls of the dwelling were battered by the ferocious creatures, their howls disturbing the entire tribe. Before long, numerous surrounding beastmen were awakened, their expressions filled with confusion as they gathered near the stone house. The chieftain had always treated Ling Hong with kindness. How could Ling Hong be so ungrateful as to dare lay hands on the chieftain? A wolf beast, enraged, retorted, wishing to silence him, exclaiming, "Do you not see it is the chieftain standing before Ling Hong's door? Why would he come to our leader's quarters at this late hour?" Those of a timid disposition murmured anxiously below, while the more formidable among them intervened. Soon, the silver wolf and the lion were pulled apart, each encircled by a throng of onlookers. The lion, having transformed into his human form, bore numerous wounds, yet his imposing presence and commanding aura remained unscathed. "Ling Hong, despite my extensive investment in your development, bestowing upon you countless resources from the tribe, how dare you launch a malicious attack against me?" The chieftain inhaled deeply, his voice laced with disappointment as he scolded. "I had long foreseen that the chieftaincy would undoubtedly be yours in the future, yet I never anticipated your impatience and ingratitude. You have truly disheartened me." The patriarch, with an inherently dignified and upright countenance, usually treats others with gentleness. In the hearts of all members of the tribe, he embodies a figure of both sternness and affection, and scarcely any orc would harbor even the slightest doubt about his words. In an instant, the crowd erupted, gazing incredulously at the bloodied Ling Hong, their eyes filled with condemnation and scorn. It was utterly unimaginable that Ling Hong, a creature of loyalty and integrity, would engage in such deeds. The silver wolf transformed into human form, his crimson eyes ablaze, as wounds on his body reopened, oozing blood. The man's narrowed pupils, filled with rage, appeared as though he had emerged from a bloody battle, blood seeping anew from his nose and the corners of his mouth. I did not. It was the patriarch who sought to harm me. I was merely defending myself. Ling Hong gritted his teeth, his voice choked with pain, coughing up alarming crimson droplets. Had it not been for Jean administering a round pill to him beforehand, restoring some of his strength, he might have quietly succumbed to the night. Jean understood Ling Hong's character all too well. Conversely, the seemingly benevolent patriarch always evoked in her a sense of foreboding and narrow-mindedness. Why had he come to Ling Hong's dwelling at such a late hour? Someone in the crowd shouted that Ling Hong had recently encountered a horde of magical beasts and had since become so ferocious. Perhaps he had been corrupted by the beast's malevolence and primal instincts. For the safety of our kin, let us expel him. The fervor was stoked by a few loyal followers of the patriarch. The crowd, a common sight, once stirred, would blindly follow the tide. The misunderstood minority is overwhelmed by the fervent majority, all clamoring for the expulsion of Ling Hong. Indeed, there exist instances of corruption among the beastmen. Those who succumb to this corruption lose their sanity, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty, even resorting to cannibalism, posing a far greater threat than the wandering beasts. She can feel that large hand tightening around her, a cold sweat breaking forth, as the man, usually as resilient as iron, now trembles ever so slightly. Even someone as strong as Ling Hong can, on certain days, reveal such a vulnerable and wounded expression. The matter has reached a conclusion. The chieftain, having long awaited this moment, will certainly not allow the outcome to be altered. Ling Hong's expulsion has become inevitable. The chieftain gazes at Jean, a middle-aged individual who has yet to take a mate. This female, intelligent and beautiful, is someone he cannot bear to let go. Jean, Ling Hong may have already been tainted by dark energy. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. The tribe will not neglect you. Jean lifts her gaze to meet that of the chieftain, her clear black eyes untainted by dust, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. You wish to expel Ling Hong, do you not? The chieftain furrows his thick golden brows in frustration. Everything I do is for the tribe. The young female lowers her head, tightly gripping the man's sweat-drenched hands. In the silence of the crowd's watchful gaze, she finally speaks. Ling Hong should indeed not remain in this tribe. The chieftain is overjoyed. Jean raises the corners of her lips. This tribe is unworthy of him. The chieftain's expression darkens immediately. What do you mean? Jin's gaze drops, falling upon the countless scars adorning Ling Hong's back. In the past, the scars he bore symbolized the honor of guarding the tribe, yet now they appeared rather unsightly. Jean mocked, observing that the blind ignorance and foolishness of certain individuals were unworthy of such noble and loyal wolf beasts who would plunge into fire and water, even sacrificing their lives to fiercely protect. The crowd stirred, the ones scolded displaying a mixture of anger and shame, their faces burning crimson. They were all acutely aware of Ling Hong's contributions to the tribe. Without this formidable wolf beast, their tribe could never have developed to such strength. However, the chieftain's intentions were crystal clear, and most dared not defy him, resorting instead to feigned ignorance. Perhaps Ling Hong had been possessed by dark energy. For the safety of all, it would be best to ask him to leave. An aged orc, weathered by time, finally stepped forward. It is unnecessary. Ling Hong does not require a tribe that has forsaken him as a support. Jean helped Ling Hong to his feet, gazing gently at the bewildered orcs. Ling Hong will depart, and I shall accompany him. We will establish a tribe that is even stronger. Chapter 77. Jean, she has returned. The system issued a task, and she was bound to leave the rotting tribe within a month. Ling Hong's situation merely served as a catalyst for her departure. The crowd turned their gaze towards the composed young female, attempting to dissuade her. Ling Hong, equally astonished, glanced at the slender and delicate female beside him. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions, his pallor deepening. Was she doing this for him? The notion of forming a tribe was far more complicated than he had envisioned. He could not guarantee her safety in the wilderness. Yet, it seemed as though she had resolutely made up her mind, determined to proceed. Who among you would be willing to join me and Ling Hong in the construction of a new tribe? Jean swept her gaze across the crowd, her voice imbued with unparalleled conviction, resonating clearly in the ears of every orc present. To anyone else, such a declaration would be dismissed as mere folly, eliciting laughter, and even more so from a female. However, after the initial shock, There was not a trace of doubt or mockery in the gazes directed at Jean. No one questioned her capabilities. She could undoubtedly succeed. Yet, this endeavor would require time. Some could afford to wait, while others could not. The orcs stood frozen, their bodies rigid, with a few contemplating stepping forward, only to be hindered by fear and uncertainty. The decision to abandon their existing prosperous tribe in pursuit of building a new one was fraught with peril and devoid of any guarantees. The methods of foraging and cooking food were lessons I imparted to you. In the future, I will also teach you the art of weaving cloth, sewing garments, and providing warmth against the cold. I swear on my life that in my tribe, no one shall suffer from hunger or perish from the cold. Join me now, and together we shall forge a tribe. I can offer you better resources and conditions. Should you wish to join in the years to come, by then, I may no longer require your presence. One stepped forward hesitantly, voice trembling with a blend of hope and sorrow. And Jean, can you truly guarantee that no one in the tribe will go hungry or freeze to death? And Jean regarded him, her smile unwavering, having spent nearly 2 months together. I believe you all have an understanding of what I can assure. Surrounding individuals were filled with exuberant delight. They were originally loyal followers of Ling Hong, and, in that moment, cast aside all concerns, bravely stepping forward. Guo and I, typically timid in nature, found herself resolutely pushing through the crowd with her 2 companions. Rushing to Jin's side, tears brimming in her eyes as she declared, "Ah Jean, I believe in you. Together with He Xian Hu, the 3 of us will join." And Jean continued, "If there are females, I can guarantee you permanent access to skincare products." Ultimately, females constitute the effective base of a tribe. Each female that is recruited can typically attract 3 to 4 male laborers. I am prepared to join alongside my companions. A few females who had initially remained uninvolved stepped forward, distinguished by their youth and beauty, and their partners were notably strong, not overly reliant on the Luotung tribe. Sha Na gazed longingly at Ling Hong, declaring, "If I could have Ling Hong as my partner, I would willingly join." As she emerged from the crowd, she playfully lifted her animal skin garment, and all the male beastmen caught a whiff of an intoxicating scent. Sha Na was in heat. The aroma of her arousal was an irresistible temptation for the male beastmen. Ling Hong also detected it. His gaze darkened, and his voice turned icy. "Get lost." Sha Na was taken aback, her eyes immediately filling with tears as she spat a curse. Running away, "Your new tribe will never succeed. It will perish swiftly." Sha Na ran off in tears. The chieftain's eyes trembled, a dark storm brewing within, his anger reaching its zenith. Yet at that moment, what could he possibly do? He single-handedly established the rotting tribe, pouring his life's blood into it. How could it be so easily divided by this female? A mechanical voice echoed in Jin's mind. Ding. Main quest completed. Reward, detailed inquiry into various statistics, 100 gold coins. Type, tribe, small. Area, not available. Population, 35, 6 females. Farmland, 0 acres. Livestock, 0 heads. Buildings, 0 influence. F combat power, F public support, 37. Personal prestige, 82. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, by the vast azure sea, the tides rolled over the rocky shore. A breathtakingly handsome man with blue hair emerged from the water. Draped in pure white silk, his fishtail transforming into snow-white feet as he stepped onto the shoreline. Ah Jean. Chapter 78. Supplementing yesterday's 2,000 words. After leaving the tribe, the orcs who followed Jean and Ling Hong took all their salt with them. The chieftain trembled with rage, nearly fainting, unable to believe that Jean, a mere female, could establish a tribe anew. How could it be so simple to build a new tribe? Truly overestimating oneself. The newborn beast cub has such unrealistic aspirations. The chieftain silently vowed that one day he would reclaim the tribe. A wolf cub and an inconsequential female dared to challenge him. This time, they brought back a substantial amount of salt from the city. And the orcs received a generous share as well. Though there were only over 30 of them, they were allocated more than 10 jars of salt, enough to last them 2 years. And Jean also took with her the plump bird she had raised for months and a few silkworms. Feeling a bond with them and reluctant to part with them to start anew. The establishment of a tribe hinges upon 2 pivotal factors, population and housing. With a sufficient populace in place, the next imperative is to swiftly secure territory for the construction of dwellings. The plain near the river where she once resided presents an excellent option, particularly as their crops are thriving there. The abundance of water resources and diverse species render it a veritable treasure of nature. However, this fertile land has remained uninhabited by any tribe. Onjin speculated that it might be home to numerous ferocious beasts or the territory of wandering creatures. The hissing of the black-red pythons slithered through the underbrush, while Mayan emerged from the shadows of the forest, gliding towards Onjin with unwavering focus. Though many Orcish beings had encountered him, the females, upon spotting the fierce venomous snake, were struck with terror, their faces paling and bodies trembling, prompting their companions to swiftly lead them away. Mayan, well acquainted with the surroundings, encircled Onjin's waist from behind. He bent down, resting his chin atop her head, his cool strands of hair cascading onto her face. Jin, the nearby wandering beasts have been cleared away. There is no danger, and we may now commence the construction of the tribe. Is it going to rain soon? Onjin inquired, tilting her head to gaze at him while pointing towards the sky. The rainy season had arrived, with thick, low-hanging clouds and flocks of birds migrating, while insects buzzed at low altitudes, often colliding with one another in their hurried flight. Mayan nodded, a shadow of worry lurking in his eyes. At most, we have merely half a month. They needed to complete the houses and stockpile sufficient food and supplies before the deluge, as time was of the essence. Moreover, following the rainy season, the harsh winter would swiftly approach. In the frigid season, the landscape lies shrouded in ice, with heavy snowfall blanketing the mountains, rendering the orcs unable to venture outdoors. Between the heavy rains and the deep winter, there remains less than a month to gather essential supplies. Dried fruits, cured meats, medicinal herbs, firewood, and furs for warmth must all be carefully stockpiled in advance, alongside the construction of moisture-proof storage pits, so that they may endure nearly 3 months of harsh winter. The impending rainy season poses an equally pressing challenge. Torrential downpours can lead to floods, unleashing a multitude of animal carcasses, and the rivers they rely on for sustenance may become tainted, heightening the risk of epidemics. They must prepare large barrels for water storage beforehand to ensure the safety of their water supply. The tasks at hand are overwhelming, as their typical 2-month preparation period must be forcibly condensed into a mere fortnight. Without the steadfast leadership of Onjin and Ling Hong, the orc community would likely descend into collective panic. Onjin rubbed her temples and sighed, contemplating that the collection of materials must be postponed for a couple of days. The immediate priority is to construct adequate housing for the clan to stabilize the morale of the populace. The pinnacle of Orcish dwellings is the stone house. However, situated in the plains, they lack sufficient sturdy stone blocks for construction. Building earth and stone houses is labor-intensive and time-consuming, leaving them inadequate time to complete such a task. Fortunately, this hilly terrain is richly adorned with vegetation, and vast ancient trees stand ready for felling, allowing them to source materials locally for the construction of wooden shelters. The Orcish interpretation of a wooden house involves hastily stacking a few large trees together to enclose 5 sides, then covering the roof with dry grasses and similar materials. Such wooden structures lack durability and are prone to insect infestations, often collapsing within a few years. A robust and imposing male orc stepped forward, his face etched with unease as he inquired of Onjin whether they truly intended to construct a wooden dwelling. Such a structure lacks durability and allows the cold to seep through. We may not endure the harshness of winter, he suggested, proposing to first erect a modest wooden house to temporarily shelter the females and younglings. The tribe members, unwavering in their trust of Onjin, heeded her words without question. Thus, on the first day, they commenced the construction of a rudimentary wooden shelter, a customary abode for their kind, accommodating several females and young ones. Though a wandering beast, Min joined in this endeavor due to Onjin's influence. In the distance, a thunderous crash echoed as Onjin and several orcs turned their gaze towards the jungle, where a black-red figure ambled out languidly. How splendid it is to have a tail, Onjin mused silently. As the first night fell, the air turned crisp as water, with the mountain's winds howling, chilling to the bone. The females and younglings took refuge in the recently erected wooden house, while the formidable males transformed into their beast form. Lying beside the shelter in vigilant protection, they had marked the territory with their scent. Yet it could not deter the ferocious wild beasts that might be lured by the scent of humans, driven by hunger to attack. Min wished to coil his serpentine tail around Onjin as usual for warmth, but noticed her delicate face had turned pale from the cold, her body trembling with chill. You are too cold. She may fall ill. Ling Hong, having unloaded a towering pile of firewood from his broad back, approached Min, crouching beside him and extending his arms. I am warmer. Give her to me, and I shall hold her as we sleep. Hiss. Mi-yin fixated warily on Ling Hong, his crimson eyes reflecting a dangerous slant, his serpent tail tautly scraping against the ground, poised to strike at the obstructive wolf beast before him. However, the words of the wolf beast, "You are too cold," indeed wounded his pride. If only he were also fluffy and warm. Ultimately, the tenderness towards the female triumphed over the intense possessiveness that surged within Mi-yin. The red serpent arched its upper body, watching as the wolf beast carried the female into the warm wooden cabin, where a flickering campfire burned. It flicked its vibrant red tongue, still savoring the lingering scent of the female in the air. Subsequently, it coiled at the entrance, forming a large circle, its head nestled within its tail, gradually closing its translucent red eyelids. The temperature continued to drop, awakening the serpent's instinct for hibernation. In 2 months, Mi-yin would succumb to slumber. Days passed in a blur, and the rainy season was drawing near. The beastmen busied themselves with the construction of their homes, and Jean instructed them to use serrated stone saws for felling trees, which significantly enhanced their efficiency. She also sketched and revised her designs on broad leaves, pondering deeply, envisioning a cozy yet sturdy wooden dwelling with formidable functionality. Observing the ominous weather, it seemed the rainy season would arrive prematurely, and our manpower was insufficient. The beastmen had exerted themselves to the utmost, scarcely eating or drinking these past few days, yet they were still unable to keep pace with the impending rains. And Jean glanced at the weary faces of the beastmen. Aside from the females and young, there were barely over 20 left, rendering the labor force woefully inadequate. How could they swiftly augment their workforce? Mi-yin, I suddenly have an idea that may require your assistance. And Jean approached Mi-yin, who was hauling timber, breathless as she grasped his icy hand, compelling him to halt. What is it? He inquired, hissing slightly, in anticipation of the impending rainy season. It is imperative to complete the construction of the houses. However, the tribe's labor force is woefully insufficient, prompting my desire to recruit approximately 10 stray beasts into our community. Mi-yin was taken aback, surprise flooding his crimson eyes as he reached out to brush her hair aside, gently caressing the smooth expanse of her forehead. Jean Eyre, are you unwell? Chapter 79. Shouldn't you reward me? 2,000 words. Stray beasts constitute a perilous group, known for their solitary nature and weak sense of community, often exhibiting volatile temperaments that can lead to aggressive behavior towards beastmen. Observing Mi-yin's self-reflection, and Jean considered her response carefully before breaking into a radiant smile. I actually think you are quite capable. Perhaps we should initiate a preliminary recruitment? Let us see if they can integrate into the tribe before planning our next steps. Mi-yin, whose sense of territoriality was exceedingly strong, had already mentally claimed this land as his own, ready to eliminate any stray beast that dared to trespass. Yet, the moment he heard her say, "You are quite capable," he momentarily faltered, a surge of delight swelling within him, and his demeanor softened considerably. "How many do you wish to recruit?" he inquired as he begrudgingly acquiesced, reassured by the prospect of protecting Jean. After all, he could easily dispatch any rebellious low-ranking strays. And Jean placed her hand on her brow, gazing intently into the distance, eager to ascertain the number of stray beasts inhabiting this jungle and their strengths. To kill and to consume? And Jin's lips twitched, her expression remaining relatively calm. Given that serpents often prey upon their own kind, it was not entirely strange for them to devour a few beastmen as well. As a fellow stray beast of the 6th tier, Mi-yin was undoubtedly the most reliable and secure choice to seek out the nearby stray beasts. Binding them is indeed binding them. The nearly 10-meter-long black and red serpent tail tightly ensnared a dozen or so orcs, constricting around them like a predator with its prey, gradually tightening with each futile struggle. The hapless strays were pressed so tightly that it felt as though they were on the brink of suffocation, their faces flushed and gasping like fish out of water, their eyes rolling back in distress. With each movement of the serpent's tail, a chilling crunch echoed as their bodies were nearly crushed, their anguished cries rising in a cacophony of pain, as if they were destined to meet their deity of beast at any moment. At last, the serpent tail relaxed, granting the wandering beasts a long-awaited breath of fresh air. Just as they were about to shed tears of gratitude, the cold visage of Mai returned, and with a flick of the serpent's tail, the nearly lifeless strays were hurled forward. The bewildered creatures, still in shock, were forcefully thrust into the tribe, landing with a series of thuds as they lost consciousness. One unfortunate soul even choking on a mouthful of dirt. Drawn by the commotion, Anjin and several tribal orcs approached to assess the condition of the unconscious strays. Finding no serious injuries, They proceeded to bind them tightly with resilient vines, securing them in a circle around a massive tree that could easily be embraced by 10 men. Anjin had previously informed the tribe of the stray's intentions, and they remained remarkably calm, most tribe members having accepted the situation, especially in light of Mai's example. He was utterly compliant with Anjin, a fact that did not escape the notice of many females, who looked on with envy. Perhaps the wandering beasts were not as wretched as everyone had claimed? As soon as the strays regained consciousness, they instinctively attempted to break free from their bindings, only to catch a glimpse of the ominous and dangerous serpent beast watching them intently. The serpentine eyes, sharp and bloodthirsty, sent shivers down the spines of the stray beasts, causing them to plop down on the ground, their bodies still aching from previous encounters. And Jean cast a cursory glance at the strays, noting that they were primarily of the less favored varieties among the females, serpents, lizards, toads, and the like. I wish to recruit you into our tribe. Are you willing? Although the female before them was petite, she stood tall among the other beastmen, clearly possessing a lofty status. However, what captured the attention of the male strays the most was her fair skin and exquisite features, igniting a restless desire to claim her. Yet, despite their impulsive urges, they were not foolish. They suppressed their tumultuous emotions and growled lowly. Recruit us? Does your tribe genuinely wish to accept us strays? What nonsense! Which tribe would willingly welcome wanderers? It must be a trick. This is undoubtedly a scheme. The strays bared their teeth, their skepticism evident in their expressions. Their gazes dark and predatory. And Jean took a step forward and summoned several females from the tribe, offering the strays a gentle smile. I am not deceiving you. We are a newly established tribe in need of substantial labor and populace. If you choose to join us, I can grant you permanent residence in the tribe, along with the freedom to pursue females. The strays froze, their malevolent gazes momentarily forgotten, their pupils dilating in a dazed yet endearing manner. Permanent residence? In other words, they are no longer compelled to bear the label of strays. They can pursue females freely. A few of the strays, overwhelmed by the astonishing revelation, found themselves questioning the authenticity of such fortune. How could such a stroke of good luck befall them? It must be a deception. Surely this is a ruse. Their eyes, once filled with malice, now glistened with conflicting tears. However, when they witnessed a few females in the tribe nodding in agreement and smiling kindly at them, their shame and doubt shattered instantaneously. Good heavens, did that female just smile at him? Was he truly blind? Or had he succumbed to a mirage born of his longing for companionship? Their eyes widened, imbued with exhilaration. Standing in representation of the females, Guani raised her delicate face, her small finger pointing at them in reproach. We do not particularly favor strays, but this is because you incessantly attempt to seize females and fail to care for us properly. However, if you were to join our tribe, you could reside here permanently and would no longer need to take our females from us. We would permit your courtship. At first glance, Guani's words seemed to convey a condescending grant of mercy, yet in the beastly realm, these were sweet whispers that countless strays would never hear until their last breath. In an instant, their skepticism vanished. Each one of them blushed fiercely, their minds rendered incapable of rational thought, almost blurting out in unison, we are willing to join. Despite the strays' notorious reputation for brutality and bloodlust, at that moment, they resembled bashful youths experiencing the first stirrings of affection, their cheeks flushed with shyness and elation, as if they were about to take flight. It is likely to take a considerable amount of time to fully absorb this captivating dream. As a wandering beast, who would have imagined hearing promises in the words of a female? Even if it is merely a dream, it is certainly worthwhile. Type, tribe, small, area, 684 population, 51, females, 6, dwellings, wooden houses, 1, farmland, 1 acre livestock, 8 influence, F combat power, E public sentiment, 34 personal prestige, 85, aside from the decline in public sentiment due to the integration of wandering beasts, which has lowered the average but remains within a safe range. All other metrics have risen, marking a promising beginning. And Jean felt a sense of joy blossom within her heart. As she turned to glance at the smiling female, her emotions stirred, and her typically placid demeanor was tinged with delight. Suddenly, Jean felt a chill enveloping her calf, as a cold, slippery tail coiled around her. Instinctively, she cast a sidelong glance at the male, raising an eyebrow in amusement, pondering what he was up to. Before she could voice her thoughts, her lips were covered by an icy kiss, and Jin's eyes widened in surprise, and he embraced her tightly. leaning down to indulge in the kiss for a moment longer before reluctantly releasing her. Meeting the female's vexed expression, the man concealed his desires beneath his crimson gaze. He looked at the tip of his tail, which was wrapped around her waist, partially exposed. And with a voice that was low and resonant yet tinged with a childlike sense of longing, he asked, "Shouldn't you reward me?" Chapter 80. I want to live with you. The thoughts of men are transparently clear, and Jean awkwardly smiled at him, then lowered her head to quietly adjust the wrinkled beast-hide skirt she wore, murmuring softly, "I am not yet of age. It is not the right time. Perhaps later." At your age, one should be experiencing the heat of passion. Miin, with a hint of regret in her voice, glanced toward her lower body. And Jean. However, Miin's assertion held some truth. Even the friliest of females should be entering their season by this age. This season, akin to the arrival of one's monthly cycle, signifies the time when, in the eyes of beast folk, one is eligible for mating and procreation. Due to her upbringing, as she had wandered alongside her parents from a young age, and Jean often went without proper nourishment, leading to her frail constitution and stunted development, resulting in numerous health issues. The absence of her monthly cycle had led the shaman to declare her incapable of bearing children. Though she appeared no older than 13 or 14, she was, in fact, 15 years of age. While many females in the beast world at this age were already mothers of several offspring. Nonetheless, this circumstance proved advantageous for Jean, as she had no desire for mating or motherhood. Although her exterior exuded a gentle and harmless demeanor that invited closeness, her true nature was rather cold, making it difficult for her to form emotional connections. Her acceptance of Miin stemmed from an inability to extricate herself from the relationship, coupled with a reluctance to abandon him, which rendered her not entirely averse to his affectionate overtures. To Jean, this was merely a necessary duty of partnership, not an indication of her wish to propagate. Unfortunately, the lexicon of the beast folk lacked any notion of platonic love, and with a sigh, Jean mused that it would be best to postpone the onset of her season for as long as possible. It is hoped that this frail body truly remains weak, allowing Aunt Flo to never return in this lifetime. And Jean silently prays within her heart, since the intention is to establish a settlement. It is imperative to strive for excellence from the very beginning. And Jin's aspirations for the dwelling extend far beyond mere shelter with rooms and beds for habitation. She dedicated nearly 3 days to devise an economical, simplistic, aesthetically pleasing, yet practical wooden structure. The overall construction of the wooden house employed the ancient wisdom encapsulated in a straightforward mortise and tenon technique. The exterior features a 2-story layout, with the upper level designated for storage and the lower level for habitation, accompanied by a small plot of land beside the house for raising chickens and cultivating vegetables. The roof is reinforced, sloping into a triangular shape, with protruding eaves on either side to facilitate rainwater drainage, allowing for the placement of a wooden basin beneath to collect water for use. The sourcing of materials, design, and foundation work culminated in the construction and fortification of the wooden house, all completed in just 7 days, showcasing the orcs' remarkable efficiency in labor. In a span of mere days, 10 double-story wooden houses emerged from the formerly vacant land, each occupying around 70 to 80 square meters, with the combined area exceeding 100 square meters. The interior space is astonishingly expansive, a concept unimaginable to the orcs. The environment is clean and pleasantly uplifting. The windows are generously sized, allowing for excellent natural light. The window panes are crafted from an oversized insect wing, procured by Jean through trade within the settlement, which not only offers transparency, but also prevents water leakage. 6 of the rooms are allocated to 6 females and their partners, while the remaining 4 larger wooden houses are designated as communal quarters for the single male orcs. With a surplus of timber remaining, we shall construct dozens of beds and some wooden barrels. And Jean enthusiastically gathers the motivated orcs together. What is a bed? What does it look like? How is it made? The orcs scratched their heads, posing these existential questions. The wooden barrel was aware of its existence, but had never encountered the term bed. And Jean patiently elucidated that it is a sleeping platform constructed from wooden planks, elevated above the ground to prevent those pesky little insects from crawling onto one's body during slumber. And Jean had already established a reputation among the orcs. And although they were accustomed to sleeping directly on the ground atop animal hides and straw, they began to entertain the preliminary notion of a bed. With enthusiasm, they diligently crafted dozens of large wooden beds according to the sketches provided by Jean. Considering the orcs' robust and heavy physiques, The planks were deliberately thickened, and wooden stakes were driven into the beds at half-meter intervals. After rigorous testing by the mightiest among them, the bear orc, to ensure they would not collapse, the beds were officially put into use. Why did we dig such a large hole beneath our dwelling? Upon moving into the house, the orcs discovered a circular stone cover on the floor, which, when removed, revealed an excavated foundation, subsequently filled with the special cement mixed with sand that Ingene had exchanged in the tribe. You will understand in the cold season, Ingene teased with a riddle, offering a gentle smile to the bewildered orcs. Remember to stockpile sufficient dry firewood during the remaining time. The demand for timber may increase this year, but rest assured, it will be warm. To be honest, if time had permitted, Ingene, with a penchant for a leisurely life, would have liked to gather some dried flowers and herbs to create fragrant sachets to hang in the wooden house. Ling Hong approached her, his typically erect wolf ears now forlornly drooping amidst his silvery hair. His cold voice trembled with a hint of awkwardness. I have grown accustomed to being with you. I do not wish to be among other beast folk. It is too noisy. Ling Hong, possessing a reclusive nature, was a wolf beast who preferred solitude over communal living. In the past, within the Roten tribe, he had secluded himself in a remote corner to construct his nest. Ingene was the only one with whom he had cohabited without feeling ostracized. Now, upon noticing a serpent beast had joined her, a surge of vigilance and unease arose within him, intensifying his desire to remain by her side. Very well, then let us live together. Ingene, not overthinking the matter, realized her room had ample space for several occupants. Previously, Ling Hong had supported her. Now, she was merely returning a favor. However, Mi'in was less than pleased. Casting a cold glance at the intruding wolf beast, her serpent tongue exuding a menacing warning. Hiss! If you wish to survive, keep your distance. Ling Hong stood his ground, calmly disregarding the serpent beast's threatening gaze, his eyes fixed intently on Ingene. Matters concerning the household were typically governed by the female, and even though Mi'in was a fierce and domineering stray beast, she currently held no sway in the situation. Of course, in a place unseen by Ingene, there would arise an opportunity to eliminate this bothersome wolf beast, a matter far beyond the control of any female. The stray beasts, having lived in this region since childhood, were intimately familiar with the natural resources necessary for survival. Taking advantage of the final days before the rainy season arrived, they led the other beast folk in gathering the remaining supplies. With ample provisions stored within their homes, the tribe began to prepare with a sense of reassurance for the impending deluge. Everything was in readiness. In the final days leading up to the impending storm, Ingene, apprehensive that the crops might be scattered by the flood, brought a wooden spade to the fields, intending to dig a few small ditches for drainage. Behind her, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. With a sudden thud, both of them tumbled to the ground, landing in a muddied heap. Ouch! Cold strands of hair fell across her face as Ingene, startled, opened her eyes to find the exquisite visage of she staring back at her. Fortunately, the ground was composed of freshly turned soft soil, with pebbles cleared away, sparing them from injury. Rubbing her sore waist, she exclaimed, to her surprise, it was the little merman she had not seen for many days. A lingering astonishment remained in Ingene's eyes, and noticing their entangled positions, she lifted her hand and gently pinched his dewy cheek, instantly leaving a rosy mark. This confirmed that he was indeed a naturally beautiful member of the merman clan. It was not a dream. She blinked, feeling the sting on his skin, and in the next moment, tears welled up in his delicate eyes. Ingene's soft, melodious voice held a hint of melancholy as she addressed him. Struggling to prop himself up with his arms, his small face turned crimson. His blue fins hung limply. And after a while, he stammered, I can't get up. Ingene, I'm sorry. My legs aren't quite used to this yet. They feel so weak. I have no strength at all. He had been captivated by the gracefulness of Ingene's legs as she frolicked freely on the ground. Yet when he finally summoned the strength to transform his fins into legs, he found himself unable to bear weight, his limbs feeling utterly feeble. The merman adorned in pure white silk displayed long, elegant legs that, unlike the muscular and robust limbs of land-dwelling beastmen, bore a resemblance more akin to those of a graceful woman, exquisite yet lacking in strength. Who could gaze upon such a sight without becoming entranced? It is little wonder he struggled to maintain his composure. Ultimately, it was Ingene who, gritting her teeth, pushed him aside and rose to her feet. After brushing off the dust from her leather skirt, she grabbed Shi by the hand and pulled him up. Upon feeling the warmth and delicate touch of the female's hand, Xi's body stiffened, his cheeks flushed, and his heart raced as thoughts of infatuation flooded his mind. And Jean glanced at him, recalling their last encounter when he still bore a fish tail, and now he had successfully transformed into a human. Would he be able to maintain this human form for an extended period? Could he live normally on land? She nodded eagerly, resembling a pet seeking praise, nuzzling against her face. And Jean, I have truly worked hard to practice. This question caught the little merman off guard. He could hardly confess that he had matured and was now searching for a female, as such ambitions would shatter his carefully constructed persona. Faced with her inquiry, she blinked away tears, preparing to put on an act, silently apologizing to his mother and father, deep in the ocean. The merman's azure vertical pupils swiftly gathered mist, and tears adorned his curled lashes. She had been cast aside by his tribe. He appeared pitiful, his voice choked with emotion. They deemed him too weak, merely a third-tier beast man, and bullied him. No more she. And Jean, filled with compassion, could not bear to see the beautiful creature weep. He promptly embraced him, soothing, then come live in my tribe. Must you dwell in the water? Xi's expression changed in an instant. He dried his tears and bestowed a beautiful, obedient smile upon the female. Rest assured, and Jean, I can thrive both in water and on land. However, I need to keep a few barrels of cool water handy when the land becomes too dry and hot. Shall I take you to live in my tribe? Yes, yes. The merman's bright blue eyes sparkled with delight, an opportunity he longed for. And Jean, my foot. It hurts. He nearly burst into tears, for she, pampered and protected throughout his life, could hardly withstand any discomfort. And Jean squatted down, grasping the delicate ankle, and calmly inquired, Is it here? Yes it is. Xi's voice trembled as the female's small hands encircled his ankle, making him exceedingly nervous. Under Jin's gentle massage, Xi's face quickly flushed a deep crimson. His mind felt hazy, and he forgot how to speak. With a sudden sharp pain, Xi's face turned pale, but as he moved his foot, he discovered he could now move freely. Following Jin's instructions, he took a few steps forward, gradually transitioning from walking to running, and then playfully leaping around Jin several times. Jin is truly remarkable. Xi's foot has healed, and Jin raised an eyebrow and looked over, quite adept at calling. Wasn't she? Of course, Jin's tribe is like my second home. I want to live with Jin on land. She embraced her tightly, affectionately rubbing against her cheek, demonstrating a rather diligent recognition of kinship. If the beast father from the deep sea were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be driven out of the tribe. Beneath Xi's innocent and harmless visage lies a cunning plan to integrate into the tribe, inching closer to pursuing a female. Ideally, he wishes to act charmingly and share a dwelling, sleeping together. With such an appealing appearance, Jean would surely not reject him. And today marks yet another day closer to capturing small fish fry. However, she would soon come to realize that his thoughts were overly simplistic. Which holds greater significance? The female small fish fry or life itself? This poses a challenging dilemma. Coincidentally, Ling Hong and Mi Yin have taken the beast men to hunt, replenishing the last food supply before the rainy season, leaving but a few individuals in the tribe. In the beast world, the average female has 4 males. Thus, the wooden houses were designed uniformly with 4 rooms on each floor. Excluding Mi Yin and Ling Hong, there are precisely 2 rooms remaining, one of which can be allocated to Xi. Population, 52, females, 6, population details, land beastmen 41, flying beastmen 4, aquatic beastmen 1. Chapter 82, The White Lotus of the Beast World, 2,000 words, additional updates for donations exceeding 2,000, before even entering the house. She was astonished by the aesthetically pleasing architecture of the wooden dwelling. Upon being led inside by Jean, the clean and tidy interior environment left him utterly impressed. He had always believed that the orcs dwelling on land inhabited only dilapidated and backward huts. However, it has become evident that his understanding was rather limited. The elegance of their abodes rivals that of the splendid palaces of his own Blue Shark clan in the depths of the sea. And Jean entered the parlor and retrieved some animal skin bandages from a wooden chest, tending to Xi's wound with gentle and meticulous care before arranging a room for him. Seated by the window, Jean skillfully smoothed out bamboo strips, subsequently weaving them into small baskets suitable for holding vegetables and meats. The resonant roars of various beasts reached his ears, prompting him to lean out and gaze outside, where a striking black and red figure captured his attention amidst the crowd. The sheep you desired, a mother ready to give birth. Muin, cradling the approaching female, released his grip on the black-red serpentine tail, allowing the robust ewe to descend to the ground. As soon as the ewe landed, it staggered to its feet, overwhelmed by the presence of numerous orcs, and bleated in fright, darting chaotically. During pregnancy, many animals exhibit aggression, and the ewe was no exception. Realizing escape was futile, it charged fiercely at the weakest among the crowd, and Jean. With a sweeping motion of his black-red tail, a thunderous crash ensued, sending the frantic ewe hurtling several meters away. By the time Jean hurried over, the ewe had already succumbed. "I shall catch you a couple more another day," Mu'in remarked, having momentarily miscalculated his strength. He pressed his thin lips together, stealing a glance at the female to gauge her disappointment, and quickly added, "I understand. In 2 days, the rainy season will commence. As a serpent, I excel in aquatic environments. The rainy season poses little hindrance to my ventures." Mean embraced the female tightly, and his forked tongue lightly brushed against her face as he gently spoke. "When the rainy season arrives, the prey will mostly be hungry and weak. When they emerge to forage, I shall catch you a few that are nursing." Jean nodded, her earlier regrets dissipating. She crouched down, contemplating how to deal with the ewe. The wool of this bleeding creature was both soft and thick, suitable for tanning into plush furs to wear during winter. Perhaps tonight, she could also prepare some lamb hot pot. What a delightful idea it would be to enjoy a hot meal on such a frigid day. Just as she pondered what seasonings to use for the lamb, Mean suddenly pulled her back into his embrace, lowering his head as his serpent-like tongue brushed against her face. A hissing sound escaped him as he detected a fishy odor. Was it the scent of a strange male? Huh. Jean looked up at him, touching her own damp face where he had licked her. Fishy smell? Was he referring to she? Indeed, Orcish senses were remarkably acute. Yet she herself could not discern any fishy scent on she. Instead, there was a hint of the salty essence of the sea, which she, a lover of seafood, found quite delightful. Jean then recounted the events that had transpired earlier to Mean, only to find him flicking his tongue in contemplation, fixating on one particular detail. Unmated? I suppose not. She scratched her head, recalling that she had never mentioned anything about being mated. A flicker of trepidation crossed Mean's crimson eyes, followed by a subtle smile. Very well. A male unmated. There was no need for further words. With these 2 points alone, he had already sentenced that unknown male to death in his mind. Moin embraced her with a single arm, silently gliding towards the wooden cabin, where the increasingly overwhelming stench of fish lingered in the air. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of discernible joy or sorrow. However, the serpentine pupils of his eyes, which betrayed a palpable emotional turmoil, gradually narrowed to a pinprick. Upon entering the cabin and following the source of the odor, Moin's serpentine gaze fixated on the bewildered figure of she, who was roused from slumber. Suddenly, there was a deafening crash, and she's presence on the bed vanished. And Jean was left bewildered, as Moin too inexplicably disappeared from her side. They reappeared at the doorway, where Moin, like a sovereign, looked down upon the frail merman curled on the ground, marred by wounds. Was he not killed outright? The arc of Moin's blood-red eyes twisted into a more sinister expression. The sound of his serpentine tail slithering across the floor echoed once again, as the taut appendage coiled with latent energy. Just as the tip of his tail lifted menacingly, and Jean hurriedly intervened, only to be met with Moin's icy glare. His jaw tightened, and the murderous intent within him intensified rather than diminished. And Jean genuinely feared that he might end she's life in a fit of rage, having just witnessed the unmasked bloodlust in Moin's eyes. Aware of the serpentine beast's possessive nature, she understood the urgency of clarifying their relationship to prevent any misunderstandings. Not merely a suitor? Moin's hostility softened somewhat, yet still lingered. Was she merely a merman belonging to a subservient tribe? What brought him to this wooden cabin? And Jean maintained her composure, stating that none were yet aware of she's existence. If it posed a concern, she suggested constructing a new cabin for she. After a prolonged silence, Mean finally broke the stillness, while she cast a distressed and pitiful glance towards Jean, silently pleading that it mustn't be so, otherwise his plans would be rendered futile. He would have come to the land in vain, and it would be unworthy of his effort to construct another wooden dwelling. Mein's acquiescence to she's stay was evident, as he was keen to observe the intentions of this merman, having just perceived the tenderness in Jin's eyes. "I shall attend to the sheep beast," Mein declared, "and leave it for you to dine upon this evening." With a flick of his tail, he exited the chamber. She, trembling with apprehension, watched him depart. How infuriating it was that such a cruel serpent beast existed. It was utterly unforeseen and far beyond the realm of his plans. Is the injury severe? After Mi'in departed, and Jean exhaled a sigh of relief and crouched down to examine the wounded she. No, no, she hastily shook his head. I am unscathed. It is I who have brought trouble. I apologize, and Jean. I am sorry for not forewarning you. And Jean. I harbor a disdain for that serpent beast, she murmured softly, tugging gently at her hand, his voice barely above a whisper, filled with fear and fragility, rendering him heartbreakingly vulnerable. Just as Mi'in was about to inquire about Jin's preferred cut of meat, he coldly smiled, his dark red serpent form slithering into view from behind the door. Were you just speaking of me? She's countenance paled abruptly, clutching Jin's sleeve with a pitiful grip, his azure eyes brimming with unshed tears. Instead of retaliating against him, Mi'in chose to wrap his serpentine tail around the female's waist, assertively claiming her as he drew her into his embrace and pressed a kiss upon her. Subsequently, he shot a taunting smirk at she, the chilling warning in his gaze causing she to tremble involuntarily. Do not entertain the delusion of seizing that which does not belong to you. Ah, the merman, while other beast folk may remain oblivious, he, a wandering creature of the wild, has witnessed firsthand the deplorable acts of plunder committed by the mermen on numerous occasions. After fully transforming into human form, they venture onto land in search of female companions, ensnaring them with their beauty and enchanting songs, thereby severing all ties between the females and their other mates, ultimately claiming them for themselves. Mi'in harbors a profound aversion towards this fish, a disdain that surpasses even that for wolves. No, in comparison, the wolf is far more agreeable. At least the wolf is straightforward, loyal, and easily manageable, unlike this fish, which merely feigns a pitiful expression before Jean Eyre to elicit sympathy. Although the terms white lotus and green tea do not exist in the beast realm, Mi'in feels utterly repulsed. What male would display such a countenance? It drives him to the brink of wanting to strike it down with a single-tail swipe. Chapter 83. The role of aquatic beast folk. After preserving the prey and stacking it in the storage, he lifted his head, inhaling deeply, and glanced towards the nearby wooden cabin. A sense of curiosity stirring within him. How peculiar, the pungent scent of fish is quite overwhelming. Hasn't Jean recently developed a craving for fish? The culinary instincts cultivated over months compelled Ling Hong to adhere to a strong sense of professionalism, conjuring a series of delectable thoughts in his mind. Braised fish, steamed fish, fresh mushroom fish soup, fragrant steam-dried fish. Introducing aquatic beast folk is indeed a splendid choice. Unlike Mi'in's palpable hostility, Ling Hong, a native of the tribe, views Shi's arrival with a more measured encouragement, recognizing that it would be entirely beneficial for the tribe's current development. He paused at the doorway, extending his hand to wring the moisture from his drooping tail, and then sought a dry piece of beast hide to wipe his face before stepping inside. He crouched close to Jean, extending his hands to warm by the fire. The reason the Luo Tung tribe had failed to flourish was the absence of aquatic beastmen among their ranks. In his heart, Ling Hong harbored nothing but resentment towards the Luo Tung tribe. He gazed down at the flickering bonfire and let out a soft, scornful laugh. It was utterly absurd that a tribe of 200 to 300 strong had no aquatic beastmen at all. The dry, resinous wood crackled and popped as it burned, with Jean occasionally adding more logs to the flames. The intense heat of the roaring fire dispelled the damp chill characteristic of the rainy season. Ling Hong kept his head lowered, his half-wet wolf ears drooping amidst his silvery hair. His deep, resonant voice, marked by a distinctly masculine timbre, was soothing to the ear. The bright, gentle flames cast a soft glow upon his sharply defined, handsome features. Raising his gaze to Jean, his emerald green eyes reflected her delicate, feminine visage, a trace of warmth gracing his brow. Noticing her eagerness to listen, Ling Hong continued, conversely, the beast-gathering city has transformed from a large tribe into a thriving city over the decades, primarily due to its proximity to the sea, where nearly a quarter of its population comprises aquatic beastmen. Such a significant number? And Jean blinked in surprise, casting a worried glance at the frail she before shifting her focus back to Ling Hong's face. What benefit do aquatic beastmen bring to a tribe? Many rare soil ores lie buried beneath the water, particularly in deep-sea regions, such as the very clay you have long sought for constructing walls. Ling Hong paused momentarily, immersed in contemplation. Do you understand why Jusho City can freely sell precious salt blocks to the surrounding tribes without ever fearing a shortage of salt resources? It is because only the aquatic orcs possess the ability to locate salt stones and refine them into salt blocks. Suddenly, the gazes of the two fell upon him, and she swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking back. Although he was aware that salt stones existed in the sea, having lived a life of ease where food was served and clothes were provided, he truly did not know what a salt stone looked like. Yet, not wanting to disappoint in Jin's expectations, he could only awkwardly assert, "She knows where the salt stones are." At worst, he could venture out in a couple of days. There were certainly numerous aquatic orcs nearby who would be knowledgeable, though he felt like a mere fish with little value. He was still of the lineage of the Blue Merman royal family, a status that served as a passport among the aquatic orcs. He needed to quickly prove his worth, lest he be haunted by the unsettling thought that the terrifying serpent beast might resolve matters in a more sinister manner. After some casual conversation, Min entered, bringing with her the prepared ingredients. Ling Hong and Jin set up an enormous stone pot, 60 centimeters in diameter, over the fire. The group gathered around the warm bonfire, intending to enjoy a steaming hot pot together during the damp and chilly rainy season. Chapter 84. Culinary delights for the evening. Listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside. Indulging in a mouthful of steaming hot pot on such a frigid day is truly a dual delight for both the spirit and body. Just the thought of it makes one salivate. And Jean sliced the lamb pieces that Min had prepared into thin, delicate slices. The fresh lamb, with its translucent texture and glistening red veins, was meticulously rolled into neat slices and arranged on a bamboo platter, accompanied by 2 slender green leaves. The atmosphere was refined and sophisticated. As the pot heated, a layer of fruit oil was brushed onto the bottom of a large stone pot, followed by the addition of the pre-prepared spices, crushed and marinated with chili and other seasonings, which were then tossed into the bubbling oil. The fragrant aroma of the spices began to waft through the air, and the bubbling broth, rich in red oil, released a steaming cloud of vapor. Unable to contain her anticipation, Jean licked her lips and picked up 2 straight, clean twigs to use as chopsticks. She placed a slice of lamb roll into the hot pot and let it simmer for about a minute, under the astonished gaze of 3 males. She exhaled a puff of steam and eagerly dipped the lamb roll into the sauce before bringing it to her mouth. "Ah, it's simply divine." And Jean savored the spicy and flavorful lamb roll, her eyes squinting with bliss. It was an exquisite delight. This was her first experience enjoying hot pot in the beast world, and it never failed to satisfy her. "You all should try it too." Her tongue tingled from the heat, and her voice became entangled. The 3 males exchanged glances, with the cold-blooded creatures, Min and she, instinctively retreating to avoid the heat. However, Ling Hong boldly stepped forward, extending his paw towards the hot pot. "Hey, use chopsticks. Don't use your hands. You'll get burned." Ling Hong looked at her with confusion, his wolf ears drooping, before lowering his head. Clumsily, like a child, he grasped the chopsticks in his palm, attempting to imitate her earlier movements. After 2 failed attempts, he surprisingly managed to successfully pick up a piece of meat. Ling Hong and Jean shared a similar palate, both relishing the fiery allure of spice, quickly indulging until their mouths glistened with oil. However, Min and she appeared disinclined to partake in the feast. Upon inhaling the pungent aroma of chili, their faces began to flush, as a mere taste would likely set their tongues ablaze. To accommodate them, Jean grilled some meat, deliberately omitting the spicy sauce. The exterior of the lamb leg crackled and sizzled with oil, adorned with a sprinkle of scallions, emanating an enticing fragrance that stirred their appetites. With a hint of skepticism, she took a tentative bite, only to be met with a delightful surprise, exclaiming how delicious it was. Indeed, following Jean promised a plethora of delectable dishes. The lamb was impeccably prepared, the seasoning robust enough to mask the distinctive gamey scent. The skin was perfectly charred, yielding to reveal tender meat that burst with juiciness upon the first bite, evoking a near-tearful delight from its exquisite flavor. Though Min's complexion retained a slight blush, his rapid consumption indicated a clear approval of the roasted lamb. Having nearly finished the entire leg, the orc's capacity for food was immense. Observing that the trio had yet to satiate their hunger, Jean suddenly recalled the seafood she had stored in the ice house a few days prior, which would spoil if not utilized soon. She decided to prepare a few light dishes to whet their appetites: sashimi, lobster, crab paste, and steamed crab roe. These delicacies were all served raw, and Min and she evidently found these options even more appealing. Although already full, Jean indulged in a couple of slices of sashimi, initially concerned that they might have lost their freshness after 2 days. To her delight, upon tasting, The sashimi bore no trace of unpleasantness. Instead, it was exceptionally fresh and sweet, with a delightful chewiness. After everyone had dined to their heart's content, they concluded this sumptuous meal, and Jean then squeezed a bit of sweet and sour berry juice to cleanse her palate of the lingering greasiness. How? Our tribe has perished, and a beast tide is rampaging nearby. Please allow us to stay for a few days. We are on the brink of starvation and are willing to exchange crystal cores for sustenance. Outside the tribe, a cacophony of voices and unfamiliar beast roars fills the air, prompting those who had intended to feast and rest to hurriedly gaze out the window. Chapter 85. He was unaware of his own strength. Peering through the window. The increasingly heavy rain blurred the paper, yet faint silhouettes of several destitute beast men could be discerned, desperately calling for help. I shall descend to investigate. And Jean remained perched by the window, her gaze curious as she peered outside, soon spotting Ling Hong conversing with the beast men seeking aid below. The rainy season often incites beast tides. Mean stepped forward, cradling the female in his arms, furrowing his brow at the slightly leaky window, and carried her away to warm by the fire. His tone was devoid of any inflection. These beast men were likely from a small tribe, obliterated by the beast tide, and they would soon perish in this jungle. Perish? Indeed. Mean nodded, feeling no sympathy in his heart. The fate of these beast men was of no concern to him. Aside from a Jean, nothing else could stir his emotions. He bent down, wrapping one arm tightly around her waist, drawing her closer to his chest, while his other long hand grasped her cool little foot, gently kneading it before placing it by the crackling fire to warm. Once the warmth returned to that foot, he repeated the process with her other little foot. After a brief moment, Ling Hong pushed aside the curtain and strode in, his body still bearing the dampness of the outside world. They had indeed encountered a tribe of orcs seeking refuge for a few days, along with a request to exchange for sufficient provisions. Just as Ling Hong's words faded, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Jin's mind, announcing the next main storyline task. Please elevate the tribe's level to medium, moderate difficulty. Time, 1 year reward. Unknown, construction goals population, 100, currently 52, number of dwellings, 15, currently 11, combat strength and influence. Elevate to D public sentiment, 50, should we permit them to reside in the tribe? Ling Hong turned to Jin for guidance, for she was the cornerstone of this community. Let us allocate a house for them, he suggested. No. That would be too hasty, both Ling Hong and Mean interjected in unison. And Jean, startled by their reaction, blinked her round eyes and curiously inquired, what's wrong? They don't seem like bad people. These tribal orcs were not akin to wandering beasts. They possessed their own organization and leadership. Can you guarantee that their entry into the tribe would be devoid of ulterior motives? Mean gently pinched her foot, his tone laced with caution. The female was still too soft-hearted and benevolent, utterly unaware of the perils lurking within the world of orcs. As for him, if given the chance, he would undoubtedly eliminate the leader and assimilate their tribe. And Jean winced at his pinch, drawing back her foot, aware of his strength. Let us allow them to stay for 2 days, and we will collect the crystal cores. And Jean leapt from Mi Yin's embrace, steadying herself as she donned her fur boots and the thick fur coat to shield against the rain. Their tribe had been decimated. They were undoubtedly seeking a new tribe, perhaps to ascertain the willingness of the others to submit. How does that sound? Neither Mi Yin nor Ling Hong opposed this notion. Those 10 or so orcs were at most of the 3rd tier. Should they wish to incite rebellion in secret, it would only lead to their demise. Amidst the torrential downpour, a dozen orcs anxiously paced outside the tribe, drenched to the bone. They appeared as though they had emerged from a refugee camp, their faces gaunt, their bodies caked in mud, a portrait of desperation. 3 orcs cradled unconscious females in their arms, likely their mates. Having endured prolonged hunger, the orcs were stooped, their dim, despairing eyes glistening with tears as they gazed longingly at the tribe, their last glimmer of hope, pleading for shelter and salvation. Please, take us in. We have not eaten for several days, and the females have already fainted from hunger. Their own demise was inconsequential. But what would become of the females if they perished? In their anxious waiting, at last, the tribe opened its doors to them. A slender female approached, flanked by 2 orcs. Before the orcs could discern Jin's features, they were instantly struck by the formidable aura of the 5th-tier wolf beast and the 6th-tier snake beast behind her. That snake beast was a stray. The orcs stared in shock, their eyes wide, as their blood ran cold, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They, in their utter desperation, wandered for several days until they stumbled upon a well-preserved tribe with impressively constructed wooden houses. They contemplated seeking refuge here, but truly had no intention of provoking the wandering beasts. After surviving a harrowing encounter with a beast tide, they now faced an even more terrifying sixth-tier beast. Fortunately, they did not sense any hostility from the serpent creature. Otherwise, they would have been utterly petrified. And Jean gazed gently at them, stating, 3 crystal cores will allow you to reside here for half a month, along with 3 days' worth of food. However, you are aware that resources are scarce during the rainy season, and as you are not members of our tribe, you must find your own food after those 3 days. Understood. We comprehend. The orcs, their faces pale, bowed their heads in deference, afraid to meet the gaze of the wandering beast. They hastily produced sufficient beast crystals and presented them to the kind and gentle female. Fortunately, they had brought along precious crystal cores accumulated over the years, or they would have been doomed. And Jean then instructed her kin to prepare an empty wooden house for these fallen orcs to temporarily reside in. After a moment's thought, she humanely provided them with some dried beast skins to craft clothing for the drenched females. Upon entering the wooden house, the weary orcs were taken aback. The interior was clean and bright, with ample space, and potted flowers adorned the corners, filling the air with a subtle fragrance. Most importantly, the wooden structure was sturdy, waterproof, and exceptionally warm. The orcs found themselves at a loss for words to describe their surroundings, feeling as though they had stepped into paradise, yearning to dwell here for eternity. Moreover, over the past few days, this tribe has not only excelled in the construction of their dwellings, but the orcs within the tribe also exhibit remarkable warmth and friendliness. When they first arrived, there was a palpable sense of unease and restraint among them. However, gradually, they became enveloped by the kindness and enthusiasm surrounding them, as if they were all coexisting within a singular tribe. The hospitality exhibited by the tribe's orcs undoubtedly reflects the character of their leader. These displaced orcs could not help but recall the slender female they had encountered upon their arrival. Could she truly be the leader of this tribe? It is indeed rare to see a female in such a position of authority. Yet, she possesses an undeniable strength that commands respect. Within less than 2 weeks, the orcs approached Jean with a fervent request, "Please allow us to join your tribe." On what grounds? Before Jean could respond, the usually reticent and uninterested Mean unexpectedly interjected. With his crimson eyes partially concealed, he cast a disdainful glance at the tattoos adorning the arms of these orcs, his lips curling in contempt. "What can your strength contribute to the tribe? Why should we sustain you without recompense?" In an instant, the orcs were drenched in cold sweat, a chill creeping down their spines. We will protect the tribe, hunt alongside you, and contribute to its development." The orcs trembled, their legs unsteady, their voices quivering as they pledged their commitment. Yet, Mean seemed unsatisfied with their response, his expression growing even colder. "Is that all?" His piercing crimson gaze bore down on the trembling orcs, while his dark red serpent tail brushed against the ground, raising a slight disturbance. A few of them, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to the ground with a thud. A tall and robust man emerged from the crowd, known as Dashi, the cornerstone of this assembly of beast men. His gaze traversed the formidable serpent beast, his eyes resolutely fixed on Jean. He stepped forward with sincerity, proclaiming loudly, "We shall dedicate our lives to the tribe and vow to the beast god that we shall never betray." Although Mean did not believe in the beast god, for many beast men, the deity represented a profound spiritual belief. To swear in the name of the beast god and then betray would invoke calamity from the heavens, attracting the scorn and condemnation of all beast men. It must be said, his performance was undeniably compelling, and Jean then offered kind words of reassurance to the pallid beast men, who finally shed their last vestiges of wariness. Their reverence for the tribe deepened, and their admiration for the gentle matriarch blossomed. "We will heed the tribe's summons. Moreover, we females are here. Please trust in our loyalty." And Jean smiled. "The tribe welcomes you to join us." Thus, this group of beast men settled within the tribe. Tribe population, 66, females, 9, public sentiment, 39. Though their words were heartfelt, the average public sentiment subtly dipped by 1 point. And Jean understood this. For it was a desperate alliance born of peril. Naturally, their sentiment would be slightly lower than that of the tribe's first beast men. Jing chuckled, diligently comforting her. As long as the master accelerates the development of the tribe and provides them with ample benefits, public sentiment will surely rise. With the influx of a dozen beast men, the originally spacious wooden huts began to feel crowded. Furthermore, this wave of beasts had not only devastated this small tribe but also the surrounding areas. And Jean could be certain that in a few days, more waves of orcs would surge in. She had initially intended to expedite the construction of several wooden huts and erect stone walls capable of withstanding ordinary orc tides, but given the current wretched weather, those plans would inevitably be delayed. The rainy season in the beast realm was not merely a simple increase in rainfall as she had anticipated. Instead, it brought forth terrifying tempests, with torrential rain intensifying, the sky dark as night, and apocalyptic tornadoes sweeping the land accompanied by deluges that uprooted countless stones, shattered timber, and the remains of mangled creatures. Floods, storms, and thunder. Looking out the window, one could see the black clouds rolling violently just hundreds of meters above, akin to a deep-sea tsunami blotting out the sun. Within the dense, heavy clouds, lightning danced like serpents, with hundreds of thousands of volts piercing the heavens. Continuous arcs of electricity illuminated the darkened sky, momentarily bright as day, while the thunderous roars resonated deafeningly. The entire world felt cold and oppressive, seemingly reduced to a singular, persistent, terrifying thunderstorm. Amidst the howling winds and pouring rain, the wooden huts of the tribe remained steadfast, showing no signs of being affected by the rainy season, further solidifying the orcs' conviction that their choice to join this tribe was undeniably right. This wretched weather rendered going outside impossible, so Jean and me nestled within the wooden hut, warming themselves by the crackling campfire while enjoying the provisions they had stored. The incessant rumbling of thunder and the relentless patter of rain outside severely disrupted their tranquil respite. When would this rain cease? Having not ventured outside for several days, Jean began to feel a twinge of boredom. The serpent coiled around her, growing increasingly languid as the temperature dropped. Resting its head upon her thigh, it welcomed her gentle caresses, slowly closing its eyes as the crimson membrane surrendered to slumber. Responding to her was Ling Hong, who remarked that such weather would persist for another 3 days before a spell of sunny days arrived. The rainy season, lasting approximately 3 months, would bring forth 3 bouts of torrential rain, with this being the first. After this downpour, a few days of fair weather would follow, succeeded by the second and then the third deluge. And Jean nodded, gazing at the dim and foreboding horizon outside, letting out a sigh. The interior of the room was equally somber, illuminated only by a few sunstones and the flickering of a campfire. By the way, have there been any updates regarding the saltstones? She turned to glance at the small merman beside her. She obediently nodded, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her beloved female companion, her cheerful demeanor unperturbed by the dreary weather. A few days ago, I ventured into the nearby shallows and encountered a group of turtle beast men. They mentioned that salt stones are indeed found there, along with the clay you seek. Thank you so much, and Jean responded, her spirits brightening considerably. She's cheeks flushed a delicate hue, her azure fins softly tinged with pink as she sweetly replied, I will strive to find whatever you desire, Jean. Indeed, 2 days later, the winds and rains abated. The silkworms gradually shed their 3 layers of skin, preparing to enter the pupation phase before the onset of the cold season. They were plump and round, their white bodies adorned with 2 rows of black dots, emitting a multitude of resilient threads that enveloped them in a pristine cocoon, motionless amidst the grass shelter. As the rain persisted, Meen shed her usual languor and eagerly volunteered to take a few adept wanderers out for hunting. She was uncertain whether these wild sheep could be domesticated, but one must take the initial step. If necessary, they could breed multiple times to ensure a thriving lineage. The orcs gazed at the rams with expressions of intricate emotions, and Jean surprisingly discerned traces of envy in their eyes. Even Ling Hong and his companions were not exceptions. The orc population exhibited a severe gender imbalance, leaving many vigorous young orcs without partners, while these livestock were capable of mating and producing offspring. Jean rubbed her temples and chuckled, clarifying, do not overthink this. It is merely to increase the production of young lambs. Once they proliferate, these bleeding creatures can serve as sustenance for the tribe. Meen glanced at the pregnant ewes and, without warning, embraced her from behind. Her crimson lips brushed against Jin's ear as she playfully murmured, Jeaner, I too wish for you to bear my serpent eggs. The notion of bearing serpent eggs sent a shiver down Jin's spine, eliciting goosebumps across her skin. She was not inclined to lay eggs, at least not at this moment. Not now, let us wait until I am in heat, she replied. It is simply too early. Meen nestled her head in the crook of Jin's neck, sighing in disappointment, her tongue gently brushing against her cheek as she silently contemplated when the female would enter her fertile cycle. Chapter 88. Illness once the first rain had ceased. Mi-yin and Ling Hong led the orcs to gather resources, construct wooden shelters, search for suitable stones on the nearby hill, and build a protective wall. Anjin selected several strong orcs to accompany she as they ventured into the maritime expanse to examine the salt rocks and clay. The terrestrial orcs were not adept swimmers. Although Anjin possessed She's mermaid pearl, which allowed her to dive effortlessly, the frigid waters during the rainy season were painfully icy, and the treacherous currents near the ocean were particularly fierce. She labored to expel several large bubbles, encasing each of them securely within these robust spheres before submerging them into the depths. The mermaid's elongated tail stirred the water, guiding the bubbles forward in graceful motion. As time progressed, even within the bubble, Anjin sensed the light dimming, indicating their gradual departure from the land and sky as they descended into the ocean's abyss. Schools of fish, in various sizes and hues, glided past them, while the enchanting underwater flora and coral dazzled the eye, rendering the abundant marine resources utterly tantalizing. "Here we are," exclaimed she in wonder, as the bubbles came to a halt alongside the mermaid. With a gentle sweep of his hand, he brushed aside the lush aquatic vegetation, revealing several brown rocks on the dark ocean floor. At first glance, these salt rocks appeared similar to ordinary stones. However, their unique composition allowed them to absorb the high concentration of salt found in the ocean. When brought ashore and dried to remove surface moisture, the outer layer of the stone would yield copious amounts of coarse salt, suitable for consumption after initial filtration. Following Anjin's instructions, she diligently gathered the salt rocks, placing them into the bubbles before continuing their journey to the location of the rare clay. This particular clay, unique to the Beast era, exhibited a grayish-white hue and, when mixed with ordinary sand and gravel, displayed a certain stickiness. Its properties resembled a blend of cement and asphalt, making it an ideal material for constructing walls and foundations. The clay appears to be mixed with fragments of various ores, suggesting it is a composite of multiple minerals. With the clay in hand, the walls surrounding the tribe were soon erected, instilling a sense of invulnerability against the impending beast tide. Before the second torrential rain could arrive, however, Anjin caught a cold, her small face flushed as she lay on the bed, lethargically yawning. This frail body could hardly withstand the slightest breeze. After merely accompanying she out for a brief outing, she awoke the next day with a muddled head, fever, and sneezes. Outside, thunder rumbled and the rain fell incessantly, further dampening Anjin's spirits. Ling Hong rummaged through a wooden chest to find a clean, thick bear fur pelt, wrapping the female tightly, leaving only her rosy face exposed like a brown dumpling. Yet, Anjin still felt cold, her body shivering. "Perhaps some hot porridge will help," she mused. Ling Hong hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, bringing a bowl of meat porridge, and gently offered it to her, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. After consuming the steaming porridge, she indeed felt a bit better. With her lips slightly parted, she licked the remnants of the porridge from her mouth, saying, "The herbs are on the second floor. Could you please prepare some medicinal soup for me?" Anjin, being a shaman's apprentice, had always maintained a habit of storing commonly used herbs. Ling Hong had spent enough time by her side to recognize the herbs that alleviate common colds. Ling Hong spoke solemnly. "She is ill." "Hiss." Mi-yin furrowed her brows, a pang of concern gripping her heart, and without a word, she swiftly swam to the room. Chapter 89. Dinosaurs. The crisis of the tribe, 2,000 words. The female kept her eyes half closed, her eyelids feeling heavy, and her small face was tinged with red on both sides. She languidly nestled within the fur-covered blanket, her head drooping, exuding an air of despondency. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Anjin initially assumed Ling Hong had prepared the medicine. Just as she was about to lift her gaze, she was unexpectedly embraced by a cold figure. "Why is it so hot?" Mi-yin enveloped her in his arms, his icy strands of hair cascading onto her, while his long fingers tenderly caressed her face. Anjin shivered involuntarily, retreating deeper into the blanket, leaving only the crown of her head exposed to him. The female's searing body temperature, filtered through the thick bedding, imparted a warmth to Mi-yin's chest, a warmth that captivated the serpent beast, causing his frigid form to seemingly share the same heat. Yet more so, there was an uncontrollable pang of heartache. "Give me the medicine, I shall feed it to her." As the wolf beast entered with a steaming stone bowl, Mi-yin's crimson, slitted eyes immediately fixed coldly upon him, his tone brooking no argument. The long-standing animosity towards Ling Hong subtly intensified. "You are too cold. Keep your distance from her, or Anjin's condition will worsen." Ling Hong remained undaunted, his expression equally icy as he locked eyes with Mi-yin, yet his fingers tightened around the bowl's handle. In the brief moment of their standoff, Jean, cradled in Yin's embrace, emitted a faint whimper, shattering the tension that hung between the two. Instantly, both men set aside their rivalry. Holding the female close, Min watched as Ling Hong gently pulled back the heavy blanket, revealing her flushed, warm face. He softly blew on the medicinal soup in the stone spoon, feeding her sip by sip. After consuming the steaming concoction, Jin's complexion visibly brightened, and the effects of the medicine soon rendered her drowsy, leading her into a deep slumber. The onset of her cold had been swift, yet its departure was equally rapid. 2 days later, Jin's cold had nearly abated. She gazed outside at the rare, splendid weather, the sun shining brightly with a gentle breeze, and felt an irresistible urge to take a stroll outdoors. She picked up 2 soap pods and a peculiar fruit resembling a small, bristled toothbrush, intending to wash up by the nearby riverbank. As she stepped outside, she inadvertently stepped on his tail, causing the black-red python to spring up, revealing its fangs, ready to strike at the intruder. However, upon recognizing the female's face, the python abruptly halted its attack just a mere half-centimeter away from her, hesitating as it flicked its vibrant red tongue, ultimately deciding to replace its intended bite with a gentle lick, affectionately and cautiously caressing her face. Noticing Jin's body temperature had returned to normal, the weight in Yin's heart subtly lifted, transforming into a tall, strikingly handsome man. He wrapped his arms around the female's waist, pulling her close to his chest, while his serpent tail coiled around her slender calf, desiring to bask in the warm sunlight together with his beloved. "Don't be silly. I'm going to the river to freshen up. You stay here and enjoy the sun." Jean gently patted his tail. Min flicked his tongue and nuzzled against her neck, reluctantly releasing her. After only a couple of days of tranquility, a second torrential downpour swiftly approached. Fortunately, the tribe had long been prepared, stockpiling ample supplies, so even with the sudden influx of people, survival was not a concern. As Jean had anticipated, the unusually frequent beast tides this year had devastated numerous small to medium-sized tribes in the vicinity, leaving many beastmen homeless. Yet, her sufficiently secure tribe proved to be a fatal attraction for these wandering beastmen, resulting in a continuous increase in the tribe's population. Population: 135 females, 17. Public sentiment: 38. All metrics remain within the plan parameters. Merely a month since its inception, the tribe's population has already surpassed 3 digits. This marks an auspicious beginning. Furthermore, during the recent beast tide, the frail and infirm orcs have become mere prey for the wild beasts. Those who successfully escaped the onslaught and joined the tribe are predominantly in their prime, representing the finest labor force. Just this factor alone elevates the tribe's overall combat capability above that of its contemporaries. On an evening, during the monsoon season, a series of earth-shaking roars abruptly resonated outside, causing the ground to tremble incessantly, intermingled with the terrifying howls of countless beasts. It is the beast tide. No, this is different. Jing realized that previous beast tides had not been this formidable. Steadying her steps, she hurried to the window to gaze into the distance, where she beheld a multitude of frenzied giants emerging from the horizon, wreaking havoc as they tore through mountains and valleys, stirring vast clouds of dust and mist. These colossal creatures, nearly 10 meters in length and towering at 8 meters, bore a striking resemblance to a hybrid of birds and crocodiles. Were they not prehistoric dinosaurs? With elongated necks and grotesquely small heads, their crimson eyes glinted beneath a mass of sharp fangs that filled their terrifying jaws. Amidst the tempest, the hurricane swept through the forests, while thunder and lightning cleaved the heavens, casting an apocalyptic glow that accentuated the menacing bulk of the prehistoric dinosaurs. The ravenous beasts advanced steadily towards the tribe, now only a few thousand meters away. These dinosaurs are not to be compared with ordinary wildlife. Typical orcs stand no chance of repelling them and would instead become delectable morsels in their jaws. The emergence of colossal beasts, a phenomenon seldom witnessed over decades, has now erupted on the plains in large numbers. Could it truly be the wrath of the beast god, manifesting as a calamity? The orcs within the tribe are engulfed in despair, fearing they cannot escape this impending doom. However, Jeaner is unafraid. "I shall confront them." Moin, roused from his slumber, gently pulled the female aside, offering soft reassurances. He then fixed his gaze upon the window, his blood-red eyes ablaze with fierce intent. Ordinarily, he would not involve himself in the trifles of tribal affairs, harboring no sense of belonging to the clan. Yet, the threat posed by these monstrous beasts to Jeaner's safety left him with no choice but to confront the danger head-on. Ling Hong hastily interjected. I will take a few orcs and accompany you. If you wish to spare those orcs, feel free to bring whomever you like, Mo-in replied nonchalantly, his tone dripping with arrogance. Ling Hong's expression darkened, a chill sweeping over him as he glared at Mo-in, his jaw clenched and fists tightened at his sides. Yet he found himself unable to counter the remark. Indeed, they had never comprehended the true strength of a sixth-tier orc, let alone that of the even more savage and formidable sixth-tier rogue beasts. In their usual hunts, Mo-in had always maintained a casual demeanor, never revealing his true prowess. Most of his time was spent either doting on Engine or napping in a secluded corner. Despite this, Engine felt her reassurances were utterly futile. If even Mo-in were to falter, the remaining orcs would surely become mere meals for the colossal beasts. Not long after Mo-in departed, Engine caught a glimpse through the rain-soaked, misty window. Vast stretches of forest were being crushed underfoot by the dinosaurs, and yet their horde appeared to be retreating gradually. Had Mo-in succeeded? Without regard for the joy of the tribe, a sudden calamity befell them. Numerous young ones and females fell ill, racked with stomach pains that made them wish for death. Crisis event, random, difficult successfully repel the onslaught of monstrous beasts. Crisis event, random. General successfully resolve the abdominal pain afflicting the tribe members. Warning. Personal prestige and public sentiment are plummeting rapidly, nearing critical thresholds. The host must urgently address the current crisis facing the tribe. Chapter 90. Pest Control. A phobia of serpents may cause discomfort. 2,000 words. The afflicted individuals were gathered in a wooden hut, and Engine swiftly arrived. The air was filled with anguished moans as the suffering females writhed on the ground, clutching their abdomens. Had they consumed any spoiled food or unfamiliar fruits and wild herbs recently? Engine crouched to examine their symptoms, her first thought being food poisoning. One slightly less afflicted female struggled to her feet, her face pale, lamenting, "We would never dare to eat recklessly. All our provisions come from the tribe's supplies. In a world teeming with toxic food, they could not afford to take such risks with their lives." What of the water? Engine inquired further. "We have been using the river water that everyone stored in advance. With the heavy rains these past few days, we have not dared to venture outside." This was indeed peculiar. The tribe's food and water sources were uniformly distributed, and she had consumed the same provisions as they. Why was she unaffected? Moreover, the males showed no signs of illness, with only some of the more fragile females and young ones succumbing to the malady. Before long, a robust orc named Ashu emerged from the crowd and gazed at the contemplative Engine, the clan leader. In our original tribe, such situations were commonplace. They have worms in their bellies. What? Worms? The females were struck with terror, their hearts seemingly stopping, their faces paling, and their lips trembling. In an instant, they felt a tumultuous churn within their abdomens. They collapsed to the ground, retching violently. When they could not expel the contents, they resorted to gagging themselves, ultimately bringing forth a pool of yellowish, viscous fluid mixed with saliva. The air quickly filled with the acrid odor of partially digested food. The companions of these females hurriedly cradled them in their arms, offering gentle reassurances while diligently covering the foul-smelling liquid with soil. Engine remained unperturbed. Continuing her inquiry with the shoe, the man suddenly smacked his forehead, his eyes lighting up. "Ah, I remember now. Those females have a particular penchant for consuming raw meat and drinking cold water." At the time, the shaman mentioned their stomach troubles were due to the frequent consumption of raw meat, which harbors worms. That is preposterous. How could there be worms in meat? Upon hearing the incredulous shriek of the female, Engine realized they had pinpointed the cause of the ailment. Even though there was fire, most orcs consumed raw meat. And many females and younglings were either unable to prepare cooked food or harbored an instinctive fear of fire, leading them to partake in raw meat and cold water alongside the orcs. However, the digestive systems of the orcs were not to be trifled with. Individuals like Me-in could swallow an entire prey without issue. In contrast, the physical constitution of the females was merely that of ordinary humans. Parasites are no trifling matter, especially during this season of relentless floods and torrential rains, wherein the waters are steeped with bacteria and viruses from the remains of various creatures. Engine has always favored cooked food, and even in this beastly realm, her meals consist solely of cooked dishes. Thus, her reasoning becomes quite coherent. "Go and procure some sour fruits, along with a few herbs," she instructed, glancing at the several orcs nearby who were flustered and disorganized. "Grind them together, dilute with water, and administer it to them." The orcs, not daring to waste a moment, hurriedly followed her commands. Once they had gathered all the necessary ingredients, they ground them together and administered the concoction to the afflicted females. Suddenly, one of the females clutched her chest, her complexion paling further. "Ah, water, give me water," they cried, writhing on the ground in agony, their throats itching painfully, and an overwhelming thirst consuming them. Yet Jean resolutely forbade the orcs from offering them water. Many of the female's companions began to fret, pacing anxiously. Witnessing the suffering of the females, they even began to doubt the correctness of Jean's decisions. In the face of their skepticism and wavering resolve, Jean remained unyielding, her voice cold and firm. "If you wish for them to regain their health, you must place your complete trust in me. Now, I require a few more medicinal herbs." Seeing their mates in such distress, the males were equally tormented with anxiety. They had no choice but to heed Jean's words, gathering the herbs, grinding them into a potion, and once more offering it to the suffering females. Upon encountering a sour taste, the insects would retreat, and through the initial ingestion of the acidic plant juice, it was confirmed that there were indeed parasites within their bodies. After the female consumed the medicine, her complexion improved, while Jean remained stoic, continuing, "Prepare some wooden basins. They are about to vomit." What emerged was blood, dark clots, and the parasites surged forth from their mouths in great quantities. These creatures, the size of a thumb, resembled crickets with long legs akin to those of a mantis. Their hue of vivid purple, adorned with two antennae measuring several inches in length, presenting a most grotesque appearance. A cacophony of gasps erupted as many females were so horrified that they fainted, realizing the terrifying presence of such creatures within them. Without the need for Jean's reminder, they would undoubtedly never again touch raw meat. Nay, they would not even dare to glance at it. The beastmen hastily disposed of the parasites and the vile liquid, mixing them with dry soil and casting them into the nearby thicket. Although many females had fainted from fright, their bodies gradually regained health, and they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and shame towards Jean. They had dared to question their leader. Such treachery warranted dire consequences. They vowed never to do so again. Congratulations on overcoming the sudden crisis, abdominal pain among the tribe. Gold reward. 59. Account balance. 87. Public sentiment. 5. Now 43. Personal prestige. 6. Now 94. Barely had the system's notification concluded when another announcement followed. Congratulations on overcoming the sudden crisis. Beast tide approaching. Gold reward. 103. Account balance. 190. Mean. He successfully thwarted the beast tide, and Jean was overjoyed and looked towards the distance. Yet she did not see the figure of the man she longed to find. How strange. Could something have gone awry? Anxiety surged within Jean's heart. Yet, the bond mark upon her remained vivid, the crimson serpent emblem seemingly more vibrant than before, showing no signs of fading. "Ling Hong, take a few orcs to search for Miin. There may be trouble on his end." Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountainside, time rewound several hours earlier. A tide of colossal beasts surged forth, and Miin ventured alone to drive them away, transforming into a massive black-red python stretching over 10 meters. He charged towards the throng of beasts, the surrounding trees whirring past him in a blur as he moved with an astonishing speed that rendered the rain and wind indistinguishable. In an instant, before the beast could fully register the encroaching danger, his powerful tail ensnared them, sending them crashing onto the stony ground. The python's formidable constriction, punctuated by the audible crunching of bones, swiftly extinguished the lives of several prehistoric giants. Violet lightning rent the sky, illuminating the horror of the scene akin to an apocalyptic vision, causing hearts to skip a beat. The serpent bared its glistening fangs, slick with venom, tightly binding the beasts to render them immobile. Subsequently, its venom-laden fangs pierced the arteries of the beasts' necks with ruthless precision. The toxic fangs penetrated the beast's scaly skin and thick layers of keratin, injecting lethal poison directly into their veins. Blood erupted from the punctures, splattering in a crimson mist upon the serpent's body, washing its striking black-red scales into sharp relief. The damp, chilly air was instantly saturated with the metallic scent of blood and the stench of decay. The scene was grotesquely bloody and merciless, resembling an ultimate hunt. As the colossal beasts fell one after another with a thunderous crash, the black-red python gaped its cavernous maw, shattering the skulls of the giants and voraciously consuming them, resulting in the python's body swelling into a series of small hills. Chapter 91. The Serpent Beast's Hibernation. These titanic creatures generated energy cores within their minds, making them ideal for ascension. Remarkably, a rare green crystal was also obtained, which could prolong life and enhance physical prowess. The usually stingy and selfish Me'in surprisingly allowed this solitary green crystal to slip through his teeth. Ignoring the approaching beastmen, he strode directly towards Njin, enveloping the warm female in his embrace, and subsequently placed the green crystal against her lips. Before she could react, the crystal transformed into a warm liquid, flowing down her esophagus. What is this? The green crystal, beneficial for the body. Me'in appeared lethargic, as though drowsy, speaking even less than usual. After speaking, he coiled into a serpentine form, retreating to a shadowy corner to slumber. Noticing his fatigue, Njin assumed it was due to exhaustion and refrained from disturbing him. Following the resolution of the beast tide, the remaining month passed uneventfully, with a few minor beast surges posing no threat to them. The torrential rainy season finally subsided, giving way to the harsher cold season. Between these two seasons lay a transitional period of over half a month. During this rare stretch of clear weather, the beastmen, cooped up in their dwellings, finally emerged to stretch their limbs and replenish their supplies. In this present day, without the need for Njin to remind them, the orcs, having reaped the benefits, spontaneously began to form small teams whenever they found the time. They ventured to distant mountains to cultivate barren lands, till fields, and rear livestock. Considering the impending harsh winter, Njin distributed drought-resistant, cold-tolerant sweet potato seeds and seedlings that grow rapidly and provide ample sustenance, instructing them to sow these in the fields. Type, tribe, small, area, 1586 population, 135, females, 17, buildings, residential wooden houses, 21, farmland, 4. 2 acres livestock, 43 influence, e-combat power, d public sentiment, 45 personal prestige, 94. This rainy season not only failed to inflict significant harm on the tribe, but rather, during these arduous 3 months, the tribe flourished once more, with all metrics steadily improving. Consequently, the tribe began to exert a certain influence in the region, and from now on, there would be no need to deliberately attract residents, as wandering orcs would naturally come to the tribe to seek membership. The great cold season had finally arrived. The winter of the beast realm, unlike the tumultuous rainy season, was marked by an overwhelming presence of snow and an even more intense chill. For over 20 hours a day, heavy snow fell incessantly, with temperatures plummeting. The accumulated snow could not melt, leaving the climate even more dreary and arid. Me'in, as a serpent beast, found his hibernation instincts awakened. Each day, he nearly curled up beside her, deeply asleep. With his strength, he managed to wake for 2 or 3 hours each day, merely to eat before returning to slumber. Most astonishingly, there was a moment when he transformed into his serpentine form to feed, and she noticed from afar that he had suddenly become still. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the serpent, with a morsel of food partially consumed, had succumbed to slumber on the ground. Chapter 92. Poached fish, 2,000 words. Surely, you wouldn't simply doze off like that, would you? Njin cast her gaze upon the boundless expanse of icy wilderness beyond the window, gently caressing the weighty serpent's head resting upon her thigh. Hiss, if you were to enter estrus, I might find myself more stimulated, a voice echoed. My body would generate heat, dispelling the desire for slumber. With languid movements, the black and crimson python unveiled its crimson-tinged eyes, its gaze sweeping over her form with unconcealed interest. A voice, imbued with a hint of malevolent charm, resonated with profound implications. Hiss, flicked the tip of its tail, refraining from exposing her subtle discomposure, and resumed its curled slumber upon her lap. By nature, serpentine beasts are cautious and meticulous, and hibernation represents their most vulnerable state. In the preceding 2 decades, had sought refuge in secure caverns or burrowed into the earth to hibernate in solitude during the great cold season. However, Njin's arrival had altered this pattern. He found himself unwilling to stray too far from her, unable to resist the urge to remain in her presence even in hibernation. Moreover, slumbering alongside his beloved companion instilled a profound sense of security. As the frigid season descended, trepidation gripped all the beastmen on this continent. Njin, like the majority of her kin, huddled within her abode, draped in thick furs, hesitant to venture into the biting cold. Based on past experiences, each major tribe could anticipate the loss of at least a dozen beastmen before the conclusion of the protracted 3-month Great Cold Season. Some would succumb to the frost, others to starvation, instilling a chill that penetrated both body and soul. In the harsh and frigid depths of winter, she summoned her kin, commanding them to retrieve the stored embers and dry fuel, such as dung and firewood, from the nearby caverns. Amidst the orcs' bewilderment, Jean lowered herself, unveiling a circular patch of mud brick that had been meticulously excavated from the earthen floor. As the onlookers peered through this sizable aperture, they discovered an expansive, dugout cellar beneath. This had been a specific instruction from Jean during the construction of their dwelling. The orcs scratched their heads, gazing at the dim, shadowy cellar, their hearts racing with trepidation. "Elder, will our home not collapse?" they inquired. "Rest assured, it shall not collapse. After all, which dwelling has succumbed after so long?" And Jean replied with a reassuring smile, recognizing their skepticism born from unfamiliarity with such a rarity. She patiently elucidated that the cellar had been reinforced with clay, which, once dried, rendered it exceedingly sturdy. They could safely toss their unwanted combustible materials, mingled with dry wood and straw or dung, into the cellar to ignite, releasing a copious amount of warmth. Indeed, once the flames ignited, it took but a moment for the stone floor to radiate a comforting heat. To their astonishment, stepping upon it felt almost scalding. The once frigid air within the room transformed into a dry and balmy atmosphere, and many orcs, having cast in ample fuel, soon found themselves delightfully sweating. In the bitter cold of winter, they were perspiring. This was simply unfathomable. In this frigid season, the orcs revel in an unprecedented happiness. Aside from designated hunting parties, the majority of orcs are spared the necessity of venturing out to hunt. They recline in the warmth of their homes, fanning themselves while indulging in well-stored provisions of beast meat, wild vegetables, fruits, and flour-based delicacies. Beneath them lie thick, bare skins, meticulously prepared for comfort. A gentle warmth and the scent of smoke waft through the land. Public sentiment 5, now at 50, personal prestige 4, now at 98, congratulations on completing the main quest. The tribal construction goal has been achieved, resulting in a tribe upgrade, medium tribe. Next main quest dispatched, please elevate the tribe's construction level to large, difficult, within 3 years. Reward, unknown, construction goals, population 500, current 135, number of buildings 100, current 21. Combat strength and influence to reach level C, public sentiment 60. Perhaps due to her frail constitution. And Jean is particularly sensitive to the cold, having thrown a considerable amount of fuel into the fire pit beneath the house. The floor beneath her feet radiates warmth. She rests in her large water barrel, the temperature in the fire pit gradually rising, steam beginning to emanate from the barrel, causing she's delicate, fair face to flush with warmth. Strangely, she detects the enticing aroma of fish soup. The wolf tribe possesses a keen sense of smell. Ling Hong unloads his goods and calls out to her, "Are you cooking fish soup?" She hastens to the adjacent room. Upon pushing open the door, she takes a look inside. The little mermaid, immersed in a wooden tub, had been boiled to a rosy hue, steam rising from her body, her fingertips exuding a scalding warmth. And Jean held her breath and gently patted the little mermaid's face, but alas, there was no response. She hastily beckoned Ling Hong, and together they lifted the unfortunate little mermaid from the tub and placed her into another large container filled with cold water. She gradually sank beneath the surface, leaving only half of her small face visible, bubbling away in the water. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the intense redness of her exposed skin began to fade, and she slowly regained consciousness, asking a couple of questions. Once Jean confirmed that the fish had not been rendered senseless, the weight on her heart was finally lifted. It was entirely her fault. While tending the fire, she had forgotten that there was a heat-sensitive fish in the house. Following this harrowing incident, Jean carefully regulated the fuel in the fire pit, ensuring that the temperature in she's water container remained below 5 degrees. As the cold season set in, Mien entered hibernation, while she continued to blow bubbles in her tub, leaving Ling Hong as the only one in the household capable of venturing out to hunt. Perhaps due to years of adaptation, Ling Hong exhibited remarkable vitality, rising early and returning late even during the harsh winter months. He showed no fear of the cold. Come winter, his wolf form would don a thick, snow-white fur coat, blending seamlessly with the heavy snowfall, resulting in a significant increase in his hunting success. It dawned on Jean that he was not merely a silver wolf, but rather a polar snow wolf. Ling Hong, you need not exhaust yourself so. The resources in the tribe are still sufficient, and there is no need for such fatigue. and Jean nestled deeper into her blankets, exhaling a puff of white breath. Concerned for her, Ling Hong felt a subtle stir in her heart, her pristine wolf ears drooping gracefully amidst her hair. I have grown accustomed to this. It has always been thus and is unlikely to change. Furthermore, the winter season brings with it some invaluable resources that I can gather. And Jean emerged partially from her warm cocoon, beckoning him with a gesture. Come here for a moment. Chapter 93. In heat, 2,000 words, though he harbored doubts. The man obediently stepped towards the female. Ling Hong crouched slightly before her, his long legs bending in a relaxed posture, while Jean extended a small hand from the cozy bedding, gently caressing his wolf ears. So cold. Shall I prepare something for you to eat? Ling Hong readily agreed, his gaze intense as it met hers. Wolves are known for their loyalty and obedience. If Jean forbade him from venturing outside, he would remain indoors. Yet, in light of this restriction, Ling Hong became increasingly devoted to home life, expending his boundless energy daily in preparing various delicacies for Jean. Jean increasingly felt that, over the past few days, she had been indulged to the point of plumpness. While her height had not increased significantly, a slight bulge around her waist was becoming apparent. Once winter passed, she would need to consider shedding some weight. Days flowed by in the mundane rhythm of life, and as time passed, it dawned on her that the winter season would soon conclude in about half a month. Recently, Jean had been yearning for a hot pot meal to celebrate. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her lower abdomen. It was faint, yet it felt as if it were tugging at her nerves. After a brief moment, a second wave of pain arrived, this time markedly more intense. How peculiar. Could it be that she had upset her stomach? It should not be the case. She consumed only cooked food and warm water, and Ling Hong had ensured that the ingredients for her meals were thoroughly cleaned. As for the issue of food interactions leading to poisoning, she had found no evidence of such. A wave of pain surged from her lower abdomen, both foreign and familiar. Gradually, it seemed a warmth was spreading within her. Goodness. And Jean pressed her hands against her belly, curled up in the fur, painfully realizing that this was her monthly cycle? No, more precisely. In this beastly world, there exists a universally acknowledged term, heat. Was it due to her recent lavish diet that her body had begun to develop once more? Or had the warmth of the cellar facilitated the rupture of her ova? The onset of her first menstruation was unexpectedly overwhelming, and Jean's face turned pale. Her lips devoid of color, paralyzed by fear of movement, dreading the thought of blood flowing profusely. Slowly, she stiffly adjusted her position, leaning against the wall to rise, hoping to rummage through the nearby wooden chest for some usable animal hides. She had thought that her health was such that she would never experience this in her lifetime, and thus had made no preparations. The crudely processed animal hides were likely teeming with bacteria, unsuitable for use as sanitary pads. Yet in this urgent moment, she had no time to ponder such details. After much difficulty, she finally unearthed a pristine, clean hide from the chest, only to discover it was a fluffy fur meant for warmth. She struggled further, but found not a single thin, soft hide suitable for her needs. Goodness! She hastily checked behind her and realized she had already soaked a significant area. The beastmen had keen senses, and even she could detect the strong scent of blood, let alone the other three in the room. As a wolf beast, Ling Hong was the first to sense the anomaly. He hurriedly dashed over to open the door and entered the room. A sudden eruption of a surging, metallic scent mingled with an aroma that drove males into a frenzy instantly enveloped his senses, stirring a primal instinct within him. Jean, you are in heat. Ling Hong's typically handsome and aloof visage was now illuminated with uncontainable joy, his lips curving upward as his emerald eyes took on a feral glint. The heat of a female was always a significant matter in the household, and Jean, her head lowered as she dealt with the bloodstains, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and did not dare to look up at his transformation. Please help me find some hides. I've bled so much that I cannot get up, she urged, her voice tinged with panic. All right, just wait a moment. The man took a deep breath, attempting to calm his exhilarated heart. He rummaged through the wooden cabin for a while and finally discovered a piece of soft hide buried at the bottom of a wooden chest. Drawing upon some tribal knowledge, Ling Hong made a few simple cuts in the hide before bringing it into the room. He then knelt on one knee before her, positioning the hide around her waist. Just as he reached out to tug at the beast hide skirt she wore, she narrowly evaded his grasp. What's wrong? Ling Hong furrowed his brow in confusion, and Jean stared at him with wide eyes, convinced that his intention was merely to provide her with a sanitary pad. However, recalling that the beast men lacked a sense of shame, she hurriedly stammered, This matter, I can. I can handle it myself, no need to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Ling Hong was displeased and, for once, displayed a rare stubbornness. In their tribe, it was customary for males to attend to such matters. You need not move, just lie there obediently. As a male, I have learned how to manage these situations in private. And Jean felt immensely embarrassed, regardless of his explanations. She remained resolute in her decision to expel him. Wu. Ling Hong lingered at the doorway, wagging his tail, unwilling to leave. She, indifferent to his presence, lay beneath the freshly changed, clean animal hide and resumed her tasks, disliking the idea of parading about like a beast man. She had long fashioned a pair of makeshift undergarments to wear beneath her fur skirt, which had already become stained with blood. Hastily, she replaced them with a new pair and added more animal hide for extra protection. Then, Jean took up her needle and thread, determined to sew additional undergarments and sanitary pads to cope with this unexpected onset of menstruation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent wooden house, a commotion arose. After Ling Hong was sent away, she soon detected the scent wafting through the air. The fish's tail began thrashing wildly in the water bucket, for reasons unknown. Upon catching this scent, he felt an unprecedented surge of restless energy within him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Jean was in heat. She quickly grasped the situation, his azure, crystalline eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy, illuminated by an unparalleled brilliance. His gaze, startlingly bright, fixated on the female's dwelling, filled with an unmistakable anticipation. Meanwhile, the python, which had been ensconced in slumber within its lair, began to stir. The serpent's head, coiled atop a meat pie, lifted as the delicate membrane over its eyes gradually unfurled, revealing a gaze filled with astonishment directed towards the female in the wooden cabin. Its vibrant, crimson tongue flickered out, quivering as it sought to capture the tantalizing scents wafting through the air. So fragrant, so desirable. Mu Yin's upper body morphed into human form. His skin a pale, exquisite white, and his silken black hair cascaded gracefully over his elegant shoulders. His features were strikingly handsome, with captivating blood-red eyes fixed intently on the female's dwelling, exuding an air of obsession and longing. Discarding his earlier languid demeanor, Mu Yin swiftly glided towards the cabin. Jean was engrossed in the intricate task of sewing a pair of delicate undergarments. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door burst open. Startled, her hand trembled, causing the needle and thread to fall as she looked up in shock. Mu Yin. Jean craned her neck to peer behind her, noticing the absence of Ling Hong, presumably dispatched elsewhere. Yet, something felt amiss. Mu Yin should have been deep in hibernation, lost in dreams. What had roused him? And why was he in such a fervent haste? A chill ran down Jin's spine as a sense of foreboding enveloped her, prompting her to retreat to the corner of the room, her back pressing against the cold wall as she instinctively curled up. Chapter 94. Sewing garments. Mu Yin leaned closer, compellingly drawing the female into his embrace, his head resting against her neck as he inhaled deeply. Jeaner, have you entered your heat? His eyes, a deep and mesmerizing crimson, reflected a warmth previously unseen in his typically indifferent countenance, now imbued with a tender surprise, while his raven black hair veiled the tumultuous emotions swirling within his gaze. He reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Jin's ear, his long fingers gently caressing her face as he murmured affectionately, "You are in heat. We may mate now." Jean gazed at him in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment, before finally uttering, "I am still bleeding." She was far from prepared to share a bed with the serpent. It was too great a challenge for her human psyche to bear. How could she prolong this? "Once you have bled out, we shall mate," he replied, his eyes gleaming with longing. In the world of beasts, males would go to great lengths to claim the right to mate with a female for the first time, as it represented the optimal moment for conception. And the initial union would be most unforgettable for the female. His palpable excitement led him to lean down and kiss her lips, his icy body igniting a tantalizing warmth. His serpent tail coiled around her waist and thigh. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, he reluctantly released the somewhat dazed female, yet their connection remained unbroken. Jean swallowed hard, pressing her hand against his chest as her face flushed. "Mu Yin, are you not going to hibernate?" "I have no desire to," he replied, greedily kissing her brow and eyes, adding without a second thought, "You are in heat. I yearn to mate with you first and complete the bonding ceremony." Jean was taken aback. What level of obsession could compel one to defy the natural order established by Father Winter? She resolved to steady Mu Yin and delay the inevitable. With a complex expression, She looked at him, a hint of pleading in her gaze. Once I have bled out, there will still be time. Perhaps you should hibernate first. And Jean, it seemed that Mean truly had no intention of hibernating. He coiled his 10-meter-long black and red serpentine tail on the ground, encircling Jean within his embrace. Then, like a featherweight, he leaned over her, pressing down softly. He held her tightly, his long arms wrapped around her waist, drawing her into his icy embrace, while a cascade of cool, dark hair fell over her exposed skin. Before Jean succumbed to desire, Mean could tolerate the presence of the other two males, but now his hostility towards Ling Hong and she had evidently intensified, morphing into a palpable animosity. The competition among males for mating rights with the female was fiercely intense, and Jean, disinterested in their overt and covert rivalry, was preoccupied with mending her feminine hygiene products and undergarments, noticing Jean's focus as she bent down with needle and thread, patiently stitching something. Mean raised an eyebrow, reaching his hands around her from behind to take over the needle and leather, meticulously sewing her undergarments. A subtle chuckle resonated from his chest, and he murmured an indistinct sound, his fingertips lingering on her flat abdomen, sliding downwards ever so slightly. And Jin's face flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head, biting her lip. Oh heavens, how embarrassing, how mortifying. Was it too late to flee now? Chapter 95. Never betray 2,000 words. Perhaps due to their serpentine nature, they instinctively crafted intricate garments from shed snake skins to please their partners. Despite this being his first foray into clothing creation, Mean exhibited an uncanny skill, even utilizing a few strands of long hair to replace fine leather strips. Threading the needle with grace as he expertly stitched the edges of the leather together to adorn her. Ill-fitting, it requires further modification before another attempt. After all, it is intimate attire, and utmost comfort must be achieved. During this time, Jean was somewhat displeased as he indulged in her affections, yet gazing upon his bashful, handsome visage, she found it difficult to be harsh. Is it perhaps a tad too large? Jean glanced down to see the indentation in her small undergarment. She lacked the extra weight to fill it out. After their union, it might fit better, as one continues to develop. Unbeknownst to her, a particular word sparked his interest, prompting Mean to suddenly embrace her from behind. The man lowered his head and stole a kiss upon her lips, his long fingers gently caressing her waist, before whispering in her ear with a hint of seduction, "Once I am more familiar with your body, I shall tailor it to fit you even better." Jean realized his ulterior motives were glaringly evident. Intrigued, she found herself genuinely curious about the lingerie crafted from snake skin. Previously, she had seen Mean donning his own serpent form, which was exceedingly snug and form-fitting, crafted from soft, breathable material in a striking combination of red and black. The delicacy of a woman's private areas necessitates protection, and Jean feared that these animal skin pads might provoke infection, and she pondered alternatives. To her surprise, she had fashioned several menstrual pads from shark silk. The merfolk are skilled weavers, and the precious shark silk is rare and highly sought after. Jean could not fathom how this deep-sea creature, who spent her days merely bubbling in a water barrel, managed to procure so much shark silk. Yet, she had to concede that these pads were both breathable and soft, exceedingly comfortable to use, and, most importantly, devoid of any risk of infection. Jean gently caressed the folds of her leather skirt, overwhelmed with joy, murmuring to herself how wonderful it would be if they could mass-produce this. She, startled, exclaimed with concern, "Oh no, the fish skin is incredibly precious. It cannot be produced in large quantities. If we have more, there will be none left." He feared that Jean might mistakenly believe that fish skin was common, misjudging his intentions. Those 7 or 8 pieces of fish skin were the culmination of his lifelong efforts. If it weren't for Jean's need, he would never have brought these treasures out for anyone to see. Humph. She shot a sidelong glance at the languid serpent beast, grinding his teeth in frustration. Who said he was useless? The females of their tribe adored using their fish skin during their mating cycles, and Jean must certainly be enamored with him now. Perhaps due to her first menstruation, Jean's bleeding was not excessive, yet she experienced occasional abdominal cramps. Fortunately, she had already prepared her personal items and menstrual pads. This discomfort would pass in a couple of days. "Chief, people from the Bear clan have arrived outside. Should we take them in?" An orc announced as he entered the room, and Jean was weaving a basket, setting down her cane and lifting her gaze to the orc. "The Bear clan? Isn't that the clan known for arson?" "Yes." The orc scratched his head in distress, feeling at a loss. It was precisely due to the notoriety of this clan that they were universally despised, prompting his urgent rush to seek the chief's opinion. And Jean furrowed her brow, leaned against the wall, and cast a glance out the window before turning her head to the orc and saying, "Take me to see them." The arson committed by the Ursine clan was a heinous act, earning them the scorn of all orcs. They had weathered the rainy season with dwindling food supplies, only to succumb to the harsh winter. Despite their precarious state, no neighboring clan offered them aid. And Jean arrived to find that the once grand Ursine clan had been reduced to a mere 20 to 30 orcs. 7 or 8 frail, dark-skinned females cowered behind the males, their tearful eyes pleading for help. Their condition was dire, even more so than the orcs she had previously taken in, marked by extreme hunger and disarray. To make matters worse, the grain acquired in this exchange was only a third of what it used to be, and frequent beast tides had ravaged their homes, leading to the starvation and freezing deaths of many orcs. This age-old clan, with a history spanning nearly a century, was on the brink of collapse. The nearby Great Tiger clan was also watching with predatory eyes, seizing the opportunity to encroach upon the Ursine clan's territory during their weakest moment. The orcs of the Ursine clan were reduced to the status of defeated slaves. Most of the males were slaughtered, while the females were kept as communal mates and breeding stock for the Great Tiger clan's orcs. These 20 to 30 bear-like beasts were among the strongest. Amidst the slaughter and pursuit, they desperately protected the females and fled, their bodies covered in wounds, weak and haggard. "We implore you," they cried. "The surrounding clans will only take in the females, rejecting us males. But who knows how they will treat our females without our protection? If you can accept us and provide some sustenance for our females, we are willing to give you our lives." The burly men spoke and suddenly broke into tears, smearing their faces with a mixture of tears and snot, with a few even kneeling down in a pitiful plea. And Jean, her eyes as cold as ice, regarded them with indifference, revealing not a trace of compassion or empathy. Even though she was aware that the arson was instigated by their chieftain, these ordinary orcs had no choice but to comply, yet Jean could not shake off the psychological barrier she felt towards this tribe. She and Mi'in had nearly perished in that catastrophic blaze, an unalterable truth. Beep. Random side quest. Shelter the fleeing orcs of the Man-Bear tribe. Rewards, 25 gold coins. Access to the intermediate marketplace. Taking a deep breath, Jean tightened her fur coat and stepped forward, her voice clear yet frigid. "If that is the case, then let us discuss your worth." The kneeling orcs were filled with joy, fully aware of their heinous crimes and having lost all hope. They clamored eagerly. "We possess great strength. We can dig tunnels, mine, hunt, and transport materials. We can do anything. From the distant mountaintops, there are abundant mineral resources, rare and precious. We bear orcs have a natural talent for extracting these minerals." The mention of mineral resources struck a chord within Jean. With the tribe's population nearing saturation, she had been actively seeking orc races endowed with mining and agricultural skills. And Jean spoke, "I can permit you to join the tribe, but I must lay down the harsh truth. My impression of you is far from favorable. Should you harbor any resentment and betray the tribe, you shall face expulsion and pursuit." The female, with her icy demeanor, appeared diminutive and slender, yet she exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The bears, caught off guard, felt their breaths quicken, cold sweat trickling down their brows. "Rest assured, we shall never betray you. If we do, we shall leave our female in your custody." Population, 159, females, 27, public sentiment, 40, chapter 96, let us become mates. Upon entering the tribe, the fleeing orcs from the bear clan were profoundly astonished. Much like the orcs previously sheltered here, beyond the sturdy, spacious wooden houses, they were further amazed by the warmth within and the heated floors. Stepping inside, they were instantly drenched in sweat. Was this truly the cold season? Were they not dreaming? The orcs stood in stunned silence, and Jean sent provisions and animal skins to them, which left them profoundly moved. Being accepted by the tribe was already an unexpected delight. To think that they, once scorned by thousands, could be treated as equals among ordinary orcs. Public sentiment, 2, now 42. Personal prestige, 1, now 95. These past few days, with her aunt visiting, a snake had been lurking nearby, its gaze predatory. Although the snake beast had yet to enter its mating season, and Jean could already sense a burgeoning desire within her, she felt somewhat averse to that matter, and thus made a concerted effort to ignore it. Fortunately, the flock of sheep she had previously captured had begun to give birth and produce milk, swiftly diverting her attention. The bleeding sheep grazed on fodder in the shed. Although months of domestication had not entirely quelled their wild instincts, they were at least no longer prone to indiscriminately attacking humans. Certainly, those who recklessly attacked have already been consumed. What remains are docile breeds, with only 4 or 5 rams designated for breeding, while the majority are ewes. The ewes are still in their nursing phase, each surrounded by 1 or 2 bleeding lambs, eagerly suckling. Apologies, but once the lambs finished their meal, and Jean signaled 2 orcs to join in the milk gathering. The makeshift shelter erupted in chaos for a brief moment before settling down. A few orcs emerged with red marks on their faces, wearing forlorn expressions, each carrying a wooden bucket filled with creamy sheep's milk. Their toil was commendable. And Jean stifled a laugh while offering words of comfort to the weary orcs, promising them a larger share during the next food distribution. Sheep's milk, upon exposure to air, tends to develop an unpleasant odor, and raw sheep's milk is unsuitable for females. As the rainy and cold seasons approach, the males remain idle at home, leading to a peak in female pregnancies. And Jean contemplated producing dairy products to nourish the females, to eliminate the undesirable odor from the milk. She thought to add jasmine flowers or other tea leaves while boiling, which would not only mask the original scent, but also enhance the milk's aroma. It is advisable not to add sugar during the boiling process. If sweetness is desired, it can be incorporated after the milk is fully prepared. Furthermore, prolonged boiling of sheep's milk can cause sediment to form, thereby diminishing its nutritional value. With the tribe's population growing and food supplies depleting rapidly, the wild grass birds that do not lay eggs during the cold season and the sheep have become the tribe's primary sustenance. Drinking sheep's milk, roasting whole lambs, and enjoying old hen soup, the orcs of the tribe are experiencing an exceptionally comfortable winter. The value of public sentiment continues to rise steadily. A random side quest has been issued: successfully fire 5 pieces of pottery. Task progress, 05. Deadline, 1 month. Reward, 50 gold coins. And Jean, feeling disdain for the cumbersome stone tools, decided to embark on the creation of pottery, prompting the system to release the relevant quest. If you have some time in the next couple of days, could you help me build a fire pit? Certainly. Where would you like it to be located? Ling Hong, without inquiring about her intentions, took the command and began his labor. With remarkable strength, he effortlessly hoisted the stone materials. Stacking them on the flat ground, she indicated to construct a simple fire pit. And Jean glanced up at him, her eyes bright with anticipation. Is there any firewood left at home? Together, they set about igniting the fire pit. The pliability of the clay was excellent, likely a result of a blend of various minerals mixed with water, kneaded until uniform, and then simply removing impurities and air to achieve a well-defined shape. And Jean first fashioned a small clay dish, swiftly sliding it onto a thin stone slab and placing it into the boiling fire pit to test the temperature. The heat emitted by the firestone was substantial. Within half a day, it could sufficiently solidify the clay. However, to her dismay, the small dish cracked. Could it be due to uneven heating? Was the gas expansion pressure too high? Or did the water evaporate too quickly? Perhaps the rapid temperature fluctuations led to internal stress changes within the pottery. Under Ling Hong's puzzled gaze, and Jean attempted to refine the pottery, making it smoother and more even. She discreetly purchased a glaze-like substance from the marketplace, applying it to the surface of the pottery before firing it again. She made every effort to control the temperature changes slowly and steadily. Once again, they opened the pit. The 7 pottery pieces that were fired showed no signs of cracking. They bore only minor fissures that did not constitute defects, but rather enhanced the aesthetic appeal of the ceramics. Task submitted. Ding. Congratulations on completing the random side quest, pottery firing. Reward, 50 gold coins. Account balance, 190. Excess items can be sold in the shop for gold coins. Pottery can be refired, yet gold coins are scarce, and Jean silently resolved to proceed with the sale. Ding. Gold coins received, 10. Account balance, 200. Days passed, and at long last, and Jean's prolonged menstrual cycle, which had lasted nearly a week, came to an end, coinciding with the depletion of the sanitary pads crafted from fish silk by she. After more than a week without bathing, and Jean could no longer endure it, she boiled water and climbed into a large wooden tub, designed to accommodate 2 people, as per modern standards requested from the orcs. Just as she began to relish the warmth, a serpent approached with impatience, and Jean was taken aback to see a red serpent slithering into her tub. The tub was quite spacious, and moments later, the serpent transformed into an exceptionally handsome man. With practiced ease, Min encircled her waist, pressing his entire body against hers. His tongue brushed against her face as he murmured, "Jeaner, you've lost your blood." The flickering candlelight glow in his blood-red eyes held a hint of warmth, and the corners of his eyes flushed with a subtle allure reminiscent of the first bloom of spring, as he gazed at her with an aggressive intensity that threatened to drown her in its depths. "Let us become partners." His voice was deep and cool, laced with an uncontainable anticipation as he yearned to confirm their bond, a promise she had previously made to him. A flush ascended Yin's cheeks as he inclined towards her, his lips grazing her ear before claiming hers in a lingering caress. And Jean was oblivious to the passage of time, the window now veiled in complete darkness. Overwhelmed by fatigue, she yearned for slumber, her eyes glistening with a reddish tinge, a testament to either exhaustion or some other emotion. Her throat, parched and raspy, emitted a faint, hoarse sound, and Jean nestled against him, her body yielding to his embrace. After an extended pause, she discerned his murmurs near her ear, just a little longer. Utterly drained, she found herself incapable of uttering a single word. As the night surrendered to the nascent dawn, Min finally released her, his crimson eyes reflecting an unprecedented euphoria. He tenderly brushed aside the damp tendrils of hair from her temple, tucking them behind her ear, his fingers then tracing the contours of her waist and abdomen. Min exuded an aura of affectionate possessiveness, devoid of any inclination to partake in a contemplative interlude, and Jean requested, "Please prepare some more hot water for me. I wish to cleanse myself once more." Perhaps driven by serpentine instinct, he harbored a persistent desire to delve deeper, but in Jean, mindful of potential infections, sought to purify herself. "As you wish," Min responded, planting a soft kiss upon her lips before slipping into the water with a splash. Soon after, he furnished her with fresh, warm water, cradling her within the tub until she was thoroughly cleansed. He then dried her with meticulous care, adorning her in a pristine animal hide skirt. And Jean, her body succumbing to relaxation, succumbed to a profound slumber, awakening only the following afternoon, roused by the pangs of hunger and the distant aroma of sustenance. To her surprise, Ling Hong had prepared a lavish spread of dishes, in unusual abundance for the day. As Jean approached the dining table, she lifted her gaze and noticed that both Ling Hong and she appeared particularly dispirited, their spirits notably low. In the corner, Moen lay coiled in a lazy serpentine form, seemingly asleep, with a small mound protruding from her body, likely a result of recent consumption and digestion. "Females tend to feel fatigued after mating. You should eat something," Ling Hong urged her from the side. Ling Hong and she, upon observing the red marks left by the serpent beast on her skin, felt a surge of indignation mingled with sorrow. Oh no, it can't be as she fears. That would be exceedingly awkward. The hissing red serpent, upon hearing familiar footsteps, lifted its head, flicked its tongue, but made no move to deter Ling Hong and she from approaching Jean. Moen coiled tighter, unable to resist burying her head among her own tail, concealing a hint of shyness and anticipation. Typically indolent, she had rarely ventured out to hunt diligently, having consumed her prey to conserve energy for the forthcoming extended mating. And Jean, driven by ravenous hunger, paid little heed to these thoughts, wielding her chopsticks with the fervor of a tempest. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a wound on Ling Hong's hand, freshly scabbed, still oozing a trace of blood. Had he inadvertently cut himself while preparing the meal? As Jin's gaze drifted toward him, Ling Hong averted his eyes, feigning disinterest. From 2 rooms away, the sound of his kitchen had reached her. In a moment of impatience, he had accidentally sliced his hand with the knife. "I may be away for 2 days and unable to look after you," he remarked. The following day, departed from the tribe after uttering those words, remaining absent for several days, was utterly bewildered, despite having cautioned him against wandering during the harsh winter. He had vanished. Anxiety consumed, diminishing her appetite. She gently nudged the coiled python beside her. "Would you venture out to locate? I fear he may encounter danger." "What is it?" responded languidly, without lifting his eyelids. "Did he confide in you regarding his destination? The western foothills?" Repeated softly, setting aside the half-sewn undergarment in his grasp. His razor-sharp vertical pupils suddenly intensified, his long, curled eyelashes concealing the obscure emotions that surged within his eyes. He chuckled inwardly, perhaps aware of the wolf's intentions. The western region of the mountains, a forbidden territory, frequently teemed with vast herds of behemoths and demonic beasts. A slaughter ground that instilled dread in the hearts of the beastmen. In his quest to ascend and grow stronger, he had once ventured there to slay several high-level behemoths, devouring numerous crystalline cores. It seemed the wolf beast sought to contend with him for the female. A sense of unease arose within. Should the wolf beast perish inadvertently? It would not be an unwelcome outcome, as thoughts grew somber, as he harbored his own sinister schemes. Catching a glimpse of the female's pleading gaze, S' expression softened. His serpentine tail gently coiled around her, drawing her into his embrace. He lowered his head, planting a kiss upon her face, and murmured, "I shall seek him out. Do not fret. His strength should suffice to keep him alive for the time being." After several days of absence, Mayan returned. During moments of boredom, Anjin would sit by the window weaving bamboo mats to pass the time, aiming to enhance her living conditions. To create these mats, one must first select the finest bamboo. The storeroom held a reserve of excellent bamboo from the previous year, which Anjin soaked in a large stone vat filled with water for several days before beginning to split the bamboo and extracting the strips necessary for weaving. As the harsh and arid winter season receded, the sun shone brightly in recent days, compared to the sweltering and dry summer, the torrential rains of the monsoon. In the biting cold of winter, the transitional season following the melting snow felt remarkably amiable. Aside from the strong winds that blew in the second month, the surrounding months were quite pleasant, with nature flourishing and a vibrant spring ambience enveloping the landscape. The creatures of the forest stirred awake and became lively, while the beast folk emerged from their homes. Anjin heard the exuberant roars of wild animals resonating outside. After being cooped up for 3 months, the males banded together for hunting to replenish their dwindling food supplies, while the females foraged for fruits and wild vegetables in the nearby mountains and forests. Anjin assigned her kin to various tasks. The robust and agile carnivorous beast folk went hunting, the females gathered wild vegetables and fruits, and the herbivorous ones tended to the crops. A few of the more clever individuals accompanied her to learn pottery and kiln construction. The seedlings planted by the tribe before the new year began to sprout from the earth. Anjin taught the beast folk to craft more suitable hoes for tilling the land, allocating several acres for the herbivorous beast folk to cultivate. Meanwhile, the silkworms emerged from their cocoons, their bodies encased in black shells. Although they possessed a pair of translucent wings, they could not fly high. Upon reaching adulthood, they engage in mating as they approach the end of their lives, leaving behind clusters of white eggs within the grass hut, which will hatch into a new generation of silkworms the following year. Anjin diligently collects the silkworm cocoons, filling half the room, planning to dry them in the sun and weave fabric once the weather warms a bit more. The wild grass birds have begun laying eggs again, hatching numerous chicks that grow rapidly and plumply as they peck at the grass and catch insects. The older birds, unable to lay eggs, are roasted and consumed by the tribe's orcs. Meanwhile, Moin, having departed the tribe a few days prior, does not rush towards the distant foothills in the west. Instead, he turns and swims to a secluded, shadowy cave, transforming into a black-red python, coiling his body as he rests his head upon himself. Closing his red eyelids in complete stillness, he falls into a deep slumber. When he awakens, the cold season has passed. Wait, where is Ling Hong? Did you not find him? She anxiously clings to his arm, stretching her neck to glimpse the emptiness behind him. Moin remains silent, sensing the disappointment in her voice. A tide of discontent and jealousy surges within him, causing his steps to slow. You did not find him. Are you worried about him? His voice carries a hint of coldness, an undercurrent of suppressed fury seeping through. He lowers his head and kisses her lips, delivering a bite that is neither too gentle nor too harsh, before murmuring softly after a pause, "If I were to go missing, would you worry for me as well?" What? Taken aback by his seemingly unrelated comment, Anjin initially fails to detect the bitterness in his words and gazes at him in confusion. "If you went missing, of course, I would worry about you, but right now, it is Ling Hong who is lost. It is likely that he has already perished." Lowered his head and caressed the female's face, noticing her incredulous wide-eyed gaze. He felt an urge to provoke her further, speaking coldly about the area teeming with hordes of magical beasts and colossal creatures, asserting that his presence there would be futile. A fifth-tier orc venturing into that territory would only meet a gruesome end. The wolf beast could not survive. It was a testament to his overestimation of his own capabilities. She was acutely aware of her own cold-hearted nature. Despite her outwardly gentle and kind appearance, her character was starkly contrasting, detached, and indifferent. The demise of orcs was as commonplace in the beast world as eating and drinking. In just a few months, the tribe she founded had already lost 3 or 4 orcs, yet for the first time, she found herself enveloped in a gloom that weighed heavily upon her spirit. The reason eluded her, however, The thought of never seeing the wolf beast again, the one that had silently accompanied and cared for her, brought an undeniable sting to her nose, was affected by her emotions, and the bond marked upon his heart throbbed with pain. For a moment, he forgot his jealousy, lamenting the weight of his own words. "I will search for him again." "You said he was dead," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "There's south another place that is too far. I have not ventured there." "He may be there," he replied, reluctant to admit that he was envious and had intentionally refrained from searching, secretly wishing for the wolf beast's demise. The heavy wooden door closed with a thud. A wave of discomfort surged within him. Was the wolf truly so significant to her? Did it hold more importance than he did? Chapter 99. A medley of events, for 1,000 words, suppressed the pain in his heart and promptly set off from the tribe. This time, he indeed scoured the entire mountaintop, but found no trace of the wolf beast. Perhaps the wolf beast has truly perished, its remains long since torn apart by wild creatures. Mu'in, with his cold-blooded disposition, felt no empathy for the loss of his kin. Instead, he reveled in the relief of the impending threat dissipating. With this, regardless of whether Jean Eyre harbored any lingering thoughts of the wolf, the reality of death would only serve to diminish its presence in her heart as time progressed. Moreover, considering that Jean Eyre is female, she would never lack for companionship. The loss of 1 or 2 males around her was utterly commonplace. When Mu'in conveyed the news of Ling Hong's demise to Jean, she remained silent for an extended period, ultimately instigating a widespread search among the tribal beastmen, yet yielding no results. It seemed Ling Hong had indeed met his end. Rather than dwell on the memories of the deceased, Jean resolved to embrace the present. As she pondered, a sense of acceptance washed over her. The windy season quickly passed, giving way to the sweltering and arid heat of summer. The midday sun cast a blinding glare, and the air shimmered as though scorched by flames, rendering the tender sprouts from the earth wilted and yellowed, while the incessant chirping of insects ebbed and flowed. And Jean took 2 cold showers daily, yet the stifling heat persisted, causing her to sweat profusely. Her damp beast-skin skirt required changing every half-day. When she had first traversed into this world, it was the tail end of the hot season. She had anticipated the daytime heat to be unbearable, yet she had underestimated the harshness of the beastly environment. Now, the scorching heat felt akin to a furnace, making it unbearable to remain outside for even a moment. At night, cuddling against Mu'in in his beast form provided some relief, as he instinctively enveloped her in the coolness of his tail. However, Jean could not always remain nestled within his serpentine embrace. After obtaining her consent, she proudly departed from the tribe, spending 2 days navigating the river branches until reaching the depths of the sea. With his solitary strength, he could only transport a few blocks of frozen ice, and after half a month of waiting for Jean to finish using them, he would need to gather more. If only there were more aquatic orcs in the tribe to assist him in carrying the ice. He couldn't help but sigh in regret. On his way back to the tribe, he discovered numerous migrating aquatic orcs in the waters where the river met the sea, and he slowed his pace to swim towards them. "What has transpired? Why are you migrating to the land?" Upon recognizing the esteemed Blue Mako, their voices took on a tone of respect and concern. "Recently, there has been an outbreak of deep-sea behemoths in the marine region, and our tribe has been devastated. The freshwater areas on land are comparatively safer. It is not just us. Other tribes have also suffered significant losses, and many more are migrating this way." Gazing towards the distant coastline, he indeed noticed vast shadows swimming towards him beneath the shimmering surface of the sea. It was the first time he had witnessed such a grand migration of marine creatures. He wondered if his beast father and mother had been affected. As thoughts of expanding the tribe crossed Jean's mind, she fixed her intense gaze on She, who was voraciously consuming food after several days of hunger. "By the way, in a couple of days, if you have time, take me further out to explore the surrounding terrain. It's sweltering. Jean, you might get sunburned," the little Mako protested. Puzzled, she licked the remnants of steamed egg from his lips, propping his chin up with a worried yet enchanting expression. "Why do you want to scout the terrain?" "It's too hot. Stay home, and I will go check it out for you." And Jean shook her head. In order to expand the tribe, a comprehensive map encompassing the surrounding resources and terrain was essential to establish the most advantageous conditions for the tribe's future development. "A map?" She tilted his head, his waterfall-like, cool blue hair cascading over his porcelain shoulder, his azure, crystalline vertical pupils reflecting a hint of confusion, yet he still nodded to satisfy her request. "Once the sun descends a bit in a couple of days, I shall take you along the waterways. We will explore the surroundings thoroughly." The ice was dense and heavy, Resembling stone, even in the scorching heat of summer, it melted at a remarkably slow pace, sufficient for her needs for several days. Although the room had cooled considerably, and Jean remained steadfast in her progress of weaving the bamboo mat. After soaking the bamboo strips for a few days to soften them, she meticulously pulled out the slender strips. She began by weaving a right-angled triangle, starting with a width of about 5 inches, crafting in a herringbone pattern towards the right. After approximately a meter of weaving, and Jean took a moment to center herself and continued with the main body of the mat. With bamboo boards pressing down on the initial section, she sat cross-legged upon the half-finished mat, intricately interlacing the slender strips and applying consistent pressure to tighten them. The art of weaving bamboo mats demands great precision, and with me Ian and she unable to assist, and Jean dedicated extra time to complete the main body of the mat. The final and most crucial step was to finish the edges. She carefully inserted the trimmed strips into the seams of the mat, arranging them in sequence without overlapping, meticulously removing any frayed edges. Thus, a perfectly crafted bamboo mat, measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, came into existence. However, it was but a step away from perfection, for bamboo, rich in various fibers and sugars, is quite susceptible to the allure of pests such as wood-boring insects and termites. It is best subjected to high-temperature, sealed steam reprocessing. And Jean placed the bamboo mat atop the large stone pot used for communal feasts, leaving me Ian and she in astonishment. Ian cast her gaze downward, silent, contemplating whether his recent laziness in hunting had left the females famished, plunging him into a cycle of self-reproach. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward, her eyes wide with curiosity. Jean, do you intend to eat the bamboo skin? Had I known we would be consuming it, why go through the trouble of weaving it together? But wait, can we actually eat bamboo skin? They had captured a fair number of beasts recently, surely. Jean was not starving. Why had she suddenly taken a fancy to bamboo skin? And Jean could not help but chuckle softly, covering the corners of her mouth. Why would I eat bamboo skin? This mat is for me to sleep on. There may be some insects inside, so I'll steam it for peace of mind. The two then realized the truth, and Jean applied the seasoned tung oil she had purchased last year from the city onto the bamboo mat, which not only deterred pests but also enhanced its durability and aesthetic appeal. When not in use, she folded the mat and stored it in a dry, well-ventilated spot by the window, as neglect could lead to mold and decay. With the bamboo mat and ice, and Jean managed to endure the sweltering season comfortably. Once the weather turned cooler, she guided her along the waterways for a brief exploration, and Jean, armed with a carbon stick and beast skin paper, marked each unfamiliar locale on her parchment. Although the rudimentary map drawn cannot be employed for precise measurements, it delineates the unique resources and mountainous structures of each region, establishing a blueprint for the tribe's future development. As days pass, the tranquil yet fulfilling life continues, with the sweltering heat of summer gradually reaching its mid to late phase. The wheat, corn, and sweet potatoes in the fields have ripened, and the orcs, sweating under the blazing sun, diligently harvest the crops. After Ajin allocates the yield fairly based on labor, the remaining produce is stored in the warehouse as reserves. Ajin and Hei Xian have gathered a plethora of fragrant flowers and herbs for me, and I wish to share some with you. Zhuang and I, clutching a bamboo basket, peeks through the doorway, waiting until she sees the serpent beast venture out on a hunt before daring to enter the house. Is that so? Anjin sets aside her task and receives the basket, leaning in to inhale the delightful aroma. Where did you gather these? Anjin's curiosity is piqued. I wish to collect some as well. Let us venture out together and see if there are any delectable fruits to be found. Splendid. On the return journey, both girls carry baskets brimming with flowers and fruits. Zhuang and I gestures toward the bustling orcs in the distance, remarking, "Look, Anjin. Many of our tribe's orcs are gathering this kind of flower and herb. Once dried, they impart a wonderfully pleasant scent in the home." Following her gaze, Anjin observes the orcs laboring tirelessly in front of their homes. They are moving stones, weaving rattan, and hanging items outside. Each individual radiates a sense of happiness and fulfillment. The wooden houses, adorned not only with tan hides and beastly fangs, emblems of their world, but also festooned with an array of dried flowers, herbs, and beautiful vine decorations. The females are enchanted by the fragrance of these flowers, prompting the males to gather them along their hunting routes. Under the eaves, various salted and smoked meats are drying, alongside corn cobs and peppers strung together with vines. And Jean cannot help but marvel at the ingenuity of the beast men, a cleverness that had eluded her. The tribe's harvest this year has been exceptionally bountiful, exceeding the storage capacity of their granaries. Thus, they ingeniously utilize vines or thin strips of animal hide to suspend their provisions from the eaves, enhancing preservation while allowing for easy access. The warmth and happiness radiating throughout the tribe are sentiments she never encountered during her time in the rotting tribe. A swell of pride surges within Jean. It is her diligent leadership that has guided these beast men towards prosperity, liberating them from the shackles of poverty and hunger. Suddenly, she recalls her separation from the rotting tribe, vividly remembering the fierce roar of its chieftain, rotting, vowing to reclaim what was lost. Now, over half a year has passed without a hint of action from him. Given his vindictive and narrow-minded nature, one can only wonder what schemes he is concocting. Nevertheless, and Jean feels unperturbed should conflict arise, it remains uncertain which tribe would prevail. Her current one or the rotting tribe of yore. Type, tribe, medium, area, 1580 population, 171, females, 29, buildings, residential wooden houses, 31, training grounds 2, medical room, 1. Warehouses, 3, farmland, 6, 1 acres livestock, 84 influence, D combat power, C public sentiment, 54 personal prestige, 102. After 6 months of development, the tribe's overall statistics have improved, successfully positioning itself among the more robust medium-sized tribes in the vicinity. The tribe's population fluctuated, new offspring were born, and new orcs migrated in, while others departed. And Jean couldn't help but recall Ling Hong, a pang of sadness swelling within her heart. It had been 6 months, he was likely truly gone. The silk fibers she produced were long and durable, their color a pristine white, perfectly suited for garment sewing. Sitting on her bed, she contemplated weaving a small piece of cloth to test the thread. Just then, Mean approached, enveloping her in his embrace, resting his head against her neck and gently nudging her. "What are you doing?" he inquired. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of a lengthy, black-red serpent's tail occasionally writhing on the floor. Then coiling around her ankle, she sensed his intentions, swallowed hard, and felt her waist beginning to ache anew. Breaking free from Mi Yin's embrace, she sprang to her feet, intending to concoct an excuse to make an early exit. Yet in the next moment, the serpent's tail ensnared her waist, pulling her back into the man's arms. "Jeaner, you haven't spent time with me in quite a while." Mi Yin seized the needle and thread from her grasp, casting them aside, demanding her undivided attention. The man's face flushed as he held the female closely, lowering his head to kiss and caress her, his lips brushing against Jin's ear as his voice emerged low and husky. "We haven't in many days," and Jean felt her mind whirl from his kisses, her gaze inadvertently meeting his deep, dark red-slitted eyes, which shimmered with a hint of enchanting springtime. "Jeaner, I desire you." His hand found her waist, stirring with a restless eagerness. Mean was clearly enraptured, his senses clouded, surrendering his body entirely to primal instincts. After a brief entanglement, he managed to pin the female down onto the bed, having removed only 2 garments, when suddenly, a call from outside pierced the air. "Chief, a silver wolf beast man has arrived at the tribe. It seems to be Lord Ling Hong." "What?" In that fleeting moment when the soft jade and warm fragrance withdrew, Mean's dazed consciousness snapped back to clarity. He hastily followed. "Jeaner, where are you going?" His breath slightly unsteady, he suppressed the lingering tone of discontent and languor in his voice, feigning a calm and aloof countenance. The atmosphere around Mean suddenly plummeted, as if he were shedding unwanted remnants. His thin lips pressed together, eyes glinting with hostility, yet he remained silent, trailing behind, disturbed in the midst of an intimate moment. Mean's mood soured considerably. Those beastmen truly lacked perception. Chapter 100. I have returned 2,000 words. In the tribal square, all the beastmen gathered, surging forward as if drawn by the gravity of a grand ceremony. Approaching the crowd was a tall, muscular wolf beast, its body marred with scars, its filthy fur obscuring its original hue, and its emerald vertical pupils harboring the chilling depths born from countless slaughters. Suddenly, it perked its wolf ears, scanning the crowd for a long-missed figure, striding purposefully into the throng. The beastmen parted like the Red Sea before him. Lord Ling Hong. Some wolves were so moved that their eyes glistened with tears. The beastman's keen sense of smell could not be mistaken. As Jean halted amidst the throng, she caught sight of the silver wolf from a distance. Her breath caught in her throat, and a torrent of overwhelming emotions surged within her. Suddenly, she found herself unable to acknowledge it. The silver wolf before her exuded a formidable presence, reminiscent of a fierce tempest, enveloped in an aura of impending slaughter. Its piercing green eyes, fierce and unyielding, sent a chill down her spine. Moreover, its physique was more robust and elongated than that of Ling Hong's beast form. And beneath the matted fur stained with blood, there was a distinct ring of 6 golden petal-like markings. He was a 6th-tier beastman. The moment the wolf caught sight of the female, its once dull, gray eyes ignited with brilliance. With a haunting howl, it lunged forward in an instant. Despite its battered form, before she could react, her face was drenched in its saliva. And Jin's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, her nose tingling with emotion. This scene was all too familiar. Given the wolf's adeptness at licking her face, it was unmistakably Ling Hong. The bloodied silver wolf transformed, elongating into a strikingly handsome man. His body marred with scars. His snow-white hair was tousled and soft, while his fierce yet gentle green eyes held a depth of both brutality and tenderness. The corners of his mouth were bruised, and his exquisitely chiseled face bore several deep cuts. And Jean hurriedly embraced him, the weight of his body forcing her to stumble back until her back pressed against the cold wall, barely steadying her footing. Ling Hong rested his head on her slender shoulder, his eyes half closed, parting his lips to speak, yet his voice emerged in a dry, hoarse whisper, devoid of any coherent words. And Jean could not bring herself to inquire about his whereabouts over the past 6 months. Instead, she hurriedly summoned several nearby orcs to carry him to the medical room, where they cleaned his wounds, applied medicine, and bandaged him. He appeared to have suffered from prolonged dehydration. His thin lips were cracked and tinged with a faint purple hue, his pallor indicating a state of utter exhaustion. With a heart filled with bittersweet emotions in the joy of his return, and Jean resolutely pried open the unconscious man's tightly sealed lips and poured a bowl of water into his mouth. Most of the liquid trickled down his sharply defined jaw, yet a portion was swallowed with great difficulty. Accompanied by a few coughs, Ling Hong finally opened his eyes languidly. As his emerald gaze met the sight before him, a female with swollen, reddened eyes, it dawned on him that she had been crying. Stunned, he felt a pang in his chest and awkwardly lifted his hand to gently wipe away the 2 tears cascading down Jean's face. It was all his fault for failing to uphold his promise. Desperate to comfort her, his typically barren and rigid vocabulary yielded no soothing words. Ultimately, he retrieved a large leather pouch from the side of his animal hide skirt and placed it in her hands. "This is all for you," he uttered in a husky voice, tinged with pride. Upon opening the pouch, Jean discovered several white crystal cores, along with 2 green crystals. It turned out that Mi'in had also gifted her a green crystal, which she had consumed without any particular sensation. Yet she had heard that these green crystals were rare and precious, sought after by many females in the grand cities. To her astonishment, Ling Hong possessed 2. From a distance, Mi'in silently observed the scene through the window, his grip on the tree trunk tightening. And Jin's entire being was consumed by concern for the gravely injured Ling Hong, oblivious to the shadowy figure cloaked in black and red outside the door. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the myriad scars adorning Ling Hong's back, a chaotic tapestry of old and new injuries, leaving no semblance of unblemished skin. A wave of anguish washed over her, and she placed the leather pouch upon the table, her gaze filled with sorrow and a hint of ire as she addressed him. "For 6 months, not a word from you. I, along with our kin, searched endlessly, believing you had perished. Where on earth have you been? Did I not implore you to refrain from wandering aimlessly?" And Jin's ire was genuine, and she playfully struck him in a punitive manner, believing her blow to be forceful. Yet, to the robust male with his toughened skin, it felt akin to a mere tickle. Ling Hong felt the gentle and delicate touch of her soft hand upon his back, causing his heart to momentarily falter. He quickly responded, "I sought to enhance my strength, to better protect our tribe and you. Thus, I ventured forth to seek out the beast herds for training." In the distance, the foothills frequently erupted with swarms of magical beasts and colossal creatures. Neglecting them would inevitably pose a threat to the tribe in the future. Thus, he dedicated 6 months to vanquishing a significant number of them. After such a prolonged silence, Ling Hong's voice emerged, gravelly and hoarse, yet imbued with a distinct, resilient masculinity. Though naturally taciturn, he now seemed compelled to unburden himself of all that had remained unsaid over the past half-year, his expression a blend of tenderness, excitement, and pride. The snow-white wolf tail behind him wagged joyfully, as if eager to share in his triumph. He condensed nearly half a year of life and death struggles and fierce battles into a few light-hearted words of self-congratulation, entirely omitting the numerous brushes with death he had faced. He aimed to present himself as a stronger, more composed figure before her, a reliable male warrior worthy of trust. And Jean found herself in a mix of laughter and exasperation. Her initial intention to admonish him faded upon seeing his demeanor. She feigned a cold expression, allowing him to rest first. She personally fed him several bowls of medicinal soup, ensuring Ling Hong recuperated properly. She felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that he was unharmed. Yet this man had caused her unnecessary worry and sorrow for half a year, leaving her with an urge to reprimand him. And Jean was still preoccupied with the scars on his body. She purchased a bottle of scar ointment from the space shop and applied it to his back, promptly instructing him to take a shower. His original complexion was a refined, healthy shade of pale, and under the soft, intoxicating light of dusk, it revealed a hint of wild vitality. Once the scars were treated, his tall, robust physique exuded an exquisite sense of sculptural perfection. The contours of his muscles were full and defined, the strong lines of his back smooth yet unexaggerated, embodying an appealing strength reminiscent of Greek sculptures. After his shower, a long-forgotten weariness washed over him. "I'm going to rest," he declared, and Jean allowed him to embrace her deeply for a moment before he retreated into the room, where he remained for 2 days and nights without emerging. Once she had attended to Ling Hong's affairs, and Jean belatedly noticed an unusual silence surrounding her. Realizing the absence of a certain serpent's persistent advances, she approached Mi Yin's door only to find it tightly shut. She knocked softly, but there was no response. Chapter 101. Still so feeble, and Jean hesitated as she knocked on the door. "Mi Yin, are you inside?" There was no response. Odd. Had he ventured out to hunt? With his languid disposition, it seemed unlikely he would brave the heat for such an endeavor. And Jean lingered at the threshold for quite some time, contemplating whether to call out to him again. After a while, she heard the sound of a serpent's tail sliding against the floor, followed by a faint hum from within. A wave of curiosity washed over her. "Why didn't you speak just now?" "I was asleep and didn't hear you." Outside, the delicate footsteps of a female echoed softly, gradually fading into the distance. In the dimness of the room, the python, coiled in the corner, lifted its head. Its crimson eyes flickered, and upon realizing the female had departed, a profound sense of panic surged within it. Hiss! It wished to convey its displeasure to Jean Eyre. Having refrained from eating for 2 days, yet her attention remained fixated on that wolf beast. Indeed, stray creatures often go unnoticed. Perhaps she only accepted him due to the mate bond. In her heart, he might not hold the significance he once believed. With this thought, Mi Yin sank deeper into despondency. The massive black-red python, measuring over 10 meters, slowly coiled itself once more, retreating into stillness in the corner. Unexpectedly, not long after, the sound of feminine footsteps returned, accompanied by a rich aroma of food. The wooden door was gently knocked upon, and a soft, caring voice inquired, "It's already evening. I noticed you hardly ate today, so I've made some chicken soup for you. Would you like to drink it?" The python nestled its head against its tail, tightening its coils and muttering, "Do not mind me. I am not hungry." And Jean, it seemed almost childish in its sulking demeanor. She rubbed her temples, realizing that this serpent was indeed sulking. She was surprised that the usually fierce and aloof Mi Yin could exhibit such juvenile behavior when angered. Lacking experience in soothing others, she placed a steaming pot of chicken soup at the door and waited patiently, but after a considerable time, there was still no sign of him opening the door. And Jin's patience began to wear thin, yet she spoke gently, "Do not be upset. Eat first, and I promise to agree to any compensation you desire. All right?" After the footsteps outside faded once more, the wooden door creaked softly, revealing a small opening. A segment of the serpent's tail emerged from within, firmly grasping the pot of chicken soup and swiftly dragging it inside before closing the door again. The soup, made with care by Jean, could not go to waste. When Jean returned with a plate of roasted meat, she noticed from a distance that the large bowl of chicken soup had already vanished. Indeed, like a youngling, the Cold War had been so easily breached. Unable to suppress a smile, she squatted down to place the roasted meat back at the door. Before she could knock, the door swung open with a sharp click. In an instant, a dark figure loomed before her, and she found herself enveloped in the firm, icy embrace of the man. The door slamming shut behind them, plunging her vision into darkness. Mi Yin bent down, his lips brushing against her ear as he softly murmured, his long fingers trailing down to her waist. "You mentioned compensating me." As Jean raised her head in silence. The dim light permitted only a blurred outline of the man, whose deep, fervent crimson gaze was fixed upon her, effortlessly ensnaring her within the allure of his striking eyes. "You are my companion. Naturally, I must seek you out," Mu'in expressed, a blend of grievance and yearning in his tone. This sensation was utterly intoxicating to him. Having experienced it once, he craved a second encounter. Furthermore, he was not of a particularly desperate disposition. It had simply been far too long since they had been together. And Jin's thoughts were consumed by the tribe, leaving precious little time for him. The overly tranquil life of the tribe was, to Mu'in, exceedingly mundane. He often felt lonely and bored, passing his time either in slumber or by stubbornly clinging to her. And Jean buried her face against his solid chest, her cheeks flushed with discomfort. Out of the corner of her eye, she anxiously glanced towards the wall. Adjacent to them were the rooms of Ling Hong and Shi. The thought of disturbing them late at night was decidedly embarrassing. "Do not move," he murmured, a hint of distress lacing his words as he leaned against her neck. And Jean dared not shift, not out of obedience, but rather due to the sensation of the serpent's barbs. As a species often characterized as wandering beasts, snakes typically resorted to coercing females. Throughout centuries of evolution, they developed barbs to prevent females from escaping during mating. In the darkness, Mu Yin's breath grew shallower. The more she moved, the more he was driven to possess her. Yet, he refrained from doing so, fully aware that it would cause her harm. When the first light of dawn broke through the night, Mu'in finally released Jean, having exhausted her, and transformed into his serpentine form, gently encircling her within his body. As he gazed upon the female, whose eyes were tightly shut in slumber, her damp, inky hair and flushed face captivated him beyond measure. Exhausted from her struggles, she found no time to seek the company of other males. As a stray beast shunned by females, Mu'in felt both pride and profound insecurity. In her presence, he was left with overwhelming feelings of inadequacy. He could only conceal this self-doubt by adopting a more domineering and assertive demeanor. Should she indeed find companionship elsewhere, or perhaps accept that wolf beast, it was certain she would not favor him, the serpent beast. Mu'in could only ascertain her affections through this means, striving to amplify his presence and fill the void within his emotions. Based on prior experiences, he anticipated that she would slumber until the afternoon. As dawn approached, he planned to gently carry Jean to the soft bed, meticulously covering her with blankets before slipping out. Upon opening the door, he encountered the wolf beast lingering in the hall. He let out a cold snicker, swaying his serpentine tail as he confidently approached. The silver wolf's eyes glowed crimson, fixated on the advancing serpent beast, the tension between them palpable. Awakened by the disturbance in the night, the wolf was incensed by the serpent's audacity towards Jean, affirming that the stray beast lacked any compassion for females. The more Ling Hong pondered, the angrier he became. Now a sixth-tier beastman, he no longer felt the need to bow down as before. He was finally able to engage in a fierce confrontation. With fury igniting his fighting spirit, the silver wolf crouched low and leapt, lunging at the serpent's tail with a ferocious bite. As a wolf beast, its biting force and combat prowess were formidable, now more terrifying than ever, capable of severing a wild beast in a single snap. However, the scales affixed to the python's tail resembled golden and stony armor, leaving but a few tooth marks and failing to draw even a drop of blood. Ling Hong was utterly aghast. Such a degree of defense was beyond that of an ordinary sixth-order beastman, perhaps nearing the seventh order. In that fleeting moment of Ling Hong's bewilderment, Mu'in seized the opportunity, transforming his entire being into a giant python, instantly engulfing the silver wolf in his thick tail. Sharp fangs pierced the silver wolf's abdomen, its silvery fur soaked with blood. "Hiss, is this the extent of your power? Truly pathetic." Mu'in, refraining from a fatal blow and even withholding venom, discarded the injured silver wolf like refuse, his upper body morphing into a bewitchingly handsome man, his mockery undisguised. "I intentionally awaited your recovery to test the strength of a sixth-order wolf beast, but alas, you are so worthless." The silver wolf glared at him, snorting in indignation, but ultimately lowered its head in dejection, silently licking its wounds and blood, unwilling for Jean to witness its wretched state upon awakening. She was roused by the commotion and nearly died of fright upon opening the door. Witnessing the earth-shattering battle, he had sought refuge far away. for a mere third-order beast-man could not withstand accidental injury. Hiss! Mi'in cast a frigid glance at Shi, causing the little merman to freeze, petrified at the doorway. Fortunately, Mi'in merely scanned him before swaying his serpentine tail and hastily departing. The hall was in disarray. She paused, slightly taken aback, then turned her gaze to find Ling Hong and Shi tidying up the room. Whereabouts of Mi'in remained a mystery. She had gone outside to assist with the cleanup when she noticed Ling Hong's injuries and the 2 unhealed gashes on his abdomen, piecing together the situation. That Mi'in. And Jean thought indignantly, wondering if he was so idle at home that he had to bully Ling Hong. It's unnecessary. Ling Hong declined her offer, disheartenedly continuing to gather the shattered stone bowl fragments. These wounds would heal on their own, and the herbs were precious, best reserved for those in greater need. Being injured by a rival during the pursuit of a mate was a humiliating experience for a beast man, and he couldn't comfortably accept the female's concern. Ling Hong, with his taciturn nature, would endure it if he could, but she couldn't bear such grievance. The snake beast's icy, bloodthirsty gaze still lingered in Shi's memory, convinced that he had wanted to strike him dead with his tail. Fortunately, the snake beast looked down on him as a mere third-tier beast man. Otherwise, he would have made an example of him. She flung himself into Jin's embrace, tearfully lamenting, "And Jean, you must teach that snake beast a lesson. He's so awful." The little merman was on the verge of tears, his watery, azure vertical pupils looking pitiful and aggrieved, his reddened eyes arousing sympathy. He even wanted to kill me and the wolf beast brother, even if we were in the wrong and inadvertently offended him. He shouldn't have made such a scene in front of you, and Jean. He didn't even consider you. The little mermaid, trembling with a soft quiver in her voice, spoke with increasing grievance, her words becoming choked as she let out a delicate sob. Ling Hong, standing beside her, hesitated to glance in her direction, his mouth opening slightly, his expression peculiarly perplexed. He had never seen this fish exhibit such fragility before. There was an unsettling sense that something was amiss. However, given their shared predicament, Ling Hong ultimately chose silence, tacitly acknowledging the serpent beast's egregious misdeeds against them both. She continued to gain momentum in his lamentation, picking up 2 shards of broken pottery from the ground and sorrowfully presenting them to Jean, embodying a tragic sense of shared disgrace. "Ah, Jean, look, these are all the result of your painstaking efforts, and now they are shattered. It's all the fault of that serpent beast." And Jean rubbed her temples, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. This scene inexplicably reminded her of the fierce competition among the Emperor's myriad concubines, leaving her utterly flustered. Surely, it must be an illusion. She flicked Shi's forehead playfully, but with each step she took, she found herself stumbling over various jars and containers, filled with exasperation. She crouched down and began to rally both of them to help tidy up, otherwise, there would soon be no space left to stand in their home. Very well. She discerned that Jean was still favoring that serpent, and in that moment, a wave of cold disappointment washed over him. For half a month, there had been no news. And Jean, however, remained untroubled. Guin, as a wandering beast, inherently cherished freedom and despised restraint, often disappearing for days on end, proving to be a formidable opponent. "Chief, we have successfully separated and unraveled the silkworm cocoons. We can proceed to the next step." Several beastmen hurried into the room, having absorbed the term silkworm cocoon through their experiences. "Take me to the workshop to have a look." And Jean nodded, her heart infused with joy. Rising from her seat, she set aside the half-finished bamboo basket and followed the orcs into the bustling, sweltering workshop. The workers had already unraveled the silkworm cocoons into long, pristine strands of silk, their eager gazes directed at the poised and gentle female before them, awaiting her next instruction. With a clap of her hands, Jean gathered the perspiring crowd, expressing her gratitude for their hard work. "You have all performed admirably. When the tribe next distributes resources, you shall receive a larger share." The people, filled with excitement and pride, responded, "It is our duty. The females have been so proactive lately. We males must strive even harder." One individual stepped forward, chuckling as he scratched his head, and Jean then designated a portion of the industrious orcs to venture to the nearby hill and gather enough timber for a modest dwelling. Mere threads were insufficient. They required fabric woven from the threads to further create garments. Indeed, the first loom of the beast world shall originate from our tribe. This primitive wooden loom encapsulated thousands of years of culture and wisdom from Huaxia, its construction neither overly complex nor particularly simple. Alas, mastery lies in specialization. And in Jin's past and present vocations did not encompass this field, rendering it quite challenging for her to conjure a loom out of thin air. Fortunately, after the system's marketplace upgraded to an intermediate level, it encompassed nearly thousands of blueprints and materials for various tools, a veritable cornucopia of goods. Among them was the loom blueprint, priced at 403 gold coins. Ding! Minus 403 gold coins. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. We look forward to your next visit. And Jin's account balance promptly dwindled to a single digit. The heart began to ache once more. With the blueprints in hand, the precise measurement was essential for the fabrication of the loom. Otherwise, the machine would wobble precariously, raising the question of whether it could even stand upright, let alone weave. And Jin procured a measuring tape from the system's marketplace and selected a clean, well-crafted wooden board, on which she marked 10 equal segments with charcoal. She produced several 1-meter measuring sticks to distribute among the orcs. Furthermore, she introduced them to the concept of the meter as a unit of measurement, along with the rudimentary understanding of the decimal system. The orcs grasped it only partially, for it is indeed challenging for anyone lacking sufficient intellect to accept a concept entirely foreign to them. However, they were earnest in their efforts, managing to remember that a measuring stick marked 1 meter was divided into 10 segments, with each small segment representing 1/10 of a meter and 2 segments equating to 2/10. With a unified system of measurement, a foundational grasp of numbers, and all necessary blueprints and materials prepared, the production of the loom commenced in the tribe's workshop, operating tirelessly day and night. The creaking of the loom resonated in the air. Weaving was a laborious yet straightforward task, primarily undertaken by the idle females at home, who found joy in their newfound purpose and felt their lives brimmed with hope and significance beyond mere reproduction and child-rearing. And Jean did not anticipate that the fabric would showcase overly intricate patterns, as such complexity would be troublesome. It was uncertain whether the orcs could master it. And such exquisite craftsmanship, passed down through the ages, would take her several years to acquire, as long as the fabric was sufficiently soft and comfortable. In the barren civilization of the beastly world, it would be considered a treasure beyond measure. While it may be overly ambitious to envision its widespread adoption across the entire beast realm, I can assure you that the noble orcs will undoubtedly flock to acquire this rare commodity. In a mere fortnight, the orc community has already woven dozens of exquisite fabrics of varying lengths, with numbers continuing to rise daily. Additionally, I stumbled upon a manual titled Feeding Guide for Water Giant Worms in the System S Marketplace, and its modest price compelled me to purchase it. Upon perusal, I discovered it elaborates on the various types of feed that yield silk threads in different colors and textures from the water giant worms. I intend to experiment with this knowledge when I cultivate the next generation of silkworms next year. Jean, there is something I hesitate to mention. Ji and I timidly approached Jean, her voice faltering and her cheeks flushed. Having spent considerable time together, Jean knew Ji's nature was innocent. She was not one to indulge in gossip or speak ill of others. What is it? Jean set aside her work, and Ji and I leaned in closer, lowering her voice. There's an orc in our tribe named Xinuo. I wonder if you recall him? I remember. He was part of the Luotung tribe that joined us previously. Jean responded. Her memory was sharp, allowing her to recall the origins and familial ties of each orc within the tribe with clarity. Yes, that's him, Ji and I exclaimed. Rising with indignation, her face still flushed. Yet, she kept her tone low and soft. My brother He Xian is part of the scouting team, and he has seen this Xinuo lurking around our tribe frequently these past few days. It was not the hunting season, yet he often ventured outside, heading towards the Rothan tribe. The remaining words were left unspoken by Gua and I, but Jean had already grasped her implication. Over the next few days, I will monitor several orcs closely and have your Black Xian lead a team of scouts for intensified patrols. And Jean furrowed her brow. Indeed, Gua and I nodded resolutely. By chance, the following day, while Jean was gathering plants to create feed for the next generation of silkworms around the tribe, she encountered an orc walking towards her. It was such a coincidence that she almost wondered if he had been waiting there for her. My lady Jean, may I assist you in your gathering? The orc approaching her was young and handsome, radiating a cheerful disposition, with sun-kissed, muscular skin and a well-defined physique, an archetype of the masculine form in the Orcish world. She mused silently. The orc blushed as he gazed at Jean, scratching his head in an endearing manner that added an air of sincerity and loyalty to his demeanor. Jean narrowed her eyes, then smiled brightly, handing him the basket. Her smile was gentle and sweet. I happen to be a bit fatigued. It would be a great help if you could assist me in gathering these plants. You are truly kind. What a fortunate turn of events. Shinua had quite literally come to her door. Stunned by the beauty of her smile, Shinua hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his earnest and straightforward demeanor. Together, they filled a basket to the brim with plants, continuing until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in twilight hues. My lady and Jean, you are truly remarkable. You can create such extraordinary things. Throughout their time together, Shinua did not cease to shower her with admiration, every word dripping with genuine reverence. And Jean listened to him showering flattery for quite some time, her heart remaining utterly undisturbed, yet a gentle smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Shinua diligently shouldered all of her burdens, mistakenly believing he had significantly endeared himself to her. Are those fabrics intended for trade within our tribe? He inquired, his pace slowing as he glanced at Jean, a hint of confusion crossing his face. And Jean met his gaze, her lips curving into a smile as she candidly replied, Indeed, these textiles can be fashioned into soft, form-fitting garments to replace the animal hides we currently wear. The orcs in the larger cities will surely find these rarities appealing. We could sell the fabrics and exchange them for precious resources. As she spoke, Shinua nodded in agreement, unconsciously committing her words to memory. As dusk approached, he expressed gratitude for the generous gift, his eyes crinkling with a shy smile as he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. After their parting, however, Shinua's innocent demeanor transformed, revealing a glint of cunning malice in his eyes, accompanied by a chilling smirk. He swiftly transformed into his beastly form and dashed out of the tribe, disappearing into the wilderness, heading towards the Luo Tung tribe. Several black eagles circled overhead, their keen eyes capable of discerning the movements of the orcs from thousands of meters above. Chapter 103. You do not truly love me, do you? 2,000 words. It seemed that the Luo Tung tribe had been plotting for some time. Nevertheless, Jean remained largely untroubled. For the audacity of Luo Tung to stealthily place spies within the tribe, observing silently for such an extended period, likely stemmed from a fear of the tribe's formidable strength, deterring them from taking rash actions. If the two tribes were to engage in conflict, he would gain nothing of value. She was quite curious about what Radong was conspiring. Could it be that the rainy season is approaching? And Jean rested her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window at the increasingly overcast sky. The oppressive heat of the summer had faded, giving way to a refreshing coolness. Standing by the partially opened window, she felt a slight chill, rubbing her arms to dispel the goosebumps. Indeed, the rainy season was nearing, marking the passage of another year. The last time Ling Hong had draped a soft, heavy hide over her shoulders, he had shut the window tightly, and now he looked out at the desolate landscape of falling leaves with a hint of melancholy. It was hard to believe that she had already spent a year in the beast realm. Time had flown by too swiftly, and Jin's emotions stirred within her, a complex blend of sentiment that she could not quite articulate, whether it was nostalgia or something else entirely. She felt increasingly intertwined with this world and its inhabitants. The world from which she came was ravaged, ecosystems destroyed, glaciers melting, radiation causing mutations, and viruses wreaking havoc across vast territories. That world had long been shrouded in chaos. Otherwise, they would not have exerted such effort in researching spatial technology, seeking a new refuge for human civilization. This primal and untainted world was the one Jean yearned for and cherished. Ling Hong shook his head, still without any news of him. Over half a month had passed. Even Guin, with his usual carefree demeanor, would not remain silent for so long, would he? Initially, Jean had not been overly concerned due to his nomadic nature, but with the passage of so much time without a word, anxiety began to creep in. She touched the bond mark on her wrist and sighed, feeling a mix of worry and frustration. Why was Guin beginning to mirror Ling Hong's previous behavior? It seemed that Jean felt the gentle touch. The small red serpent tightened around her wrist. He handed her a leather pouch, saying, "For you." And Jean took it in a daze, inexplicably sensing a familiarity in this scene. The pouch felt heavy in her hand, and without even opening it, she could tell it was filled with various stones. Upon opening it, she found it brimming with crystal cores, including 4 green crystals. Receiving green crystals in such succession almost led her to mistakenly believe they were not particularly precious. If you like green crystals, I can seek them out for you. Whatever quantity you desire, I shall procure, he said, gazing deeply into her astonished eyes. the last time the wolf beast had gifted her green crystals. She had displayed a similar expression. His tone was casual and indifferent, yet Jean discerned the profound implication of comparison woven within his words. He was jealous, and Jean was not oblivious. She recognized his jealousy and pondered how to offer comfort. A slight headache ensued. She carefully wrapped the leather pouch and placed it in the drawer, then earnestly replied, "I cherish green crystals because of their rarity. But I do not wish for you to take risks merely out of a sense of competition to acquire these crystal cores." The metallic scent of blood clung to him too strongly, persisting even after several washes in the river. She could even see the wound on his serpent tail. Guyan leaned closer, tenderly cradling her serious face, the overpowering scent of blood enveloping her. "Jeaner, do you not truly love me?" "What?" And Jean furrowed her brow at him, bewildered by his sudden inquiry. Did she truly have feelings for him? After all this time, he should be able to perceive her sentiments through her body language. She stood before him, hands at her sides, unmoving. Though it had been a fortnight since they last met, she offered no embrace. Perhaps, he thought with sorrow, she only tolerated him due to their bond. Her heart untouched by affection. He lamented that she, unacquainted with love, remained emotionally detached, her perfect facade concealing a coldness within. Her past distress over Ling Hong stemmed from a familial void, not the feeling she held for him. As for himself, she was uncertain if she loved him. Yet he was the sole person she permitted to touch her. Could this be construed as love? And Jean was unsure if it was love or merely a sense of obligation born of their bond. "If you harbor affection for me, could you reveal it? My dear, your love is too faint to perceive." His voice, tinged with entreaty, unveiled a vulnerability never before seen on his proud countenance. In that instant, and Jean realized she could not refuse him. She knew his intent, and perhaps to offer solace, she did not resist as he led her to the bed. However, unlike before, he did not immediately become ardent, but instead remained composed, as if awaiting something. "Do you not desire it?" She had tensed, closing her eyes, only to find him unusually tranquil, seemingly expectant. Awakening with a bewildered gaze, and Jean beheld him. Unexpectedly, he inclined his form, his delicate lips brushing against her earlobe, trailing down her neck in a series of gentle nips, ultimately settling upon her lips. His voice, muffled and subdued, conveyed, "I yearn for your initiative." Invariably, he had been the instigator, compelling her affections. Never had she voluntarily desired him. Should he one day relinquish his forceful dominance, would she, perhaps, entirely forget him? Would she fail to recall that beneath his exterior as a vagrant beast, he was, in truth, the one who most fervently craved her companionship, a yearning bordering on madness? He, too, longed to experience the sensation of being actively desired and sought after by the female. After an extended pause, devoid of any reciprocal gesture, Gu Yin's heart, once brimming with anticipation, gradually plummeted into a frigid abyss. In that instant, he found himself bereft of his former ardor and longing for the female. He gradually extricated himself from her embrace, poised to descend from the bed when, without warning, his lips were met by a tender, fervent kiss. "I am uncertain, Guin." And Jean encircled his slender neck with her arms, burying her face against his chest, unwilling to let him depart in such sorrow. The man's towering, robust figure enveloped her entirely, compelling her to strain her neck merely to glimpse the astonishment and fervor blazing within his eyes. And Jean met his gaze directly, softly articulating, "Yet, you are the sole individual to have touched me. At the very least, I do not recoil from your touch, and, on occasion, I find myself quite enamored." With those words, her lips once more sought his. Guin, momentarily stunned, found his mind a blank canvas, his large hand threading through her cascading, silken hair, drawing her closer. Chapter 104. Crafting garments for you. When she awoke, it was already the morning of the second day. Guin had transformed into a serpentine form, languidly coiled in a corner, satiated. Each time his body temperature cooled, he would instinctively distance himself from her. She gazed out at the harsh sunlight streaming through the window, raising her hand to shield her face. After a prolonged moment, she finally mustered the strength to dress and descend from her bed. The python by the bedside, having sensed her movement, immediately lifted its head and flicked its tongue at her. It then burrowed its head beneath its tail once more, and Jean observed this little display in silence. It was hardly the first occurrence. After their intimate encounters, he would curl up in the corner, using his tail to cover his head, entering a state of reflective tranquility, seemingly bashful, as if she were the one who had pursued him, resolving to disregard his antics. and Jean felt famished after a long day without a morsel to eat. She hastily descended to the kitchen in search of leftover food. There, she found 2 cold vegetable pancakes. Without hesitation, she prepared 2 pieces of meat for herself. Once satiated, the remaining meat was devoured by Guin without a hint of disdain. After they had both indulged, Guin entangled himself with her for a while, then mentioned that he would be shedding his skin in the coming days and would not make any appearances, requesting her not to bring him any food, while advising her to take good care of herself. At the onset and conclusion of each year's warm season, animals begin to shed their fur, and the beastmen are no exception, particularly as they are colossal, 4 to 5 meter tall creatures. The extent of their molting is astonishing. Ling Hong's shedding had also become increasingly pronounced. Under the same roof, every morning, and Jean would awaken and, upon opening the door, be greeted by several tufts of white fur rolling about the room. Scattered by the breeze from outside, unable to endure the sight, she took it upon herself to clear away the fur, only to find that Ling Hong's shedding increased exponentially. More and more, her efforts to clean could not keep pace with the relentless loss of fur. "Come here, let me groom you," and Jean called, brandishing a sharp stone scissors and a large comb. With enthusiasm, she waved at Ling Hong from a distance, observing the silver wolf hesitatingly approach with an elegant stride. He ultimately resigned himself and lay down beside her. Snip, snip. Ling Hong soon noticed a few beautiful strands of white fur floating in the air, only to come to the realization that they were indeed his own, now severed. Awu? After finally being released by Jean, Ling Hong hurried to the riverbank, where he discovered that his once fluffy and soft coat had been significantly shortened. Awu, fabric? Roting furrowed his brow deeply, as if a mountain had formed there, and then he let out a cold laugh, shattering the stone table with a powerful blow of his broad palm. That female was indeed quite skilled, having devised yet another new creation. Xinhua silently lowered her head. What plans do they have in mind? Roting suppressed the surging anger within him and spoke coldly. Xinhua knelt on one knee, showing utmost respect to the towering golden-haired beast-man before her. From their conversation, it was clear they intended to use these garments in trade within the tribe to acquire precious resources, rare minerals. They had long sought to expand their population and might consider exchanging for females from smaller tribes and exceptional beastman warriors. Xinua's voice trembled with concern. If they were to succeed, and Jin's tribe would swiftly grow powerful, and then we. Such foolish delusions. However, Chief, the 2 tribes are in close proximity. If they truly become formidable, they will undoubtedly surpass us in time. There has always been a rift between the 2 tribes, and in such a scenario, our tribe may very well be. Luo Tung spat heavily, glaring at him. Impossible. How could a small tribe that has barely existed for half a year hope to shake the foundation of our Luoting tribe that has stood for decades? Yet, despite his words, the furrow in Luoting's brow deepened, and his heart began to tremble with fear. Who would have thought? Truly unexpected. That female has proven to be quite resourceful. They not only endured the harshness of the long winter and rainy season, but remarkably thrived. Expanding from a small group of a few dozen to a medium-sized tribe of nearly 200? Such growth is utterly terrifying and has become an indelible thorn in his side. Females have always depended on males. Without male protection, they would starve and perish. How could a female lead a tribe as chief? It is nothing short of an affront to masculinity, utterly laughable. Luo Tung sighed deeply, weary, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his golden irises burned with an unwavering ambition. Rest assured, I shall not allow that day to come. The chief's meaning. Xinua's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Having heard the plan, her admiration for Luo Tung deepened immeasurably. He nodded emphatically, assuring the chieftain, rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties with utmost diligence. Once Xinhua departed, Luo Tung's gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity, his coarse hand tightening into a fist. Yet a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Jean had completed the production of nearly 100 pieces of fabric, all prepared for the forthcoming tribal exchange. She selected 2 exquisite pieces, intending to practice her skills and create a couple of garments. The monotonous, unappealing, and uncomfortable animal skin bodices and skirts had long been a source of her discontent. It occurred to her that since Guin and others had never worn clothing made of fabric, she might as well craft a few for them as well. They would likely look splendid in such attire. And Jean could hardly contain her anticipation. After all, humanity possesses an inherent yearning for beauty. Leaning on the table with her chin cradled in her delicate, fair hands, She deftly twirled a charcoal stick, beginning to design various practical yet aesthetically pleasing clothing styles. After approximately a year, aided by the effects of the fish pearls and her personal skincare regimen, perhaps also due to her recent nourishing diet leading to a second phase of development, her appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her skin was now smooth and delicate, her features enchanting and refined. The once slender and unassuming form had begun to evolve into a more graceful and alluring silhouette. Her visage was increasingly reminiscent of her past self. This subtle metamorphosis had permeated every moment of her daily life. And Nguyen and the others had failed to notice any anomaly, merely attributing her transformation to her blossoming youth. Chapter 105. Fitting the garments, 3,000 words, and Jean sat by the window, threading a needle with care. She lowered her gaze, meticulously cutting the fabric in her hands, with design sketches spread across the table before her. As the evening glow filtered through the window, it graced her profile with a soft, gentle light, casting a warm halo along the edges of her face. Her expression was one of intense focus, her gaze lowered, delicate fingers deftly maneuvering a needle and thread across the fabric. After a week of abstaining from sustenance, Nguyen emerged from the dim, enclosed space, weary and famished, intending to seek nourishment in the kitchen. Yet, from a distance, he suddenly halted. Nguyen stood transfixed, his eyes resting upon the illuminated silhouette of the gentle female at the window, his heart swelling with an unfamiliar tenderness. Clutching a stack of clean, thin snakeskin, he carefully folded it before placing it in a nearby drawer, compelled to approach her. This shedding had been executed with utmost caution as he aimed to craft her undergarments, wary of any small tear that might further deplete his energy and time. "What are you doing?" he inquired, bending down to encircle her waist with his cool, soft body. As if devoid of bones, he lowered his gaze to the needle and fabric in her hands. "Are you making clothes?" The fishbone needle was exceedingly sharp, and seeing the faint red marks left on her pale fingertips, Nguyen felt a pang of sorrow. He tenderly took her finger into his mouth, his cool tongue brushing away the remnants of blood. "Have you completed your shedding?" She raised her face, and as Nguyen had been gazing down at her, their eyes met, revealing his strikingly beautiful visage. Post-shedding, she noticed that Nguyen's complexion appeared even more vibrant than before. His skin, once a ghostly pallor, now bore a cool whiteness, and although he seemed slightly leaner, his figure appeared more elongated and graceful. Her lustrous, satin-like ebony hair cascaded gracefully, and when the man gazed at her with deep affection, her elongated crimson eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, revealing a hint of shimmering allure. Her delicate lips glistened with a fresh sheen. Despite being a fierce and cold-blooded wanderer, this visage was both stunning and fragile, possessing an irresistible charm and deceptive grace. She lowered her head, continuing to sow in his embrace. "What do you wish to create?" "I shall assist you," he offered, not wanting her to exert herself too much. And Jean shook her head, assuring him, "It's all right, I can manage." Aware of his fatigue and hunger after shedding his skin, she set her needlework aside and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his face, her eyes curving with warmth and tenderness. "There is still plenty of roasted meat in the kitchen. You should go eat something, lest you deprive yourself." Initially taken aback, Nguyen's heart swelled with warmth at her kindness. Surely, no serpent beast in the world could be more fortunate than he, blessed with such tender care from a female. By the time he returned, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Upon finding Jean still sewing by the window, he transformed into his serpentine form, effortlessly coiling around her. The hissing python leisurely slithered up her thigh, raising its head slightly to gaze intently at her. "This garment is made for you," she declared, discerning the unspoken sentiments conveyed through his actions. Unable to resist, she reached down to caress the cool, smooth head of the serpent. Satisfied, Nguyen rested his head on her lap, his tail gently swaying on the ground. The two companions lingered together until the late hours of the night. In this beastly realm devoid of light, the crystals embedded in the walls offered only a faint glow, rendering it nearly impossible to see as the night deepened. Jean reluctantly set aside her needle and thread, tidying up before deciding to retire for the night. However, Nguyen, perceptive to her intentions, swiftly transformed into his human form and enveloped her in his embrace, laying her beside him in bed, wrapping her in his warmth for a shared slumber. As Jin's gaze flickered to his arm, she suddenly noticed the 7 beast markings, gasping in astonishment. My heavens, when did he become a 7-marked beast? Did the shedding of the serpent's skin signify a considerable enhancement in power? and Jean had a limited understanding of the hierarchy among beastmen. She only knew that 5th-tier beastmen within the tribe were already exceptional warriors, while 6th-tier ones were rare and posed a significant threat. The Lord of Beast City was merely a 6th-tier beastman. The concept of a 7th tier was beyond her imagination. Soon, the news of Gu Yin's ascension spread throughout the tribe, leaving the beastmen in a state of shock. Fortunately, Gu Yin was no longer a vagabond beast. Otherwise, the tribe would have been engulfed in fear. The reason other tribes refrained from recklessly invading was due to the presence of 2 6th-tier beastmen guarding their territory. Now that Gu Yin had risen to 7th tier, becoming the tribe's sole high-ranking individual, they had never laid eyes on a 7th-tier beastman in their lives. This development meant that not only the neighboring tribes, but even some cities contemplating the annexation of their tribe would no longer instill fear in them. To their astonishment, Gu Yin's solitary increase in strength had elevated the tribe's combat prowess from C to B after being stagnant for several months, leaving Jean profoundly amazed once again. 2 days later, Ling Hong and the other beastmen of the tribe had also completed their transformations. The silver wolf, with its lithe and elongated form, was now adorned with fur that was even more snow-white and fluffy, soft and dense, resembling a colossal plush toy come to life. In a whimsical moment, Jean gathered the fur that had been shed and some scraps of fabric, crafting several delightful plush white balls. It must be said that the tactile experience of these plush toys far surpasses that of artificial fur. They are simply exquisite to hold while drifting into slumber. This year's generation of silkworms has spun entirely pure white silk, yet such pristine fabric resembles morning attire and can evoke a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Thus, Jean procured primary color dyes from the spatial marketplace and personally mixed vibrant hues, dyeing numerous fabrics in either resplendent shades or sophisticated grays. Days later, she fashioned garments for Gu Yin and the other 2, eager to see how they fit. Surely, there cannot be anyone who is yet to receive the garments crafted by Jean. The little merman was the first to receive his outfit, and he could not help but flaunt it before Gu Yin and Ling Hong, brimming with pride. The silver wolf lay low, flicking its tail towards she, inwardly yearning for a garment of its own. The hissing python coiled in the corner stirred, its mood decidedly sour due to the commotion. Gu Yin lifted his upper body, the black and red snake tail sweeping past him like a gust of wind, only to be met with she's anguished wail. Has Jean Eyre completed the garments? After dismissing the merman that displeased him, Gu Yin's mood blossomed as he sauntered into the house, with Ling Hong eagerly following suit. Just then, Jean arrived at the doorway, distributing the meticulously handcrafted garments to them. Hurry and try them on. If they don't fit, I shall make adjustments. She simply wished to observe the indigenous beastman's acceptance of various clothing styles, and since Gu Yin and the others were the closest to her, they became the inaugural subjects of her experiment. Few are aware of her thoughts. They merely feel the heavy stack of clothes in their hands, a bittersweet sensation washing over them. In their lifetimes, they never expected to receive such a precious gift from a female. Had it not been for Jin's insistence, they would have never dared to wear them. However, before donning the garments, Jean presented them with several smaller articles and triangular pieces. She could not fathom the idea of them wearing the clothes without proper attire beneath. Ling Hong and she were perplexed. Suddenly, Gu Yin recalled something. Pursing her lips and discreetly stepping back a few paces, Ling Hong also belatedly remembered where such garments were meant to be worn. He lowered his head in silence, his wolf ears standing tall amidst his silvery hair, the tips flushed with warmth. Only she, the naive one, wore a look of delight. Tugging at Jin's arm with a flurry of questions, "Ah, Jean, this little outfit is so peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. Where do you wear it? Can you help me put it on?" Due to the delicate nature of gender differences, Jean found it rather challenging to explain, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Hong and Gu Yin. To her surprise, Ling Hong complied, taking the triangular garment. After a moment of hesitation, his face grew increasingly crimson, and in an attempt to conceal his embarrassment, he dashed into a changing room, disappearing from sight. The door slammed shut with an anxious thud. After roughly half an hour without any sign of him, just as Jean was about to ask Gu Yin to find him, she noticed the tightly shut door creak open slightly, followed by the emergence of a single foot. Then, another foot emerged as Ling Hong hesitated, taking an eternity to finally step out from the room. He was half naked, with only a pair of striking white shorts accentuating his lower half. Standing rigidly before the crowd, he appeared utterly flustered, his palms sweating from anxiety. a furry wolf tail coiled tightly around his waist, creating a rather amusing spectacle. And Jean struggled to suppress her laughter. Her cheeks flushed. Why was he so bashful over merely wearing underwear? Wasn't he typically quite bold in his dangerously short beastskin skirts? The acceptance of such modesty among the beastmen seemed exceedingly low. Upon witnessing Ling Hong's attire, she and Mi-in were struck as if by an electric shock, their expressions stiffening as they instinctively took a few steps back. Their first thought was a troubling one. Did the females disapprove of them, necessitating concealment? This realization stirred a complex mix of emotions, intensifying their aversion to that tiny garment. After another half hour, the door swung open once more, and Jean was taken aback by the arrival, utterly captivated. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by attire. Ling Hong, with his naturally athletic build, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, boasted an impressive physique akin to a Greek sculpture, with six-pack abs that were both alluring and firm. His striking good looks and enviable form rendered him akin to a living mannequin. He donned a pale moon-white shirt, its thin fabric hinting at his muscularity, while a deep indigo wolf-patterned coat draped over his broad shoulders, accentuating his tall and elegant figure. The lower half was adorned with simply designed trousers, the left leg purposefully rolled up, evoking the appearance of a rebellious school bully from an anime, infusing Ling Hong's naturally aloof and serious demeanor with a touch of fierce mischief. The black leather belt cinched tightly around the waist, accentuating Ling Hong's perfect inverted triangle physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Noticing that Jin's gaze lingered on him for an extended period, Ling Hong's previous gloom was instantly lifted, replaced by an inexplicable joy. Did she find his body appealing? Guyin cast a glance at the mesmerized Jin, feeling a pang of jealousy rise within him, and then shot a dangerous, indifferent look at Ling Hong, reminding him to move aside once he was done changing, as others needed to try on outfits as well. Chapter 106. Powers beyond the orc combat system. Guyin quickly changed his attire, and upon his emergence, Jin's aesthetic appreciation reached new heights. Ling Hong's attire leaned towards a modified military style, while Guyin donned a simplified version of traditional Chinese clothing, adorned in black with red patterns and wide sleeves. The man's ink-black hair cascaded elegantly over his shoulders and waist, and Guyin's inherently striking features were further accentuated by his tall, slender frame, making the black and red ensemble enhance his enchanting allure. Guyin, however, was indifferent to his clothing, whether adorned or not held little significance for him. His gaze fell upon the entranced expression of the female. Unable to suppress a smirk as a sense of triumph surged within him, Shizi glanced around, his face bearing a mournful expression, clearly displeased. Why was his outfit a voluminous dress? Wasn't such attire meant for females? Upon noticing the little merman's pitiful gaze directed at her, Jean felt akin to a lecherous old man, unable to resist the urge to touzle his pouting, delicate visage. Fortunately, the notion was promptly curtailed as I caught a glimpse of Guyin's grim countenance. Jean stifled a chuckle, her hand concealing her amusement, and unfurled the gown before the trio. This is a traditional ethnic garment, a uniquely designed dress. I believe it would suit you splendidly. Do go and try it on. She pressed the garment into Shi's arms, who, with a pout, dejectedly retreated to change. Shi's features were exquisitely beautiful, his vertical pupils an azure hue, his fair complexion reminiscent of peeled lychee flesh, and his lips as red as tender cherries, making him appear like a legendary elf. He had inherited the exceptional genes of the merfolk race. With a slender frame and a lithe waist, the traditional ethnic dress, when worn by him, bore a striking resemblance to a woman's gown. Rumor has it that merfolk do not possess a predetermined gender, only choosing one upon reaching adulthood. Could it be that she inadvertently selected the wrong gender? Jean was taken aback by this sudden thought, although the three seemed to appreciate their respective garments. Jean discerned that their fondness stemmed more from the gesture of receiving a gift from her than from any genuine admiration for the clothing itself. It appeared that these overly elaborate and intricate garments did not align with the aesthetic sensibilities of the beastmen. Upon reflection, it made sense, considering their frequent hunting and survival in the jungle, where speed and freedom were paramount. The animal hide skirts that Ling Hong and the others typically wore were sufficiently simple and loose, ensuring that their speed remained unhindered and their vigorous mobility unconstrained. Furthermore, in the event of encountering a wild beast during a hunt, they would not have the luxury of changing clothes before their bodies underwent a rapid transformation. swelling to several times their original size in their beast form, which would easily cause the garments to burst. The essence of design is eternally aligned with practicality and necessity. Onjin's forthcoming garments will eschew extravagance and complexity, embracing the contours of the human form to ensure simplicity and functionality, allowing the orcs to effortlessly don and doff their attire whether in the tribe or while hunting in the woods. As the late warm season approaches, the air grows cooler and the ground is strewn with withered branches and fallen leaves. The treetops stand bare, where nameless black birds perch despondently, clutching the dry branches, cawing discordantly. Their beady black eyes remain vigilant, observing the bustling orcs below. Upon spotting discarded carrion or meaty bones, the birds swiftly descend, pecking voraciously at the flesh. When humans approach to disperse them, their flapping wings scatter several feathers as they hastily flee. Once the humans depart, they return in droves to feast on the putrid remains, jostling and squabbling as they bury their heads in the decaying meat for a hearty meal. Over time, the humans grow indifferent to their presence. Life in its primal state is simple and unadorned. The orcs adhere to a monotonous routine, laboring from dawn until dusk merely to satiate their hunger. To prevent an excess of rotting food, they had long ago heeded Onjin's counsel to cleanse the meat with stone blades and preserve it in stone jars, some left to cure in sealed containers, while others are transformed into smoked meat and hung by ventilated openings. The bloodied pelts, stripped from slain beasts, are meticulously washed by the river, spread upon large stones. They employ a certain acidic herb juice to eliminate fat particles and the keratin layer from the skins, subsequently rinsing them several times by the river, before hanging them on branches beside their dwellings to dry for future use. In the distance, they spotted Injin waving at them, prompting the group to hasten their steps towards her. "Chief, is there something you need from us?" they inquired, scratching their heads, betraying a hint of awkwardness and shyness. Injin smiled gently at them, then presented several newly crafted garments, saying warmly, "Try these on. Feel free to share any feedback or thoughts you may have." This is known as random sampling. Cautiously, they accepted the feather-light, soft fabric and hurried behind a secluded grove to change. Once they emerged before Injin, they shyly twirled around. Initially, the garments felt somewhat foreign, as they had never encountered clothing made from fabric before, and the design appeared rather peculiar. However, it wasn't long before the lightweight, breathable, and snug material won them over. The leather garments they were accustomed to were rigid and constricting, often causing their skin to chafe and develop small, uncomfortable rashes due to lack of ventilation. Yet, this new attire, as ethereal as their natural fur, allowed the breeze to flow through, instantly banishing the sticky sensation that clung to them after a long day's labor. "How wonderful! So extraordinarily comfortable!" the orcs exclaimed, their words tumbling out in a jumble, their limited vocabulary failing to encapsulate their exhilaration. They could only delicately caress the fabric's subtle creases, treating it as a rare treasure. However, they soon hurriedly changed back, as if fearing to spoil something too precious. "This garment is far too valuable. It should be reserved for the females and younglings. We venture out to hunt daily, and in times of urgency, we must revert to our beast forms to fight, risking damage to such exquisite clothing. It would be a shame to waste something so precious." And Jean, undeterred, insisted, "Wear them well. These garments are for you. Transform into your beast forms for me to witness." The orcs were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Jean in shock. Transform into beast form? They looked down at the precious and comfortable attire adorning their bodies, beads of sweat forming nervously in their palms. Reluctantly, they donned the garments and, under Jin's watchful gaze, cautiously morphed into their beastly shapes. Their bodies gradually swelled, the fabric tightening with each passing moment. By the time several had fully transformed, their clothing was stretched to the brink of distortion, the fabric clinging to their chests like slender strips of hide. Strangely, the garments remained intact. Upon reverting to their human forms, the clothing astonishingly began to revert to its original state. Had it not been for the numerous creases upon the fabric, they would never have believed that such delicate and fragile material could withstand their massive, beastly forms. Last year's silkworm cultivation, though experimental, yielded over 100 pieces of cloth, and Jean utilized a third of this fabric to produce numerous samples for the orcs. Since these were intended for trade, it was essential for their tribe's orcs to be attired splendidly, simultaneously promoting their clan as they walked. This year's batch of eggs had already hatched, with a survival rate of 10%. Though not particularly high, the large base number revealed that Indulge counted over 100 surviving silkworms. The garden flourished increasingly, with plants eagerly attempting to scale the fence. Mean firmly drove several newly crafted wooden stakes into the ground. Suddenly, he paused, his expression darkening as he gazed into the distance, flicking his tongue. In the jungle, countless snakes of various sizes emerged, their flickering tongues seemingly signaling a gathering. The wild serpents encircled him, raising their heads as if to burst forth from the earth, while the smaller snakes hissed and vibrated their tongues at a high frequency. Once the message was conveyed, the wave of snakes swiftly retreated, slithering back into the forest, vanishing from sight. Guin turned and entered the house, approaching Indulge. "The beastman you asked me to keep a close watch on has shown signs of activity," he said. "Shinua?" Guin nodded, his expression unusually grave. "He has placed a magical plant in the tribe. Let me take you to see it." Upon hearing the term magical plant, Ling Hong and Xi's expressions shifted dramatically. Although Indulge had little understanding of it, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation from their reactions. The group arrived at the outskirts of the tribe, where numerous lush plants thrived among the low shrubs. Yet, Indulge's gaze was immediately drawn to a few inconspicuous, small white flowers. Their stamens were an eerie shade of dark red, and the delicate branches and tender leaves soaked up the rainwater, rapidly stretching and swaying gracefully in the breeze. She detected a peculiar and unsettling scent. After only a brief moment, she began to feel lightheaded. Ling Hong and the others appeared somewhat lethargic as well, having been vibrant before their arrival, but now swaying unsteadily. "Do you smell something strange?" Indulge asked, tilting her head and covering her mouth and nose. The others shook their heads in confusion. "Strange? Can the beastman not perceive this scent? Is it only detectable by humans? Perhaps under the influence of the power of the shark pearl, the soul gradually harmonizes with this body." Indulge's appearance not only resembles her past life, but also increasingly resembles her former human form. In the beastly realm, many peculiar plants possess deadly toxins. Despite this acknowledgement, Guin extended his hand to pluck the flower for her, but an unsettling occurrence transpired. His hand was swiftly seared, prompting him to discard the flower onto the ground. His fingertips turned crimson, tainted with wisps of dark energy. Guin glanced at his hand, nonchalantly pinching his fingertips. His voice, chilling and somewhat frightening, remarked, "This is the essence of those demonic plants." At some unknown point, this dark energy infiltrated the Orc continent. This power, detached from the Orc combat system, does not belong to this world. Yet, no one knows the origin of this dark energy, nor when it will vanish, if it ever will. Chapter 107. The Golden Feathered Giant Eagle and the Ore, 3,000 words. When plants become infected with dark energy, they transform into highly toxic demonic flora, such as the small white flowers before them. Beasts, colossal creatures, and even orcs, once infected by this dark energy, descend into madness, becoming frenzied demonic beasts. When Ling Hong departed 6 months ago, he had gone to eradicate a few small groups of demonic beasts. Typically, infected creatures tend to congregate in areas dense with dark energy, seldom venturing beyond these confines. The fragrance emitted by these small white flowers subtly diminishes the combat and perceptive abilities of the orcs. It was unexpected that Luo Tong, in an effort to undermine their tribe, had managed to unearth such a demonic plant through some unknown means. "Do you have any beast skins?" Indulge inquired. Ling Hong nodded, her fingers sprouting sharp black nails, which she gently used to slice a substantial piece of animal skin from the skirt, handing it over to her. She then crouched down, wrapping the plant's roots in the skin, uprooting the flowers, and disdainfully discarding them on the ground, crushing them underfoot with a huff. "Cursed things." Ling Hong's only concern was that her feet might be tainted by the malevolent energy, so she pulled her a little further away. Guin cast a cold glance at him, her black-red serpent tail subtly encircling the female, drawing her closer. Ling Hong was disinterested in competing for attention with the serpent beast. In truth, he often found himself sharing a temperament with Indulge, their thoughts frequently in sync. Should I capture that traitor? He worried that the traitor might bring calamity to the tribe. "No need," Indulge replied, shaking her head. With a feline squint, she gazed toward the distant afterglow, where fiery clouds painted the vast sky in hues of crimson. Eliminating one she knew all would only lead to the silent emergence of a second. It was improbable that they would always uncover them. Taking a deep breath, she smiled slightly as the others inquired, reassuring them that their patience was wearing thin and action would commence in the coming days. Let us prepare a grand gift to properly entertain them. And Jean was gentle and composed, her beautiful eyes curving like a crescent moon, playful and cunning, finally exhibiting the youthful vitality befitting her age. The beast realm lacked the term scheming, yet several males were defenseless, captivated by her charm, their hearts racing with fondness. This year's harvest had far exceeded expectations, and Jean planned to retain several hundred pounds of corn and sweet potatoes for local trade within the tribe. Wheat is milled into flour, with half allocated for sale, in addition to last year's sugar cube skincare products and preserved meats. This year has also seen a significant supply of straw mats, pottery, and exquisite fabrics as the piece de resistance. These precious resources will grant them a preferential advantage during tribal exchanges. The tribe is no longer lacking in salt. And Jean has a clear objective this year, to barter for iron ore, which is essential for forging cold weapons and enhancing the tribe's combat capabilities. However, acquiring iron ore is no simple task. Ling Hong suddenly doused her with a cold reality. Noticing the confusion on the female's face, Ling Hong coughed lightly, not intending to dampen her enthusiasm. The Beast City is led in rotation by the Beast, Water, and Feather tribes, with the Feather tribe controlling the iron ore veins. They are governed by the formidable golden feather giant eagle beastmen, who are notably proud and disdainful, looking down upon the resources of these smaller tribes. Attempting to exchange for iron ore from them is indeed a formidable challenge. In his recollection, the Luo Tung tribe had never succeeded, and few neighboring tribes had fared better. One must try to know, and Jean mused playfully, confident in the resources at her disposal. As the annual tribal exchange season arrives, each tribe is enveloped in a bustling and fulfilling atmosphere, with beastmen transporting large quantities of goods on carts, covered with broad hides to deter covetous gazes from other tribes. Before long, less than half of the beastmen remained in the tribe, most of whom were the elderly, infirm, or females. Master, is it not too few to leave only these people in the tribe? What if other tribes invade? Shinua happened to be among those left behind. Assisting with the packing, he suddenly spoke, turning to Anjin with a look of concern for the tribe. Rest assured, most tribes have, like us, dispatched elite orc warriors for the tribe exchange. They lack the energy for covert attacks. Yet, one cannot be too certain. Anjin tightened the cord around the leather pouch, gave it a pat, and signaled to the other orcs to load it onto the cart. She paused momentarily before glancing at Shinua with a light-hearted smile. However, it is possible that some treacherous tribes may take advantage of our vulnerability to strike while we are unguarded. What do you think? Caught off guard by her gentle smile, Shinua felt his heart skip a beat, not out of shyness, but from the anxiety of having his ulterior motives exposed. He reassured himself that it was merely a misperception, scratching his head foolishly and instinctively averting his gaze from hers. The adults were always thorough in their considerations, and he, along with the others, would heed their wisdom. His smile revealed a row of pristine white teeth, his sun-kissed skin glowing with a warm radiance. Yet, Anjin's admiration for him had waned. It was disheartening to encounter such an anomaly among the simple orcs. Nevertheless, upon receiving permission, he dashed out of the tribe towards the Rotten tribe to relay the message, all while being observed by the soaring hawks above. The night was pitch black, as if ink had been spilled across the heavens and drenched the earth. The sound of the wind cutting through the trees echoed through the jungle. Groups of agile beasts raced towards Anjin's tribe, as if the dawn of victory was within their grasp. In the obscure distance, the faint luminescence of habitation gradually materialized amidst the mountainous woodlands, accompanied by artfully arranged dwellings. Their granaries were replete with sustenance, sufficient to nourish them through numerous frigid seasons. They had foregone this year's tribal exchange, anticipating this moment to assimilate this settlement, thereby resolving the exigency of food and shelter and enabling the Roten tribe to resurrect its former grandeur. Owo, accompanied by a series of resounding thuds, a chorus of lamentations arose. Unwittingly, a multitude of orcs tumbled into a chasm, plummeting into a pit nearly 10 meters in depth. Which miscreant is responsible? The pit's base was lined with acute brambles, eliciting a cacophony of wails and a profusion of blood. Injured orcs clawed at the yielding earthen walls in an attempt to ascend, only to regress to the bottom, further lacerated by the thorns. The leading golden lion, along with the majority of the orcs, narrowly averted disaster. The lion, in a fit of pique, emitted a guttural growl, his gaze fixed icily upon the chasm, his mouth twitching convulsively. Roten's golden irises were engorged with blood, his sharp claws excavating depressions in the earth, a veritable setback to their campaign. The wounded orcs within the chasm were temporarily incapacitated. Time was of the essence. Roten, accompanied by the remaining orcs, suppressed their presence and continued their clandestine advance through the forest. That knave, Sereno, had asserted that the settlement was presently devoid of able-bodied warriors, inhabited solely by the infirm and elderly, presenting a rare opportunity to annihilate them in a single, decisive stroke. Unexpectedly, as they surged towards the subsequent foothills, they encountered a landslide. The landslide appeared to have been deliberately induced by excavated cavities, rendering the terrain friable and precipitous. The onrushing orcs, unable to halt their momentum, tumbled in all directions, akin to rolling radishes. The orcs were utterly oblivious to where they should flee. This was merely the beginning. Under the cloak of night, visibility was poor, and many traps were cunningly concealed. Before they could even reach the tribe to launch an assault, they had already suffered significant losses. If this trend continued, would they not face total annihilation? What was there to fear? After all, you are the most elite warriors of our tribe. Rotung, filled with frustration, bellowed with a furrowed brow, declaring that these were mere accidents. If we fail to seize this opportunity, when the next battle arises, it will be they who strike first. Do you understand? You risk losing your homes and becoming captives. Females will be taken by other tribes. Roting was unwilling to abandon his ambitions. He had been plotting this for nearly a year. Most of the orcs from that tribe had gone to trade, leaving behind only the old, weak, and infirm. Additionally, he had covertly instructed Shinua to plant magical flowers in that tribe, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. That tribe was effectively within his grasp. He firmly believed that victory was imminent. After enduring countless hardships, only a handful of weary orcs managed to infiltrate the tribe, their roars echoing fiercely. Yet, just as they began to call out, the sounds abruptly ceased. How peculiar! This tribe seemed deserted. For whom, then, were they shouting? The remaining orcs, slow to realize the anomaly, soon understood the gravity of the situation, yet Ingene offered them no respite. Hundreds of more formidable roars erupted, resonating through the skies. In comparison, the roars of Rotang's orcs sounded like the mewling of kittens. Realizing they were outnumbered, they tucked their tails and attempted to flee. Almost 100 orc warriors surged forth from the jungle, encircling them completely. Ling Hong, a 6th-tier beastman, led a group of wolf beasts into the fray. Guin held Ingene securely in his embrace, shielding her from the chaos of the battlefield. With a cold gaze, he silently observed the escalating turmoil, instinctively cradling her head against his chest to obscure her view, wishing to shield her from the gruesome spectacle. Despite their numerical superiority, it took but a moment for Ling Hong to subdue the Luo Tung tribe. Dozens of beastmen were bound tightly, including Luo Tung himself. You. Luo Tang's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did you not leave the tribe? How? Did he inform you? Ling Hong scoffed mockingly, delivering a kick to one of the beastmen, causing Luo Tung's expression to darken further. Shinua collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious by the blow. We are, after all, of the same tribe. Ling Hong, do not forget which tribe sheltered you in your youth. Do not act so ruthlessly. Ling Hong's gaze turned icy, the rising disdain and hatred within him making him wish to strangle the hypocrite before him. If memory serves, you have already expelled me, have you not? Chapter 108. Your venomous fangs are truly sharp now. Looking down upon this defeated group of beastmen, Ling Hong suddenly realized that Luo Tung had aged. With a mere flick of his hand, he could bring about his demise. The once imposing chieftain, revered in Ling Hong's memories, now resembled a defeated stray dog. Disheveled and pitiful, it was no wonder Ling Hong had long harbored the desire to eradicate him. It was my misjudgment back then. I ought not to have ostracized and slandered you. Rothan, enduring immense pressure, earnestly expressed. He endeavored to placate the enraged and agitated wolf beast before him. Now that the situation has unfolded thus, we could endeavor to reconcile and consolidate our tribes, a prospect our people have long desired. I am willing to relinquish my position as chieftain. As Rothan spoke, a sinister expression surfaced on his countenance. His hands behind him abruptly transformed into bestial claws, and a mass of dark energy coalesced in his palm. His power surged severfold, swift as lightning, as he lunged forward to strike Ling Hong before him. Beware. Ingene, not far off, witnessed Rothan's treachery, her expression drastically changing. Before she could cry out, Guin, who had been observing the battle with a cold gaze, suddenly vanished. The speed of a seventh-order beastman was astonishing. In the mere blink of an eye, just before Rothan launched his attack, the black-red serpent transformed into a blur, instantly constricting and engulfing him. "Thank you." Ling Hong, still shaken, glanced gratefully at the serpent beast who had joined the fray. He retreated a couple of steps, ceding the battlefield entirely to Guin. He had not anticipated that the chieftain had a contingency plan. If he was not mistaken, the dark energy emanating from the chieftain was demonic energy. Had he truly become a demonic beastman? Guin's assault was swift and ruthless, his sharp fangs dripping with saliva, piercing Rothan's chest. Simultaneously, the tightly coiled and constricting serpent's tail emitted a series of bone-cracking sounds. Under the assault of lethal venom and ferocious constriction, Rothan's body rapidly deformed and turned blue, soon dissolving into a mass of blurred flesh, which Guin disdainfully discarded into the nearby undergrowth. The undergrowth, tainted by the blood, instantly turned yellow and withered. The once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence as the orcs collapsed to the ground, retreating in a frantic scramble. The straggling beasts and serpentine creatures, ranked at the 7th tier, wore expressions of pale terror, their spirits shaken, with some fainting outright from sheer fright. More astonishing than the formidable 7th-tier serpent was the revelation that their beloved chieftain was, in fact, a monster. He had concealed this truth for so long. They had merely assumed he had mischievously strayed from the tribe, only to be devoured by wild beasts. In hindsight, the thought was chilling. The defeated tribe would be subsumed by the victors, reduced to the status of lowly slaves, enduring the harsh reality of being exploited as inferior laborers. Delegating the task of clearing the battlefield to the other orcs, Guin gracefully maintained his serpentine form and glided toward Njin. He effortlessly coiled around her with his long, sinuous body, encircling her twice. With blood still in his mouth, he refrained from licking her, instead nuzzling up to her side in an affectionate manner, as if awaiting her praise. "Remarkable," Njin sincerely commended, gently caressing the smooth, cool surface of his python-like body. "Your fangs and venom are truly formidable, capable of instantly dispatching a 5th-tier beast." This thought led her to reminisce about a past event. When she first traversed into this realm, she had witnessed the skirmish between a wolf and a red serpent, which must have been Guin and Ling Hong. Fortunately, Guin had also been a 5th-tier beast at that time. Otherwise, Ling Hong might have succumbed to his venom, and she would not have had any of her subsequent experiences. The hissing, vividly crimson forked tongue quivered in the air, with blood lingering on his exposed fangs, as pride flickered in his serpentine eyes. Njin marveled at the magnificence of nature, which had birthed such a creature, endowed with explosive speed and impeccable toxicity. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his venomous fangs. The python beneath her quivered momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. It then coiled its supple tail around her calf, resting its head upon her thigh, nuzzling gently. Turning slightly, it obediently parted its jaws, allowing her to inspect its fangs. The tip of its tail quivered, a manifestation of the instinctive response to danger typical of serpents. With its piercing gaze fixed intently upon the female before it, the frequency of its tail's trembling gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing altogether. As Njin continued to contemplate while stroking its head, a flicker of unease emerged in the depths of the serpent's eyes, giving rise to a sense of panic within. Chapter 109. A medley of plot lines, a deluge of 7,000 words. The fearsome visage of the snake beast often repels females, leading to their ostracization as strays. Although Guin was confident that his Jin would not react in such a manner, he exercised utmost caution each time he transformed before her, only relaxing upon sensing no aversion from her. Nevertheless, he still endeavored to suppress his wild and primal instincts, striving to present a demeanor of gentleness and docility. A sense of trepidation filled Guin as he pondered whether she would be frightened or repulsed upon unexpectedly witnessing his true form during a hunt. What was she lost in thought about? Njin reached out to caress its head. Throughout their journey, her mind had been preoccupied, particularly with thoughts of Luo Tong and the inexplicable transformation into a beast-man. The bond of their mate Mark allowed for a profound connection between them, prompting Guin to casually voice a mockery, unreserved in his jest, attributing it to his perceived weakness. Njin lifted her gaze to meet his. The young female's visage was both fair and delicate, her seaweed-like dark hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders and onto him. She rested her soft hands around his neck, tilting her face to gaze up at him. Her eyes, round and with upward-turned corners, possessed a pitch-black purity, and when she looked at him with a dazed expression, her long lashes fluttered like gentle brushes, causing his heart to skip a beat. Guin covered her eyes, feeling the delicate lashes beneath his hand move as if they were tiny brushes. And he suddenly awoke to the realization that Jean Eyre was exceedingly beautiful, so beautiful that it frightened him. As their tribe grew larger, she would encounter more formidable orcs, many of whom would undoubtedly be captivated by her beauty. At that moment, Guin selfishly wished she would never become any more beautiful. He concealed his feelings deeply, maintaining a calm demeanor while his long fingers absent-mindedly caressed her tender, pale cheek. With a soft chuckle, he mused that due to his ordinary talent and lineage, he would remain a mere fifth-tier orc unless he had the green crystal to prolong his life until old age. However, what surprised Guin was the fact that the demonic energy could be stably stored within his body, contrary to previous rumors of it driving one to madness. And it could also rapidly enhance his strength. This newfound discovery was an unexpected delight for him. No, he shook his head in assurance. At least in his understanding, no one could rival him. As long as his power was sufficient to protect her, he would refrain from dabbling in those sinister paths. The Luo Tung tribe was formally incorporated into Njin's domain, and its orc members were reduced to a state of servitude, with the possibility of their status being reconsidered based on their future contributions to the tribe. The orcs were filled with regret. Had they chosen to follow her back in the day, how could they now disgracefully find themselves as defeated slaves, branded with the ugly and humiliating mark of servitude? They watched helplessly as the kin they once ridiculed flourished in this new tribe, thriving amidst an abundance of food and comfortable wooden abodes. In stark contrast, the orcs of the rotting tribe found their hearts heavy with discontent as they gnawed on the remnants of bones left by their captors over the campfire. This was the existence of the vanquished slaves, rising early and retiring late, laboring the hardest, and surrendering all the game they hunted to the tribe, while they themselves huddled in corners, feasting on the scraps. In sharp contrast to their grim atmosphere, the orcs on Anjin's side hosted a grand bonfire feast, the flames leaping skyward, piercing the night's dark canopy, as laughter and merriment filled the air. The orcs jubilantly celebrated their victory, singing and dancing, indulging in lavish feasts of fish and meat. Yet, amidst this harmonious revelry, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the ambience. Why? Why must I bear that wretched mark of slavery? I am a female. I refuse to become a slave. Had it not been for that shrill, jarring voice, Anjin might have nearly forgotten about Shauna. As Shauna emerged from the crowd with several males, her narrow eyes narrowed with jealousy as they fixated on Anjin's stunning, alabaster visage, her frustration mounting. Like a frenzied harpy, Shauna pointed an accusing finger and spat venomously. Anjin, we were once part of the same tribe. Must you go to such extremes? I am a female, and why should I be condemned to slavery? This has been a decree since ancient times. If you are dissatisfied, you may leave the tribe. And Jean, savoring the roasted meat handed to her by Guin, was momentarily interrupted, her enjoyment marred. She gazed up with a faint expression, remarking, in the past, you did not follow me. Now, do not blame me for your current plight. As Guin meticulously prepared the ingredients, he sensed the shift in atmosphere even before reaching Njin's side. Instantly, he coiled her within his serpentine tail. The man, with his cold red eyes, cast a chilling glance at Shauna and the several tense males behind her, flicking his serpent's tongue. Shauna's complexion turned ashen, and she nearly collapsed to the ground in terror. The males behind her hurried to support her, their faces reflecting profound dismay. This Njin was indeed formidable, possessing both ambition and audacity to dare take fearsome strays as her companions. Stepping out from the serpent's embrace, Njin grasped Guyin's hand, which radiated a desire for violence. He cast her a concerned look, but ultimately complied and retreated to the side. I understand you wish to seek justice, to inquire why I cannot extend a hand of mercy, allowing you to be considered ordinary tribespeople rather than slaves, correct? Shauna's face flushed with anger, her features contorted in a blend of rage and sorrow, rendering her already unappealing visage even more grotesque. Very well. Allow me to elucidate why you cannot share in the privileges of our tribe. Without even glancing at Shauna and her group, she directed her gentle gaze entirely towards the orcs dancing around the campfire, roasting meat. These were her kin, her true comrades who had weathered adversity alongside her. During the torrential downpours of the flood season and the bitter cold of the deep winter, we began with merely a handful of orcs. So frail were we that even a minor Orcish surge could have easily consumed us. Yet, with unwavering resolve, they chose me, embracing me with ardor and conviction despite the daunting path ahead. My kinsfolk willingly devoted their time, energy, and even their lives to construct a new settlement alongside me in such a harsh environment. It is solely due to them that our tribe has attained its present glory. And what of you? Anjin's gaze, composed and unwavering, swept over the group before her, their faces flushed with discomfiture, intensifying their awkwardness. Exploiting the tribe's vulnerability. You plotted a stealthy assault, scheming to utterly annex the settlement we painstakingly built over the year. As the vanquished, by what right do you presume to share the same privileges as my people? The mere granting of servitude is already a concession on my part. Though her tone was gentle and her voice as melodious as a nightingale's, merely stating fundamental truths and reasoning, the orcs behind Shauna grew increasingly crimson, shame compelling them to seek refuge in the earth. Indeed, by what right did they? Meanwhile, the revelers around the bonfire gradually ceased their mirthful clamor, falling into an unprompted silence, their eyes brimming with emotion as they beheld the slender yet self-assured female before them. A sudden surge of sentiment welled up within them, rendering them speechless. They had merely toiled diligently, as they had in their former tribe, never anticipating such profound acknowledgement and affirmation, nor realizing that their chieftain had always cherished their efforts. The orcs suddenly felt that no matter how arduous or challenging the future might be, following Anjin was indeed worthwhile. In the distance, Ling Hong stood momentarily taken aback, placing the prey he had been carrying onto the ground. His emerald green eyes gazed deeply at the slender figure afar. Gradually, a smile graced his lips, concealed within the crowd, sharing the same sentiment as everyone else. The clansmen resolutely chose her, and she reciprocated with equal fervor and dedication. This was a mutual fortune. Anjin remained oblivious to the gaze from afar as she turned to Shauna and the others, chuckling softly. If I were truly heartless, I would slay the resisting males as other tribes do, leaving only the females. If you are unwilling, you are free to depart from the tribe. I shall not hinder you. Since you wield your female identity as a shield, why not venture out and see if you can find a better tribe? Shauna was both furious and reluctant. The cold eyes of the serpent beast behind Anjin intimidated her into silence. She certainly did not wish to seek another tribe, for Anjin's words held a grain of truth. Yet Shauna was not one to concede. Her beauty was among the most striking of the females. Having been adored since childhood, pampered by the tribe, and utterly unaware of the perils of the outside world. Do you think I cherish this tribe? Let us go. We shall find a better tribe. With that, Shauna led a group of males away, swiftly merging into the jungle and the night. Anjin, indifferent to their plight, chose to depart, unwilling to associate with such ill-fated beings. Meanwhile, Shauna's intuition proved accurate. The impoverished little tribe was beneath her pride. She had no desire to endure hunger and cold alongside them. After a grueling trek of 2 to 3 days, they had yet to find a large tribe that met their expectations. With insufficient manpower, they could not secure enough game, leaving them all ravenously hungry. Following a recent downpour, the mountain path was treacherous and muddy, and in their exhaustion, they unwittingly tumbled down the slope, lacking the strength to rise again. They lay like lifeless bodies on the filthy ground, struggling for survival. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed around them. Had someone come to their rescue? Shauna weakly lifted her head, only to be splattered with blood, staining her face and eyes. A scream escaped her lips. Not far away, Zwami had already succumbed. In his final moments, he had attempted to pull her away, only to be fatally pierced by claws. His bloodied arm still reached toward her, his eyes, ruptured and unblinking, stared in her direction. Shauna wept profusely, desiring nothing more than to crawl over and grasp his hand. He was her beloved wolf companion, Zwami, who had treated her with utmost kindness throughout her life. Ah, there's even a female here, and not bad-looking at all. Today is our lucky day. The brutish tiger beasts, having brutally slaughtered the other beastmen, turned in delight upon hearing her scream, swiftly advancing to hoist her onto their shoulders. Shauna cried out desperately, striving to break free from their grasp, her outstretched hands growing increasingly distant from the fallen orc lying in a pool of blood. Oh, how she regretted it. She truly lamented her decisions. Why had she incited Zwami and the others to abandon the tribe? Even as a slave, she could have preserved her life. With the prospect of emancipation after a few years, what was all this noise about? It was utterly exasperating. The tiger beast hurled her to the ground, Having been cast out from the tribe due to his notorious misdeeds, now a wandering beast, devoid of compassion for these selfish and arrogant females. The female's struggles and sobs ignited a fire within several orcs, awakening their dormant desires. The last female had perished at their hands, and they had not indulged in such pleasures for months. One by one, they descended upon the female. The dark, dense jungle reverberated with the sounds of violent clashes, as large leaves cascaded down, mingling with the female's piercing screams and cries. Type: tribe, medium. Area: 3125. Population: 286. Females: 41. Buildings: residential wooden houses: 39. Training grounds: 3. Medical room: 1. Warehouses: 5. Farmland: 7. 3 acres. Livestock: 159 heads. Influence: C. Combat power. B. Public sentiment: 67. Personal prestige: 112, having merged with the rotting tribe. The population has now officially surpassed the 200 mark, yet the public sentiment remains unchanged. Slaves are not counted as part of the tribe, and the system does not consider their sentiments. And Jean does not intend to adopt a conciliatory policy towards them. Only by deepening the class distinctions between ordinary beasts and slaves can they be motivated to contribute to the tribe's development in hopes of shedding their shackles. However, the essential housing must be established. As the tribe's dwellings became insufficient, the orcs spontaneously began to cultivate barren lands, expanding their territory and constructing homes according to their original specifications. With the increase in population, the labor force surged. Observing the desolate landscape transformed by towering structures and patches of fertile land sprouting tender shoots was a sight to behold. The tame flocks of sheep and chickens leisurely grazed and foraged on the grasslands before their homes, living a life of ease and comfort. People casually gathered several fist-sized, milky white bird eggs from the fields. In the morning, steaming eggs sprinkled with coarse salt became a delightful treat, especially favored by the mischievous little ones. Following last year's bountiful harvest, the orcs sowed a new round of seeds in the fields. With the recent rainfall, seedlings sprang forth from the earth, soaking in the puddles. The low-lying fields were directly irrigated by digging channels, while the higher grounds required the orcs to painstakingly transport water using stone basins and ladles. Fortunately, after more than a year of cultivation, the fields had remained largely free of pests. Occasionally, a few burrowing field mice would gnaw at the roots of plants, but the tribe's children would rush over, their chubby little paws eagerly digging to unearth the rodents, enjoying a hearty meal in the process. Before departing, Jean reminded the remaining tribesmen to feed the sheep, insects, and chickens, to remember to gather forage from the mountains and fields, and to appropriately apply manure and fertilizers to the crops. There was a plethora of tasks to attend to as the tribe embarked on farming and livestock rearing. The potential addition of metallurgy loomed on the horizon. Although life was becoming increasingly prosperous, the responsibilities that weighed upon her grew in tandem. Yet there was an unexpected sense of fulfillment. A substantial quantity of supplies was loaded onto carts, and the orcs stood ready for departure. At Jin's command, they surged forward in a grand procession. Ling Hong, as was customary, accompanied her. Concerned, Guin insisted on joining as well. Xia, the little merman, was usually quite attached to her, and Jean had initially worried that he might stubbornly insist on following her. However, when she inquired, the little merman behaved unusually, sinking into a wooden barrel, revealing only his pair of damp, azure eyes and delicate, translucent fins, as if he feared she might whisk him away like a villain. He adamantly refused to go, lamenting the distant journey ahead. The merman kin were quite delicate, particularly on land, where they could scarcely endure any hardship. The blazing sun along the way could crack his skin, causing his scales to shrink. If they shrank, he would lose his beauty. Without beauty, what leverage would he have to vie for affection? He was no match for the two competitors, especially not against that serpent beast. The more he pondered, the more despondent he became. His entire worth seemed to rest solely on his looks, which felt like a tragic farce of a fish's existence. On the way to the city, Jean encountered several fellow tribes, and she noticed many orcish gazes fixated upon her face. Their stares were hungry and predatory. With a hiss, Gu Yin's heart brimmed with murderous intent, had Jean not restrained him. He would have eagerly gouged out the eyes of those male orcs daring to covet his mate. How audacious to desire her. Jeaner, your beauty is unparalleled. Any normal male would inevitably harbor thoughts about you. Ji Yin gazed at her tenderly, yet within her heart, a blend of joy and anxiety stirred. Beautiful? And Jean, perplexed, glanced at Gyn and Lnh, and upon seeing the other orcs from the tribe nodding in agreement, she touched her fair, delicate face and gasped in surprise. It dawned on her that her appearance had transformed significantly from what it once was. Having grown accustomed to being called ugly since her arrival in this world, the changes in her looks had subtly permeated every moment of her life. Each day, as she washed by the river, she would catch a glimpse of her reflection, but over time, she failed to notice the extent of her transformation. Now, with the reminder from others, she realized that in the eyes of the orcs, particularly the young, unattached males, she had become an irresistible delicacy. However, such beauty bore peril in the orc realm. Had it not been for the protective presence of Lnh and Gyn by her side, she feared she might have already fallen prey to some orc's desires. Jeaner, fear not. Should anyone dare to seize you, I would not hesitate to eliminate them, Gyn declared coldly. Lnh quickly chimed in to soothe her unease, assuring her, we shall ensure your safety. Rest assured, should we encounter any marauders, I will be the first to sever their throats. The surrounding orcs echoed their agreement, their bodies radiating a fierce aura as they transformed into their beast forms, roaring to drive off the lurking foreign orcs. Humph. We cannot allow orcs from other tribes to snatch away their gentle, intelligent, beautiful, and charming leader. And Jean shook her head, yet a gentle warmth blossomed within her heart. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for something, perhaps mud or any other substance, to shield her face. Ling Hong nodded and scooped up some black mud from the nearby pool, carefully placing it onto a large leaf before handing it to her. And Jean applied it to her face, only to find it overly thick and artificial, uncertain of what ingredients it contained and whether they might harm her skin. Please wait a moment. I will be ready shortly, she assured them. With great care, Jean descended from the cart, and Gyn instinctively caught her, gently placing her on the ground. She smoothed the creases of her garment, then lifted her crescent-shaped eyes to them, offering a mysterious smile before darting behind a nearby tree. A rustling sound emanated from the thicket. Moments later, a diminutive figure emerged, causing the orcs to become alarmed. Had they not been familiar with Jean's scent, they might have launched an attack. The little figure before them was dark and thin, with an unremarkable appearance marred by a face full of blemishes. The orcs stared in astonishment, still oblivious to the true allure of one of the four great arcane arts, makeup. True artistry in makeup transcends mere beauty. It artfully manipulates the hues and purity of cosmetics to create contours and depth, transforming the face into a canvas for creative expression. And Jean had procured various cosmetics from the spatial realm. When skillfully applied, makeup could entirely alter one's appearance, a fact not to be underestimated. Gyn approached her in astonishment, gazing at the small figure for an extended moment before letting out a soft chuckle. Jeaner, you are truly remarkable. And Jean lifted her face, beaming with pride. Despite her skin appearing dark and rough, and her face dotted with blemishes, the brilliance of her sparkling eyes made Gyn's heart race uncontrollably. For the sake of prudence, and Jean draped a gray cloak fashioned from tribal fabric over her shoulders. This not only shielded her from the sun and rain, but also concealed half of her face, serving as a mobile display for her garments and textiles. In the present-day beast-gathering city, where the Feather Tribe resides, a colossal stone fortress perches atop the mountains and cliffs, its spires resembling fearsome fangs that pierce the heavens, exuding an imposing grandeur. This is the abode of their chieftain and his younger brother. Within a particular chamber of the fortress, the floor is adorned with soft, pristine pelts as white as clouds, while the walls are festooned with hides, fangs, and feathered embellishments. Precious gems are embedded in the walls, showcasing the owner's immense wealth, casting a faint glow even in the darkness of night. A stone table is laden with an assortment of succulent fruits. Lin Shishue reclines upon the plush pelts, clad in a soft, clean pelt garment, attended to meticulously by several beast servants. The servants peel the fruits, slicing them into segments and placing them gently upon her lips, while also preparing delectable honey-glazed meats for her. Despite being so thoroughly pampered, Lin Shishue remains tormented by an insatiable restlessness, unable to consume even a single bite of food, which she dismissively scatters upon the floor. The beast servants clean up without a word of complaint. How infuriating! That rascal Song Ku whisked her away. Yet even now he shows no inclination to form a bond. Although she is lavished with exquisite treats daily, elevating her to the pinnacle of indulgence, her dissatisfaction only deepens. and her anxiety intensifies with each passing day. If a relationship is never firmly established, a male unbound by the mark of a partner remains perpetually on the quest for companionship, unable to settle his heart and finding it arduous to genuinely commit to any particular female. This is precisely why Lin Shishua harbors unease. Consequently, she indulges her current partner with fervor. Upon encountering someone more attractive, she discards the previous one and continues to dote on the next. It appears that she is the 25th female he has claimed, and thus far, the most exquisite. She has enjoyed his affection for an entire year, with its intensity unwavering. Although Lin Shishua possesses confidence in her beauty and allure, most women lack a sense of security. She must swiftly secure this eagle beast within her grasp. Her snow-white thighs peek out from beneath the animal hide, her slender waist subtly discernible, as she ardently seeks to entice the man before her. She genuinely adores him. Song Ku is the wealthiest and most handsome male she has ever encountered, surpassing all her previous partners, including the brutish and bear-like ones, by several tiers. Whatever she desires, he readily acquires for her, unconditionally fulfilling all her whims, save for the matter of forming a lifelong bond. She wraps her arms around Song Ku, molding her body against his, and in a sweet, coaxing tone, she whispers, "Aku, what are you waiting for? Don't you desire this?" Lin Shishua raises her eyes, shimmering with longing, gazing intently at the striking golden-haired man before her. Her gaze lingers on his chiseled features, the elongated azure of his eyes, and his exotic, hybrid-like beauty. Then, her attention shifts to his alluring collarbone, graceful neck, and the robust, well-defined muscles of his chest and physique. Her eyes gradually descend, imbued with a hint of suggestion. Any male orc would find it impossible to resist such temptation. Song could gaze deeply into the enchanting beauty of the female, swallowing hard as he struggled to maintain his composure. She was undeniably beautiful and alluring, yet she did not evoke the desired sensation within him. After enduring the temptation, he finally extricated himself from her presence and fled, muttering, "Schwer, I have some matters to attend to. I shall return shortly." In an instant, he vanished without a trace. Lin Xie stood momentarily stunned, then her anger flared. This insufferable hawk, could he truly endure this? It infuriated her. It seemed this hawk had no intention of forming a bond. He sought a more exquisite female, a female more beautiful than her. Lin Xie clenched her fist, a cold smile gracing her lips. Very well, let him search. She would grant him the time he needed. When he ultimately failed, she would make him realize just how misguided his choice had been. Chapter 110. The detestable hawk beast. The beast-gathering city was governed by three dominant races: the land beasts, the flying feather tribe, and the aquatic sea clan. Every 5 years, the leaders of these three races would compete for the position of city lord. Currently, the tiger clan city lord was no match for the vigor of youth, and it was highly probable that the next ruler for the forthcoming 5 years would be the leader of the feather tribe. Several years prior, Song Yi had triumphed over the previous leader of the feather tribe, and now he led his kin in safeguarding the patrols of beast-gathering city, monitoring the rising water levels of the moat, and protecting the mineral resources of the surrounding mountains. In stark contrast, his younger brother Song Ku languished in idleness, his greatest joy being the pursuit of beautiful females. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, who had been pampered excessively under Song Ku's care, had almost forgotten the tragic fates of her two partners who had perished at his hands. Otherwise, she would still be residing in that impoverished little tribe, enduring hunger and cold, clad in tattered animal skins, subsisting on unpalatable, blood-stained roasted meat. She remains oblivious to when that hawk intends to find a mate. If he possessed even half of his brother's focus, she would not be troubled by such thoughts. In truth, compared to Song Ku, his brother Song Yi has captured Lin Shishua's heart more profoundly. Despite his youth, Song Yi is the formidable leader of the Feather Clan, a terrifying seven-patterned beast. Characterized by his cold demeanor and unwavering concentration, he has never been seen entangled with any female. Yet, the mere thought of his frigid, unyielding visage causes Lin Shishua to shake her head in trepidation, taking a large gulp of beast milk to steady her nerves. She reflects that the gentle Song Ku is indeed more endearing. After finishing her roasted meat, Lin Shishua patted her stomach and was about to step outside for a leisurely stroll when she suddenly heard a chorus of eagle cries from outside, her heart leaping with joy as she dashed downstairs. Upon exiting, she nearly collided with a golden-haired man approaching her. Before she could regain her balance, he strode past her without offering assistance. This man was tall and imposing, with golden hair and azure eyes, a prominent nose, and strikingly handsome yet aloof features. Adorned with a golden feather earring on his right ear. He was rather peculiar, unlike the typical males of the beast world, who would prefer their animal skin skirts to be as short as possible to attract female attention. Instead, he wore a loose, red golden feather robe that concealed his strong physique. His presence brought with it the chill of the outside air, causing Lin Shishue to wrap her beast's skin cloak tighter around herself, casting a delicate, displeased glance in his direction, yet she quickened her pace to follow him. "Where's Song Ku?" The man scanned the empty stone fortress with his sharp hawk-like eyes, missing not a single corner. Her voice, a smoky and alluring timbre, held an intoxicating quality that sent Lin Shishue's heart racing, her gaze upon the man intensifying with fervor. "Are you Song Yi?" she inquired. "Isn't he utterly infatuated with you? How could he abandon you at the stone fortress and depart on his own?" Song Yi narrowed his elongated, azure eyes, casting a glance at the female whose countenance was marred by displeasure. He observed her drawing near, her supple form brushing against his arm with calculated frequency. A palpable chill descended upon Song Yi's expression. The man's finely sculpted brows furrowed, his lips compressing into a taut line, the contours of his jaw tightening. Disgust and aversion flickered across his handsome, frigid visage. Devoid of any regard for the fact that she was a female, he forcefully shoved her away. Caught off guard, Lin Shishue crashed to the ground, emitting a piercing shriek. Raising her head, she glared at Song Yi, her body trembling with indignation. "I am a female," she exclaimed. "How dare you treat me with such brutality?" Song Yi lowered his gaze to regard her, his voice laced with a glacial indifference. Instead of answering, he posed a counter-question. "You are my younger brother's female. Why are you deliberately attempting to seduce me?" Lin Shishue was momentarily rendered speechless, left with nothing but a venomous stare directed at him, her resentment reaching a fever pitch, only intensifying her desire to possess him. Having arrived in this world, she had been the recipient of countless men's affections. Yet this was the first instance she had encountered such an unappreciative, wooden block of a man. Failing to locate the individual he sought, Song Yi turned to depart. In an instant, the man's towering, untamed form metamorphosed into a golden-feathered giant eagle, soaring through the doorway. With a wingspan extending 5 meters, he cut an imposing figure in the sky, vanishing with lightning speed. Only upon his complete disappearance did the oppressive force bearing down on Lin Shishue dissipate. She rose from the ground, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon with a malevolent glare. "How infuriating! That Song Yi shows me no kindness whatsoever. After all, I am his beloved brother, yet he presents me with such a disdainful countenance. She is undoubtedly the most beautiful female here. It is impossible for any male not to be captivated by her, a mere game of seduction and restraint." Lin Xie quickly regained her confidence, huffing in defiance. "Song Yi, just wait. There will come a time when you will kneel and beg me to be your partner." Chapter 111. All the delicacies are yours as the rainy season approaches. The air has turned quite cool. Rolling clouds press against the horizon, while white mist rises from the forest, lingering even into midday. The ground is a quagmire, dotted with puddles, and the weary beastmen remain vigilant against the stealthy assaults of giant lizards and crocodiles. The beastmen push carts laden with mountains of supplies, and Njin, wrapped in her cloak, nestles atop one of the carts. The gray cloak envelopes her like a dumpling, and as she rubs her frozen, rosy hands together, she gazes up at the overcast sky, exhaling a puff of white breath. They have already traversed more than half the journey. It is anticipated that with 2 more days of travel, they shall reach the city. They pause along the way to rest and partake in a meal before continuing their trek. Ling Hong, observing Njin's pallid complexion from the rear of the group, calls for a halt. The beastmen select a safe location to set up camp. The damp wood makes it exceedingly difficult to start a fire. Once the billowing black smoke dissipates, the beastmen clean their catch before beginning to prepare a meal. In the wild, there are no particularities regarding dining. They casually roast some meat and brew a few pots of mushroom soup. With a single arm, Guin cradled Njin in his embrace, his serpentine tail coiling beneath her to form a fleshy cushion upon which she sat. He retrieved the sizzling, succulent roast from the fire, his fingertips instantly flushed crimson, and subtly recoiled his tail. "Dearest, partake of the meat," Guin implored, enduring the searing heat as he meticulously carved the roast into delicate, thin slices with his elongated nails, offering the most tender morsels to the female in his arms. Njin, unceremonious in her hunger, seized the offering with her hands, blowing gently before devouring it. her face glistening with savory juices. Nearby, Linghong and several wolf beasts guarded another fire, his gaze fixated upon Anjin, the roast in his hands untouched. Perhaps due to a lack of appetite, Linghong lowered his gaze to the fragrant roast, contemplating its deliciousness, yet aware that she was already in the company of the serpent beast. After some vacillation, he sullenly consumed the roast himself. Anjin, patting her rounded belly, squinted with drowsiness. Raising her countenance, she gently entreated, "You should also partake. I can consume but a little before satiety." Indeed, Guin assented, accepting the remnants from her grasp and silently finishing them himself, replete and refreshed. The weary beastmen seized the opportunity for a thorough rest. Devoid of nearby caverns, they contented themselves with unrolling their animal hides upon the earth, transforming into their beastly forms, and succumbing to slumber, leaving a dozen or so to maintain vigilant shifts. The sonorous chorus of snores resonated through the jungle, serving as a potent deterrent to common beasts. Guin enfolded Anjin within his tail, and together they retreated to the shadows of a nearby grove. After distancing themselves from the crowd, he wrapped his arms around her waist, his hands beginning to wander restlessly. As night fell, certain thoughts stirred within him, causing a palpable tension. Anjin, rendered speechless, pressed her hand against his solid chest, lowering her voice as she shot him a warning glare. Everyone was nearby. "Could you please behave yourself?" The thrill of a wild encounter was exhilarating, yet she found it overwhelming. Moreover, the orcs possessed keen hearing. Should they disturb the peace, she would find herself awkwardly seeking refuge in the nearest crevice. The hissing tongue of a serpent delicately brushed her face, embodying desire while still honoring her wishes. In Gu Yin's perception, the intimacy shared with a beloved partner was a wondrous and pleasurable experience, one he preferred to indulge in during moments of solitude. Besides, her voice was melodious, enchanting him further, while his intense possessiveness forbade any other orc from overhearing. The weather had been rare and clear these past few days, with the sun shining brightly yet not oppressively. Anjin shielded her eyes with her hand, squinting occasionally at the sky above. Numerous hawks circled high overhead, having lingered for half the day, their cries resonating and causing a dull ache in her head. Was it merely an illusion? A sense of foreboding gnawed at her heart. The distance between them and the hawks was too great for the orcs to discern whether they were ordinary beasts or members of the avian tribe, prompting them to hasten their pace with caution. The hawk, a proud and fierce raptor, could soar at altitudes of several thousand meters, precisely targeting land creatures for powerful strikes, making it arguably the most formidable predator among birds. The eagle, a natural adversary of serpents, loomed ominously in Anjin's mind as she cast a wary glance at Mi'in. Noticing his lack of significant emotion calmed her somewhat. After all, he was a 7th-tier beastman, and these eagles likely posed no real threat to him. With this thought, she decided to follow the group and continue their journey with renewed confidence. As the rainy season approached, food scarcity became apparent, prompting even some wild beasts to stockpile provisions and feast in advance. Their cart was laden with an ample supply of dried meats, which the eagles must have detected, coming forth merely in search of sustenance. The distance traveled had lessened considerably, yet the cries of the eagles persisted, growing increasingly ferocious. Their high-pitched calls reverberated through the air, piercing clouds and stone alike with a remarkable intensity. A sense of unease began to creep into Anjin's mind. The eagles seemed to be trailing them, and as half a day passed, their numbers only swelled. Initially, she had surmised that these were merely ordinary eagle beasts, fortuitously hunting in the vicinity. However, the current circumstances suggested otherwise. "Let us toss some dried meat to the ground and quicken our pace," she urged. "If these eagles swoop down to seize the food, it indicates they are simply famished wild beasts. But if they remain indifferent to the meat and continue to follow us, it is highly likely they are driven by ulterior motives as foreign beastmen." Dozens of colossal eagles circled high above, the foremost among them boasting magnificent golden wings that gleamed with an almost otherworldly brilliance, feathers seemingly imbued with the radiant light of a blazing sun. Its sharp beak and robust, fierce talons pulsed with latent power. With piercing eyes, it fixated intently on the female figure below. Even from several kilometers away, it could discern every detail of the landscape and its inhabitants. Surrounded by a throng of orcs, the petite female figure, draped in an oversized cloak that obscured much of her visage, possessed a remarkable physique. Strands of silky, raven hair playfully escaped from the confines of her garment. Songka felt a surge of exhilaration. With a commanding howl, the flock of eagles swooped down in unison. Each of the several dozen avian beasts at his command was a paragon of strength, none below the 4th tier. Recognizing that the wolf beast was also of the 6th tier, Sangka promptly allocated more than half of his eagles to confront this formidable foe, while the remaining eagles engaged the orcs from the smaller tribes. As for the serpent, eagles are naturally adept at subduing snakes, and Sangka hardly spared it a glance. The serpent beast was likely no more than tier 5 or 6, easily manageable by him alone. The silver wolf instantly found itself entangled with dozens of eagles, its terrifying bite force claiming the lives of 2, yet it soon bore several gruesome claw wounds in return.